And for those who enjoy this channel and would love to support us financially, please feel free to hit that donate link. We'd greatly appreciate it. God bless.
Looks like we're live. Dr. Hovind, thank you for taking the time to come on and talk with me. I really appreciate it. To get started, to jump right in, I am an atheist, by which I mean I don't believe there are any reasons to believe in a God. And normally I start these conversations by asking, what reasons do you believe there are for belief in a God? But I'd actually like to start with asking about your position on evolution, because you have quite a prolific history about talking about evolution. So you believe that the diversity of species is indicative of a designer and not evolution. Is that correct?
Well, before you get into a discussion on evolution, you have to define what you're talking about. What exactly does that word mean? If you mean there are variations within the same, what everybody would recognize as the same kind of animal, like 30 varieties of chickens or 300 varieties of dogs, certainly that happens, yes. There's variations, but they're certainly limited. So if you're talking about microevolution, which I think is a lousy term and we should not use, but they do, then yes, microevolution happens. Variations happen within the same kind of animal, but they're limited to the same kind in every single instance. Every farmer in the world will tell you, if you plant corn, you're going to get corn. You might get, tall corn, short corn, sweet corn, sour corn, but you're going to get corn. If you crossbreed your cows, you're going to get a cow. Anything other than that, anything beyond what we would consider a variation, is a religious belief. People have to believe that it goes farther than that, or they believe back, millions of years ago it was different. Evolution is purely religious. There's nothing scientific about it, if you mean anything above the variations kind. So I think as long as you define the words carefully, I would say yes, there are no reasons to believe in evolution. There are plenty of reasons to believe the variations that happen are limited, and genetically and physically, there are obvious limits to these variations. I think anybody with one eye and half a brain would admit that. So I continually call evolution a religion, because that's what it is. You have to believe in it, and you can have any religion you want. But I resent it being paid for by all the taxpayers in the public schools. That is absolutely insane that we're all paying for one religion to be taught. It should be stopped.
All right, let me tell you what I believe about evolution. I'll just and then I'll just like to hear your thoughts on my position.
Okay.
So I only believe in microevolution. That's the only kind of evolution I believe in, and it's just a change in the order of the A, T, C, and G base pairs in the DNA. That's all it does. It causes random changes in those from parents to children, and we can, as far as I know, we can observe that in the lab pretty clearly. And these changes cause physiological changes to your body. It changes the shape and different effects of your body to create new functions that didn't happen before. And those can also be seen in the laboratory. We see these in rats and mice and flies and bacteria and E. coli and all these kinds of things. So there's new functions that come from the different orders of this A, T, C, and G, physiological changes in the body. And the beneficial changes cause the things to last longer, and the detrimental changes cause the things to die faster. And the ones that last longer survive and win out, and the ones that die off don't continue to reproduce. And so we get a continuous change across the entire spectrum of the species or the kind. And so they all end up getting the same positive mutation overall. And all of the species in the world, all life as far as I know it, is all just a different combination of A, T, C, and G. Just everything from plants to bacteria to animals is all just a different combination of the same base pairs and nucleobases of A, T, C, and G. So we can, if we grant that there is, through microevolution, changes in the orders of the A, T, C, and G, and the positive ones survive longer and the negative ones die out, then that could potentially explain all life just starting from a single cell with just the A, T, C, G nucleobases, and that could diversify and explain all the diversity of life as far as I can tell. Would you have any problems with that description of evolution?
I would have a great problem with it. That's not observable. I agree that ATCG variations happen. That's the genetic code. Our computers are all based on binary code, just 2 bits, plus and minus, or 0 and 1. The DNA code is 4-bit, which is a trillion times more complicated. It'd be similar to our alphabet in English, which has 26 letters. Now that's quite a code. You can write a whole bunch of different words with those 26 letters, and you can rearrange them, those 26 letters, and make millions of words, and you can, probably an infinite number of sentences could be made from those 26 letters. However, the changes that we see happening in the ATCG sequence, you said the beneficial ones are going to last longer and the bad ones are going to die out. But what I think you're dreaming, SpongeBob style, that this is going to create something new. You said there'll be new functions that didn't happen before. I'd like to see an example of that. I don't think there are any new functions that are anything major, just extremely minor stuff, and it's extremely limited. Plus, you'd have to have two of these have this same thing happen to them at the same place at the same time of the opposite sex. So now the odds of this happening is like flipping coins and getting heads, 2 million times in a row. It's not going to happen. So you have a religious belief and probably don't realize it. You believe that could happen, but that's not science.
So to give you an example, one example would be the butterflies in the islands of Samoa, who one butterfly had a single genetic mutation that caused it to become immune to a certain kind of bacteria, which was a threat to the species. And that butterfly mated with other butterflies that didn't have it. And this species became, because there's recessive and I forget what the other term is, traits. And it became the dominant trait throughout the entire species. And it spread from this one butterfly to the entire species of butterfly in like 5 years. So there's that one just purely microevolution, which we can observe in the lab, the change in the order of the ATCG, which caused a new feature, new proteins and new immunities that didn't exist in any of the other butterflies, in just one butterfly. And from that one butterfly, it spread to all the butterflies in the entire species.
Okay. I don't think that's a demonstration of any new information. A mutation that causes resistance to a bacteria could be a loss of information. Example, if they're going through town handcuffing everybody, hauling them off to prison to kill them, and somebody doesn't have any arms, so they can't be handcuffed. Oh, they would survive and maybe pass on their mutation of no arms to everybody else, but that's not adding information. I don't know the specifics of this butterfly in wherever it was you said, but we could probably, I think if we studied it, we'd find out it lost information that maybe happened to be handy because of the bacteria going around, but that's not evidence of it gaining any new information. So it could have indeed spread this to all the population of butterflies, and I'm glad it did. Thank you for the butterflies. I'm sure that butterflies are thankful for that, and the bacteria is not thankful for that. But that is not an evidence of new information. It is an evidence of a mutation, maybe. And like I said, that's the first time I've heard of that butterfly example. But if you think that little process you just described is going to turn an amoeba to a whale over billions of years, I think that's a religious belief and is flatly silly.
Well, so I'm not sure what you mean by new information, because when I think of new information, I think of a computer code. If you want to add new information to a computer code, there's several ways to do it. One, you can take an old line of text and you can duplicate it. You can remove a part of a text. You can move it. All of these things cause new functions in the code. That's all new information as far as I can tell. Would you disagree?
Well, I would agree that happens with computers, but it takes intelligent input. Put a chimpanzee on your computer for a while, let him tap away on the keys, see what kind of new information he would add. So to say that an intelligent person can modify a computer code, which certainly is true, and get new functions out of it, that's certainly true. And then to try to make that an analogy how life could do this by random chance is absolutely not connected. There is no logical connection between those two lines of thought.
So new information can happen when you copy lines of text, when you delete lines of text, when you move lines of text. They can all cause new functions. And you may not be able to predict what these functions are, but those new functions would be new information. Maybe it's good information or bad information, we don't know. And we can see that happening in DNA with just the microevolution. It can copy lines of text, it can delete lines of text, it can move lines of text, which will cause new functions. Some of these will be good and some of these will be bad. So do you see the connection there that we can add new information to DNA just like we do in computer code of just moving the things around, moving the AT and CG around?
Well, I agree. We can move ATCG around and we can get duplicate lines or we can get deleted lines, but I do not agree that's going to cause a new function. That's where it jumps into religious belief. You're welcome to believe such a thing, but there's no observation of that happening. There's not even a good theory how it can happen. There's a lot of people who hope it does, and they dream that, man, they're looking for information. They're trying to make this happen. But duplicating lines of code, I mean, I've got Microsoft PowerPoint on my laptop. Well, if I had if I downloaded Microsoft PowerPoint 40 times, it's not going to help anything. I just need it once. And it's not going to add any new information. It's a duplicate of the same information, like hexadecimalism, where a child is born with 6 fingers or 6 toes. That's not getting a feather or a wing or a beak. It's getting an extra toe, which it already had toes. So the duplicate information is not a new function. And it's almost always detrimental or harmful. or fatal sometimes. And it's almost always going to be blended back into the population. It's going to be swamped by the millions of others that are reproducing. So I don't think this is certainly not a reason to say that this is going to add new information. It's adding duplicate information or deleting information, and it may be scrambling up an already existing code, which of course does not answer the question, where did that code come from to begin with? If we could get a scrambled version of Microsoft PowerPoint, something goes wrong. It no longer will do spell check, let's say. Okay, something is wrong in the code. Okay, that's true, but it doesn't tell you how Microsoft PowerPoint came to be in the first place. There are tens of thousands, if not millions, of lines of code in Microsoft PowerPoint, and there are way more lines of code than that in any life form. I mean, the simplest life form you can think of, an amoeba, a bacteria, whatever you want to choose, has way more genetic information than Microsoft PowerPoint, which would be primitive by comparison to the gene code of a bacteria. So no, I do not think adding information ever happens. I think duplicating existing code happens, deleting lines of code happen, mutations certainly happen. There are millions of examples of those, but I don't think you can point to a beneficial one that has been passed on into the genetic code of anything else that has actually added information. I think you'll find, like, people in Africa that have sickle cell anemia are resistant to malaria. Okay, well, both are bad. Malaria and sickle cell are both bad. So if someone has one bad thing, they cannot get the other bad thing. Okay, well, that may be beneficial for a short time, but it's not going to help the overall population of the people, and it's not adding new information. It's just, that's why I say evolution above any variations within the kind. Evolution is a fairy tale for grown-ups. It's a dream. It's a religion. It's not science.
So if we take a computer code and we delete a line of text, that'll cause the computer code to do something new that it didn't do before. It'll do things differently. Would that qualify as new information?
I don't think you can find a single example of that. I think if you delete a line of code, you're going to crash the whole program. You can't, it doesn't happen. This is dream world. This is SpongeBob stuff. But no, if you delete a line of computer code, sometimes you delete one character. You can have one character wrong. Ask any programmer how careful they have to be. How easy is it to stop a computer program from running? Any one of millions of things can go wrong. But to say that changing it randomly is going to add new information, that's exactly where you are wrong. That's dreaming.
So I'm still on that one question. If we remove a line of computer code, because we do this all the time in programming, where we add stuff that we don't need and we don't realize it, and we go back and like, oh, this is extra, I don't need this, I can remove this, or this is causing problems, so I remove this, and it causes the program that didn't work. So it has a problem, you remove the problem, and it didn't work. So you have a program that doesn't work, you remove something, then it gains new information because it can now do this function and work. Does that count as new information?
It is not gaining new information. If I accidentally leave the parking brake on my car and it won't roll very fast, I can take the parking brake off. That's a kind of an example of what you're saying here. So yes, we're not adding any new information. We are taking the parking brake off. It already had a parking brake. It already had an engine. It already had a drivetrain. It already had wheels. Already had lots of things. So to delete a line of code in a computer certainly can happen. To have it happen randomly or accidentally certainly can happen. Probably does all the time. But to say that's new information, that's exactly where you're dreaming. Not true.
Okay, well, then I would say that all life has all the same information because it's all just ATCG and moved around. It's just all moved from one place, added, multiplication, subtraction. So they all have the exact same information, just like the computer code. They can all just do different things with the same information.
Well, the computer code is all binary, zeros and ones. I mean, like bunches of them. But to say that therefore it's simple is ridiculous. Microsoft PowerPoint and Microsoft Word have a lot of similarities because they're both built by the same company, and they probably reuse millions of lines of code. Like the spell check from Word and PowerPoint are probably the identical same spell check. I don't know. I would guess that it is. But that's not evidence that it happened by chance with nobody doing it. People deleting lines of code, duplicating lines of code is going to cause problems. It's never going to give a new function. You've said that several times, and it's just simply not true. You might believe it very strongly, but I would guarantee you cannot provide an example where deleting a line of code or scrambling a line of code in your computer has added something new. And to say all life forms are ACTG, which is correct, therefore they're all related, that's where it's incorrect. All words of the English alphabet contain, all words in all English books contain the same 26 letters. But it's different minds arranging them in different ways to say different things. It is not true to say, therefore, all books, all words, all sentences are the same in English. No, they're not. They're not the same. They all have the same 26 letters because that's the code you write English with. But it is totally incorrect to say that, therefore, nobody's writing these books. No, people are writing the books, and people are writing the newspapers and the magazines, and they're using those letters as their code to transmit their thoughts to other people. So it goes from their pen to the paper to your eyes to your brain, and you get their thoughts into your brain with using this amazing code called the English alphabet. But to say that, which I think your analogy would be, that because these letters can be scrambled, C-A-T-G, therefore nobody wrote the code. And that's where it goes into ridiculous.
All right, so earlier you said that if we analyze the butterfly example I gave you, you were going to probably find that it was a loss of information where it lost a line of code, and that caused this new effect. So the analogy I was going for here is that just like in a computer code where we can take out a line of information, it'll cause a new function when we have a bad line or something. The same thing we can see happen just by microevolution. We can observe it in these butterflies where they, if we accept what you said and it's just a loss of information, they have this new function and it works now. It works better. Just like in the computer code analogy, we remove the line of text and it works better.
You cannot give an example of removing a line of text and making it have a new function. You said that about 6 times now.
I apologize for interrupting, but my butterfly example where it's immune to the bacteria, that's a new function.
That is not a new function. Normally, butterflies are already immune to bacteria. The butterflies are doing just fine all over the world. So if a particular bacteria comes into an area, starts wiping out butterflies of a particular population, and one of them has a mutation, something goes wrong in its code that makes it resistant to that bacteria, you're assuming that that's new information, and it is not new information. We don't know. There are no examples, and again, you have to have 2 of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time. You can believe this very strongly, and I suspect that you do, and I suspect I know the reason why you want to believe that very strongly. But that's not new information. I wish you'd stop using that, because it's not, you're trying to sneak that in, and it's simply not true. I'm not going to swallow it. There's no, and taking out a line of code does not add new information or a new function to the computer. It doesn't. And it doesn't with the DNA code either.
Well, I think that's provably false, because we can write computer code, and if we have a mistake or there's some line that doesn't work, we can take the code out and it'll add a new function. It'll cause it to do something new that it didn't do when that line of text was still there. And we can see what
you're taking out a mistake. That's not adding a new function. It's getting a function that it was supposed to have already. It was already supposed to have that function, because it would take thousands of lines of code to do that function. And so you found a mistake. So you took out the mistake. You didn't add a new function. You allowed a function already programmed to function. You didn't add a new function. Like taking the brakes off my car does not add a new function where now the car can roll. It already could roll.
Right, so the program couldn't roll, it was broken, and then we removed it, and then it could roll. So it couldn't roll, so it had no rolling function, and we removed the text, and it could roll, so it had a new rolling function. With the function, it can't roll. Without the function, it can.
So if you removed a line of code, let's say you have a computer, let's take PowerPoint as an example, because I'm familiar with that one, and we remove a line of code, can it therefore launch rockets? No. That would be a new function. You're not giving any examples of a new function. Taking the parking brake off of my car does not give it the new function of being able to roll. It already was designed to roll. And the parking brake was preventing it from rolling, and we removed it. You may have a line of code that's scrambled in your computer that's preventing an already existing pre-programmed function from happening. And you find the mistake, you take it out. You did not create a new function. You allowed it to function as it was designed. Simple.
Well, I don't think so, because if I tried to design it and it doesn't work at any point before removing this code, then it has no function yet. It's broken code. It has no function.
You're trying to design it to function. Let's say take spell check as an example. You would like your computer to automatically spot words that are not in the dictionary, and it doesn't recognize it. So it underlines it and flashes a light, says, hey, This word is misspelled. Oh, so you go back and you fix the misspelled word. It already had spell check. My car already had the ability to roll. A very complicated system of things have to happen to make it roll. The pistons going up and down, the fuel being injected or being inducted through the intake manifold. It already has a really complex system of fuel injection or turning the engine, the pistons, the rings, the bearings. I could explain that for hours if you would like. But the function of a car rolling down the street is incredibly complicated. Child's play compared to a cell in your body. But the parking brake was preventing it from rolling. So I took it off. I removed the parking brake function, took a line of code out. I didn't create anything new. I don't see how you can't see it, Tom. I don't think I can help you on this one.
All right, well, let's go back to the point where you said that you need two like a male and a female to both have the same mutation for that mutation to go on to the children. Is that correct?
Well, that would depend on which mutation. Of course, a lot of things can happen. Some in the gene code of male and female with humans, for instance, there are some things carried in the male gene code, the Y chromosome, that the females don't even have. So, but if you're talking about a new function, which you keep mentioning, and you cannot see that this is not true, you can allow a function to function, but you're not creating a new function. So, yes, if you want something brand new, let's suppose you get frogs, a frog that grows wings and can fly. Well, that's a new function that frogs don't have. Now it has to find another female frog that also has this function, or else it's going to get weeded out of the population by mutation or atrophy. There's nobody to mate with. So that would be an example. A frog growing wings and being able to fly would be a new function. And there are no examples of that. I'm making it up to show how silly it is. It doesn't happen. So then, yes, you would need two of the opposite sex, and they'd have to be in the same place. If you had a male frog in Indonesia and a female frog in China or in South America, they're not going to find each other. It's not going to work.
So I define a new function as just it does anything differently. If it does anything differently, that's a new function for me. So
that's your problem. The definition of your word is your problem. A new function would have to have new information. A frog that can hop, if it suddenly learned how to walk, okay, it already has incredible muscular structure and skeletal structure and nervous system that allows it to hop, and it probably could get a new function of deciding, oh, I want to walk instead. Okay, that's primitive compared to, if you're going to use that as information, that type of example to say, therefore, bacteria and whales didn't, had a common ancestor, which is what evolution teaches. Bacteria and whales have a common ancestor, and pine trees and whales are related to each other. I think that's dumb. Now, people are welcome to believe that kind of stuff. I don't care what people believe, but I do resent paying for that to be taught in the school system to all the children as if it is science when it's purely religious, and it should not be in our public schools.
All right, so my position is that all life has the exact same information. There's no new information between anything of life. All life has the same ATCG. It's all the same.
I completely disagree. They have the same code. That is not the same as saying they have information. All computers are based on the binary code, zeros and ones. Does that mean all computers have the same information? No, they have the same code. Get it right.
So the ATCG isn't the binary, the 1 and 0. The ATCG is the lines of code. Those are what tell the proteins what they're going to do. So it's like, it's not the 1s and 0s. Those are the lines of code.
That is not correct. ATCG is not the line of code. It is the programming language, like zeros and ones. ATCG is the alphabet. The lines of code contain all those ACTG in a correct order. So the order of those CATG, ATC, however you want to say it, has to be in the correct order to make any sense. Just like arranging letters of the English alphabet doesn't always make sense. There are millions of ways to put a random series of letters together that makes no sense whatsoever. I could simply start typing on the keyboard blindly and produce whole paragraphs of nonsense, meaningless. In order for the code, the CATG, to do any good, it has to be in a particular sequence. It has to be readable by the RNA. So you're dreaming to say that the CATG is the code. No, it is not the code. All this long string of these together, thousands of them together, that's the code that causes the function, like developing an arm or an eye or growing a hair. Just the simple CATG is not simple. That's like saying, well, all the words are made of just letters of the alphabet, therefore fling them out there and that's how it works. No, it doesn't work. You have to arrange them with an intelligent mind to say, let's put these in order. Let's put C-A-T to spell cat.
Right. So I see the ATCG are like the lines of code in Microsoft. It starts with the command line. It starts. So this is. I'm pretty sure I'm right about this, but I just want to.
Right about that. They are not the lines of code any more than ABC is the lines of code in a computer or in English. ABCD is not the line of code. It is the language the code is written in, and there's your problem. CATG, ATCG is the alphabet for the life forms, but it's not the code for the life forms. Any more than zeros and ones. Zeros and ones are not the lines of code. That's the language the code is written in, but you got to get them in the right order or it doesn't make any sense. All the lines of code are a bunch of zeros and ones if you look at them, but that's not, the 0 and the 1 is not the line of code. It is the alphabet for the line of code.
So we have this ATCG. We have a whole big list of ATCG, and we have microevolution, which causes changes to the orders in this ATCG. And if there are any bad changes, they die off. And if there are only good changes, they survive. So we have to have the good changes to cause the positive evolution. We see this in the lab. We can see it in butterflies. We can see it in E. coli. We can see it in mice. We can see it in flies. We observe that they have positive changes that make them better. And that's so we got that. We got all of that. We can observe it in the lab. Now that would be like saying +1. We can say +1. I can count like +1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But I can't count to a trillion because to count to a trillion would take 32,000 years or something. But it's reasonable for me to think that if I keep adding 1, 1 + 1 + 1, I would eventually get to a trillion, right? That's a reasonable belief, correct?
That's correct. That's mathematics. If you keep adding 1, now is this an intelligent person doing this or is this happening randomly by chance? You get monkeys typing on your keyboard, they're never going to develop a computer code to launch a missile. Never. Not going to happen. So you're wanting to make random changes, just things that just happen randomly. All of a sudden, start to make sense in a computer code, and it doesn't happen. I don't know who taught you it does, but it doesn't. That's not science. That's religion. You can believe that if you'd like, but that's not observable science.
So we have one code, which is let's assume that this starts at 0, and it causes changes. So it has a bad change, which is a -1. It has a positive change, which is a +1. The -1 and the 0 die, and the +1 survives. And the +1 has more children. It has a negative change and it has a positive change. And then the 0 and the 1 die, and we have the 2. And the 2 has a children. It has a positive change and a negative change. And then the 1 and the 2 die, and we have a 3. So just with microevolution, we can get the +1, +1, +1, +1. All of the bad changes die off. Only the good changes survive. So we have the +1, +1. Isn't it reasonable to think that this can keep going on to get to like a trillion, even though we can't see it get to a trillion, just like the numbers example?
It is totally unreasonable to think that would happen because in order for this system to work, what you're dreaming of, you have to have a whole ecosystem around it to supply other things that there's interaction with millions of other kinds of animals. There's a network of life where we breathe in oxygen, give off CO2. The plants breathe in CO2, give off oxygen. Without one, the other dies. Without both, one of them, both die. So it is not reasonable to think, and you imagine like SpongeBob, that this can happen. This isn't observable. It isn't reasonable. I don't think it's a religious belief. And no, you're not ever going to get to a trillion. You're not ever going to get to 5. Because you said if they had children. Hold on, now that involves a whole bunch of really complex mechanisms just to have children. What are they going to eat? What are they going to breathe? What are they going to drink? Where are they going to live? How do you protect them from predators? No, that is totally unreasonable. But if you choose to believe that, that's your choice.
Well, I'm talking about like the fruit fly examples where we do them in the lab. We can see the genetic changes where they add new functions, or if you don't want to call them new functions, they just do something differently or do something better. And the ones that do things better survive, and the ones that do things worse die. We can observe that in the lab. So there's microevolution of these fruit flies. The ones that survive better live longer. The ones that have negative changes die off. And we always get a +1, +1, +1 to get to like a +50 or a +500 or +5,000 in the case of like E. coli and other things. So we can observe all of that in the lab.
Okay, that is totally incorrect. We do not observe fruit flies having any better or new functions. Go study what they've created. They've nuked the flies and microwaved them and x-rayed them and exposed them to toxins of all kinds. They have never developed a fly, any of the flies, of the thousands of mutations, None of the mutations are better off than the ordinary fly they started with. None of them have new functions. Some have no eyes. Some are blind. Some have 4 wings and they can't fly. Some have no wings. You cannot point to a single example in the fruit fly experiment, which is a classic one because they've gone through thousands of generations of fruit flies, which would be the equivalent of billions of years of human life or whale life or dinosaur life. None of the flies are better off than great-grandpa fly. None of them. So whoever taught you there's a better new information lied to you. Get your money back.
Sure, there's a study right here done by Florida State University that shows exactly what I just said.
Okay, what did they show exactly? Show me the beneficial fly that's better off than the ordinary fly they started with.
Sure, I would be happy to. I can send it to you. I don't know if I can read the entire study right now.
Okay.
This is a pretty common feature. If you want to look at it, it's David Hoyle and Gear Bolstead. The mutation predicts 40 million years of flywing evolution through these experiments. So we've observed this. We can observe the better surviving flies just through changes in microevolution, and we can observe it in not just flies, but also mice and rats and all kinds of things, and E. coli and bacteria. And the reason we need to get new vaccines every year is because the bacteria that we had the vaccine to prevent has died off, and one with the new mutation has made it stronger so that it's now immune to the antibacterial. So we see this all the time.
I will search. No, we do not see this all the time. And let's take one topic at a time. I will search for the article by David Hoyle, Florida State University. You're saying they developed a better wing. Would you please elaborate on that? What do you mean they got a better wing? Do you mean they actually caused a fly to have better wings with this mutation with 40 million years condensed into one lifetime?
You'd have to read the study. I'm not an expert on it, but I'm pretty sure that would be. So, but just let's go with the easy one that we all know and love, is that we need new vaccines for every kind of new bacteria. We have an antibacterial. The antibacterial stops working because of microevolution that makes the bacterial stronger, so it's immune to the antibacterial. So we need to get a new one.
Okay. I think you will find that in every case, something that is causing, let's take the bacterial infection, okay? And they develop something, an antibacterial, that will kill those bacteria. And then one of them all of a sudden is not killed by that antibiotic for whatever reason. It is always a loss of information. Go back to my analogy of they're coming through handcuffing everybody, hauling them off to kill them, and you don't have any arms, so they can't handcuff you. Oh, well, that's not it's beneficial for the moment. You get to survive, and eventually the whole population may be armless. And now they can't handcuff them anymore. That would be an example. So now they need a new vaccine. Well, let's get leg cuffs, okay, instead. That's the type of thing you're doing here. You're seeing bacteria that somehow survived against an antibiotic because they had a loss of information. You did not demonstrate they had new information. You demonstrated they survived. That would be the same with armless people surviving in a society where they're handcuffing people. That's not new information, and it's not helpful. And if you put those bacteria that did survive out into the population of all the other bacteria, they wouldn't survive. They're just against that one particular threat, that one particular antibiotic. In the wild, this doesn't happen in nature. It is imagination SpongeBob stuff to think that it does. So, no, you have not given any examples. They have to develop new vaccines. I would be against the whole vaccine industry to begin with. I think the whole concept is wrong, but that's a different story. But if you're giving somebody a vaccination to prevent them from getting a particular disease, and all of a sudden the vaccine stops working and they get that disease anyway, that means that whatever the item was that is causing the disease, the bacteria, the parasite, whatever, may have developed a resistance to that antibiotic or that vaccine, but it didn't do so by getting new information. It lost its arms. It can't be handcuffed now. All the examples I'm aware of in this field, especially with vaccinations, et cetera, are examples of losing information, not gaining. And if you want to think that that is going to turn an amoeba to a whale over trillions or quadrillions of years, you can believe that if you want, but that's not science. It's not observable. It's a religious belief. And I admire your faith. I don't admire your science in that instance, but I admire your faith.
So we can definitely see it's gaining. It's not losing information. It has a longer genetic code and new functions.
We do not see it's gaining information. We don't see that. We see it as surviving. That doesn't mean it's gaining information. Why do you not see that?
Right. So I just define new information as it can do something new that none of the other things could ever do before.
That's not information. That's like somebody who with no arms can now survive when they're handcuffing people. That's not new information. That's a loss of information. The bacteria have a loss of information somewhere that now the antibiotic can't hook up to it, can't kill it, can't dehydrate it or whatever, however it's killing it. You did not demonstrate that it's new information. It may be surviving now, the other ones wouldn't, but as I said, that's not new information, and it's not helpful to the bacteria, and in the general population, it would die off or be blended back. It wouldn't survive. There are no examples where this happens, where it survives and takes over the population. We don't know that that butterfly that took over the population, assume the story is true, the butterfly took over the population and now all of them are resistant to that bacteria. It is still a butterfly. It didn't gain any new functions. It's a butterfly.
So if bacteria didn't take over the population, then why do we have to give the injections to everyone? It doesn't make any, it doesn't, I don't really follow your logic here, because it seems like the new bacteria does take over the population of pretty much everyone and affects everyone because it does take over the population.
Well, it would take over the population with an inferior bacteria that can't be killed because something went wrong, something mutated in that bacteria. Now that antibiotic can't latch onto it to kill it. I think if you study this at the microscopic level, you'll see it lost information. Usually in the, if I recall, some of the examples have been where the cell wall no longer has the right portals for the antibacteria to enter it and kill it. I don't have the details on that. It's been years and years since I studied that. But again, it was a loss of information, not a gain. And you're welcome to believe this stuff, but it's guys like you that want to force all the kids in the public schools to learn this stuff like it is science, and you want to force all the people in America to pay you for it while it happens. That's unconstitutional. That's not common sense. It's not even morally right.
So we have an example of, I have no idea how to pronounce this. It's MRSA. It's a new strain of Streptococcus, something or another. It's adapted to become immune to all of the antiviral and antibacterial stuff because it's gained a new function where it can process those things, which could never have done before. It's not a loss of information. It's a new information that's been gained. You can, the Wikipedia is what I'm using right here. It's pretty easy if you could go to it and look at it. It's fairly obvious. It is definitely gaining information, because it has a new function. It's processing, it's taking the antibacterial or the response mechanism and doing something physically different to it. So it's not a loss of information. It's not like losing your hands. It's like gaining more hands.
I'll have to see that to believe that. I'd also have to point out that this does not demonstrate that that process can be carried on for long periods of time and therefore turn a bacteria to a whale. That is, it does not explain that at all. It's this is one tiny step, like saying, look, I can jump 6 inches high, therefore we could jump to the moon if we practice enough. No, you cannot jump to the moon no matter how much you practice.
Right, this is just a +1. This is just a +1. And if we can add +1 to +1 to +1 to +1, it's pretty reasonable to believe that it'll keep going to plus a trillion if you take a long enough time, right? You said that was reasonable.
But you're appealing to the unseen. This is where it becomes a religion, not a science. This is not observable. Nobody ever sees any bacteria produce a non-bacteria. Never.
Right. And we've never seen a human being ever count to a trillion. It's just not even possible for a human being to do. But we can still say, because we can count from 1 to 100, that we can infer that that same process can get to a trillion.
There's no question. You could count to a trillion if you had enough time and had nothing else to do and had somebody paying for your lunch while you did it. I think that'd be a complete waste of time. Just get a computer to do it. I taught math. Okay, but that's not example that's going to turn a bacteria to a whale. So, and it's not new information. It's a survivability thing. It may be able to survive now where it couldn't before. You may get a bacteria that learns to actually eat and live off of the antibiotic that you give it. Wow, that's like me being on an island learning to live off of, coconut shells. I suppose if you are starving, you could learn, ask people that have gone to concentration camps, have learned to live off some pretty unsavory things. Their body adapted to that. During World War II, the zoos in England They said, look, no more meat for the lions. Sorry, we got to give it to the soldiers. And so the lions, very reluctantly, learned to live off of cabbage and vegetation. They already had a digestive system. They already had a mouth and a chewing system, a teeth and salivary glands. They didn't get any new information. They just adapted to a new diet. That's all. And they're still a lion. And when all was said and done, after the war was over, they gave them meat. Now they could go back to what they were before. That was an adaptation. And what you're describing is an adaptation, not a new information. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this, Tom. You've already got it settled in your head what you want to believe. So is there any other topics you'd like to discuss? I disagree. There's no new information in the fly or the bacteria or anything. There's an adaptation to the environment, which is not new information.
All right, so I can not use the term new information. I can say that the microevolution causes the DNA to change, and there's the new child can have a better survivability, and then that new child can have microevolution, which causes its genetics change, and that its child can have better survivability. And if we keep adding survivability, then the child that's like 1 trillion down the line will have a whole lot more survivability than the first child. So much so that it could possibly explain all the different species of life, because they all have different levels of survivability.
That's a fairy tale, but you're welcome to believe it. That's not what we see. What we see is cows produce cows, and you get varieties that happen. You get cows that give more milk, cows that have more beef, cows that can run faster, but you're never going to get a cow with a jet engine that can travel around the world in 24 minutes. You're not going to happen. There are limits. Yes, there are variations that happen, but there are limits to the variation, and they have to already be in the gene code.
I agree completely. So as far as I know, the limits on evolution are, one, it can only create things that are selected for by the environment. It can't break the laws of physics, and it can't break the laws of logic. Those are essentially the limitations. And as far as I can tell, again, all forms of life are just different combinations of ATCG. So if you have one single-celled organism even that can mutate and have a child who has more survivability, and that mutates and have a child to have even more survivability, which we can observe this in fruit flies and butterflies and rats and mice. We see this happening just with microevolution, where some children have more survivability than others. It seems reasonable, since this more survivability is just a different combination of the ATCG, that we can get the entire diversity of life starting from a single cell with just that ATCG and more levels of survivability. Just like counting 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, we can do to 100. We can't do it to 1 trillion, but it's reasonable to believe that we can go with this process to 1 trillion. They seem like to be the exact same thing to me. I don't see the difference.
I really believe you that you don't see the difference. Now that I believe, okay? I wish you would. And all life form is not just CATG, okay? Just like all books in the world are not just ABC. No. They're ABC arranged in a particular order to portray thoughts. There's more to a book than just ink on paper. It's not just ink on paper. It's ink in a particular shape, like the letters of the alphabet, arranged in a particular order, like common sense English sentence structure and paragraph structure, etc. So all of life is not just a simple CATG. It's just not. That is the letters of the alphabet that we write the biological code with, and all the proteins are written with that code, and the lines of code do have CATG arranged in a particular order. And it's very easy for that to go bad. If you had a computer that could read books, and as soon as it came across a misspelled word, it shut the computer down, shut it down. Okay? That would be similar to mutations happening in this code. CATG, something goes wrong, computer shuts down. Life stops, it dies. And Tom, I don't think I'm going to get you to see this. I think we're wasting our time here. You said you don't believe in a God. You really think this process you're describing can explain how we got here? Is that going to form the world? Is that going to create life to begin with? Is that going to change an amoeba to a whale over trillions of years? You really believe that?
Yeah, I think so. I think we can see the relation between an amoeba and a whale is the exact same as the relation between you and your cousins and your children and your parents. We can see it in the DNA. We can just do a DNA comparison between you and your parents and see that you both have the same genetic modification that only exists in your family and no one else's family. And we can do the same thing between whales and amoeba or any other species and show they are similarly have a DNA pattern that only exists between that branch of the family tree.
And all of this happened by chance for no reason. What is the purpose of life, Tom? What's going to happen when you die?
I have no idea.
You're not worried about it?
Not really. I think that we can't. Why should I be afraid of something that can't exist at the same time I do by definition?
Okay. If you're happy with that, we'll see you Judgment Day. So you're not worried about what you die because you can't be dead and alive at the same time. Brilliant logic. Brilliant. So you're not worried about driving because as long as you're driving, you're okay. You don't worry about the other cars because you haven't wrecked them yet.
Well, I think it's equally as likely that any one alternative of what's going to happen after I die is no more plausible than any other. And so thinking that maybe I could, for example, if I converted to Christianity and thinking I could go to heaven for that, it's just as likely that there's a God who will send you to hell for believing in Christianity. So there's no reason for me to pick one or the other. And it seems like I should just withhold judgment because that's probably the most reasonable approach.
All right. I have in my hand an ink pen. Let's see, where's this thing made at? I don't know, don't care. But this had a designer, quite obviously, and it was designed for a purpose to, transmit ink to paper so you could write things. I think it's obvious that all life on Earth had a designer, and it was designed for a purpose. Our job is to find out what is that purpose and who is this designer? Does he want anything out of me or she? Do they expect anything? I think that's very logical to say, hey, just like you can find a screw on the parking lot and say, this didn't happen by chance, somebody designed this screw. I think it's reasonable to say somebody designed the code, somebody designed the order the code is put into, CATG, to make these proteins. Somebody designed the arrangement of all these proteins to make these cells. If you choose to not see a creator, well then, okay. The Bible talks in 2 Peter chapter 3 that in the last days there would be scoffers who would come who would be willingly ignorant about the creation. That's you, Tom. Put your name by that verse. 2 Peter chapter 3. Put your name there. That's you. You don't want to believe. It wouldn't matter what I showed you. You don't want to believe.
That's kind of true because I see a big problem with Christianity in the fact that if there was an all-good, all-powerful God, it would have created the best of all possible worlds. And we clearly don't live in the best of all possible worlds, so there can't be an all-good, all-powerful God.
Okay. So all cars should run forever, and they don't. Therefore, nobody makes cars.
Well, an all-powerful designer definitely doesn't make them. So somebody who's has limited makes them.
Or a powerful creator did make it and we messed it up. Maybe it's our fault it's not working right, not his. And maybe he's got to fix it back one day like he intended it originally. It wouldn't be right for God to make Adam and Eve as robots. He made Adam and Eve and gave them freedom of choice. Just like it's not right for you to grab your wife around the neck and say, tell me you love me or I'm going to smack you. Well, that's not right, okay? You want her to want to love you voluntarily. If she doesn't want to, okay. But you don't force that kind of thing. And God's not going to force you to serve him or love him or even believe in him. You can do whatever you want. I think he made it really obvious with everything in nature. You could look at an amoeba under the microscope and you'd have to say, wow, there's a designer. We take the tour of our property here at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. We show the people where there's whole rows of trees planted in nice, neat rows because it was a gravel pit for years. After they got done mining the gravel, they planted the trees and they put them in nice, neat rows. That doesn't happen naturally. I have no idea who planted the trees, but I know somebody planted them because they're in a row. That just speaks of design. When I look through a microscope or a telescope or just my eyeballs, I can see design everywhere I look. You don't want to see design because that would mean a designer and you're running from him for some reason. I don't know. We'll see you Judgment Day. But the Bible says God made man and he gave him freedom of choice. And some have chosen they don't want to believe in him. Okay. But I'm going to feel real foolish Judgment Day. Real foolish.
So from my perspective, I think if there was an all-good, all-powerful God, it would have created a world where every single person essentially gets their own universe and they can do whatever they want with it. You can still have free will and suffering and evil. You just aren't forced involuntarily into any position that you don't voluntarily choose to be a part of. And that seems to me the only world that an all-good, all-powerful God could create. Anything else is just, by definition, slavery. So because we don't each have our own universe that we can choose to be a part of, and we're forced against our will to be a part of this world, it means that God must necessarily be immoral for putting us into this situation.
So you want to create God in your image. I see. That's what the devil wanted to do in Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28. He wanted to become God. I think that's what you want, Tom. You want to be God. You want to create your own universe. Go ahead. Go make one.
Well, I think that's if there was an all-good God, he would have done this. I think I don't want to be God. I want every individual to have sovereignty over themselves. And so no individual should be able to force any other individual to do anything they don't consent to, including
Okay.
God.
Wait. Would that include forcing kids in public school to learn evolution even though they don't want to learn it? Do you think that should be forced on all the kids in the public school? They should all be made to learn this theory?
Well, I think they should have their own universe and they can do whatever they want in it.
Well, they don't. So meanwhile, in this universe, kids who believe in God go to public school and their textbooks say it all happened by chance. There is no God. The earth is billions of years old. And yet the kids who read their Bible say, no, the earth is about 6,000 years old. That's what this book teaches. And that's what I believe. Should we force all kids in the public schools to be taught the earth is billions of years old and dinosaurs died out millions of years ago? Should that be forced on all the kids?
I think the schools should teach what is supported by the evidence. Whatever is supported by the most evidence is what should be taught in schools.
So you're saying, yes, we should force them to believe that because you happen to think that is supported by the most evidence. What if I think the most evidence supports the fact that dinosaurs lived with man? They called them dragons. People killed them. They always lived with man. How about that's what the evidence really shows? I mean, why are there thousands of legends of dragons? There are also thousands of sightings in the last 100 years or so of that maybe some dinosaurs still alive, like Loch Ness Monster type stuff. I'll watch my video 3. I think the evidence clearly supports dinosaurs did not live millions of years ago. They've always lived with man, maybe under a different name, a dragon or something, and that they're part of normal creation. I think everybody should be forced to learn that. How's that go?
If that was supported by the evidence, I would totally agree with you. But I don't see the difference. Like, how do you get to the
supported by the evidence? And so do the majority of Americans. How come a minority, 10% of the population that claim to be atheists, how come the minority of your people are able to force their belief on everybody? Why don't you guys go start your own private school and force your belief on those kids who want to come? See, they have to go to school. This is not something optional. So you are forcing everybody against their will to learn what you want them to learn. I don't care what the evidence shows. Even that is just simply morally wrong. And how can there be morals anyway if there's no God? I got to go. Tom, time's up. I got lots going on here. But thank you for having me on your program. And if anybody would like to do this again sometime, I'd be honored. But I don't think you made any headway at all in proving your point. Certainly not to me, you haven't. And if you want to believe this new information comes from rearranging, scrambling letters of the alphabet, enjoy yourself. But it's not science.
Well, thanks for coming on. I appreciate you giving me your time. And I hope to talk with you again sometime.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Thanks for letting me know the volume is low. We're turning it up right now, so I think it'll be better in a second. Basically, with that, we are going to give TJump an opportunity to just talk about what he's been up to on his channel, and we're glad to have you here, Tom. Thanks so much for coming on. And what have you been up to, Tom?
Thanks for having me on. I always enjoy doing these debates. I'm TJump. I'm an atheist, by which I mean I believe there are no reasons to believe in a God, and I spend time on my channel debating people who disagree with that statement. I wrote a model of epistemology and morality, and all my arguments stem from these two things, and I'm trying to promote them, which is why I do these debates. And I hope you'll come join and subscribe to my channel.
Excellent. Well, that's great. We appreciate you being here, Tom. And thanks for your feedback in the live chat. Oh, it's embarrassing, guys. One day we're going to have a stream with no issues. I promise, it's coming. So next, Standing for Truth is here, and he looks an awful lot like a DNA helix, but he's actually human, and we're glad that he's here. All right.
You're not supposed to tell people my secret, James.
That's not my wife. That's a picture of her. Okay. All right. So that's an old Kent Hovind line. So anyway, Standing for Truth, glad to have you here. That's not him. That's just a picture of a DNA helix. What have you been up to, Standing for Truth?
James, thanks for having me on. I always appreciate it. It's always a good time. Just the usual, doing discussions. I just had a debate 2 nights ago with a cell biologist. Snake was right. Really good. I recommend everyone go listen to it. Other than that, just like TJump said, hopefully people can go over and subscribe. I think there's a lot of fun to be had in 2019. So I'm looking forward to this. Thanks again, James.
You bet. Well, we're glad you're both here. We're not going to take much longer. We will just say, if you're new here, we're glad you're here. No matter what worldview you are, we enjoy your company. So thanks for stopping by. If you want to, feel free to hit that subscribe button, as we got a lot of debates coming up, and we are going to try to run them as fairly as possible. We want to give everybody a fair shake. And so with that, this is my attempt at giving TJump and Standing for Truth a fair shake on creation evolution. We are going to start with 10-minute openings from each side, followed by 40 minutes of open dialogue between the speakers, 5-minute closings, and then a 25-minute Q&A. So I am setting the clock right now. And with that, Standing for Truth, I'm going to start it on your first word. I'm assuming, I know that you guys talked beforehand, but if you have something different other than Standing for Truth starting, that's usually how we've done it, just because usually we talk about, like, is creationism true, and Standing's taking the affirmative. But Tom, if you want to start, that's okay too. And oh, that's right, we are going to go to full screen. No problem, we can accommodate that. I forgot to set that up, but we will right now. So with that, Standing for Truth, if you are ready, I am going to start the timer, and like I said, you have 10 minutes.
Yep, as long as you can see you can see my screen.
In about
I can see it.
2 seconds, everybody will. And you are set with full screen.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much. Let's get right into it then. Origins debate, biblical creation versus evolution. It all comes down to testable and falsifiable predictions. We look to the created heterozygosity hypothesis. At the end of the day, based on the fact that God and his command to be fruitful and multiply, probably didn't want that to be carried out by cloning. We look to this created DNA differences placed into the created kinds, placed into Adam and Eve. So if you have these heterozygous ancestors, that's just a fancy way of saying pre-existing diversity. An almost limitless variety of combinations of chromosomes, genes, and traits are possible. And starting with those heterozygous organisms, based on that placement of encoded DNA differences, visible distinctiveness in offspring is going to be quick. With this amazing and designed functional heterozygosity, though, even at a tiny fraction of their nucleotides, through the processes of gene conversion and recombination, so it's not even just mutations. Mutations would provide a little diversity, but it's gene conversion and recombination that we look to, and that would provide essentially an unlimited range of useful diversity that would be produced. And of course, this model makes testable predictions, so hopefully we get into that in the discussion portion. But these design variants would be expected to be created within useful linkage groups and would have originated at high allelic frequencies. And like I said, this hypothesis makes testable and falsifiable predictions. Now, starting from a literal interpretation of Genesis, we can make many other predictions. For example, if we only started with 2 people, all the people today should have a low genetic diversity. And if we started with millions of people, which would be opposite of the biblical creation model, you're going to have a lot of genes floating around a population of 1 million strong. But if you only started with 2 people, Adam and Eve, that really restricts the diversity today. And if the Bible is correct as well, if you're looking at the slide here, looking at the predictions we have made, Adam is our ancestor. There should only be 1 male ancestor of humanity. And mitochondrial DNA, it's this little piece of DNA inherited exclusively from our mothers. Now we can build a family tree of all the females in the world, and there should only be 1 female ancestor. If evolution is true, on the other hand, the pond scum to people type evolution, I mean, those don't have to be true. And Eve, as we know from the Bible, was taken from Adam. And so most genes should come in 2 versions. And this is exactly what we find. And each of the data in this slide are not actually disputed by evolutionists. And this evidence that I just provided is 100% consistent with young Earth creation predictions, taken under a literal interpretation of Genesis. It's too close for comfort for evolutionists. Now, talking about the created heterozygosity hypothesis, we expect change. We expect change in allele frequencies over time, but it's that type of change that we're going to disagree on, because Mutations in natural selection, they're going to lack significant creative powers, and there's going to be a limit and a barrier to that change. So neo-Darwinism, that on the other hand, lacks incredible explanatory power in regards to the origin of phenotypic complexity, anatomical novelty, and the origin of non-gradual modes of transition, abrupt fossil appearance, for example. So if by evolution you mean dogs and wolves are related through common ancestry, we're not going to have a problem, because that's expected and predicted under our model of created heterozygosity. But if by evolution you mean dogs, bananas, whales, and pine trees are related through common ancestry, that we're obviously going to have a problem. Now, we look to nested hierarchies. Obviously, the design model that I'm talking about predicts nested hierarchies, because since we're made in the image of God, we can then get a sense for what kinds of design patterns God might have used by studying and examining the patterns that result from human designs. And at the same time, we would even predict mosaic creatures, say as is found in the fossil record with such examples, say Tiktaalik, because some products of human design also appear to span two categories. It should be obvious and agreeable that boats and tanks would fall into entirely different classes. Yet there exist vehicles that blend the features of these two different means of transportation. Take an amphibious assault vehicle, for example, which is resistant to classification. This would be the perfect example of a transitional form. This vehicle is designed for the transitional environments between water and land. Even with the invention of crossover vehicles, you look at something like a Dodge Journey or a Ford Flex, resist classification. So it comes down to competing explanations. And as I've shown, genetics confirms a biblical base model. Even post-flood, we would see, based on mitochondrial DNA haplogroups, the LMN haplogroups, they go into these three haplogroups, which is completely consistent with Noah's 3 daughters-in-law, which would have repopulated the earth after the flood. So the history of humanity is in our genome. What we know about mitochondrial DNA as well of humans fits the 6,000-year timescale, explains the 3 major haplogroups and the relative differences, the DNA differences that we use to build this phylogenetic tree between pre and post-flood humanity. Now, we can get into objections later if they're brought up, but the testable predictions that we make that are falsifiable in regards to the created heterozygosity hypothesis has to do with functional and non-functional DNA, the non-coding DNA regions. And we know junk DNA, the junk DNA era is dead. It's been overturned. So we'll get into that a little bit more later. Evolution itself has actually been falsified based on genetics, based on a lot of the same genetic data that we're using to demonstrate creation. Now, if you want to look at 2 separate created kinds, we got humans that are said to be made in the image of God, and human and chimpanzees that evolutionists say are related through common ancestry. But if you look at the data that they look at and that they examine, it's based on preferential and selective treatment of data. It's cherry picked. They use sequences that they would expect to be similar. What they don't include is non-aligned DNA, gaps, copy number variations, and size differences. So the actual genetic identity based on these calculations, based on advanced data, is only about 88% or lower. And to put that into perspective, that's over 400 million DNA differences that actually exist between the 2 species. Now, what is the reality? Humans are not apes, and they were created separately and uniquely in the image of God. Not only does the Bible prove this, but so does DNA evidence. Human chromosome number 2, for example, and a lot of this goes back into the junk DNA, which has been overturned. Human chromosome 2, for example, there's a lack of evidence for a cryptic centromere site, and the alleged site where the fusion supposedly took place actually represents a highly organized functional gene. Pseudogenes, shared genetic mistakes that they'll use to build their phylogenetic trees, the nested hierarchies. The thing is, we know very little of the DNA language based on the gold standard of testing, which is gene knockout tests. Now these pseudogenes are now known to be functional DNA elements and not mistakes, and that is a testable prediction based on our model of created heterozygosity. We can even get into specific genetic markers later. Now, the biggest part of our model, genetic entropy, that is the main focus here on the biblical base model. The biblical base model predicts death, degeneration, and extinction after the fall based on the sin of Adam and Eve. We would predict we are going down and not up. Many changes due to mutation and natural selection would be based on adaptive degeneration, and that's exactly what we see. We observe death, degeneration, and extinction. Think of it this way. We have a genome of 3 billion letters. If you take out one letter or change one letter randomly, are you going to have a huge fitness effect? It'll have a tiny fitness effect, obviously. And in fact, it's like rust on a car. You can't see each rust event, but it's continuous and destructive. That's why I say the god of the evolutionist is time. With time, you can do what we can't see observable evidence in time today do. And time is no help to bacteria to biologist evolution. We're going down, not up, clearly based on genetic degeneration. And for numerous reasons,
1 minute
if we
left.
get into, how much longer?
1 minute.
Awesome. For numerous reasons, when we get into our discussion part of the debate, rare beneficial mutations, they're not going to sufficiently compensate for the relentless influx of deleterious mutations. And natural selection, on the other hand, it's constrained by selection interference. And this is consistent with a biblical-based model that records a time when people had extremely long lives. So we're going to have to talk about natural selection. We're going to have to talk about beneficial mutations, and if they can counterbalance the influx of deleterious mutations, because we know beneficial mutations are rare, and there's a continuous supply of low-impact deleterious mutations coming into the population. So in light of the evidence, the bottom line, we agree that natural selection happens, mutation happens, but they lack creative power, and we're going down, not up. We are degenerating. All the evidence, genetic-wise, confirms a biblical-based model. It's a double whammy. It confirms a biblical-based model, and it refutes a model of evolutionary theory. Thanks so much, James. I'm good to go.
Thanks so much to you, Standing for Truth. We appreciate it. And then we will switch back over into our normal format. So now we will give an introductory statement, or I should say hear an introductory statement from TJump. So thanks for that, Standing for Truth. And TJump, excited to hear yours as well. I will start the clock on your first word.
All right, thanks. So when talking about evolution versus creation, the first thing you need to realize is that debate is not how scientists resolve issues in science. Scientists don't care about debate at all because words are not scientific evidence. Nothing my opponent has to say is evidence. It's not evidence against evolution. It's not evidence for creation. It's just stuff in his head. Science is built on things, empirical evidence of things occurring in the world, not conceptual evidence of things occurring in our head. Theology, politics, and philosophy are resolved by debate because they are concerned with stuff in our head. So what is empirical evidence and why do we need it? If we see a cup fall over, well, what could have caused this to happen? Maybe the wind knocked it over. Maybe somebody bumped the table it was on. Maybe it was a mouse or a squirrel or a bird. Maybe someone used psychic powers or magic or God or a ghost, invisible leprechauns, aliens, asteroids. Maybe the entire world was created 5 minutes ago with the cup already laying on its side and the memories of seeing it fall were illusory. There are infinitely many ways to explain how the cup fell over, all of which except one are imaginary. Therefore, we need some way to filter out the imaginary explanations and leave us with what is reasonable to believe caused the event to happen. Now, all of the infinitely many explanations can explain all past and present data using post hoc or ad hoc reasoning. For example, if we see mouse droppings around the cup, the fallen cup, I can explain that by saying a mouse knocked over the cup and left the droppings. Or I could say a mouse left the droppings and didn't knock over the cup. And I could just pick any of the other infinitely many ways to explain how the cup fell over. All of the infinitely many things can all explain both the cups falling over and the mouse droppings. But if there were no mouse droppings, I could say a mouse did knock over the cup and did leave the droppings, but they were blown away by the wind. Or I could say the mouse just didn't eat that day, so it knocked over the cup, but didn't leave any droppings. All of the infinitely ways can likewise explain the cup falling over and no mouse droppings. All of the infinitely many explanations can explain all past and present data using post or ad hoc reasoning. So no analysis of past or present data is evidence because it can be explained by literally any of the explanations. Therefore, in order to filter out the imaginary explanations, we don't analyze the past and present, we look to the future, namely future testable predictions, novel future testable predictions. If your explanation can make predictions about the future, which we do not already know, and they are confirmed, then we have reason to believe that your explanation is not one of the imaginary ones. This doesn't just apply to fallen cups, but to literally everything. There are infinitely many ways to explain everything. This is known as the problem of underdetermination in science. For example, the topic tonight, the diversity of species and evolution, which can be explained in infinitely many ways as well. It could be explained by evolution or creation, or it could be a combination of both, or quantum fluctuations, or unguided supernatural forces we don't know about, or other undiscovered realms of reality like supernatural or ubernatural, or drunk aliens accidentally creating life by pressing the wrong button on their space probes. Again, there are just infinitely many ways to explain everything. And so we have to look to the future data for evidence. The only thing that qualifies as evidence is future predictions, novel future predictions. Evolution has been used by independent groups and people all across the world and throughout time to make numerous future predictions that were later discovered to be correct. For example, Robert Broom predicted Annamites with double-hinged jaw joints, a transition between reptiles and mammals, discovered in Probagnathus. Richard Alexander, after studying evolution of eusocial insects such as termites, predicted that the same burrowing rodents would have similar processes, which were discovered in mole rats. William Braid predicted birds with asymmetrical flight feathers on front and back legs, which was discovered in Microraptor. Feather morphotype was predicted due to embryological data, which is found in dinosaurs such as Euthrosaurus. It was predicted that if ants evolved to wasps, we would find a transitional fossil exactly in a specific layer that correlates to the Cretaceous period, which was found in a name I can't pronounce. Neil Shubin predicted that a fish-like tetrapod would be in the Ventrostrata of Canada, which was discovered in Tiktaalik, et cetera, et cetera. There are literally hundreds of thousands of such predictions made and confirmed by evolution every year, demonstrated in the hundreds of thousands of papers published in academic journals, which are done by looking at the evolution model, assuming if this is correct, what will we see, predicting a consequence, looking for the consequence and discovering, yep, that's right. Because of these confirmed future testable predictions, criticizing evolution by looking at past or present data is irrelevant. It will never refute evolution. In order to overthrow evolution, you need a theory that can be used by peers in the field to make better future predictions than evolution does. This is the only way to overthrow evolution. The testable predictions made by evolution have been correct so often and so reliably that evolution has more evidence than any other theory in science. It's pretty much the same as heliocentrism, the theory that the Earth revolves around the sun. That is the level of support evolution has. So you have a pretty huge hurdle to try and find testable predictions or a theory that can surpass that. The future testable predictions made by evolution prove it is not one of the imaginary explanations. As far as I know, there are no novel future predictions made by creationism. Post hoc and ad hoc explanations of what we are to see is not a future testable prediction. So we have no reason to believe creationism is not just one of the imaginary post hoc explanations, no more supported than the drunk alien probe hypothesis. It's true that creationism can post hoc and ad hoc explain all of the discovered data and facts and fit it nicely into their model, but literally anyone can do that for any of the imaginary explanations, so none of that is evidence. Moreover, all of these facts that creationists are explaining, we only know them because they were discovered due to future predictions made by evolution. As I said in the beginning, science doesn't care about debate. And the reason is because no combination of words my opponents can pontificate is evidence of his position, because no combination of words can demonstrate his position is not just something in his imagination. Whereas the future predictions made by evolution already have demonstrated it's not imaginary.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, Tom. So with that, Tom ends up just a bit early, but that's of course up to the autonomy of the debaters. So we will now move into the open discussion section. And so thanks for that opening, Tom. 40 minutes is how long we will go in open dialogue. So if this excites you guys like it excites me, you'll be in Pleasure Town in just a second. Okay, so setting the timer for 40 minutes, and here we go.
Awesome. I mean, I can start off here. I noticed that in his opening there, and I appreciate your opening there. Tom, you said science is about empirical evidence, and empirical evidence can only be done on things obviously we can observe, right? Things we can test, demonstrate, investigate, and retest, of course. So not things we can observe like, say, macroevolution. That's why evolution, that type of bacteriobiologist evolution, I would say is far from empirical science. But I think it would be a good way to start this portion of the discussion by asking you, because I gave my definition of biological evolution, right? A change in allele frequency or a change in gene pool in populations over time or generations. What would your definition be, just so we're not talking past each other?
Right, I'm happy to agree with that definition. I would just say that microevolution is what is commonly understood as microevolution is evolution from my standpoint, and it accounts for all of the diversity of life. But I just want to object to what you said earlier. Empirical evidence is just future testable predictions. You don't have to observe the thing that you're making the testable predictions about. For example, we make testable predictions about photons. We don't actually see the photons. It's called indirect observation, and it's still empirical. So yes, we can empirically verify evolution in that sense.
Right, right. So I think if it comes down to two models, two competing explanations, and if we get into, what's testable, what's falsifiable, I'm hoping that is what we'll get into, just to point out the strength of either model. But with your definition of evolution, that type of micro evolutionary variation that you agreed on, where you get the change in the frequency of the expression of different traits. Obviously, I think we can both agree that's not really disputed by either creationists or evolutionists, because that type of evolution would explain the survival of the fittest. So not the actual arrival of the fittest, just a small scale variation, not the major innovations. Like, do you believe that, say, mutations, natural selection, these mechanisms, that they possess the type of creative powers to take, your fish to fishermen?
Yes, but again, I want to object to something you said a little bit earlier. This is not just a competition between two models. Because of the problem of underdetermination, there are infinitely many ways to explain anything. So this is a competition to show that yours isn't imaginary. It has nothing to do with, even if all of mine is completely false, that is not in any way evidence of yours.
Right, right. I think it would come down to what's the most consistent in light of the data, say, like, because neo-Darwinism.
Oh, no. Apologize to interrupt. It's not, all of the past and present data is irrelevant. So there's no consistency is irrelevant. You have to make future testable predictions of things we don't know yet. That's the only thing that qualifies as evidence. But consistency is irrelevant.
Correct. And if we're making testable and falsifiable predictions on things we don't exactly have an answer for yet, like, let's say, well, obviously we agree on the definition of evolution, for example. Now, if I look to, my hypothesis of created heterozygosity, where God encoded these functional DNA differences into Adam and Eve, we would look to, the coding and non-coding regions of our genome. And I should ask you, like, do you believe that the majority of our genome is junk? Or do you believe that the majority of the genome would, say, prove to be functional to some extent?
I believe you're conflating two definitions there. In biology, junk DNA is vague and can mean multiple things. The majority of the genome is non-coding for specific kinds of proteins. It can still do other things, it still has other functions. So since the beginning of the junk DNA hypothesis, all biologists already said it was going to have a function. They just said it was going to be a non-coding function. So all the scientists already predicted that most of the DNA was going to be functional in some sense. It's just not going to be coding functional.
Well, the thing is, even if you look at, say, someone like Richard Dawkins, he did state, and he's not the only one, he stated that it's a remarkable fact that the greater part of our genome might as well not be there for all the difference it makes. So I think you're incorrect to say that evolutionary biologists, scientists have always assumed that, because there was a surprise based on the ENCODE research that found that at least 80% of the non-coding DNA was transcribed into RNA, suggesting function. So the fact that...
Well, I apologize just to interrupt there. So the ENCODE project was fundamentally flawed. As stated by P.Z. Myers, the ENCODE project just looked for attachments and interactions with proteins. So it's like, if you, to use P.Z. Myers' exact example, if you shut off the lights and you go around touching all of the walls until you find your way out, then every time you touch the wall, that was counted as an active part of the genetic code in the ENCODE project. So it was false. Or at least the way you're portraying the conclusion is false. It does not show that all of that was active in the coding process.
No, I would agree that ENCODE defined function as specific biochemical activity. So I mean, you or P.Z. Myers are not obviously incorrect about that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they know the function of a given sequence of say this non-coding DNA, but just that there's some activity associated with it. So it at least demonstrates that these areas are not idle, right? And comprehensive.
No. Again, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that, because there's a consensus in the biological field that the ENCODE project did not do anything that you're saying it does.
Well, would you disagree with
just interactions? There's no actual coding function to these things. ENCODE did not demonstrate any coding function to these things. The consensus is still that the majority of the DNA is still non-coding, just like biologists always suspected it would be.
Well, how come people like Dr. Francis Collins, the leading DNA expert, actually embrace ENCODE and embrace the fact that the majority of our genome is not idle. It is doing something, but based on the gold standard of functional testing, comprehensive knockout experiments. Obviously, we don't know exactly what each sequence does, but through further testing, because it's a foreign language that we're dealing with here. And do you agree that these non-coding areas of DNA, that they're involved in, regulatory functions? For the audience sake, that just means when and how fast to make specific proteins, embryonic development, for example, timings of protein.
Well, they're involved in lots of things. They're just non-coding. So again, when biologists said that there was junk DNA, they did not mean it did nothing. That was never what junk DNA meant. It was always non-coding. So it always had function. They always knew it had some interactions which caused effects in different areas of the body. They never said it did nothing. That was never one of the contentions. There's a lot of people who misrepresent this idea of non-coding as it does nothing. That's just not what it means. Now, I'm not sure what Francis Collins' position is, but I know you can cherry pick a lot of scientists in a lot of hierarchies and say, well, this person believes this strange thing. The science doesn't work based off of anecdotes of particular biologists. It's based on consensus. And the consensus is that the ENCODE project does not in any way refute the non-coding DNA hypothesis.
Well, what they're showing is that the genome, the fact that 80% of the non-coding DNA is at least transcribed in RNA that suggests function, but we're looking to future tests, right? Knockout experiments, for example. But how much of the genome would you say is functional, in a percentage-wise? What would you say?
No idea. I haven't studied it. I just go with whatever the authorities say on the matter.
Because what I find funny is, what has been revealed based on the accumulating papers suggesting, a variety of functions. When it comes to the developmental process, we're just beginning to understand that on a molecular level, right? How coding and non-coding DNA coordinate when, where, and how structures are sequentially put in place to produce that fully functional organism, right? So when you consider those things, with the fact that we understand very little of the DNA language based on the gold standard of functional testing, isn't it a good conclusion that the majority of our genome is functional to some extent based on these facts? Go ahead.
No, I don't know how anything you said leads to the conclusion that the majority of it would be functional.
Well, do you know how much on a mammal, how many experiments, because the gold standard of gene functional testing is gene knockout test, right? Knock out that gene, see what the outcome is. Do you know how much percentage has been done on a mammal?
I'm not sure.
Well, very little. So it would be premature to make the claim that the majority of non-code. I understand that you agree that it's certainly active to some extent, but we would
right. Non-coding does not mean non-functional. They're not saying that. They're saying we know that DNA does this certain kind of coding function. We know of this function, and we can show that the majority of the genome doesn't do this function that we know about. That's all they're saying. They're not saying it does nothing. They're just saying it doesn't do this one function we know about. We can test it for this one function.
But the thing is, a lot of these non-coding DNA regions, say pseudogenes, for example, genetic markers, they'll use those and say that those are, genomic fossils, evolutionary leftovers to build their nested hierarchies, to build their phylogenetic trees. But they didn't predict that those genes are now necessary and required to sustain healthy life processes in the cell. Because why would a genomic fossil, like a pseudogene, for example, be active to that extent? Because that's a pretty significant role. And even in the cases where there are real broken genes, that they're actually discovered, they're often associated with heritable diseases. So are you saying that they predicted that genetic markers like the beta globin pseudogene, the supposed broken remnant of an ancient chicken gene, are you saying that they predicted that those would have important functions?
Again, the only claim they're saying is that it's non-coding. It doesn't do this one thing of coding these proteins in the way that we know it. That's all they're saying. They have no say over what it does in any other thing. So it can do lots of other things. It could do infinitely many other things. We have no idea. The only claim of the non-coding statement is that it doesn't do this one thing that we know that we can measure. That's it. That's all it says.
Well, from what I know of ENCODE, most cell types, they weren't actually tested. They only tested less than 500 cell types, and there's thousands of cell types.
Right? So I'm not talking about
functions are expected from these thousands of other cell types. And that's what we're predicting based on created heterozygosity. Because if he encoded these pre-existing functional DNA differences, we would expect there to be genome-wide functionality, and not just activity, not the fact that it's just idle, but kind of like what we're seeing in these specific pseudogenes, beta globin pseudogene, for example, that they're actually necessary to sustain healthy life processes in the cell. Just like ERVs, endogenous retroviruses, very, very important in placental development, the embryo. So everything seems to be at least consistent with that hypothesis. I mean, just to put a number on it, how much of the genome do you think is functional, percentage-wise? Like, you don't really have an answer for that?
I have no idea. I'm not a biologist. It doesn't even interest me. So again, you can make any statement or fact. You can post hoc or ad hoc reason all past or present data. So none of that is evidence of creationism. None of it. You've got to go make future testable predictions.
Well, I just made a future testable predictions based on the fact that these DNA differences will be functional. So these DNA differences that got encoded into the created kinds, into Adam and Eve, we would predict that they are functional, not just some type of activity, but important functionality.
Sorry, could you
not just evolutionary leftover.
I'm sorry. I'm not following. Could you tell me as briefly as possible, what is the testable prediction?
The testable prediction would be based on more functional testing, say gene knockout tests, because that's the gold standard of science, more very, very important roles, as we're now discovering in these specific pseudogenes, will be discovered.
Okay, evolution has already predicted that there's going to be functions, so that's not a novel testable prediction. No one in evolution said there's not going to have any functions to it, so that's already known. That was already known before.
I wouldn't agree that evolutionists. I mean, we can agree to disagree on that. We'll probably need some actual specific data for that. But if you agree that
actually, I'll give you a reference. The Wikipedia for junk DNA specifically just says that. So it goes through and says no one says these are going to be non-functional. They have functions. That's totally fine. It's just a misrepresentation of what non-coding means. So could you give me a different example of a future testable prediction that you can make based off of?
Well, what I'm saying is that evolutionists build their phylogenetic systematic charts based on a primary assumption that most of our genome is evolutionary leftovers, genomic fossils from past common ancestors through the evolutionary process. So I would
totally
say,
agree with all of that. Totally agree with all of that. That doesn't mean it doesn't do anything. That's not what they're saying at all.
yeah.
So can you give me a future prediction that creationism can make?
Well, I disagree with the fact that evolutionists would say that. I would say that they have assumed that those types of functions, regulatory functions, expressive functions, functions in the embryo, I mean, these are not, if these are just broken genes or evolutionary leftovers, they're not supposed to have those types of important roles, especially over millions and millions.
So that's, you're just misrepresenting what non-coding means. That's never what geneticists said non-coding meant. So again, you can just read the Wikipedia on junk DNA or any reference on it. That's just not what it means. But so again, just to go back, can you give me a future testable prediction creationism can make?
Well, before I give you another testable prediction, because we're talking about my side, if there's any validity to your side and you're looking to natural selections, mutations to say, build the genome based on what we know about accumulating low impact deleterious mutations, which we would predict based on the fall, based on the biblical story of Adam and Eve, death, degeneration, extinction, how are you going to take your fish to fishermen by losing information, right? Due to the rare influx or due to the massive influx of deleterious mutations, and the fact that, like, do you believe beneficial mutations that are truly non-deleterious in any way are rare or common?
Yes, they're definitely rare. They're extremely rare, but it only takes one, and then that one will be spread to the entire species within a very short period of time.
Right.
But again, that's just post hoc ad hoc reasoning. So none of that even matters. If I just granted that, evolution still makes future testable predictions. Evolution is still right.
Well, no, because you're saying that these beneficial mutations, the rare ones, that they're going to be able to be the type of compensation that's needed to stop the net loss of information, because it all comes down to net loss versus net gain. And even natural selection itself, you know, these low impact deleterious mutations at near neutral nucleotide sites, which contain meaningful information, they're non-selectable. They're unselectable. So they're not noticed by natural selection. Natural selection acts on the phenotype, not the genotype. So at the end of the day, if we're degenerating, if we're going down, not up, consistent with a literal interpretation of Genesis, evolution is falsified. So regardless of my testable predictions, whether or not
well,
you
no,
agree
so
with
again,
it.
that's immediately wrong. That's immediately wrong. If I said there is a square circle, and that square circle can be used to make testable predictions, square circles exist. So nothing you can do about the past evidence, even if you were right, that would not refute evolution because it successfully makes future predictions.
See, the thing is, you're misrepresenting the joke, because no evolutionist predicted large-scale function the way we see. Many scientists in the past actually ignored those regions for years because they were so sure most of the DNA language is non-functional. So that testable.
No, again, I apologize to interrupt, but again, you're just misrepresenting what they meant by non-functional. But again, even if I grant everything you said, I could just suppose, like I have a theory of a round square, something that is logically contradictory. If it can make testable predictions that work, it exists. So none of the contradictions that you can outline, even if I grant all of them, are in any way evidence against evolution. The only way to overthrow evolution is you need to make more, better future predictions than evolution does. And you've presented none so far, one, I think.
No, I would agree that I have presented some, but your beneficial mutation that you talk about that's going to drift into the population, lead to that type of large-scale evolution, the best beneficial mutations you could provide are always reductive. For example, sickle cell anemia has a significant impact, but it's a broken gene, broken protein in the long run is not taking things forward. So
let me talk about
that type of evolution. How are we going to take things forward? Go ahead.
All right, so if you have a sequence like AAAB, 3 A's and a B, if you remove the B, you get AAA. If you have a sequence of AA, just 2 A's, and you add an A, you get AAA. If suppose AAA is the positive beneficial mutation, you can get it from adding an A to AA or removing a B from AAAB. So whether or not it's a reduction in the gene in some way or an addition, you still get the same beneficial mutation. So that's irrelevant. Your point doesn't even lead to the conclusion that you're trying to argue, because we can get beneficial mutations from reductions or additions. Makes no difference.
No, the problem with that is that, well, for one, you agreed that these beneficial mutations are rare, so that's good. But the non-neutral mutations are consistently deleterious, as anybody should expect with typographical errors and attacks. Just like the example you said, that slow degradation, that slow accumulation of deleterious mistakes, as expected with a typographical error in a text, that's only going to lead to further degradation. And we can predict that, and we can actually look at specific examples. For example, mammoth populations, we know, carried a large genetic load. They were very susceptible to this reductive evolution, led to the extinction of them. Homo Neanderthal, 40% less fit than modern humans. So this increased genetic load leads to extinction. It doesn't lead to that type of evolution that you want to believe in. So future predictions, the more we sequence certain species and based on accumulation of deleterious mutations, we're going to see more extinction events as compared to that type of large-scale evolution that obviously, you're trying to convince us of today. Are you familiar with?
We can prove all of that wrong and just test with bacteria. If you were right and they were just deleterious and causing increased genetic load, then in a lab with enough, like 50 million generations of bacteria, we could just see them all die off. So you're wrong immediately, because we can show that they actually do get better and gain more information and more survivability in the lab with bacteria. We have a very.
Right. So I'm glad. I'm glad that.
But again, still, you're just evading my point here. Nothing you say about past or present data can ever be evidence for creation. It can't work. We have future testable predictions of evolution. Even if it was logically contradictory, even if I granted everything you said, nothing you have said is evidence. Nothing. It's not against evolution.
I would disagree, because even your example of bacteria, you can Google bacterial reductive evolution. It's very common.
Again, I apologize for interrupting, but none of that matters.
Oh no, it does matter, because
again, scientists don't care. None of your opinions don't matter to scientists. You have to provide testable predictions.
Well, the thing is, evolution has already been falsified based on the fact that we're accumulating these near-neutral deleterious mutations. And if the best thing you're going to provide to me is some type of beneficial, some degenerative beneficial adaptation, even if you look at gene duplications, which are universally deleterious, how are these beneficial mutations going to counterbalance and offset the accumulating deleterious mutations, let alone all the other accumulating mutations? So for every example you can give me is some type of degenerative adaptation, that's more consistent with our. I know you don't want to go into consistency, but if your model is falsified and our model is the only one that's consistent with reality, I mean, if not, can't act upon these.
You keep missing my point. You've not addressed any of my points yet. Everything you've said is post hoc, ad hoc reasoning, irrelevant. Scientists have solved this. Scientists know all the answers to this. Everything you're saying is just stuff in your head. Imagine.
They don't have the answers to it, actually.
That don't matter. Prove to me any of this stuff you're saying corresponds to reality. Give me a future testable prediction.
I've already given you future testable predictions based on further gene sequencing of certain populations, certain animals. Even Lenski himself with the bacteria is slowly demonstrating genetic degeneration because the adaptation that was seen was largely accomplished by means of loss of function.
What is the prediction? What's the prediction?
Our prediction is based on further gene sequencing of certain populations that may not have been sequenced. We're going to see I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean when you say that.
A prediction is if X, then Y. So I can say if the sun exists, it will rise tomorrow. What is your prediction?
If there's a net loss of information being seen in these changes in these populations, that is more consistent with a biblical-based model of death, degeneration, and decay. And it's a double whammy. It disproves pond scum to people evolution, and it demonstrates biblical creation. There's a pandemic, entropic degeneration on all levels. Here's another prediction. Alzheimer's disease, dementia, autism, asthma, autoimmune, cancers, immunological diseases. These are going to skyrocket in the future. 50 times more cancer in the future than what we see now, because we already see increased rates of these types of things. Autism's on the rise, for example, entropic degeneration on all levels based on accumulation of near neutral, low impact deleterious mutations. What more do you need? There's your
good. That's a great testable prediction. I totally agree. If you're right and that the amount of Alzheimer's and cancer skyrocket, that would be a verified prediction and that would be evidence for your conclusion. Now prove it or go away.
Well, the thing is,
since we can't test that, you got to give me something we can test. That's not a testable one.
We can test it because there's already a pandemic, entropic degeneration on all levels. And every time we've sequenced, look at the Neanderthals, we sequenced their genes, and what did we see? They had a high genetic load, they were highly inbred. Look at the hobbits, Homo floresiensis, highly inbred. They suffered from reductive evolution, which resulted in their reduced body size, reduced brain volume, and various other pathologies. So everything we're seeing, this type of increased genetic load, this type of reductive evolution, bacteria, viruses.
You're going on for a little, just to interrupt again. So again, all that's explained by evolution, not a problem. You gave me a testable prediction, but not one that we can actually test. So can you give me a testable prediction we can test? In the future prediction things we don't already know that we can test.
What's a prediction you can make based on these beneficial mutations? How many of these beneficial mutations have to be fixated in a population? Are you familiar with Haldane's dilemma? I mean, the amount of time it's going to take
Haldane's dilemma is solved. So next.
What's that? That hasn't been solved. You can't just say that these have all been solved. And the thing is, Dr. John Sanders...
I can say, I apologize. I'm not saying they're solved. I'm saying no one in biology cares because they don't see it as anything more than imaginary. You haven't shown any of these things correspond to reality. They're all just imaginary things people have thought up. Like I can make up a bobbledy-boop dilemma. Okay, solve the bobbledy-boop dilemma of creationism. Like you probably wouldn't care because it's just something I made up. So you actually have to show these things aren't made up. The first thing you have to do is you have to show that they correspond to reality and are not just imaginary. And to do that, what you need is future testable novel predictions. And so far the ones you've given me are you definitely gave me a future prediction, but not a testable one. I don't remember what the first one was, but I still haven't seen any that are future testable.
Let me go ahead. So based on what we know on these bacterial populations, mammoth populations, Homo erectus, Homo naledi, Homo neanderthalis, based on the entropic degeneration on all levels in regards to mutation-related diseases, we can look at viruses. And they made a prediction that the H1N1 human virus actually went extinct due to a linear accumulation of deleterious mutations. So we know that it went from a red hot pandemic to a whimper to an extinction event in 90 years. And they actually observed this through studies. There's a very, very rock solid paper on it. And evolutionists might say, oh, it went extinct through adaptive evolution, but adaptive evolution doesn't cause extinction events. So, I mean, there's a testable prediction that was actually confirmed.
Right, and evolutionists are the ones who made it because evolution doesn't reject the idea that there is gene degradation. Of course, there's gene degradation. I mean, they said that there's a prediction about
that prediction, though.
It's just an assumption, but no, I would say that evolution doesn't reject the idea of gene degradation. Of course, genes degrade. There is a computational analysis of the minimum number of humans that could possibly exist. Because if there were any less, the gene degradation would be more than the new information being produced, and all humans would go extinct if the population dropped below 1,200 people. So yes, evolution grants that there is gene degradation, but it also says that there's enough new information through evolution to accommodate that. So that's not a
no. But I want to address that because the whole genome is degenerating. So you've admitted that, but it's throwing out so much information. So while trying to make up for it with a few beneficial mutations, as you've talked about, you've kind of hinted at the fact that maybe there's a trade-off. That's not actually going to solve the problem because compensating for loss of information is not actually possible. So
again, that's just stuff in your head. I don't agree with any of that.
Exactly
Just stuff in your head. Again, all that stuff in your head, you got to show me it's something in reality. Give me a novel, testable future prediction, or otherwise, that's just stuff in your head.
Well, the thing is, I've already got papers in scientific papers that actually back all this stuff. Even if the genome, for example, as we were talking about with the non-coding DNA, even if it's shown to be at least 10% functional, there's a paper that came out recently that human evolution would actually be impossible. And
again, apologize for interrupting. Most biologists, the entire field of biology, and everyone in the academic fields the consensus is evolution happens. So no matter what you give me, I can just say the academic consensus says you're wrong. I have more evidence.
Yeah, but it's not going to look good that you don't have any explanation for the influx of deleterious low-impact mutations that natural selection can't act upon. So at least according to this,
that's all in your head. That's all in your head.
I've already given you a ton of examples on. So we made
evidence. You got to give me testable future predictions. Testable future predictions.
Okay, so a testable prediction would be based on the LMN haplogroups and the length of the lines that you actually look at when you sequence these mitochondrial DNA variants across the women. The length of the lines are actually long and the lengths connecting them are short. So that would be a testable prediction in regards to post-flood humanity based on the fact that Noah's 3 daughters-in-law, because that would be consistent with LMN, 3 major haplogroups. So we've made a prediction. Dr. Nathaniel Jensen chose on that phylogenetic tree the base of the L as one of the wives of Noah's sons, with the bases of M and N as the wives of the other 2 sons. So the predictions that actually flow from that are mutation rates in certain peoples that haven't actually been measured. For example, the Khoisan people. So evolutionists haven't actually measured those rates. So this prediction would involve us measuring those rates and seeing what his prediction is, and if that came true. Because
awesome, that's a great example. Now do the test and show it.
Okay, so
because if you don't do the test and show it, then you have no evidence. Because right now it's just something in your head. Now you have to do the test and show it.
Okay, so there's your testable, falsifiable prediction. But how do you feel that all this?
No. I apologize again. It's not just testable, falsifiable. You have to actually verify it. You have to verify it before it counts as evidence.
Now, how come evolutionists aren't actually making testable predictions on this mitochondrial DNA tree where you can sequence all these women? Because we know mitochondrial DNA is inherited exclusively through women. So if there's all these independent lines of evidence fitting exactly what we'd expect, given a literal interpretation of Genesis, how come you're not convinced by it? Like, what's it going to take to convince you? We see death, degeneration, and decay of the genome. We see low genetic diversity between human beings, which is consistent with, coming from 2 people, Adam and Eve, 3 major haplogroups. I mean, what do you need to see? Like, is there anything that can convince you?
Yes, you need more novel testable predictions in your theory than is produced by evolution. That is the evidence. Right now, you've given me like 2. Evolution has like 2 million. Because every year there's about 100,000 papers published in biology alone, in academic papers, making future testable predictions that were verified through experiment. So right now you've got essentially nothing on evolution. And everything you just gave was stuff we already knew that you're just explaining post hoc. So most of those things aren't evidence.
This amount
give me what?
No, they didn't predict this amount of degeneration because we pass on 100 to 300 new mutations from our reproductive cells onto the next generation. So our children and their children's children and their children's children's children.
Say that again. How many? You said what?
Approximately 100 new mutations per person per generation. So that's, if you do the calculation, 700 billion new mutations entering this generation alone. So how is natural selection going to rid these populations of such extensive amounts of deleterious mutations? I mean, I'm kind of curious.
Because they're not all deleterious.
Your model too,
they're not all deleterious. Most of them are neutral, and some of them are positive.
The thing is, even the near neutral mutations, kind of like a book the size of an encyclopedia, one single spelling mistake in there is not going to be. It will be neutral to the phenotype, to the outward appearance, but it's kind of like rust on a car. You can't see each rust event, but it's continuous and destructive. So sure, you can.
That's just something in your head, as far as I know. I don't see any testable predictions to verify anything you just said.
Well, I've shown you all these extinct populations based on this accumulating genetic
right.
bullet.
And evolution predicts that there is a certain population limit, and that if you go below that population limit, the degradation will outweigh the positive things, and they will go extinct. So evolution already knew that. You're not showing us anything new.
Well, how do you explain the increased rates of Alzheimer's, dementia, autism, asthma, autoimmune diseases, cancers, immunological? I mean, it seems like this type of pond scum to people evolution, it only occurs in the imagination of the evolutionist who wants to believe.
Well, none of that's a problem with evolution. None of that's a problem with evolution. So I don't know why would you even bring those up? I don't understand.
Well, because things aren't being taken forward. I mean, all known examples, whether it's nylon digestion by bacteria, aerobic citrate digestion, African resistance to malaria, it's all due to broken genes, broken cells, broken proteins, loss of information. I mean, you're not going to take your fish.
Well, actually, no. Cancer is actually due to an addition. It's like 10,000 changes. I think in a cell, 5 to 10,000 changes in a cell is what produces a cancer cell.
Well, if you could just take time to answer the question of how natural selection, because obviously natural selection will amplify the best beneficial mutations, let's say antibiotic resistance, for example, and it's going to get rid of the most detrimental mutations, but it can't do anything against the low impact near neutral deleterious mutations. Those are the ones that accumulate and slowly degenerate our information system. So like, what does the evolutionary literature say in regards to that, and how can natural selection and beneficial mutations overcome the accumulating damage? I'm just curious if the issue is net gain versus net loss, and we see a net loss, and those mutations are unselectable. I mean, how do you explain that? Go ahead, take your time.
Because with bigger changes, there's lots of net gain. With one positive mutation that's beneficial, there's a whole lot of gain. It's not just a little gain; it's a lot of gain.
Right. So that would be like an appeal to super beneficial mutations. But the thing is,
here's one example: an entire genome duplication. You can have an entire genome be duplicated in a cell. I mean, there's a big gain right there.
Right. But when you look at gene duplications, for one, they're universally deleterious. So even if I just for sake of argument, Tom, I just said, you know what,
that's made up in your head.
Even if I just say, okay, here, take a few rare beneficial duplications, that's still not going to be able to offset the many accumulating deleterious mutations, and I mean duplications, let alone all the other accumulating mutations, point mutations, whatever it is. So
I want to try to focus on this point. I want to try to explain this to you. Like in my introduction, I said you can always explain anything from any explanation. It's never impossible. I can say there are magical leprechauns that help evolution, and then poof, all problems solved. There's nothing you cannot explain with an explanation from the past or present data. There's nothing about that that's a problem for nothing.
Well, how come the evolution? Okay. I like what you're saying there. So, I like what you're saying. So, how come evolutionists have to resort to a bottleneck based on the low genetic diversity that we see among humans? So how come you have to, or for example, why is the Y chromosome so different in chimps than in human beings? I mean, what's the rest? Because it seems like it's just rescue device upon rescue device. So low genetic diversity.
Right. Just stick with that for a second. You're right. Every single explanation can use post hoc or ad hoc reasoning to explain everything. The question is are the evolution explanations the post hoc and ad hoc reasoning, or are yours the post hoc and ad hoc reasoning? And the way we tell the difference is which one can make future testable predictions. Evolution does is make hundreds of thousands of them. Yours has made none.
Okay, so
evolution is right.
But I just want to clarify one thing. So the mutation rate predictions that we made on the Khoisan peoples and thousands of other species, because so far the species that we've actually sequenced, the several of them, they're constant and they're staying the same. So Dr. Nathaniel Jensen has actually made significant predictions not only on mitochondrial DNA and, for example, certain African groups like the Khoisan peoples, but also on thousands of other species. So once we sequence those, if they're consistent with the species that have already been measured, there's another testable and falsifiable prediction. The evolutionists can go and test these species for themselves and see if the prediction is true, not only on the Khoisan peoples, but also on the... Right? So is that another prediction?
Yes, those are great predictions, but none of them are evidence until you actually verify them. You have to verify them first before they count as evidence. Like I can predict that there's going to be a teapot in between Mars and Earth, but that isn't very good until you actually confirm it.
So it just seems like, so low genetic diversity, one way out, or one Y male ancestor, one Y chromosome, obviously one mitochondrial DNA ancestor.
I mean,
Most
I
genes.
apologize to interrupt again. You keep
I'm
going
just,
back.
It seems like nothing to convince you.
No, you haven't presented any evidence. You keep going back to past and present data and saying, I can ad hoc explain this from my theory. Everyone can do that. None of that is a problem. The only thing that counts as evidence, as I said in my introduction, is future novel testable predictions that you have to verify. All the past and present stuff is irrelevant. None of it matters. None of it is evidence. Evolution makes testable future predictions. You don't. That have been verified.
Because, well, okay, so we do make testable predictions. But the thing is, you're saying that everything can be explained through ad hoc, post hoc explanations, but if you actually look at the literature behind the accumulation of near neutral, low impact deleterious mutations, all the evolutionists speak of is the obvious. Beneficials happen, selection happens, adaptation happens, but anybody with a basic understanding of genetics, and you seem to know your stuff, which is good, understands and knows these things. So those arguments against genetic entropy only begin after acknowledging those obvious things. So if there's no actual ad hoc, post hoc rescue device explanation for
you said you said if there is no ad hoc post hoc. That's impossible. That is logically impossible. There are always ad hoc post hoc reasons for literally everything. Magical leprechauns is one possible example. There are infinitely many. There can never be no way to explain it. There are always ways to explain it. That's why none of that is evidence.
So
you have to give future prediction.
Right. I've given you a testable prediction, but the biblical flood
that are verified.
Yeah, I want to give you a verified one. The biblical flood model that I'm talking about, where evolutionists have to resort to a flood bottleneck, we actually predicted that first. It's fulfilled by us, but evolutionists had to copy that from the creation.
Flood. What do you mean by flood bottleneck? What are you talking about? You lost me.
Well, the low genetic because the evolutionists will say, to explain the low genetic diversity that we see, I think it's only 0.5% different between all human beings. So evolutionists had to resort to a bottleneck at some point, right? The population was reduced to 10,000 people. One, female ancestor came out of those, whether it was Homo erectus or whatever it is, I can't remember right now. One male ancestor came. I mean, they had to explain all that after we already predicted that based on a literal interpretation of Genesis of 8 people after the flood and 2 people, Adam and Eve, at creation. So this low genetic diversity, 1 Y chromosome, 1 mitochondrial DNA, 3 major haplogroups, most genes come in 2 versions, single dispersion of DNA variants. That was all predicted by the biblical creation model, and the evolutionists had to come up with a rescue device. So isn't that a confirmed prediction?
No, you have to make it before you actually discover the information. You have to make the prediction. But that's, I'm pretty sure, it's explained by punctuated equilibrium anyway, because the genetic diversity in a species that is within a wider range of trading genetic information usually does not have very much diversity. So we can observe that in lots of species. So punctuated equilibrium seems to be able to solve that problem. But as far as I know, so again, to make a testable future prediction, you have to say, if my model is correct, here is what we would expect to see, which we haven't seen yet, then test it and show that it's true.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that those were predicted beforehand, and that's why the evolutionists had to resort to the rescue device. Plus, we have future testable predictions that we can now look for based on future genomic testing, based on future measured mitochondrial.
Those are great. I totally agree. Those future predictions you made are perfectly good evidence if you can verify them, but you have to verify them first.
Well, are you familiar with?
Are
you familiar? What's that?
We got 5 seconds. So if you want to ask your question to Tom, and we'll let Tom answer, and then move to the closing.
That one by quick. No, at 5 seconds, I can't really. Actually, I would just say thanks, Tom. That was actually a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Good back and forth.
Definitely interesting. I think the audience has definitely enjoyed it as well, in addition to me. Lively chat. So a lot of questions. I'm very excited for these. So just a reminder, everybody, if you have a question, if this is your first time here, if you just put an @ModernDayDebate into the comments and then put, question for Tom or question for Standing for Truth, and then put your question, I'll add it to the Q&A list, and then we'll read it during the Q&A. And then also super chats, if you have a super chat, you can also make a comment to one of the debaters that they'll respond to, If you don't want to ask a question, you'd rather comment instead, and also super chats will move them to the front of the list. So thank you very much for that super chat already from Dr. Kent Hovind. It's Kent Hovind CPA. He's Kent Hovind's certified public accountant is just always here. It's not really him, but I honestly it's hard not to laugh when I see this account, especially the picture. But he said, well, we'll get to that once the Q&A starts. I just that way we give Standing for Truth a chance to respond. So we will start with the closing statements. These are just going to be short, 5 minutes or less, from both debaters, starting with Standing for Truth. And I have the clock set, Standing for Truth, so when you are ready, I will start the timer.
Awesome. Well, no, I appreciate that, Tom. That was a good back and forth. Just a few things. Don't like to leave things hanging. Wrote a few things down from his opening statement. The alleged succession of mammal-like reptiles towards, the ever more mammalness is not actually found at any one location on Earth. It's only inferred. A lot of this is inferred if you want to appeal to the fossil record, and it's inferred through the correlation of fossiliferous beds from different continents. So judgments and guesses are made. A lot of it is based on circularity. Fossils are fickle. They are fragmentary, sparse, and open to contrasting and contradictory interpretation. And even cladistics, that was developed by evolutionists for evolutionists, and it still fails to demonstrate evolution, let alone biological reality. So at the end of the day, going to fossils, which are just circumstantial evidence requiring an actual theory that actually can explain the observed data, that can actually build the genome. If you're going to go from a single cell to a multi-cell to a fish to an amphibian to a reptile to a bird to a mammal to a monkey to a man, that's going to take incredible increases in novel and meaningful genetic information. And as I presented, he didn't give any. I gave him some testable falsifiable predictions pre and post. Creationists are doing it. They're making the testable predictions on mutation rates, Khoisan peoples. We're predicting the death, degeneration, and extinction events of, obviously, the genome. We've seen it in mammoth populations. We're seeing it in cheetah populations, butterfly populations, Homo neanderthal, Homo erectus, viruses, bacterial populations. It's everywhere. If you want to believe it, Dr. John Sanford, he made a very powerful statement. Anybody who is willing and open-minded and will look at the data for what it is, they can't honestly and intellectually believe in something like pond scum to people evolution. So beneficials, they cannot keep up with the deleterious mutations. Selection interference, as I talked about with them, profoundly limits selection interference. And near neutrals, as I talked about, these low impact near neutral deleterious mutations, they are virtually unstoppable. So the Bible records a time when people had extremely long lives, and when you actually look at the data of accumulating mutations and you look at the data of the lives as talked about in the early chapters of Genesis, they flow perfectly. So the only conclusion would be, the data is real, and human life expectancy was once hundreds of years, but has progressively declined to current values. So the most obvious and apparent explanation for such declining lifespans would be genetic degeneration due to mutation accumulation. So at the end of the day, it can't be stopped. Linkage groups, as I was going to talk about, another fact that evolutionists have no explanation for, not even a rescue device, because these linkage groups, they're actually a killer and a destroyer for evolution. This means that every linkage group is degenerate, and these mutations in these linkage groups, they're linked basically forever, James. And so if you have lots of bad mutations in that linkage group, and that linkage group is reducing in fitness continuously based on accumulating deleterious mutations, and you throw in one or two beneficials, as Tom and I talked about, they're just going to get neutralized by the large numbers of deleterious mutations. So the fact is, recombination appears to be primarily between genes rather than between nucleotides. So within any local gene sequences, these linkage groups, there's effectively no combination, and even if there is the rare time, it's not going to offset the accumulating damage. So I'd like to see some type of explanation from Tom on these facts, because both evolutionists and creationists agree that natural selection happens. Natural selection will only remove, and I told this thing to him, I'd like to see an answer, the worst deleterious and detrimental mutations, and will only amplify the very best beneficial mutations. So what does this indicate and suggest? The accumulating damage is largely invisible and unselectable. He's going to have to address the key issue of net loss versus net gain. Every single example of a beneficial mutation, for one, they're finding out a lot of them are just epigenetic, regulated, increased expression of that certain gene, and gene duplications, they're not going to be able to offset the many accumulating deleterious mutations. So at the end of the day, we're going down, not up. And if you looked at the literature on genetic entropy, they've even come up with rescue devices, synergistic epistasis, mutation count mechanisms. So all population geneticists recognize this problem, but evolution has to be true to them. So anybody who's intellectually honest will look at the data. How much longer?
15 seconds left.
Anybody who's intellectually honest is going to look at the data, but 2 Peter 3 tells us that in the last days there's going to be scoffers denying the creation, the biblical flood, and the return of Jesus Christ. So some people just don't want to believe. Thanks a lot, James, and thanks a lot, Tom.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, Standing for Truth. And now, 5 minutes from our good friend TJump. So we appreciate that. And your questions we appreciate. We have a good list of them. So Tom, I will start the clock on your first word.
So in science, there's this thing called the problem of underdetermination, which means there are infinitely many ways to explain everything. So every time Standing says, well, they don't have an explanation for it, well, he's just immediately wrong. Anybody can make up explanations for all of this. Scientists just don't prefer to make stuff up. They prefer to wait for empirical evidence and make future testable predictions. Now, all of the cases that Standing brought up were all past and present data that can be post hoc explained by anyone using the problem of underdetermination. So none of that's actually evidence. The reason we know evolution is true and creationism is false is because evolution makes future testable predictions. That's the only way you can show something is true. That's the only thing that qualifies as real evidence in science. And that's why science doesn't care about debate, because there's no combinations of words that Standing can use that can show his theory isn't just something in his head. In science, you have to do experiments in the lab, future testable predictions. Words just no one cares.
Gotcha. Well, thank you very much for your closing statement, Tom, as well. So with that, we will move into the Q&A section. So this is where things heat up, and this will be a lot of fun. So first, a super chat from, as I mentioned, Dr. Hovind's alleged certified public accountant. Oh, the picture. Where did you get that picture? I honestly just think that's such a funny picture. But, okay. He said, all apologists lie. It's a job requirement. So my guess is that would be for you, Standing for Truth. If you want to respond, you can.
What was it? Can you say it again, brother?
That all apologists lie. It's a job requirement.
That was more of a statement. You can move on.
Actually, I'd like to address that. I would disagree, because a lie says that there's some kind of intentional misrepresentation of the facts, where I think Standing actually believes what he says. So I don't think Standing is lying. I think he's wrong, but I don't think he's lying.
Gotcha. And next we have Caragnite Wolf. This is actually, he was so excited to ask this question that he actually emailed it. So before the debate, he said, hundreds of fine-tuned parameters in the universe forced atheists to believe in the anti-science idea of the multiverse. So why do atheists resist evidence throughout history?
I think that question was from Jeremy. Sorry to.
Oh, that is from Jeremy. Sorry about it. I jumped the gun on that. This is not emailed in. This was actually came in during the live chat. Sorry about that. Jeremy, forgive me. We'll come right back to yours, Caragnite Wolf. But Jeremy asks, he says, kind of prefaces the question with, hundreds of fine-tuned parameters in the universe forced atheists to believe in the anti-scientific idea of the multiverse. And then he says, why do atheists resist evidence throughout history?
All right, I actually had a conversation with a theist cosmologist last Monday, and we talked about the fine-tuning argument. The multiverse has nothing to do with the fine-tuning argument. The multiverse is a combination of mathematical equations and vacuum energy and early universe inflation, it's not to explain the fine-tuning. It's purely a combination of already known physics. So it has nothing to do with the fine-tuning. The reason physicists believe in the multiverse is because it's a combination of known physics. It's not to explain the fine-tuning. Secondly, the fine-tuning can be explained by necessity, as in all of the laws are interconnected by some more fundamental law we haven't discovered yet, kind of like how we've discovered the weak and electromagnetic force are actually the same force. So we can say that the fine-tuning is just apparent because we haven't discovered the more fundamental thing yet. And it can also be explained by pure chance. Like, for example, not a great argument, one made by Victor Stinger, that the laws could be interconnected and changing multiple congruent constants could make many different combinations of life-limiting constants. So nothing about the fine-tuning argument indicates a God. It was never evidence of a God, and the reason the multiverse was created has nothing to do with the fine-tuning argument.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. And Caragnite, well, thank you very much for... Oh, no, it's Jeremy. Sorry, Jeremy. Jeremy Ike, 6/1944. Thank you for your question. So next we have Caragnite Wolf, who asks, is genetic entropy happening across all life forms, animals, insects, and plants, or is it some of them? And can you make any scientific predictions on which life forms will go extinct next due to genetic entropy?
Well, very good question. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing mutation accumulation in all species. It's even being revealed that, there's a high genetic load in certain isolated butterfly populations, and that they're vulnerable to extinction due to this high genetic load, just like the cheetah populations that we're seeing as well. Mammoth populations, as I talked about, they carried an elevated genetic load. Entropic degeneration on all level, as I was explaining to Tom in our back and forth. Alzheimer's, dementia, autism, asthma, autoimmune diseases, cancers, immunological diseases, these are going to be on the rise. That's a pretty obvious prediction based on our model of genetic entropy. We see it in bacteria. I will put it this way: bacteria would be expected to be the most immune to genetic entropy, and the best way I could put it would be with an analogy. Take a bike and take a car. Take a Chevy Camaro. There's a lot more parts. There's a lot more that can go wrong with a Chevy Camaro than can go wrong with a bike. And if something goes wrong with a bike, there's only a few parts. So chances are you're going to notice it and you're going to fix it. That can be akin to natural selection. But in a car, something like a Chevy Camaro, I mean, it's going to degenerate faster because there's more things that can go wrong with it. But even in bacterial populations, you can just Google reductive evolution in bacteria. Even Lenski himself is revealing adaptations, of course, but they're largely accomplished by means of loss of function and loss of regulation mutations. So even these early human populations like hobbits, Neanderthals, they had a high genetic load as well. So to be honest with you, the amount of genetic entropy data, even in viruses, H1N1 human version, I mean, I could probably go on for hours and hours. It's everywhere. But good question. I appreciate it.
Actually, I'd like to follow up on that. If genetic entropy is everywhere, then all single-celled organisms would be dead in 500 years. So it seems to like rule out your hypothesis completely.
Gotcha. So we will next go to James Downard, and his question is, for Standing for Truth, please name any working geneticists other than the narrow Sanford, so no T in there, Sanford creationists who accept the notions you are presenting.
Well, all population geneticists recognize that man is presently degenerating. The thing is, they might come up with rescue devices such as mutation count mechanism, synergistic epistasis, because obviously they need to hold to their primary axiom. But at the end of the day, if these near neutral, low impact deleterious mutations are accumulating continuously and they are destructive and they are unselectable, well, at the end of the day, they're only going to slowly degenerate our information systems. And that's exactly what we would expect given a biblical based model and a literal interpretation of Genesis. But you can look at even John Sanford himself, actually Alexei Kondrashov, you can read his papers. Michael Lynch, I think is his name. Obviously they hold to pawns come to people evolution because they're not just going to tap out and say, okay, must not be true. They're going to come up with rescue devices. Just like when they're phylogenetic systematic trees, whenever there's inconsistencies, they'll resort to things like convergent evolution, loss of traits. So at the end of the day, there's always going to be a rescue device. But there's even a paper I would recommend Tom look into, or even you, James, or James Downard. It's the waiting time problem. So it's a rock solid paper. It's been read by 10,000 people with no serious critique, and it just has to do with the fact that even just to get one simple genetic word, say a string of 8, which would be a short genetic word, as I said, you need more time than the universe has had. So that actually falsifies bacteria to biologist type evolution. Hopefully that answers this question, and I appreciate it.
Gotcha.
I doubt that's published in the academic paper, but you didn't really answer his question, because his question was, like, are there any working geneticists who are creationists? Like, you claim that all these guys are having escape devices, but it seems more like to us that you're the one making up the escape devices and their stuff is actually just what's true. So do you know any working geneticists who are creationists, who believe in your creation model?
That are working geneticists that are creationists? Dr. Tompkins, Dr. Sanford, Dr. Robert Carter, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. I thought he was talking about geneticists that aren't creationists. That would make more sense. Talking about all population geneticists, Alexei Kondrashov, Michael Lynch, Kimura, these guys recognize that man is presently degenerating. That's why they come up with these numerical simulations to demonstrate, why or how natural selection might be able to rid the population of these near neutral, low impact deleterious mutations. But they've been unsuccessful. And people like Dr. John Sanford, Dr. Robert Carter, they've come out with secular. You can even look at NIH. He just spoke at NIH, and that's National Institute for Health. I mean, they're not a creationist organization, and they're recognizing that there is a pandemic. And the thing is, if you don't recognize this pandemic, how are we going to deal with these issues like cancers, immunological related diseases, autoimmune diseases? We need to recognize that man is degenerating, and we need to figure out a way to, because the thing is, mutations are harmful. Mutations hurt people, and that's why I always say our hope is in Christ. I mean, it is the eventual degeneration of our species is inevitable, but our hope is in Christ, and really that's all I have to say to that.
Gotcha. Next we have Karad Nightwolf asks, what is standing for truth's best evidence for easy bake oven created kinds and for dirt to man, rib to woman creation?
He's asking what the best evidence for created kinds are?
That's he said, what is your best evidence for quote unquote easy bake oven created kinds and for dirt to man, rib to woman creation?
Well, we could look at the fact that Eve came from Adam. We would expect there to be mostly two gene variants, and that's exactly what we see. And created kinds, where phenomenal work is being done on created kinds because it all depends on what type of testable predictions can flow from your choice. So, for example, say we choose family level as the created kind is in what's not ancestry shared and what is. I mean, we can look at orphan genes, which are taxonomically restricted, no evidence of any ancestry. And the more we study the DNA language, we're looking to functionally, this would be our prediction, functionally unique DNA differences across families, functionally similar or neutral DNA differences within families. Because obviously, if we say domestic dogs, wolves, coyotes are all related through common ancestry, well, we would expect that, but because they're related. So that's where we're looking at inbreeding as well, obviously, because they'll bring forth after their kind, so it has to do with bringing forth. But it's in genetics where the battle's won, and it's in genetics where we identify what is and what isn't related. That would be identifying the created kinds.
You got it. Next, we thank you for that question and for your answer. And Jeremy Ike 61944 asks, for Tom, where are your retrodictions on the amount of needed beneficial mutations per year for 3 billion years? No numbers means your theory is not science.
I'd just go with whatever the academic consensus says. Just go ask the biologist. I'm not a biologist.
I'll have something to say to that. See, the thing is, he wants to present, a model of pawns come to people evolution, but he hasn't really explained away any of the fatal blows to his evolutionary theory. And if you look at Haldane's dilemma, which is what somewhat of the question that he's asking, because you would need, like, let's look at apes to humans. There would need to be tens or even hundreds of millions of beneficial mutations that arose and then went to fixation. And I talked about this during our back and forth, during that time frame, that specific time frame. And that scenario would require roughly 1,000 independent beneficial fixations per generation. And that's literally impossible. Pawns come to people evolution is impossible. And that's why I always say, that type of evolution is outside of just a normal change in allele frequencies and populations over time. It only happens in the minds of the evolutionists. They hope, they dream, they imagine. That's all I have to say.
Gotcha. Next.
Just a quick response to that. We actually have evidence. We can make future predictions. You can't. So more likely yours is the imaginary.
Next we have James Downard, who asks, question for Standing for Truth, please name any... Oh, I already read that one. Sorry about that. Copy and pasted it twice, I think. Z Yonder asks, for Tom, are scientific theories fact?
Scientific theories are made of facts. Facts are parts of scientific theories. But there are some theories like the heliocentric theory, where the Earth revolves around the sun. That's a theory. The germ theory of disease is a theory. The atomic theory of mass, that's a theory. That's the things that calls nuclear bombs and nuclear power plants. Everything in science is a theory, but theories are made of facts.
Gotcha.
I would say that type of evolution, particles to people, goo to you type evolution, that's not even a theory. It's not even a good hypothesis. That's why I say it always just happens in the imagination of the evolution. But he said that, we look at things, if you're looking at an assumption or a guess, and let's say a planet that he's talking about orbits the sun, we see the planet on different locations of the orbit in a year, and that's why we can tell it has an orbit and would start at one point and end on another. But that's observable. We can figure that out. But in regards to your fish to fisherman evolution, we observe none of that. It's not, like I said, it's just not even a good hypothesis. You actually need evidence to support it for it to become a theory.
Well, right. I just want to clarify that one point. The evidence is the future testable predictions. There are lots of things we can't directly observe, like photons and neutrinos and all kinds of tiny particles, but we make future indirect observations to verify those. And evolution is one of the most supported scientific theories ever. It has tons of these, more than essentially anything else. So it is pretty much on equal grounds as heliocentrism with the evidence. Direct observation is just irrelevant.
I mean, I don't want that question to go on forever. Obviously, I disagree. I think you could just rewatch the debate and see that there's just so much fatal blows to pawns come to people type evolution that it can't be possible. So even if you want to go to things like the fossil record, I mean, fossils are just circumstantial evidence requiring an actual theory to account for them. So I'm just going to stand by the fact that I don't even think it's a good hypothesis, let alone a theory.
Gotcha. Next question. Harry asks, can Christians be evolutionists such as myself? So I think he's saying that he's a Christian who believes in evolution.
Is this for me?
Sure.
I think so.
I mean, I would say that just reading the Bible, using proper hermeneutics, proper exegesis, at the end of the day, you're not going to find ape to man type evolution in there. And it's just, I was talking about this the other day, and it's just bad theology. Young Earth creation has the best theology. Old Earth creation, theistic evolutionism, it's just bad theology. It's a lot of force fitting. The story doesn't flow nicely. And the thing is, if there's no first Adam, well, where's the need for the second Adam? And salvation is in Jesus Christ alone. By grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it's the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. But where's the necessity for salvation if there was no fall of man? So it's like I said, it's just bad. I don't know. That's a tough question because Yeah, that's really all I got to say to it. Tom, if you want to say something to it.
Well, yeah, can you actually, like, it doesn't actually say, you can't assume that the Bible is perfectly literal in those. It could be figurative because there's lots of places where it is figurative. And so it's reasonable for certain Christians to take a figurative interpretation of that and assume it was done by evolution, right? That's potentially reasonable, even if you may not see it as the most.
I will say this, I will respect old Earth, because a lot of the old Earth creationists like Hugh Ross, they reject evolution and they still hold to a literal Adam and Eve in their theology, which makes sense because even they recognize that ignoring the reality of a literal Adam would actually take away from the necessity of the second Adam, which is Jesus Christ. So, and even I think as far as I've even heard that some theistic evolutionists are finding a way to put a literal Adam and Eve in their story, whether it's just one man, one woman coming out of a population of 10,000, as obviously the theory of evolution teaches, human evolution. So that would, I guess, still be somewhat consistent and allow you to look to Jesus Christ as the second Adam. So I know there's a lot of that going on. So I would say I respect that at least.
You betcha. Next question, and we don't have a ton of time yet, so I'm going to try to move quick through what we have. And sorry for those of you who asked if we don't get to it. So Rayrard asks, my question is to ask what the perfect created version of the CO1 mitochondrial gene is, and what genetic standard does he use to establish genetic entropy as fact?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so I think it's kind of two questions. He says first, we can just go with the first one. Ask what the perfect created version of the CO1 mitochondrial gene is.
With the perfect version of it, like with no mutation accumulation?
That's my guess.
Yeah, I mean, my position is pretty simple. I mean, we were created with perfect genomes, and there's been a accumulation of mutations in mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA since the fall of man. And if you can look at this increased genetic entropy and take it back to a time of least genetic entropy, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious to conclude that would be a time of creation. And we see entropy not only in the genome, but we see it in the universe. So the second law of thermodynamics is the law of increasing entropy. So if everything's winding down, who winded up? Take that back to a point of least entropy in the universe. There's a point of creation, least entropy in the genome. There's a point of the creation of man and the created kind. So I think it flows perfectly well. Thanks. Good question.
Gotcha. You bet. And next, what genetic so this is like a two-parter really quick. What genetic standard does he use to establish genetic entropy as fact?
What standard do I ask that again?
What genetic standard does Standing for Truth use to establish genetic entropy as fact?
Well, the fact that nearly all non-neutral mutations are deleterious. We inherit a multitude of all old mutations, 100 to 300 per person per generation. That's 700 billion new mutations this generation. Natural selection is going to have to do something about it. So we start adding new mutations at the first division in pregnancy, obviously, and we die primarily due to mutation accumulation. We pass old and new mutations to our kids and grandkids. I mean, just looking at gene sequencing, mutations, the limits of natural selection, what beneficials actually do, how rare they are, epigenetics. There's a whole bunch of things that you can look at. I mean, population geneticists that aren't even creationists have always looked at this. That's why they have models, synergistic epistasis, mutation count mechanism. I would go look at those and see if you think those mechanisms will be able to explain the influx of deleterious mutations. I mean, the information's out there. I can't do all the homework for the evolutionists. Thanks, that's all I got.
Gotcha. And one last one. Jeremy Ike 1944 asks, there are more failed predictions. Let's see. I'm going to let the fact that it starts with a statement, but it's kind of a preface for the question, so I'll let it slide. There are far more failed predictions in evolutionary literature, such as, did they predict dinosaur soft tissue before they were found? If it's so obvious, why not predict it? I think that's for Tom.
Why didn't they predict that dinosaurs would have soft tissue? I'm pretty sure they did. I don't think they thought dinosaurs were all bone or hard tissue. But I mean, maybe he's asking about the thing where the T-Rex bone that had soft tissue inside of it. Well, I mean, you can just Google that. I mean, it's been answered by evolution, by scientists.
Gotcha.
I think I would say one thing, because he talked about, you know, some testable, falsifiable predictions that have been verified. But the thing is, when these evolutionists are making just thousands and thousands of predictions, and there's so many failed predictions and so many fatal blows to the evolutionary theory, one or two is bound to come true. So that's just expected. But based on the amount that they actually make and the amount of failed ones there are, that's why I just say that, you know, you can believe in it all you want, that type of evolution, but at the end of the day, it is a science fiction religion, and I think the word science has been hijacked by the evolutionists to try and make people think that that type of evolution is actually in the realm of empirical science. Thanks.
Gotcha. We, with that, want to say thank you for all of your questions.
Oh wait, actually, do we have time for one more? Because I'd like to ask Stanley the question.
If Standing is okay with it, we are kind of going on time. We are past time. We're significantly past the time that
yeah, you know, I think it was a good, respectable, profitable discussion. I kind of like talking to Tom. So yeah, go ahead, ask me a question, brother. One last question.
So you believe in Noah's Ark, and there is a certain number of kinds on Noah's Ark. I'd guess probably around 7,000, just to throw a number out. And right now, there's currently about 6.5 million species of animals that live on land. That means that approximately 4 species would have to be created every single day. Which, by species, I just mean about like several 100,000 differences in the genetic code. So, is that an accurate representation of your theory, that you believe that there is a certain number of kinds on the Ark, like 7,000, and there's currently about 6.5 million estimated species? So that would mean that
are you asking me how can you get that amount of species in 4,000 years?
Right, because there'd have to be at least like 10,000 differences per day.
Yeah, I actually, that was a big portion of my opening with the created heterozygosity hypothesis. If you've got these heterozygous ancestors that God encoded with these pre-existing functional DNA differences, because we know there's millions and millions of DNA differences, nuclear DNA differences that separate species and families. So if those are encoded by God at the start of their existence, an almost limitless variety of combinations of chromosomes, genes, and traits are actually possible. So when you look to that model, we don't just look to mutations there, Tom. We look to recombination, gene conversion. They're going to provide many new varieties of these combinations of traits that I'm talking about quickly, since the differences are already built in. So it makes testable, falsifiable predictions that I've talked about earlier.
My question was a little bit different. I was asking because in order to account for those species, you would need to have 4 new species every day. And a new species, I'm simply just defining it as something that has hundreds of thousands of genetic differences, which means in order to account for these new species, you need hundreds of thousands of differences every day. Your theory seems to have a much greater evolution than ours.
I just don't think you understand what I mean by built-in genetic differences. There's millions of DNA differences in the nuclear DNA. So if these were built in at creation, created heterozygosity hypothesis, obviously through recombination and gene conversion, these new traits, new species would come about quickly, especially post-creation, immediate post-creation, post-flood.
I think you're saying that it's pre-programmed, that the species are pre-programmed into the DNA?
The genetic diversity is pre-programmed. Actually, there's a paper out. I would recommend you look at it. It's a fulfilled prediction from, based on the created heterozygosity hypothesis. It's about finches, because we predict shifts from heterozygosity to homozygosity, right? Heterozygous DNA sites to more homozygous DNA sites would produce new species quickly, even in observed time. So we've seen just recently, observed time, new finch species came about through shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. So because we've just studied speciation and speciation events recently, the more that we do study, that's another testable prediction, there's going to be more observed cases like these finches. many more. But the thing is, it has slowed down since the flood. So there's certain rates, mutation rates, predictions have been made. I would just tell people to read Replacing Darwin. Very, very complex technical book, but it's all there. It's very fascinating.
Very interesting.
I'm winded after that, so that's good.
We have a couple of house cleaning things to quick mention. First, Steve is hurt that no one wants to debate him on agnosticism on this channel. And he's been looking hard, I've been looking hard. I've seen that both Steve and I usually get the same response, because I saw it on Twitter at least once, where basically Steve says, hey, do you want to debate me on this issue, namely on whether or not agnosticism really fits under the definition of atheism according to actual philosophers. And thanks for offering, Richard. I think that it's more like Steve takes the position that agnosticism does not fit under the umbrella of atheism in the scholarly literature of philosophy. And like a lot of people are like, oh, totally does. And then Steve's like, okay, great, let's debate it. And they're like, nah. So it's been really hard. And I'm not trying to insinuate that that view is wrong. I'm just trying to suggest that it has been really hard to find somebody that will debate Steve and oppose his claim that most scholars of philosophy, atheists or Christians, whatever they are, most of them would say that atheism and agnosticism, that they don't fit under the same umbrella. And so, namely that atheism isn't just a lack of belief. That's Steve's position that he's wanting to debate. And so shoot me an email if you want to debate him, because that one's been freaking hard to find somebody. And then next, we are going to discuss the fact that we have a couple of exciting upcoming debates this week. One of them this Tuesday with the, some would call him notorious, some would call him heroic, whatever you want to call him, praise I am that I am. Definitely he's got some energy, and he's coming to debate on Tuesday, and that's with the not frustrated atheist, raging atheist. So that's going to be exciting. And moreover, tomorrow we will have a debate on God's existence. And that is going to be a surprise debate. We're not telling you who, but it's going to be fun. I'm very, very excited. So, debaters, we can't thank you enough for using your time, like donating your time basically to everybody, sharing what you've read on this channel. And so we want to say thanks to the debaters. And highly encourage everybody, if you enjoyed what you heard, or if you didn't enjoy, you can still check out their links. That way you can at least hear it straight from them. And with that, debaters, do you have any last goodbyes you want to say as well?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Thanks for standing to come and debate. It was an enjoyable debate. I'd like, can you email me that book about the heterozygosity and the pre-programmed species thing? I'd like to read that. But yeah, thanks for having me on, and thanks for debating, Standing.
No problem. Yeah, thanks for having me on, James. It's always a pleasure. I really, really enjoyed debating Tom today. I think it was good. I'm glad there's 120 people watching. And yeah, I'd be more than happy to send you that book. It's probably the most up-to-date book on young Earth creation research. All the testable predictions I've talked about are in there. So if you were to read that, and then maybe we could have another talk one day on that specifically, that'd be awesome.
Very exciting. So I can't tell everybody like what some of these secrets are. We hopefully will have these debaters back, which could be a secret in a way. We don't have it planned yet, but we'd love to have both of them back. They're both fun. We know for sure Tom's coming back later this month. For Inspiring Philosophy. And then our dear Standing for Truth, he's a regular. He loves to debate, so we would love to have him back. And in addition to that, thanks for your plug, Mark Caesar. We appreciate your support. We have a couple of secret debates that we're I'm talking to people, and I'm like, hey, you think this might work? And we're getting some response that one of them I'm near certain it's going to work out, and we got some big ones that we're really excited about. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. Hopefully you make it. But anyway, with that, if you want to be sure that you see those, hit the subscribe button and that little bell notification so you for sure know when we're live. By the way, with that, we want to say thanks for stopping by and keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Have a great night.
Go ahead, ask me a question, brother. One last question.
So you believe in Noah's Ark, and there is a certain number of kinds on Noah's Ark. I'd guess probably around 7,000, just to throw a number out. And right now, there's currently about 6.5 million species of animals that live on land. That means that approximately 4 species would have to be created every single day. Which, by species, I just mean about like several 100,000 differences in the genetic code. So is that an accurate representation of your theory, that you believe that there are a certain number of kinds on the Ark, like 7,000, and there's currently about 6.5 million estimated species?
Are you asking me how can you get that amount of species in 4,000 years?
Right, because there'd have to be at least like 10,000 differences per day.
Yeah, I actually, that was a big portion of my opening with the created heterozygosity hypothesis. If you've got these heterozygous ancestors that God encoded with these pre-existing functional DNA differences, because we know there's millions and millions of DNA differences, nuclear DNA differences that separate species and families. So if those are encoded by God at the start of their existence, an almost limitless variety of combinations of chromosomes, genes, and traits are actually possible. So when you look to that model, we don't just look to mutations there, Tom. We look to recombination, gene conversion. They're going to provide many new varieties of these combinations of traits that I'm talking about quickly, since the differences are already built in. So it makes testable, falsifiable predictions that I've talked about earlier.
My question was a little bit different. I was asking because in order to account for those species, you would need to have 4 new species every day. And a new species, I'm simply just defining it as something that has hundreds of thousands of genetic differences, which means in order to account for these new species, you need hundreds of thousands of differences every day. Your theory seems to have a much greater evolution than ours.
I just don't think you understand what I mean by built-in genetic differences. There's millions of DNA differences in the nuclear DNA. So if these were built in at creation, created heterozygosity hypothesis, obviously through recombination and gene conversion, these new traits, new species would come about quickly, especially post-creation, immediate post-creation, post-flood.
I think you're saying that it's pre-programmed, that the species are pre-programmed into the DNA?
The genetic diversity is pre-programmed. Actually, there's a paper out. I would recommend you look at it. It's a fulfilled prediction from, based on the created heterozygosity hypothesis. It's about finches, because we predict shifts from heterozygosity to homozygosity, right? Heterozygous DNA sites to more homozygous DNA sites would produce new species quickly, even in observed time. So we've seen just recently observed time, new finch species came about through shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. So because we've just studied speciation and speciation events recently, the more that we do study, that's another testable prediction, there's going to be more observed cases like these finches, many more. But the thing is, it has slowed down since the flood. So there's certain rates, mutation rates, predictions have been made. I would just tell people to read Replacing Darwin, very, very complex technical book, but it's all there. It's very fascinating.
All right, it looks like we're live. So, Dr. Hovind, last time we talked, you mentioned a lot about mutations being deleterious, how they damage things, and I wanted to ask about that. Do you think that all mutations are deleterious, or are some of them positive, some of them neutral?
Well, first of all, it's good to be with you again. I thought you were calling to say you got converted. Not yet. Take one more program. All known mutations are harmful, fatal, or neutral. They do nothing. Or blend back into the population. You know, one has a mutation and there's 10 million other in the herd, so it doesn't ever take over a population. It has never been demonstrated scientifically that a mutation can be beneficial and take over a population of anything. It is pure SpongeBob imagination to believe that it happens, and people do believe it, obviously. The evolutionists all believe that, but it's not demonstrable science. So I'm not aware of any. If you know of a mutation that was beneficial, that took over a population, that added new information, I'd love to hear about it.
Oh, I'm just asking questions right now. So if all mutations are deleterious, then that means eventually, after a certain number of generations, humans won't be able to live anymore, because if we have too much junk DNA, on your perspective, then we won't be able to survive, correct? So there's some...
Well, I wouldn't say that. No, I said all mutations are harmful, fatal, or neutral. They do nothing. If a switch on my car stops working that controls the wobbleator shaft, nobody cares. It doesn't matter. The car still runs. So humans can still run with a lot of mutations. I think the average human is estimated carries about 3,500 defective genes that don't work anymore. We can no longer create our own vitamin C, and most other animals can. When squirrel or a rabbit or a goat gets scared, it creates their own vitamin C. It actually ends up being good for them. But humans cannot do that. My understanding, you can call Bill Sardi, knowledgeofhealth.com. He would tell you that the humans have a broken gene that normally would create vitamin C, and now it doesn't work. But that's an example of losing something, not gaining. And it's not necessarily fatal. It doesn't mean all humans are going to die, but it is a nuisance. We have to take a lot of vitamin C. So, yeah, okay, go ahead.
So does that mean that after a while, if we keep gaining these neutral and negative mutations, then our humanity is going to start to decay after a long time, like lots and lots and lots of generations after gaining these negative mutations? Eventually, life won't be possible anymore because we have too many of these, eventually, long time from now.
That is probably true. I don't know how you can demonstrate that, but I think we could point out that we probably already have quite a few drawbacks to humanity in general. We may be much weaker in many ways than our ancestors were, 2,000 years ago. I think we are accumulating a genetic load that's going to become a problem. Now, how long would that take to kill everybody in the world? There's no way to answer a question like that.
All right, so do you think there are other organisms like viruses, single-celled organisms, and bacteria which have the fastest mutation rates and the smallest genome sizes, and they're also probably experiencing this, correct? This genetic load?
Well, because some mutations, if they're bad enough, they're fatal. I mean, it takes it out of circulation. So probably not. It wouldn't affect the whole population because the bad ones simply die. How many birds are there in the world? Billions. And if, 50 of them get a mutation and it kills them, nobody notices. The ones without that mutation would take over. So I think you're assuming that if one gets a mutation, it somehow affects all of them, which is simply not true. There's a whole herd of animals that would have to be affected. So if one human gets a mutation, how long would it take for that to affect the entire world? It probably never would, because the entire world is not interbreeding. It may affect a population. There probably are some civilizations that have gone completely extinct because of maybe, I know some Indian tribes were nearly wiped out because the white men brought in strange, diseases to them. This happens in Africa occasionally, where a missionary or somebody goes in and discovers a whole tribe is suffering from a problem. But not too many people in Scotland or in Norway or in Alabama mate with those people from Congo. So I don't think you could say that it would take over the whole world and be a danger. It may wipe out a tribe or a certain segment of a population, but I doubt there's any evidence that it would take over the whole world.
I mean, like viruses and bacteria and single-celled organisms themselves, when they divide, they also experience mutation amongst the viruses. So the viruses are also going to decay on their own. So eventually the viruses and the bacteria and the single-celled organisms are also going to die off because they have too much genetic baggage as well, correct?
I think we see that. I think we've seen some diseases, as far as we can tell, completely eradicated from humanity because of, whatever intervention by man or maybe just climate. So eliminating a virus or a bacteria, again, would go back to the same point that this may or may not ever affect the whole planet. I don't think some people use this, some virus or bacteria gets into and 5 people get sick or die from it, and the Congress uses that as an excuse to make a law that affects all 330 million Americans, which I think is stupid. It's not going to affect all 330 million Americans because 5 people died of a particular virus. Viruses can spread, and bacteria and various diseases can certainly spread, but generally it's to the weaker organisms. Those that have good diet, good nutrition, good hygiene are probably not going to get that. Certain people like in contact with animal feces are likely to get things that other people who are not in contact with animal feces, farmers, for example, are probably not going to get that. So I wouldn't panic over it. And I certainly wouldn't, say Congress ought to pass a law now because 5 people died of a virus. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is that if everything experiences genetic decay and genetic load, and viruses and bacteria reproduce at a rate about 1 time every 30 minutes, so if we extend that out to about 6,000 years, that's millions and millions of mutations, millions and millions of reproductions and mutations to each generation. So if it seems that if you're right and that all mutations are either deleterious or neutral, then it seems that the amount of damage done to the genes in viruses and bacteria would have killed them off a long time ago. They wouldn't be able to survive anymore because of how much mutation they'd have in the past 6,000 years because they reproduce so fast and their genes are so small.
Well, two things. We'd have to look at. One is what is causing the mutation in the bacteria or the virus, and has this always been going on? I don't think there's any way to show that. Certainly there are certain environmental factors that would involve increasing mutation rate. Solar sunspot cycle probably does that, with just more radiation coming in out of every 11 years, you go through a solar sunspot cycle. So yeah, I think I would agree that certainly viruses and bacteria have mutations, but then if the vast majority of those simply die, then they don't reproduce and spread that to the next generation. And so I doubt we're going to see a major shift in viruses or bacteria. And certainly there's no evidence that this is ever going to take over the population of the bacteria or the virus, either one. So if somebody wants to imagine that, I think what you're driving at is trying to get some kind of evidence for evolution, because you seem to like that theory. I wouldn't buy that as evidence at all. But go ahead.
Oh, what I'm saying is that let's assume your theory is true and the world was created 6,000 years ago and all mutations.
My theory is true. You don't need to assume it is true, but go ahead.
Okay, so if it's true, then bacteria and viruses have existed for the past 6,000 years, and every generation they're also experiencing negative mutations, and so they're also going to die out, but they reproduce a lot faster than humans. So it seems like if your theory was true, all viruses and bacteria would have all died by now, because the same kind of reproductive cycles or the same kind of reproductive processes that happen in humans and cause genetic mutation in humans also happen for single-celled organisms and bacteria and viruses in many cases. And so they also experience the same kind of decay at the same rate for just everything, which means it seems like if your theory was true, all of those single-celled organisms would have been dead by now.
Well, I understand what you're driving at here. Again, I would point out that if they're deleterious enough, that particular one simply dies and doesn't reproduce. So no, it's not going to take over the population. Secondly, since we have never observed in the observable history, like bacteria, for example, they have a very rapid generation time. Some as short as, I think, 20 minutes. They're born, grow up, get married, and have babies in 20 minutes. So certainly there would be, like you're correct, millions and millions of generations in 6,000 years. We've never seen anything produce anything other than a bacteria. It is still a bacteria. So why would you think it was different with humans or monkeys or bananas or elephants or anything else? It's a lot less generations. With millions of generations available to observe, we cannot see these bacteria become anything other than a bacteria. Why would we think a bacteria ever turned into a dog or a hamster or a whale or a pineapple? Because it's a lot less generations. So that's why I think what you're sharing, and that probably don't even realize it, is a great example of why evolution is stupid. It doesn't work. There's no observation for it. We don't observe populations of bacteria, up to my knowledge, going extinct. There may be some particular types. I mean, you probably have 50,000 different bacteria in your gut right now. All of us do. Different bacteria, different kinds. So we don't see these bacteria ever changing into two-celled creatures, or there are no two-celled creatures. We don't see them ever becoming a different kind of bacteria. And to me, this is a classic example of why evolution does not work on larger animals, which have a much longer generation time.
So does that mean that you believe that bacteria and viruses have the exact same DNA now that they did at creation, because they haven't experienced decay at all?
I don't think they have any new information. They may have lost some information. All known mutations, as I said, are harmful, fatal, or neutral. And to my knowledge, all of them involve a loss of information, not a gain. There may be a duplication, like polyploidy with strawberries. You get the big strawberries, which taste terrible. But actually it's a doubling of the existing gene code. It's not new information. It's a doubling of the information. So I'm not aware of any viruses, any mutations that have caused any new, novel information to that variety of bacteria or virus or anything, a whale or elephant. So again, it's imagination that it happens, and the evolutionists have a vivid imagination. I wish I had their faith. Their faith is incredible compared to mine, but it's not science.
Right. So you said that.
I can't say that the bacteria today are identical to the ones in the Garden of Eden. I don't know, but I think if they're not identical, the changes have been negative or neutral. There's no example, no evidence of anything becoming more improved, a new improved variety. It's not documentable.
So if bacteria are losing information with these deleterious mutations, don't you think they would probably be dead if they've kept losing these over time? Like, or do you think it's pretty similar, just relatively close to the way it was in the creation?
Right. The individual ones are certainly dying off, and maybe some whole, herds of bacteria, whatever you call a herd or a colony or a gaggle or a pride of bacteria, they may indeed have become extinct or died off. The whole tribe may have died off. But that wouldn't affect all the ones all over the world. I mean, it's a big world. If all the bacteria in Alabama died today, that probably wouldn't affect the ones in Canada or, Argentina. It would take a while for that to be able to get around. That probably wouldn't happen. They just simply, if a species of animal dies out, like the dodo bird, okay, well, something else just fills that ecological niche. Nobody misses it. It's just gone. So I think if all the bacteria of one variety, like I said, let's assume you've got 50,000 different kinds of bacteria just in your gut right now, and I do in mine also. If one went extinct, who cares? So I think all we can observe, and probably all we can actually even imagine, is a bacteria gathering enough mutations to where it dies off. The whole kind dies off. Okay. If horses, our neighbors have 11 horses. We feed them over the fence here. If they got mutations and gradually got worse and worse, eventually all the horses in the world might die off. That's a possibility, not a probability, but in theory, it could happen. So something else fills the niche. I don't see any evidence for evolution in that. It may be that bacteria are accumulating a genetic load like humans are, but if the load gets too great, that one dies, and the more robust ones, the ones that don't have that mutation, would take over the population.
Interesting. So essentially, that you think that bacteria are very similar to how they were in creation, with some deleterious mutations, but they're very similar, and that's.
I'd have no way to prove that, but my theory would be, yes, the bacteria originally created are still pretty much the same, just like the humans originally created are still pretty much the same, except now instead of living to be 900, we only live to be 70 or 80 or 90. So certainly there's been a deterioration in humanity, at least from all the records that people, like the Bible clearly says they live to be 900, and all the ancient records about a golden age. Why did they talk about a time when man used to live to be 1,000 and died peacefully in his sleep? There are many legends from various cultures around the world, unconnected, that have the same legend. So from a detective standpoint, that would say, this is evidence there must have been something there. There must have really lived to be 900. One argument we talked about last night on my Bible study YouTube channel, Ken Hovind Official, was what about wisdom teeth? Is that evidence for evolution? Well, the fact that about 40% of the population has to have their wisdom teeth taken out now in America may be dietary, because we don't eat as much roughage as they do in some other countries, but it may be because we're genetically inferior. And if people were indeed living to be 900 and getting bigger, let's just assume everybody was 10 or 12 feet tall and their head was bigger. Now you got room for your wisdom teeth, not a problem. So to lose, and again, that's an example of losing, not gaining. So the examples you're giving for the bacteria would be an example of a bacteria losing genetic information. If you're aware of some where they're gaining, I'd like to see it. But so far, nobody's ever shown one.
All right, so my next question would be, how do you tell the difference between a mutation that's positive, negative, and neutral? If it's gained information, lost information, or hasn't done anything, do you have a way to tell the difference between those?
I don't, not with bacteria. It'd probably be a bacteriologist could do that. But I think with any animal, you can look at it and say, if you get a mutated animal, like we have some sheep on our property now for the kids to come pet, if they produce a baby that is mutated, there's a probability that baby will die before it reaches, reproductive age. Okay. If it gets a mutation, a baby mutated that has something beneficial, which nobody's ever observed, it would then have to find a mate of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time that has the same mutation, that beneficial thing, and they would have to crossbreed, and they'd have to take over the whole population of the world, and there's 210 varieties of sheep in the world that are capable of interbreeding, as far as I know, and billions of sheep. So it's imagination stuff that this process of a beneficial mutation, never observed, can somehow take over the population. Never observed. It's not science. It's SpongeBob imagination.
So you said you don't have a way to tell the difference. Do you know of any creationists who do have like a way to look at two genomes and tell which one has more information, which one has less? Boy,
just to study a genome, period, takes. I mean, what we're doing, we're looking through the microscope at a bacteria that is like so tiny. We have a model in our science center at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox the motor that drives the flagellum on a bacteria. The bacteria is incredibly tiny, incredibly tiny. You can't see them without a really good microscope. And then they have a little motor that turns a hair that makes it swim. That motor is so tiny that if you took a hair off your head and cut the stump off, cut it off, the stump of the hair would hold 8 million of those motors. That's how small they are. And yet that little motor has at least 50 different protons. It's proton driven, 50 different parts to it, and it spins 100,000 RPM. It's very difficult to get any engine to spin 100,000 RPM. I mean, the jets maybe get up there once in a while. Certainly a piston engine. I'm not aware of any piston engine gets anywhere close to that of any type. So you may get a jet engine or something. But the point is, here we have bacteria, which you are trying to use as an example of evolution, that have probably a motor that's more complex than just about anything ever built by man. And we certainly can't build one that small. This nanotechnology is phenomenal just in the motor of a bacteria's flagellum. And some have multiple hairs all over their body and can swim all directions. So they have all the motor on every hair. I think it is absolutely silly to believe such a thing could happen by chance over millions of years. It's certainly not going to come from an accumulation of mutations. Michael B. used the illustration over and over about a mousetrap. 5 basic parts on a mousetrap.
Sorry to interrupt, but my question was, do you know of any creationists who have a way to differentiate between positive, negative, and neutral mutations? Like
I don't know of any creationists that do that type of stuff to look, but how would you know? Just by looking under a microscope, how are you going to tell if it's positive or negative mutation? I don't know. I don't know of any, is the answer to your question.
Okay, thank you. So if I said like there is no such thing as the supernatural and everything is natural, that wouldn't be a really good methodology because something supernatural could be right in front of me. I'd just never be able to identify it, right?
True. Yeah, we cannot study. See, that's where science is limited to study things we observe, study, test, and demonstrate. There are certain things that are just outside the field of science. The supernatural would be completely outside the field of science, untestable.
Right. So if you don't have a way to differentiate between the natural and supernatural, you can't say there is no supernatural because it could be right in front of you. Well, doesn't the same thing apply to information in the gene? If you don't have a way to differentiate between positive changes and negative changes, then you also can't say there aren't any because you just don't know. It could be right in front of you and you wouldn't be able to see it.
Right. This is arguing, though, from the lack of evidence. Here's the problem. The evolutionists will say, well, we can't prove it didn't happen. Okay. But they don't understand. Theirs is a religion as much as mine is. They believe these changes happen. Bacteria slowly turn to elephants and whales and pine trees. They believe that. But it's not observable. So to say, well, we can't see it, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen, you're correct. But I wish you guys would admit this is your faith. And why do all of us in the world have to pay for your faith to be taught in the school system? Why don't you pay for my faith to be taught? You guys have had the schools for like 50 years now. Okay, it's my turn. I want everybody to pay for my religion to be taught in the schools. We've all been paying for evolution religion. I think that's long enough. And I think it's caused a lot of damage to the kids in many ways and society in general. So I think what you're doing, maybe unwittingly, is admitting that you cannot demonstrate evolution, but we should believe it anyway. Okay, that's your faith. Why can't you see that's a religion, Tom? That's not science. But go ahead.
Well, we think we have a way to tell the difference between positive, negative, and neutral mutations. So I was just wondering if the creationists also have a way. And you said you don't know of any. If you find any, please let me know. I'd be interested in hearing that.
Let me. The only thing I can think of, the way you could tell is survivability. Does it survive and reproduce? This was Charles Darwin's theory. Those that survive and are fittest are going to survive and produce the most offspring. So that's the only way to tell. If it died, you would assume it didn't have what it took to make it, and if it lived and produced a million other bacteria, they'd say, oh, this one is more fit. That is the theory. And is that how you would tell if something is beneficial? Because it survives and improves, survives and has a lot of kids. I can't think of any other way. Do you have another way? You said you have.
Let me give you some examples and you tell me if you would call this new information. Like suppose you have a gene and it has a complete genome duplication, so it copies itself, but it's always in the same cell. And then in that copy, it has a mutation which causes it to produce a new protein that was never been seen before in this species. Would that be considered new information by your definition?
Simply developing a new protein Are you saying this protein is going to have new information?
Yes.
I agree that the genes, they make copies of themselves, which is an amazing process. How you guys can believe that happened by chance blows my mind, but you do believe it. Okay, so a gene makes a copy of itself, and you're saying it has a new protein. Do you have an example of this, or is this just purely hypothetical? I'm not aware of any examples. It takes place in the imagination, which goes back to why this is a faith. Evolution's a faith, not a science.
Well, there are actually lots of examples on this. If you go to PubMed.com and type in complete genome duplication, then there's like 10,000 results that pop up with published papers analyzing this. But just to clarify, so if you have a complete genome duplication in the same cell, so it has two pairs of genes in the same organism essentially, and the new pair of gene does something new and adds a new protein, which does something in the organism because all the proteins have some effect in the organism. Would that qualify as new information for you or not so much?
Well, you understand that a protein is like incredibly complicated just on its own. And it is a small slice of what's inside the gene. I mean, like real tiny. So can they demonstrate that this wasn't already there and switched off and now it's just a discovery of a new function? Are you sure it's actually new? If it's brand new to that cell, where did the material come from to build it? Where did the information come from to assemble it properly? How many ways are there to assemble chemicals that do not work to make a protein?
So you wouldn't call that new information?
Yeah, trillions and trillions. So if you're saying the parts of the protein assemble themselves, that's like me saying, I looked in my garage and there was a new lawnmower forming. No, it's not going to happen. So I don't think you can demonstrate that it wasn't something that was already there but switched off, a recessive gene. Of course, we got lots of those, recessive genes. B, where's the material, and is it lined up? Is it? I can drop letters on the floor and make chaos all the time, but what's the probability of me dropping letters making a word? Real slim. Probability of dropping letters making a sentence? 0. The probability of all this stuff coming together to make a protein that is functioning with new information, I think, is absolutely 0. So I will look at PubMed.com. Thank you. I will check that out. But I would be willing to bet without even seeing it, they're showing things that have either been recessive and now being revealed, or a loss of information. Like you can take certain words in the English language and cut off a letter and it becomes a new word. It's a loss of a letter. I can't think of an example now. I'll put some together for my PowerPoint, but there are lots of words. If you take out a letter.
If you take the word atheist, remove the A, you get theist?
Sure. Okay, ruin, R-U-I-N. If I take out the I get run. Is that a brand new information? No. It's 3 letters that already existed in the word ruin. Just a quick thought. Okay, ruin and run. Just take out the letter I. So I think that's probably what PubMed is going to show is 10,000 examples of something where part of a protein was lost and now it made a different protein, but it didn't gather new material and it didn't gather new information. And I don't think you could prove that it's done anything that's going to take over the population through successive generations after that.
All right, let me give you some other examples. So like endosymbiosis, do you know what that is? Where one organism eats another organism, but instead of being decayed, it becomes mutated inside of it and becomes like a new organ. Did you consider that new information?
I would say that's amazing design. If you can take in something into the body of an animal and it becomes functioning part of that body, I think we all do that. You just took a drink of water or something. Are those hydrogen oxygen molecules going to then get into your body and become part of your cells? Yeah. So that's taking something in that's going to be absorbed and useful to the body. That's what eating and drinking is all about, and breathing.
So what about RNA? Would you consider RNA to have information?
RNA carries the information. It's a copy from the DNA. It's the messenger. So yes, it certainly does. Are there mutations that add new information? I'm not aware of any. Again, I would say a ruin and run is a simple example. It's probably you could find examples of RNA as it copies, it loses something and therefore makes a brand new word. It's a shorter word. It's not new information. It's scrambled of existing information.
Okay, so if RNA couldn't like self-replicate and then it has a mutation and now it can self-replicate, would that be new information?
An RNA could probably replicate the information and scramble it some and maybe make a new word like run instead of ruin, but is that going to be an example that's going to drive the RNA to develop from nothing to the RNA to begin with? No. This is a dream world to think that it happens, and I know you guys really believe it happened strongly, because your only other choice is God did it. You don't want God to do it, because then might have to, bow to him. It's not that bad. I enjoy it. Anyway.
Let me give you one more example. So evolutionists believe that single-celled organisms became multicellular. Do you think that would be new information if we could see a single-celled organism become a multi-celled organism?
It would be how would it be new information? Every cell in my body, I have roughly 100 trillion of them, they all cooperate with each other and to make a human body. It's this way with all of life forms. Multi-celled organisms are a combination of millions or billions or trillions of individual cells. So is it new information? There are no examples that I'm aware of single-celled creatures. They form colonies, just like people. Individual humans with their own individual body get together and make cities and states and countries, but they don't all become one body. They're still individual bodies. So I know there's been some stuff in the news lately about some cells getting together in a colony, and they say, oh, they're developing a new function. Okay, that's like, all of our people getting together in Lenox, Alabama, deciding to build a new highway. Okay, well, is that a new function that Lenox never had before? That's not evolution. So I don't know of anything where single-celled have become multi-celled other than a colonization, a cooperation, not actually a new organism. If you know of some, I'd like to see it. And if scientists could do that in the laboratory, get a bunch of individual cells to make a new organism, that wouldn't prove it happened in nature. That would prove a bunch of scientists can do it in the laboratory. That's all it would prove.
All right, so the last 4 examples I gave you, we have examples of all of those. Like, for example, RNA can create itself on a form of clay. That is from a paper, The Role of, big word I can't pronounce, in a Catalyst of an RNA Synthesis, Journal of Applied Clay Science by Michael Andersley. And the second one where RNA can self-reproduce, that's in a paper by Tom Check. And the third one with evolution from single-celled to multicellular organisms comes from a paper, De Novo Origins of Multicellularity in Response to Predation by Matthew D. Herron. So all of those we have examples of.
Okay, you went too fast. I couldn't get them. I'll go back and listen to this and look those up.
If you want, I can email them to you. I have the list.
If somebody said RNA can create itself from clay, tell them, please, Kent Hovind said they're lying or they're stupid. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't think anybody's going to believe that. Because think what you said now. RNA, which carries enormous information, can create itself from clay. Can a computer chip...
Just to clarify a little bit, I'm sorry, they don't create itself from clay. They use inorganic materials which bind to clay and form the RNA.
Okay, is this the RNA doing this by itself, or is this somebody doing something to the clay? People can do things to silicone or to quartz crystals and make it carry information.
So what's happening is that there's no RNA in the disk or whatever, and then they put in the inorganic compounds that would make RNA but haven't made RNA. They're just basic pieces, and they put in a clay molecule, and the pieces bind to the clay molecule and form RNA from nothing, just inorganic material.
Well, they're not forming it from nothing. You said they put the pieces into it.
All right, well, you have to have the pieces. They can't physically do it from absolutely nothing.
Is it possible for me to put all the parts of a tricycle in a bag and shake it and have it come out as a tricycle? Unlikely, but let's suppose it happened one time. I get all the tricycle parts, put them in a bag, shake it, and out comes a tricycle. Okay, I started with all the pieces, and I supplied energy to shake it. That's not an example of evolution. You're not answering the question, where did the parts come from, and where did the energy come from, and what good does it do if there's nothing for it to reproduce with? If you indeed produce one RNA someplace in a laboratory by this process on clay, what's it going to do? RNA carries the message of the DNA. So what good is it going to do?
Right. So the second example I gave was that RNA can reproduce itself. So RNA can be produced on clay and then reproduce itself. The first point you brought up about where did the energy and matter come from, that's the cosmological argument, and I would be happy to talk with you about that sometime too, but I kind of want to focus on just evolution right now.
Sure.
So RNA can create itself on clay with purely inorganic material, and then it can self-reproduce. And RNA is then the precursor to DNA, so it can then produce DNA.
Well, slow down, slow down. Does this RNA that's producing itself on clay require an input of energy from someplace, like, temperature or sunlight? Is it RNA producing itself on clay with no energy input, with no intelligent input, with no parts being put onto it? Where did the clay come from? Where did the parts come from? Where did the energy come from? And how do you know it's information? We have to compare it to something that we see and say, oh, that makes sense. Like dropping letters makes a variety of letters in a row may not make any sense. There are billions of ways to arrange English letters that make no sense at all. There's specific ways to make them make sense, a word in the English language or French or something, but to get them to arrange themselves in a word, something that makes sense and is useful, I think the chances are real close to zero. And as far as all the parts of an RNA molecule doing this, I'm not going to buy it. They're going to have to really prove that to me.
Well, these are things.
A long history of making these grandiose statements. Well, hey, yeah, of course it happened. Don't look behind that curtain, boys and girls. There's this man in there pulling levers with smoke and mirrors. That's all evolution is. It's a little old man behind the curtain pulling levers, and they're trying to say, oh, look, we made RNA. No, you didn't make RNA. You put all the parts in, you supplied the energy, you supplied the clay. That's not creating RNA for sure. But I'll read the article, and thank you for that.
Well, from my understanding, it's kind of like what would happen on the early Earth. The energy comes from the sun. The materials are already there in the Earth, and so they're kind of like reproducing something similar to what happened on the early Earth. So
which again makes the question, where did the Earth come from for this to happen on? That would be the clay. Where did the materials come from? And where did the energy come from? Where did the sun come from? You really have a serious, serious problem. Hey, Dinosaur Adventureland in the background. Awesome.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's kind of distracting, all my camera stuff.
You're good, Steve. Go ahead.
So I would love to talk with you about the cosmological argument some other time. I do have answers to all those. I can't give you where those came from, but I really want to focus on evolution here for the moment. So
before you do, Tom, what do you mean by that word evolution?
Microevolution. So just microevolution. I'm pretty sure I told you this in our last one, but yeah, I just accept microevolution, which is just changes in allele frequency, those kinds of things.
Change in allele frequencies, okay. Which means you have to have the alleles coming from somewhere.
Right.
You start with alleles and get changes.
Right.
Do you start with nothing and get the alleles, or do you starting with something already existing?
You're starting with the already existing matter, and the already existing matter produces the RNA on the clay, and the RNA reproduces itself, which then produces DNA. And
you think that process will drive a bacteria to a whale over billions of years? I'll give you trillions.
It'll create a bacteria.
You think it would?
Yes.
You have great faith. Great. You have enough faith if you'd apply it the right direction to become a child of God and do something for God with your life. You definitely got the faith already. It's misapplied.
Well, so we have two different explanations here. One is the creationist explanation and the evolutionist explanation. And they're competing explanations. How do we tell which one is the better explanation? Because from my perspective...
Yeah, mine's the better one. Go ahead.
Well, so from my perspective, everyone can explain all the past and present data. Like if we saw a cup fall over and I said a mouse did it, well, I can just say, yeah, okay, the mouse knocked over the cup and look at all the mouse droppings. I can totally explain that. But if I said a mouse didn't knock over the cup, I could say a mouse left the droppings and then something else knocked over the cup. So everyone can explain all of the past and present data. But the way to tell the best explanation is to make novel future predictions about things we don't know yet. If you have a theory that can predict into the future about something we don't know, that's really good evidence to show it's not just one of the infinitely many imaginary things we can come up with in our head. And evolution seems to do that a lot, about fossils, where we're going to find them, when we're going to find them, on what layer we're going to find them, predictions about evolution and genes. They make lots and lots of future predictions. And so that seems to be good reason for me to believe this is not one of the imaginary ones. And I don't know of any predictions that the creationist model makes to give us reason to believe it's not one of the imaginary ones. Okay,
let's suppose we came from a different planet, landed on this earth, and somebody handed us a Bible and said, read this. And before we even, just sit down on the planet and start reading, this book says, wow, there was a worldwide flood that killed everything. Just from that, I think I could make a prediction. We may find some fossils in these layers under our feet. There may be some evidence of animals that died in this flood. This book is saying there was a flood that covered the world and killed everything except people on the boat. Oh, let's start digging. I think fossils are evidence of the flood. They're not evidence of evolution. Fossils don't form today in any numbers. As far as I know, none. How many animals died yesterday in the world? Billions. How many fossilized? None. They have to be buried in specific conditions like mud to be preserved to fossilize. So I think we could make predictions based on the Bible if we had never done any digging at all. We would say, wow, I bet there's going to be fossils down there. I bet we should find, as the floodwater runs off, I bet we would find canyons. And we certainly find canyons. I bet we would find erosion features. I bet we would predict from the Bible, mentioning this worldwide flood, that we might find fossils on top of the tall mountains, and we certainly do. So I think, yes, I think you're completely backwards in this, that all the predictions could be, millions of predictions could be made just from the Bible story. For instance, the Bible says 20 times in the first 7 chapters, all the plants and animals are going to bring forth after their kind. I think we could predict that all we're ever going to see is dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows, and there's nothing in between. And cows are not capable of mating with dogs. They just can't be done. So I think we could predict that there will be variations within the kind, big dog, little dog, but there's a barrier, a border. You can't go past that border, kind, whatever that is. So I think we could make lots of predictions from the Bible. So the Bible would be an excellent book. The Bible predicts what happened, how the world was created, all the animals and plants within a few days of each other. Oh, well, then I bet there might be symbiotic relationships where certain plants require certain animals and vice versa. And there are millions and millions of symbiotic relationships. That is predictable from the Bible story before you ever step off your spacecraft. Just sit down, read the book, and you say, well, I can go on all day on this, but I think you're mistaken. If you think evolution makes predictions, they're taking the variations within the kind, like the big dog, little dog, and going wild in their imagination and say, aha, this proves dogs and bacteria are related, which is just not true.
Oh, let me give you some examples.
Based on the evolution theory, what predictions would you make?
So Robert Broom,
you're right.
So Robert Broom predicted that Annamites will double-hinged jaw joints, like a transition between reptile and mammal, will be discovered, and it was discovered later after he predicted this in mammals such as Probognathus. So he didn't just predict the fossil, he predicted exactly what the fossil is going to look like or some feature of the fossil and where it's going to be. That's pretty good. Like, I don't think you can make those kinds of predictions with creationism. These are very precise. And I've got a list of these right now.
Now, hold on a minute. I think we could. I don't know that particular one. Your jaw joint was different on what was it?
He predicted that there would be a double-hinged jaw joint in between a transition between a reptile and a mammal, and it was discovered in the fossil of Probognathus.
I'll have to look that one up and see, but I think if you have to go back and realize in any honest court of law, no fossils would count if he found a fossil of an animal with a double-hinged jaw joint. Could that be something that simply went extinct, is no longer available on the planet? You don't know that it's a transition between two different kinds.
Oh, right. I apologize. That's not the argument. The argument here is that if he assumes that evolution is true, he can project into the future and predict something that he doesn't know yet. And the fact that he got that right is good evidence that that's a good model. It's not.
Let me give you another prediction. I would predict we get off there. We're sitting on our spacecraft. We haven't even got off yet. We're sitting on planet Earth. We're reading the Bible. Talks about a flood killing everything. And we see changes that people went from 900 down to 70 years old. Something changed. I bet we'll find lots of extinction on this planet. If we start digging, we're probably going to find animals in the fossil record that are no longer alive today. Dodo bird, okay? So the fact that he found a double hinge, and I'm not familiar with the details on this one, is not proof it's transition between anything. No animal today goes from single hinge to double hinge. There are no living examples of this happening. You're digging up a bone in the dirt, which you can't even prove had any children. You certainly can't prove that one had different children. You can't even, anyway, and who's this new improved double hinge joint going to marry? And you're back to the bacteria example. You're thinking that is somehow, because that's improved, going to take over the population. How many animals today are still alive and doing fine that do not have a double hinge joint? Like most of them. So the fact that he predicted a double hinge joint, and I'll read up on the details here, I would say that's a lucky guess. As far as where you find it, we find fossils all over the world. On top of Mount Everest, they found him in Antarctica under the ice. I think that's more evidence of a flood. Much better scientific explanation of what happened was a global flood. Noah's in the ark for a year. I don't know how long Lennox was underwater, maybe a couple months, 6 months, I don't know. But there are rounded rocks all over. I live on a gravel pit. We have trillions of rounded rocks. I think I could predict that this flood, because of the tide, would roll the rocks back and forth, and we'd find gravel all over the world in rounded form. I Googled yesterday, where are gravel pits found? And it said something to the effect of there's almost always a gravel pit within 50 miles of the ability to get gravel of any place on the earth. If you wanted to build highways and wherever you live, you could say, where's the nearest place to get gravel? I bet there's a place within 50 miles of you that you can get gravel to make your concrete or whatever. So I think I could predict there'll be gravel all over the world from Noah's flood, and sand dunes and wind-blown sand and cross-bedding and polystrata fossils. I think I could make millions of predictions if I had not stepped out of my spacecraft yet and say, wow.
Let me just clarify a little bit. So if we have two people and one person makes a prediction that there's going to be a guy named Bob standing off somewhere in that direction, and another guy makes a prediction there's going to be a guy named Bob exactly 500 feet in that direction, which one of those is a better explanation? Which one of those is like...
Oh yeah, the more detail for your prediction, the better. The Bible predicted Jesus would be born of a virgin in Bethlehem from the tribe of, again, it gives hundreds of things about the birth of Jesus Christ. Predictions thousands of years before it happened. Wow. And then it happens. Oh, and then it said he shall be called a Nazarene from Nazareth. Well, he was born in Bethlehem, but raised in Nazareth. Two different little bitty towns in a little bitty country that's smaller than New Hampshire. So I think if you want to get into predictions, I think you're going to lose this battle quickly, because the Bible has lots of predictions, including what's coming in the future, including what's going to happen to you when you die. It's all predicted in that book. I'd be willing, you think you ought to read that and listen carefully to what he said.
I've actually read the Bible from cover to cover multiple times, and most of the predictions seem very vague. They're kind of like the example of there's some guy named Bob standing in that direction. Whereas the predictions from evolution are very precise. They say there's going to be a fossil exactly at this layer with exactly these features of like this jaw joint or this feather structure or whatever, and it's going to be exactly in between these kinds of two fossils, which are going to be on this layer and this layer. They make extremely precise predictions, whereas I don't think the ones in the Bibles are very precise.
I'll have to read up on that. I'm not familiar with that particular one. If you can send Steve the link of where you found that.
Absolutely. I can just I'll send you that as soon as we're done.
Now, are you saying if we have a very complex animal with a single hinge jaw, which most animals are, and it's going to develop a double hinge jaw, I assume to be able to open bigger, was that the purpose of it? You know, some animals with a double hinge jaw simply can open their jaw bigger, like most snakes can do that, okay? Many snakes can do that. Are you saying that that is an example of new information that came from somewhere?
No,
you have to not only have the double hinge jaw, you got to have the muscles to control it and the nerves to control it. This would be a real complicated change. Is it more logical to believe something was designed with a single hinge, something was designed with a double hinge, and one of them, we found a fossil of it going extinct?
Or so the only argument I'm making is that if you assume evolution is true, you can make this prediction and discover it in the future. So I'm not saying anything about evolution or whether or not this jaw joint was evolved or whatever. I'm only saying that if we assume evolution is true, we can make this prediction a long time, which is an extremely precise prediction, and then we can discover it in the future and it's right. And we can make lots and lots and lots of these. So like Robert Broom made the one about the double hinge jaw joint. Richard Alexander made the one about eusocial insects. William Bede predicted that birds with asymmetrical fight patterns will have them on the back legs, which we found in Microraptor. Tiktaalik, I'm sure you're familiar with Tiktaalik. That was another one where they predicted exactly the right layer in exactly the right area. I mean, so all of these examples are really, really precise predictions that you can make if they assume evolution is true. And you can make them before knowing them and then discover them to be correct really consistently. That seems like the precise prediction of saying Bob is exactly 500 feet over there.
I understand. I appreciate your great faith, but to this, again, you're dealing with fossils. Why don't you do this with a living animal? I predict every farmer in the entire world will tell you cows produce cows. There are no exceptions.
But that's not a future prediction. That's something we already know. You have to make a prediction of something we don't know yet.
Okay. I predict if all the scientists in the world get all the bacteria in their laboratory and nuke them and microwave them and x-ray them and raise the temperature, lower the temperature, raise the pressure, lower the pressure, they'll always produce a bacteria. I predict you will never be able to get a bacteria into anything like a whale in any amount of time in any laboratory on the planet.
Well, that's not a prediction. Prediction, you mean you have to predict something that will happen, not something that won't happen.
Okay. I predict they will always remain bacteria. I predict the cow's offspring will always remain cows. I predict the dog offspring will always remain dogs. That's my prediction from Kent Hovind on the 20th of March, 2019.
Well, that's like saying Bob is somewhere in that direction. Because there's no like stopping point, you're just saying forever. It's not really a precise prediction. You have to say this will happen. This specific thing will happen under these conditions.
Okay. Today, March 20th, 2019, every animal on the planet will produce babies that are the same kind as itself. That's my prediction. You will find no exceptions to that. The birds will have baby birds. The cows will have baby cows. That's my prediction.
Well, I totally agree with that, but that's not a prediction. Like if I said the sun will rise tomorrow, that's something we already know. You can't predict something we already know because that's not a prediction. To be a prediction.
Well, you already know that every animal produces the same kind. Why do you believe it was different in the past?
Well, evolution actually also says that every animal will produce of the same kind. But that's a slightly different topic. So, but
Okay.
can you make any future testable predictions of things we do not know yet?
Or do you believe this bacteria millions of years, billions of years ago turned into, do you believe a whale and a pine tree have a common ancestor which was single-celled? And was that single cell a whale or a pine tree? And if not, did it turn into something that was not the same kind? You got
it backwards. So the whale and the pine tree are both still the kind of the single cell. The single cell is like if you start with a bacteria that evolves into a fish, the fish will still be made of bacteria. And if you have that bacterial fish that evolved into like a lizard, then that lizard will still be the fish bacteria. It never loses the things. It's always the same things.
Right. Now let me try to get you to see what you just said. Bacteria turned into fish and turned into pineapples, let's say. Okay.
Well, this is hypothetical. It didn't actually happen. Bacteria didn't do this, but yeah.
Okay, a single-celled creature turned into a fish, and a different one turned into a pineapple. So fish and pineapple are related because they both come from a single-celled creature. And yet today, fish only produce fish and pineapples only produce pineapples. So somewhere in the past, something happened that is not observable today. It is not observable to have any animal or plant produce anything other than its kind. You believe it happened in the past, but you can't see it happen in the present, and you certainly predict it won't happen in the future. You've got to be kidding if you believe it happened in the past. That's faith, incredible faith.
All I believe is in microevolution, so the only thing I believe in is in small changes in microevolution of changes in allele frequency through reproduction. And we do see that today. But again, going back to my question, can you make any future novel testable predictions of things we don't know yet, not things we do know yet, that creationism can make?
All right, the Bible says clearly that Eve is the mother of all living. I predict they will not find evidence of life anyplace on other planets. None. They've been looking, what's the SETI project? How long they've been doing that, listening, taxpayers paying for people to sit at a telescope listening for evidence from outer space. Never happened. It's not going to happen. I predict it won't happen. Now, there may be, because the Bible teaches there are demonic spirits, there may be some impersonation kind of stuff where, like there's plenty of hoaxes and frauds about, Bigfoot and Sasquatch and stuff. So there may be somebody, pulling a hoax on somebody, but I don't think there'll be any scientific evidence of any life on other planets. And they've been searching quite a while now. I predict they keep searching. They won't find any.
Well, that's an interesting prediction. I definitely like that one, but it's still just something we won't happen. Can you predict something that will happen? That's like a thing that if evolution or if creationism is true, we will be able to search in this location and find this thing of something like that, a positive prediction.
I predict, as far as finding things in the fossils and in the ground, digging in the dirt, I think we'll find evidence worldwide of a flood. Everything can be interpreted in terms of a flood. The stratification, the upside down petrified trees running upside down, different layers. How does the evolution explain that? But the Bible says very clearly in the end of time, you won't be able to buy or sell without a mark. That's quite a prediction from 2,000 years ago. I predict you will see in the near future, I'm going to say, I don't know at the time, a few years, cash will become obsolete. If you had a pocket full of Confederate money right now and go to any store and say, look, I got $10,000 in Confederate money, what can I buy? They would say nothing. It's useless. I predict the money we have in our pocket today will become completely valueless. It'll be a piece of paper worth nothing. Coming soon. You're going to have a chip, just like it's in credit cards, only this time it's going to have to be in the right hand. I predict there'll be a time coming soon when you cannot buy or sell unless you have a chip in your hand or in your forehead. That's my prediction. Watch it happen.
That's a pretty good prediction. I like that, and I think that'll probably happen.
Revelation 13. And I predict that chip will have to have a particular series of numbers that includes a 666. Steve, you got anything with a barcode on it? Anything? Yeah. Give me something here. Back in 1973, when they developed the barcode, you can Google this yourself, the early barcode, there you go, can of Coke, Paula Coke. No, give me 10 items, I'll find it. Okay, there you go. Unicorn meat, wow, okay. If you look at any barcode, the first two skinny lines are longer than the rest. They hang down below. In the middle, there are two skinny lines hanging down below. At the end, there are two skinny lines hanging down below. Two skinny lines with a single white space between them. You want to zoom in on that, brother? You can't do that, can you? Okay. Now, if you look at the history of the barcode in 1973, they decided they needed the first half of the barcode to be something for the company to use. So they developed a series that these lines and spaces mean something, and it gives the numbers, 0 through 10 through 9. They would say the second half will be assigned to the whoever's building that product. So they have a different way. There are two different ways to make a number 1. There are two different ways to make a number 6. The first two are always skinny lines coming down here. The middle two are two skinny lines, and the last two are two skinny lines. You look it up. That is the computer code for 6. Every barcode, unless they use the shortened version, which has 3 skinny lines, which is 66. Every computer barcode, unless it's an in-house code for that company, they make up their own, starts with a 6, has a 6 in the middle, and a 6 at the end. I think that's fascinating, and I think you're going to see something in the microchip that'll have to go in your right hand, not on. All the new Bible versions say on the hand. King James Bible says it'll go in the hand. I think it'll be an injectable chip, just like they do in dogs at the dog pound now. You can take your pet to any vet, and they'll inject a microchip, and you can locate it if it gets lost. Steve, what's that chip you can put on the car? If somebody steals your car, you can track it. GPS chip. This is all in the last 30 years, okay? It's pretty incredible. This was written, Revelation chapter 13, written 2,000 years ago. That's a pretty good prediction. I predict you, Tom, will stand before God one day and have to give an account for every word you've ever spoken. Matthew 12:34. Every word is going to be read back for the whole world to see. And when God says, Tom, you're guilty, everybody's going to nod their head and say, he's guilty, which would apply to everybody. Problem is, I don't want mine read in front of everybody. I will hope you don't either. So I accepted God's payment for my sin. And my book's clear. He erased it. The blood of Jesus Christ wiped out my sins. Praise God. But I predict, and if you don't, Tom, in time, I'm going to be able to hear every word you have ever spoken in your lifetime and every thought you've ever thought during your entire life. I predict the whole world is going to get to hear that. My prediction.
That's your best prediction so far. Unfortunately, we can't test it while still alive. So it's
correct. Too late then.
So just what you said earlier about where does the matter and energy come from? I personally believe in something like pantheism. We can have an eternal, all-powerful universe or eternal, all-powerful nature without a God. And so just like you believe God is all-powerful and eternal, the universe could be all-powerful and eternal without a consciousness. So that's where I would say that the energy comes from to create life.
So where did this universe get started? Where did this energy originate? You're telling us it's here now. Where did time, space, and matter come from? You didn't give an answer to that. You're saying it's here and it works good. Well, that's like somebody finding a car with the keys in it and say, whoa, I'm going to take this. Well,
I would say they would be created by pantheism. So pantheism exists prior to space, time, and matter, just like you believe God does. And then pantheism created the time, space, and matter with quantum fluctuations.
Okay. This is not science, you realize. This is your religion.
Correct. I'm using it as an alternative to theism.
Yeah, it's an ism, no question. So you believe matter is God or time or space or the combination of the three. That would be your Holy Trinity, time, space, matter. And I believe God created those three things, time, space, matter. Okay, you can believe what you want, but I just think the audience needs to see what you have is a religious belief, which you're welcome to have. I don't think it'll do well for you Judgment Day. I don't think it makes common sense. I don't think it's science. And I certainly don't think you ought to make all of us pay for that to be taught in the schools, but that is what's being taught in the schools, and it's completely unfair.
Well, pantheism is taught in schools. Pantheism is completely something separate that I just made up to be an alternative to theism. So my point is just
evolution builds on that.
I don't think so. I think evolution and pantheism are separate theories. But so my point is that you can explain the energy that created the universe and the energy that's used to create life without a God. You don't need a God for those things.
I disagree. You believe energy created life forms on Earth. It's not observable. It's certainly not science. It's a religious faith. Energy, you can add energy. If I fill the trunk of my car full of gasoline and light it, it's going to put a lot of energy out, but it's not going to move the car anywhere. You have to have a very complex mechanism called an engine, drivetrain, transmission, differential, etc., to use that energy, to take that energy and transmit it into something useful. It is a really complicated process. To take sunlight energy and use it requires an extremely complex molecule called chlorophyll. You and I can't use the sunlight's energy for much of anything, make a little vitamin D out of it, but basically it would kill us if that's all we had. We have to have chlorophyll. So if you're saying energy is going to create things, you're absolutely blind. Energy destroys things unless there's a mechanism to use it. We only got 2 minutes left. Steve's got to go, but go ahead, Tom. Anything else?
Well, no, my point was that in the beginning or a while back, you asked, where does the matter and energy to create the clay comes from? And I can get that matter and energy without a God. Just like you explain it with a God, I can explain it without a God.
Okay. I don't think you can explain it without a God. Make me some matter out of nothing. Get a jar of nothing and turn it into anything. Make me a marble. Make me a bead. Make anything out of nothing. I don't think you can do it.
Well, I would ask, how does God do it? And then however God does it, I can create a natural process that can do it too.
You think you could? So you're God? I thought it was Tom. Gee whiz. I'm honored to meet you. Well, let's do this again sometime. I'll be glad to do it. If you want to get into the cosmological argument, we can do that. We appreciate you coming. If folks want to get a hold of you, do you want to give out any information for you? You have an atheist club or something? Or
oh, this is actually broadcast on my YouTube channel, so everyone sees it from my space, from my view.
Okay. What's your YouTube channel? We'll advertise it on mine too. What's your YouTube?
TJump, TJump. That's my initials. So
TJump, YouTube. That's it. Just TJump, huh?
Yep.
And mine is Kent Hovind Official. And zoom into ours and tell your friends about it. And my phone number, if you want to talk to me personally, 855-BIG-DINO, extension 3. I take lots of calls every day. Be glad to talk with you. Thank you, Tom. Let's do it again sometime.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on. I really enjoy having conversations.
All right.
With you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey everybody, today we are debating whether or not creationism makes testable predictions, and we're starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here. This is going to be a blast, folks. It is an exciting day today. I really enjoy these, and I have to let you know, we have both, you could say, experienced veteran debaters on today, both of which are linked in the description, and also want to let you know, these guys, they've been through it before. This is you could say, retaliation, vengeance. They're going at it again. So this is a brand new topic. We've never gotten to have this one. If you are new here, consider hitting that subscribe button, because we have a lot more debates coming up that you won't want to miss. And if you hit that notification bell, you'll be reminded of them. For example, not this Monday, but the following Monday, we just confirmed it, like seconds before we went live. Got an email back from Destiny, where Destiny will be coming on Monday, November 11th, to debate praise on whether or not Trump is racist. It's a juicy one, very provocative, and we're not going to take much time. We want to get right into this. So, very excited. Whether you be Christian, atheist, Republican, Democrat, we're glad you're here as we try to build an eclectic community. And we're going to have Tom go first today. So, basically a quasi-formal debate. It's basically a 5-minute opening from Tom, then a roughly 5-minute kind of response from Standing for Truth, then 40 minutes of open discussion, just how you like it, followed by 5-minute closings, and then Q&A. So if you have a question, feel free to shoot it into the live chat. I will pull those questions out of the live chat into a list. If you want to do a super chat, you can basically fire that into the live chat. It'll go to the top of the list for the Q&A, and also it allows you to make a comment toward one of the speakers during the question and answer. So with that, very excited to have both of you on. Thanks very much to Standing for Truth and Tom for coming on today. Tom, I've got the timer set for 5 minutes, and the floor is all yours.
All right, so the topic we're debating today is whether or not creationism can make testable predictions. And the reason we're looking into this is we're trying to figure out, is creationism true? And the way we establish that is the same way we establish anything is true. We have to have some criteria to differentiate whether or not whatever is being proposed is imaginary or real. And so we need some way to differentiate between what's imaginary and what's real. And anything that can do that is evidence. So we need some criterion to do this. And the criterion science uses is predictions. Novel testable predictions, and that's what we use as evidence. And so can creationism make these novel testable predictions and demonstrate that it's not just an imaginary explanation that's been made up like phlogiston, and it's a real actual thing? So what does this mean when we say we need novel testable predictions? Well, there's infinitely many ways to explain anything. Any phenomenon, event, occurrence, observation has infinitely many reasonable ways to explain how it happened. For example, imagine we see a cup fall over. What could have caused this to happen? Well, maybe it was the wind, or someone bumped the table, or maybe it was caused by a mouse or a squirrel or a bird, or it could have been caused by a meteorite falling from the sky or invisible aliens. Maybe somebody used psychic powers to knock it over, or magic. Maybe it was a ghost or a fairy or a leprechaun or even a god. Maybe the whole world was created 5 minutes ago with the cup already lying on its side, and the memories of seeing it fall are just illusory. Or it could have been created 6 minutes ago, or 7 minutes ago, or 8 minutes ago. We can come up with infinitely many ways to explain how the cup fell over. But how do we determine which of these infinitely many ways is the best explanation? Well, all of them all of the infinitely many explanations, except one of them, are the truth, or except one of them are imaginary. So there's only one truth, and all of the other infinite ones are imaginary. So we need some criteria to differentiate between which ones are the imaginary, which ones are the real ones, or justified ones to believe. Now, one approach is to take all past and present observations, everything we know about the event, and see which possible explanations can explain all of the data. However, this approach is fundamentally flawed because using ad hoc reasoning, all past and present observations can be explained by all of the different explanations. For example, if we saw mouse droppings around the cup, and if my explanation was that a mouse knocked over the cup, I could of course say, well, clearly the mouse knocked over the cup and left the mouse droppings. However, if my explanation was a mouse did not knock over the cup, I could say a mouse came and left all the mouse droppings and walked away without knocking over the cup, something else being the cause. So any explanation could explain the observation we see of the mouse droppings after we see them. And we can always say this for any observation. We can make any observation consistent with our explanation, no matter what it is. So we can't use past or present observations as the basis for determining which one's the best, because they can all explain all past and present data, which means we have to use future testable predictions. We have to be able to predict into the future something we don't currently know. And if we can do that consistently and reliably, then that's a good reason to believe whatever our explanation is the best one. So if you can say something like, given my explanation, I can predict something that we will discover in the future, which we don't know yet, which the other explanations have not anticipated and will only be able to explain ad hoc or post hoc after we discover it, that's the best explanation. So, and the predictions can't just be any predictions. You can't predict, I predict the sun's going to come up tomorrow. That's not very good, because anybody can predict that. It's already something we know. So the predictions have to have certain kinds of criteria to qualify as predictions to be evidence. For example, I can make the prediction there's going to be a man named Bob in that direction, and you can look in that direction. If you don't see Bob, I can say, well, you just haven't looked far enough. You got to go farther. And you keep looking, and you still don't see Bob. I can say, well, no, you just got to keep looking, keep going, go. And I can say that ad infinitum. Just keep saying, well, if you haven't found him yet, keep going. And since that prediction can never be proven wrong, that isn't a good prediction. So the predictions you make have to be falsifiable. You have to be able to say, Bob is X distance away, and if he's not X distance away, then I'm wrong. If you can't say that, it's not a prediction. Also, the prediction I could make would be like if I said the sun will rise tomorrow. Obviously, everyone can predict the sun's going to rise tomorrow. It's something we already know. So you can't just predict things we already know. You have to predict something we don't know yet, something novel. Also, I can make the prediction that billions of light years away, there's a teapot floating in space. Even if that may be the case, because we can't actually verify that it's correct, it's not a prediction. It's not useful, because you have to actually show it's correct before it actually counts as evidence for your conclusion. So the predictions have to be verifiable. Also, I can make numerous predictions at random, just like the next lottery ticket number is going to be XYZ, and just keep making predictions, and eventually I might get one right. But the fact that I can make numerous predictions isn't evidence, even if I get one right, because anybody can just make infinitely many predictions and happen to get one right. That's not evidence of anything. So the predictions have to be precise, because the same thing applies to allegory and parable, because they can be interpreted in many different ways. That's the same as making many different kinds of predictions, because you can just pick the interpretation that seems correct and say, you see, I got it right. When in fact, it can be interpreted in many different ways, and most of them were wrong. So the predictions have to be precise. And finally, even if I'm able to make such predictions as I've described above, the explanation I may be accrediting may be different than the one that actually worked. So it has to be the same explanation I'm using has to be able to be used by others to also make other predictions that can be confirmed. It's called peer review, which doesn't just mean that they confirm the same prediction, can make the same result, but that they can use the same model to make other predictions. So in conclusion, for predictions to count as evidence, they must be repeatable, falsifiable, novel, verifiable, precise predictions that are confirmed by peer review. And if you can do that, if creationism can do that, then that's evidence for creationism being true. And that's the question we have here today. Can creationism make those kinds of predictions?
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tom. And with that, just also want to mention before we go into the discussion format, it could be something on my end, but I think it might be that your mic is making kind of like a popping or a crackling, like a click sound. It's kind of loud, Tom. So just in case, I mean, we'll see if Standing for Truth has it coming through too, in which case it's probably my side that's making it happen. But it definitely, there's like a loud clicking that's like slightly abrasive on the ears. We will next go over to Standing for Truth for 5 minutes or so. And glad to have you here, Standing for Truth. The floor is all yours.
Awesome. Thanks so much for setting this up, James. Thanks so much to Tom for doing this debate. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I listened to his opening there, and he's looking for specific criteria to differentiate between what is imaginary and what is real. And this is going to be determined by evidence. This is how we can distinguish between what is imaginary and what is real, as he stated. Do we make novel predictions? The answer is yes. And he states that there are infinitely many ways of explaining anything, right? You can post hoc, ad hoc, reason almost anything. So Tom here wants testable predictions that only future observations can prove to be either true or false. So no post hoc and no ad hoc. Anybody can predict the sun would come up. I agree with that. So if I get into things like there exists massive geological evidence that demonstrates sufficiently that the Earth's layers and rocks are young, fast erosion rates, worldwide sedimentary strata deposition, pancake layered rock strata, cold rock slabs deep in Earth's mantle, indicating a worldwide global flood. These things he may accuse me of as post hoc and ad hoc reasoning. So let's get right into it then. Let's satisfy his criteria. Now, there exists so much evidence for biblical creation, especially in genetics. That's why we can utilize so many different fields of science and make predictions that are testable. Genetics is where the war is won today. And this is because traits are inherited, not bones found in the dirt. The term genetics, for example, wasn't even around during Darwin's day. This is how primitive Darwin's understanding would have been. But this is what's inherited in sperm and egg. Sperm and egg don't pass on a fossil. They pass on an instruction manual, an information system. If we want to find the history of humanity and the origin of species and look at the biblical base model, we need to look at DNA. Evolutionists need to look at DNA as well. We have in all of our cells, for the most part, DNA. And every generation, sperm and egg cell pass on DNA. As we know, and I'm sure Tom here is not going to dispute, DNA changes. There are mistakes that occur. This is a regular process, and therefore we have a clock. All we need is a regular repeating process. In the case of genetics, every generation changes happen, as I've stated. This is basic. Now, if we add up this over, let's say, several generations, there's a history that's then recorded. And because of this, we can look at people around the globe, animals, species around the globe, for example. How many differences exist, DNA differences, that is? For example, how fast does the DNA change and mutate? We literally have a clock in which we can use calculations to test whether or not we humans look young. Do we have an abundance of genetic differences? Has the clock been ticking for a lengthy time or a short time, as creationists would predict? And what we actually see in our DNA is amazing evidence suggesting that we have not been around for millions of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Why? There's too few DNA differences, and we can make novel, testable predictions based on this data. And we have. It looks like we arose genetically just 6,000 years ago. This is shocking to most people. But this is science. And so we see one of the main arguments against creation is creationists can't make predictions that are testable. This is 100% false. We have and do meet the gold standard of science. We are the ones making the predictions. How do we respond when evolutionists such as TJump tell us creationists, we can't make testable prediction? Well, This question can be answered in a number of successful ways. Many creationists have put in print testable novel predictions, claims about the natural world from which we do not yet know the answer, claims about the rate at which DNA mutates, predictions on the rates at which species form. There are numerous predictions, literal predictions. And what evolutionists are constantly asking for, they're asking for claims that future observations could reveal to either be true or false. And we've made these. One of the claims made by creation scientists, specifically Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, that have been put into print is, hey, look, here's a claim for humans. For example, take African people groups. Nobody has yet measured a particular type of rate that certain DNA mutates in African people groups. There are numbers, yes, literal numbers that says, hey, they're going to change their DNA at this rate, this many changes per generation. There are actual numbers in print regarding these types of predictions. We're just waiting to test them. This is something that we can go and test, like I've said. And the title of this debate is, do creationists make testable predictions? Well, at the end of the day, this was an easy win, because whether my opponent agreed or not.
Forgive me, I just realized that I don't know how long you went over 5 minutes. I just looked back at the clock and I realized it ran out. So I'll give you maybe another like 30 seconds if you can wrap it up. And,
yeah, let me just sum up this one prediction then. That's cool.
Thanks so much.
So this is just one then of the many testable predictions made by creation scientists. So we can discuss this one, of course, jumping into the discussion. I've got many more. I mean, at the end of the day, we could probably just end it here and call it a day, but why ruin all the fun? So let's get into not only this prediction, we can get into other predictions. If he wants to talk about something other than genetics, whether it's astronomy or geology, we've made accurate predictions in almost every scientific field. So for now, that's all I'd have to say.
You bet. We are ready for the open discussion, gentlemen. Thanks so much.
All right. First, you said my mic was making a weird noise. Is it still making the weird noise? Does Standing hear it?
It's crystal clear now.
No, yeah, it sounds pretty good to me. I don't hear anything.
All right. Was my intro made sense? It wasn't like you didn't cut out my audio or anything?
No, I heard it all. I made some notes. It looks like you're looking for, I'm just one sec. I'm checking because James said something about my mic was making a noise. I just want to make sure that's not happening. As long as that's not happening, we're good. Nope,
it's not anymore.
All right. So yeah, yes, you can definitely make predictions but that isn't the kind of prediction I'm looking for. Like I can predict that if I pray to this Pastafarian spaghetti monster, that a gold brick is going to appear in front of me. That is a testable prediction. But remember, one of my criterion is that you have to have peer review. Other people have to be able to use the same model to also make predictions. So the fact that creationists have come up with ways that they can seem to make predictions doesn't do anything, because no one else can use this model to make predictions, or the ones they do come out to be false consistently. So just like I can say, I'm going to pray to the spaghetti monster to get a gold brick, that's technically a prediction, but it's not the kind of prediction I'm looking for. It doesn't meet the criteria that I outlined in the introduction. So you would have to give some kind of methodology of how you got that, which can then be used to make other kinds of predictions by actual scientists that aren't creationists.
Well, for example, some of the most divergent of African people groups, for example, the Khoisan peoples, their mutation rates have not yet been measured. So what I just explained in my opening there, in my brief opening, is that creation scientists have actually made really, really precise and specific predictions on how fast their DNA would change or mutate according to what we know about genetics. Therefore, that is like me pointing at some random guy on the street and saying, hey, do you play baseball? And he says yes. And I say, this is how far you're going to hit. That is how precise and specific this prediction is. And therefore,
right. But apologize to interrupt, but yes, I can make a precise prediction right now that is super precise, that if I pray to the spaghetti monster, a gold brick is going to appear in front of me in 5 seconds. That is an extremely precise prediction, but no one else can use it to make other predictions. It's totally ad hoc and arbitrary.
Of course we can, because, for example, I'm sorry to interrupt, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen is using observed mutation rates on non-African people groups and coming up with accurate retrodictions of their mutation rate, which actually points to biblical creation. Now he's using that observed mutation rate to make predictions on African people groups that have not yet been measured in regards to their mutation rate. Therefore, evolutionists can do the same thing. We can literally get swabs of their DNA and test this and see if it's true. Therefore, if it's not true, that could falsify that specific model and that specific prediction.
Well,
so
remember,
that is
my criticism here is that the scientists have to be able to use his model to make predictions.
Oh,
not just
of course.
him. It doesn't matter if he can do it. They have to also be able to do it. The scientists have to look at the information.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't think you understood my point. So that observed mutation rate, scientists in the field of evolution or in the field of, say, creation science, they can use that observed mutation rate, and they can make predictions on not only African people groups or non-African people groups. They can use it on species. They can use it on animals.
Well, that's the part. My understanding of the reason his position fails is because it's arbitrary. Like, his model doesn't actually make accurate predictions. He's just making them up. Like, when the scientists actually look at his model and try to use it to make predictions, they get the wrong results consistently. They can't do it. It's inconsistent. That's the criticism of his position. The scientists can't use his model to make predictions. It's too inconsistent.
Well, here's the thing. It's not inconsistent because some of these predictions, the genetic related predictions, they've already come true. Now, the ones on the Khoisan peoples, they haven't yet because we're still awaiting the data to confirm whether or not that's true. But just recently, we've, based on predictions, mutation rate predictions on animal species, they've actually come true. Now, let's...
Again, that's not the criticism I'm using here. So you can definitely make predictions that come true. I can predict that a gold brick is going to appear in front of me from the spaghetti monster. And even if I get that right, that still doesn't count as evidence until the same methodology can be used by other independent sources to show it worked. So my criticism is that even if he makes a prediction about the genetic decay rate of people in Africa and gets it right, until he presents a methodology of how he made that prediction, and that methodology can be repeated by others who are not him and who are not creationists, then it's not evidence because it's just his made-up system.
Well,
like,
we're using...
Like if I like shook a magic 8-ball and got a result, and it happened to be right, I could just shake it again, and if it doesn't get a result. So the problem here is that how do other people use his model to make results? And they can't. That's the criticism. Scientists look at his model and
no, we can because we have mutation rates on various species, on various people groups. Now, if we use that, whether it's pedigree-based studies, we can use coalescence calculation.
I'm granting that. I agree with that completely. That's not the criticism. I can say...
but the title of this debate is, do creationists make testable future novel predictions? This is a future novel prediction. This specific one hasn't come true yet. I agree with that.
No, remember, the criteria I gave, one of them was must be confirmable by peer review. That is one of the criterion for it to qualify as a prediction. His data is not. And
this can be, for example, we've made predictions on the rates at which many different species have formed. For example, our model, just wait, I want to finish my thought here. I understand you don't agree, but this is
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. I'm sorry. But
I think you're missing the point, actually, because this is a future novel testable prediction.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm sorry, but no. So remember, in my introduction, I said a peer review does not just mean confirming the same results. It means using the same methodology to make different predictions.
1 second.
So they have to look at his method. They have to be able to use it to consistently make other predictions, and they can't. That's the problem.
Right. No.
One second. Standing for truth. I'll give you a chance to respond, but the live chat's let me know that the clicking is kind of back. Let's see.
I think it might be coming on Tom's end.
It's
you're clicking right now. Is there any clicking?
It's gone. But it's as you're talking, there's definitely a clicking that's coming through. I mean, I don't think they're all hallucinating because I hear it too. But it's just like we can still hear what you're saying. It's just that it's a little bit like it is a little distracting. But we're still able to get your arguments in case we can't get the what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, Reed Nice Wonder says it seems to be only, his hypothesis is that it seems to be only when you're talking more, I think it's maybe when you're talking more loudly, when the volume's picking up on the louder volume, or when the mic is picking up on the louder volume, I think that might be what's like triggering it. I'm guessing. As everybody at this channel knows, I'm not an expert in audio. Thank you all, by the way, for sticking with this channel when we had that 2-month-long spree of audio meltdowns. That was embarrassing.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you. It's softer, but I don't think that it would trigger the clicking.
All right. Is it louder
Okay.
now?
That sounds. I think that's good. I think that probably did it. And then Standing for
Can
Truth.
the
Sorry
audience
to.
still hear me?
Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, we want to make sure that everything's coming through nice and clear. Now, my point is that creationists do have many testable predictions that future observations could reveal to be true or false. He wants
Tim,
it to
that's
be
not a
peer.
prediction.
No, I understand. You want it to be peer reviewed. These are the one that I'm about to give. They can be verified through multiple different. If we're going to use this methodology of mutation rates or looking at our mitochondrial DNA or nuclear DNA, evolutionists can do this, creationists can do this. And just because Dr. Nathaniel Jensen himself has done a specific prediction on the Khoisan peoples, this can also be repeated by whether it's scientists in the creation field or the evolution field, because mutation rates, looking at genetics, it's just in its infancy. So these accurate testable predictions, if the evolutionists aren't making accurate testable predictions in the realm of genetics according to their model, then they're the ones not making the testable predictions. I mean, what testable predictions are the evolutionists making in regards to these types of DNA, this DNA data? Do you know?
Yeah, 1 second. So, James, can the audience hear me just to make sure?
I think so. It looks like whatever you did worked. It's crystal clear, and there doesn't seem to be any clicking.
All right. So again, everything you just said is factually provably wrong. The scientists have objectively said no, they cannot use Nathaniel Jensen's model to make predictions. His model is fundamentally flawed. It's like using a magic 8-ball or a broken compass. You can get it to point wherever you want. That's the criticism. The scientists have looked at it. They found it's completely flawed. They can't use it to make predictions because it's inconsistent. So when you say the other scientists can use it, no, they can't. They've all said they can't. That's the problem.
Well, actually, in regards to here, I want to go. The scientists won't look at it, and here's why. The big picture of it all that I'm trying to get to is the fact that we can literally read the history of civilization that's written in our DNA. And this is literally a head-to-head prediction that is testable for both evolutionists and creationists. And yet the evolutionists don't actually want to go and test this. And this is why. It's because they have a basic assumption that if evolution is true, history, as you know, goes back 200,000 years, right? The first modern humans, and then about 6 million years to the common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees. But if we actually think about the last 3,000 years, Tom, and the history of civilization, that's just the tail end of a long, long, long timeline, according to the evolutionists. So this is just a little time, a little blimp in the moment in time that you can hardly expect to see any type of genetic signal. But that's why we've made predictions that this genetic signal, if creation is true, should actually be detected. And we can actually look at events. Well, it's kind of technical. I don't want you to interrupt. You can give me what you think when I'm done it. But we can look at something recent in history, okay? For example,
what is his name? What is his name? Nathaniel Jensen is what you said?
Nathaniel Jensen, yes. So he's working on this right now. Dr. Robert Carter is working on this right now. But we can even look at something recent in history. For example, look at the sad history of the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, here we have millions of Africans forcibly moved against their wishes and moved to the New World. They are now forced to speak other languages than their own language. Essentially, they're speaking European languages, right? But yet genetically, we can clearly see they're African in origin, and obviously history confirms this, okay? So here's the question. How different are they from modern Africans? A piece of biological information that plays a very significant role in these predictions, Tom, and in this debate in general, which is what I'm kind of getting at, is the DNA clock, okay? Every generation, mistakes are added to our DNA sequence. The copying process, as you know, it's not perfect. It's imperfect, this process of genetic mistakes. Now, during the process of sperm and egg and the copying process, mistakes happen. I know you understand this, but if someone were to compare my DNA to my two kids, for example, we would see differences that are not found in either myself or my wife. Anyways, we can look back in time based on these genetic mistakes and based on genetic clocks. So we go back to history, and we know the transatlantic slave trade begins around 1500 AD. It's outlawed mid-1800s. From this point forward, the Africans that are brought over into the New World don't have much contact with Africa. They are separated for about 150 years, maybe a little more. This is numerous generations, Tom, for the African American clock to tick in the New World, independent of Africa, and in 150 plus years, several generations for the African clock to tick within Africa. And so African Americans and Africans have been getting much more different from one another for the last many years. We should be able to read and see that signal. And guess what? This is a prediction that can only be true under a creation model. And we are already seeing this genetic signal. These genetic markers are in our DNA. You can also see it in with the Genghis Khan Empire, the Roman Empire. This shouldn't be true if evolution is true, going back millions and millions of years. It should all just be a jumbled mess. So evolutionists can go and test this, but they won't, because they don't expect that signal to be there. Yet the signal is there. How do you explain that, Tom? And why don't you go make some predictions on it?
Okay, so I just Googled it. I just found about 24 scientists who've looked at this research, including PZ Myers, who have just proven you false. So yes, they have looked at it. They have tested it, and they've
no, they haven't looked at this signal. No, they haven't. They haven't tested this.
This is exactly what they're saying. They're saying they looked at every one of his data. They went through his lectures. They talked with him. They read his books, and they say his model is failed. So yes, they have looked at it. So when you said they aren't willing to look at it, that's completely false. Yes, they have. They've done it, just like I said they did, and they found it's inconsistent and doesn't make predictions. So the only ones who have actually looked at it is Dr. Stefan Frello. There's been a very extensive written debate. I just found one by PZ Myers. I just proved you false. You can find.
So what did PZ Myers say that actually apparently debunks or refutes his predictions in his work?
I don't have time to read through the many pages that I just found on
Right,
Google.
because I have. He hasn't looked at this. For one, the information that I'm talking about is going through peer review right now. So there's no way he's in the peer review process. I'll tell you that much.
Well, if it's going through peer review right now, then yes, he probably hasn't seen it, but he has looked at the books he's already published, as I said, and found no, it does not make predictions. So no, nothing Nathaniel has.
This data will go through the peer review process, and it will come out as a confirmed testable prediction. Okay, it's already confirmed, but you want to see it on paper in technical form. That is the topic of this debate. Do creationists make testable predictions? The answer is yes. Do they make novel confirmed predictions? The answer is yes as well. I'm not. Your criteria has been met.
I already just ended that completely. So I just said, no, Nathaniel Jensen's model cannot be used to make peer-reviewed things as confirmed by over a dozen scientists that I just Googled and found, including PZ Myers. So no, his is not qualified. And the one you said he is in peer review, that one might be. I don't know. It hasn't been published yet, so I can't judge it. But all the ones he's published so far have failed the test consistently every time by every PhD scientist who've looked at it. They're like, nope, this doesn't work. So his is not a testable prediction because it isn't confirmed by peer review as stated by the people doing the peer review.
Okay, for one, whether you agree with it or not, a testable prediction that only future observations will tell us if it's either false or true has been made. So I've met that criteria.
It has to be peer reviewed. If it doesn't peer review,
it's through the peer review process as we speak. Now,
then I mean that's I could just say there's a paper proving that I'm a god in the peer reviewed process. That's not evidence until it actually passes the peer review process. Well, if it passes, yes, that's great evidence. Happy to accept that. But until then, it's just not.
So you're just not happy with the fact that we don't have the technical peer-reviewed paper in front of us just yet telling us that, hey, we can see the genetic signal in our DNA. That's what you're not happy. If you see that technical paper that has passed through the peer review process that's showing, hey, we can detect the history of civilization, Genghis Khan's empire, Roman Empire, transatlantic slave trade in our DNA, which evolutionists say should not be expected, you will be happy with that confirmed prediction you're saying.
Well, yeah, after it's peer reviewed and passes the peer review process, yes, that's exactly what I'm asking for.
Strict peer review process, so it should be out soon. But I'll definitely be sure to send that to you. But I'll say, even in regards to species, months after speciation predictions have been made, we've actually seen in Darwin's finches, the finches on the Galapagos Island, people have been studying these finches for a number of years. We predict that species should be continuously forming. And guess what? New species have actually been confirmed just recently in finches. And these new species have been published. You can read the published article on it. And evolutionists are shocked by this because, well, as you know, it's supposed to take millions of years. When we run the numbers, the rate at which species are forming, for example, we take this new observation, extrapolate it to the whole globe. This translates, Tom, to an average of 3 to 4 species, new bird species.
Sorry, but you're pontificating again. So no, evolution does not take millions of years. There's lots of examples of macroevolution where a species completely changed to completely new species over very small generations. We have lots of examples of that. Just go talk to Aaron Ra. I had an interview with him on where he just listed like a dozen of them. So, but scientists have already confirmed that.
But they're not making specific predictions on the rate at which these species are forming. We've made specific predictions. We're saying on average 3 to 4 new species per year. And we've just seen that these calculations, we're running them. We can run them back. According to our model, we can run the numbers for young Earth creation and factor in the roughly 11,000 bird species on the planet, Tom, that we have today. There's about 4,500 years since the flood. And of course, we see the species of bird came from, let's say, a handful of bird kinds on the ark. 11,000 divided by 4,500. This is basic math. It gives us 2 or 3 species per year. This is exactly what creationists have predicted.
It's here, same exact problem. Until it gets through the peer review process.
No, that one has been. That one has been. But because we're taking we're taking this data, Tom, and we're taking these recent observations that have been documented on the formation of new species, and we're making predictions on thousands of other species that have yet been measured. That's the whole. Now we're taking that data, and any scientist can go and take that data and now make predictions on other species on how they.
That's the part I'm saying no. That's the wrong part. That's the part that is completely rejected by every single biologist anywhere in the world. They say no, creationism can't provide that. That's why it's not accepted. If it could do that, then it would be real science.
Right, but they can't. I just proved to you that it can.
Hold on one sec. Standing for truth. I just want to be sure that Tom was done with that point. I know sometimes it's hard to tell, but go ahead, Tom. You have more?
No problem.
So again, the reason creationism is rejected everywhere in the entire world by all serious biologists is because it can't do exactly what you're saying. If it could, it would be real science. Scientists don't care if creation is mature or not. It doesn't matter if it's true. They just care about what does the science say? What do the facts say? How do we verify things with evidence? They don't care which thing is correct. So the reason scientists don't accept creationism is because it can't do what you're saying it can do. There are a bunch of creationists who have published creationist papers and say they can do this, but when you actually try and pass it through peer review, it's proven false consistently 100% of the time, no matter what, throughout all history. Now, maybe the new papers that are being published, they could be right, and then that would be evidence. I'm happy to concede that, but I'm betting it's going to be like all the past ones, which completely fail on every single test. So you need to actually...
Okay, you finish your thought. Go ahead.
No, I'm fine. Go ahead.
So I would disagree because I would say that the rate at which these species are forming is directly in line with predictions made by Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. The predictions he's made on the African people groups are based on straightforward mitochondrial DNA coalescence equations. They not only reject the evolutionary timescale, they confirm the 6,000 year timescale. His exact quote, his prediction that's on print, okay, I'm going to read it out. He has stated, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen has stated, no direct measurement of the mitochondrial DNA mutation rate has been performed in the most divergent African people groups. Now, he says this, I expect, here's his prediction, that the rate in these groups will be on the order of 1 mutation per 5 to 8 generations or faster. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised, Dr. Jensen says, if these divergent African lineages mutate twice as fast as the non-African lineages, 1 mutation per 2.5 to 4 generations. Now he goes on, he says, now let's make the predictions of this model even more specific. If all modern human lineages trace their genetic differences to ancestors who lived only a few thousand years ago, and this is what I explained earlier. I know it's technical, but he says it here. He kind of puts it in a bit of a nutshell. He says, then the history of civilization must be recorded in mitochondrial DNA. Must be. If it's not, that's falsified.
1 second.
In other words,
standing for truth.
I'm almost done. If what I've described is true, then the Roman and Mongol empires, the Greek conquest, the Persian Empire, and so many other events in recent history must have left their stamp in the mitochondrial DNA. This hypothesis is tested, Tom. I don't know what more you want, man.
So I've already covered everything you've just said. You said that like 4 times, and I've already granted it and proven it doesn't work. So like I can say, let's take all of that you just said and say I made a prediction of all of that, and the way I did it was I shook a magic 8-ball and that number popped out. I mean, if shaking a magic 8-ball, which is an inconsistent method, if you can't show the method is consistent, then it's not evidence. So it doesn't matter. All of that stuff you said, I can just grant it, say, yep, still not evidence, until he can show his method is consistent by having it go to the peer review process. Until the scientist can show his method isn't just bullcrap like shaking an 8-ball, it's not evidence, even if I grant it's right. So again, you have to go through the peer review process. You have to show that scientists who are not creationists can use the same process to make predictions, which has not been done ever. That's the criticism. So it doesn't matter how precise his predictions are. It doesn't matter how new they are. It doesn't matter how many times he thinks he can make them or what other things he can do. Until it's confirmed by the peer review process, it is exactly nothing.
Okay, so I'm going to need you to...
One sec, standing for truth. Tom, there's the clicking. I think if you talk like a little bit more quietly, I'll crank up your volume on my side, and that might help. And then I just want to be sure that you have plenty of time to respond to Standing for Truth, because Standing for Truth has had a good amount of time, and I want to kind of bring as much balance as possible in terms of time. Do you feel like you've had enough time to be able to address?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, thanks so much.
Awesome. Yeah, of course. Take as much time. If I'm interrupting, just let me know and I'll stop. So it's just a lot to say. A lot of this is technical, so you're trying to explain it the best way I can for the layman to understand. I think that you're going to have to, for one, cite all your criteria, and you actually cite the papers, because from what I'm saying and the title of this debate, do creationists make testable predictions? These are future testable predictions. I agree that according to your criteria, they don't meet your criteria, but they are future testable. Future observations can tell us whether or not they're true. The history of civilization, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen has assured us that it is detected in our DNA. Yes, the paper itself is going through peer reviewed, but I think you just shot yourself in the foot, because once it actually goes through peer reviewed and I can show you physically the technical paper, well, then you're going to have to admit that yes, creationists make future testable predictions that are actually confirmed. And this is right in our DNA, nuclear DNA, mitochondrial DNA. Anybody can look at this and mimic those same types of testable predictions.
I mean, that'd be great. I don't have any problem with that. Like, I didn't shoot myself in the foot. That's the criteria of evidence. If creationism can do that, I'm happy to grant creationism. I don't care if creationism is true or false. I don't care how old the world is. All I care about is what's true. So if you can do that, that's great. The problem is that it's never passed the peer review process. Nothing in creationism has ever passed the peer review process. It can't be used to make peer-reviewed predictions. You asked what to list all of my criteria on. 1 second while I pull up the thing. Work.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with any of the confirmed?
One sec, just to give Tom a chance to find this and then make sure he gets this point out. And then sorry to do that, Standing for Truth. It's just that we've given you've had a lot of airtime. I just want to keep it as balanced as possible. I appreciate your criteria.
So the criteria are repeatable, falsifiable, novel, verifiable, precise, confirmed by peer review. All of those.
Yeah, and it meets all those.
No, again. So zero creationist persons have ever passed the peer review process. It's done right there.
Right. Now, I'm showing you current predictions being made in the realm of genetics. Are you familiar with the creationist predictions that have been made in the past in regards to geology, astronomy, that have been confirmed after the prediction was made? Are you familiar with those predictions?
Nope.
So, for example, a couple that I can go over is there have been predictions made. Dr. Russell Humphreys, for example, he made predictions based on the creation model.
I apologize. I want to interrupt. Apologize. But again, I don't care if they've been confirmed. I don't care if they're just repeatable, just falsifiable, just novel, just verifiable, just precise. If it hasn't gone through the peer review process, it amounts to nothing. So what you need to do is give me a scientist, an atheist, non-creationist scientist who can use the creationist model to make predictions. That's what I need from you. Show me that atheists can use this to make predictions.
Atheists can use, because guess what? We're living in the same world, and these predictions have been made on the strength. Yes, and they've been made on the strength of several planets' magnetic systems. Okay,
this is not relevant. You need to show me an atheist who can use the creationist model to make predictions.
This model can be used to make predictions on the strength of the planets.
Just to give Standing for Truth a chance to kind of finish, and if
he's not even letting me go over these predictions.
I know.
No, well, I've already granted every one of your predictions.
Stuff's technical, Todd. You got to give me a minute to explain it.
You're not getting it. I'm sorry, James. Stop. So again, I don't want to hear any more of your predictions. I can grant all of them. I want you to give me an atheist who can read the creationist paper, use the model, The atheist can make the predictions. I don't want to hear creationist predictions. I want to hear an atheist who can read the creationist paper, use the model to come to consistent predictions. That's what I need.
This model can come to.
One sec. I'm just. I want to. Hold on one sec. I just want to. I understand that. It totally makes sense. Is that if Standing for Truth like takes a minute or two and he goes through it, like it's totally okay to just at that point say, hey, Standing for Truth, like, you didn't do what I asked you to, and kind of show the audience how he didn't. But just to give him a chance,
I've done that like 4 or 5 times. Like every time he's gone through his little pontification.
Yeah, but all you've had is arguments from authority.
So hold on one sec. Is that he's just beginning? So like he's only getting like 10 seconds into it, and if we let him go 60 seconds and he doesn't do it, then like for sure like point out. But it's just that it's kind of early to jump in.
All right.
Fair enough. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, here's a solid one. We all believe in plate tectonics. Prediction, give me 60 seconds. Cold material near the Earth's core. This was the prediction. So in the early, I believe it was the 1980s, physicist Dr. John Baumgartner, he developed a biblical creation model based on the worldwide flood for the rapid motion of the Earth's crust during the flood. Now his theory, his model, what it predicted was that cold crust located beneath the pre-flood oceans should have sunk to the floor. Okay, now this crust would have melted if it had millions of years to reach the base of the mantle, sinking as slowly as today's rates. If we look at today's uniformitarian rates, it should have melted. On the other hand, if it sank quickly 4,300 years ago, according to the flood model, as this theory suggested by Dr. Baumgartner, then piles of those plates should still be found at the base of the mantle, cooler than the mantle around them, okay? Guess what? This mantle was discovered after the prediction was made, but it took more than, I think it was 10 years, because they had to develop the technology of seeing something like that at the base of the mantle. So when that technology was developed, the cold material was discovered, just as Baumgartner's model had expected. So
again, none of that even answers what I asked. So you haven't provided anything I've asked for. So
of course, geologists can make predictions based on plate tectonics, just like he's done, based on geology.
All you said is, here's a creationist who made up a model and said he can make predictions. So I can say, here's an astrologer or a homeopath who made up a model and they can make predictions. That's great. I don't care about any of that. What you need to do is show that the scientists, the atheists, the people who don't agree with your model can use the same model to also make predictions. You need an independent source to peer review that same thing isn't just made up nonsense gibberish. It doesn't matter even if you happen to get it correct. That's great.
Been peer reviewed.
Other people have to do it. No,
it's been peer reviewed. It was. Are you trying to say that the creationist John Baumgartner himself came up with the data? This was discovered by seismologists.
Let me clarify. The results were peer reviewed. I grant that. The method was not. That's what needs to be peer reviewed. The method needs to be peer reviewed, even if the results are correct.
Are you saying the method of discovering these cold slabs needs to be peer reviewed?
No. The method of making the prediction needs to be peer reviewed. So we can.
The method of making the prediction was peer reviewed.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. That's the point. Yes, it was. All you're doing is making baseless assertions. Hey, PZ Myers, who has been challenged to a debate by Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, who won't do it because he he can't debunk or refute Dr. Nathaniel Jensen's work.
Not relevant.
You're not even getting the arguments he says.
Again, so
you're just saying I'm wrong. That's it.
No. So again, every biologist in the world agrees with me on this. Creationism does not make predictions. Now, the creationists think it makes predictions. They claim it makes predictions. That's great. When you actually look at the method they're using, it's like shaking a magic 8 ball. You get whatever results you want. So the criticism isn't that like you can predict things, and maybe they're right. That's great sometimes. But when you actually try to look at
I win the debate. That's the title of the debate. Thanks a lot.
Standing for Truth. You got to let him finish.
Remember, the predictions have to be peer reviewed, or you fail, and they aren't peer reviewable, so you fail.
They've been peer reviewed.
No, they haven't. That's the point.
Yes, they have.
I've already confirmed this many, many times. Every biologist in the world has confirmed this. They don't make peer-reviewed results. It's just like making shit up. They take a magic 8 ball, they make shit up. Sometimes they get it right, which is totally fine. But the method they're using is just like shaking a magic 8 ball. It's just making shit up. The scientists actually need to verify the methodology that is used to make predictions so that it can be shown to make consistent, correct predictions. And it doesn't work. Every time we look at the creationist methodology, it's bullcrap making shit up. Like Stephen Myers, for example, his model of the information in DNA is complete crap. It's conflating two kinds of math, the Kolmogorov complexity and Shannon complexity, and it's been shown to create a Berry paradox, which just mathematically fails 100% of the time. It can't be used because it fails. And the same thing applies to all the other creationist models. They just fail when you try to actually verify the methodology. Now, can you make lots and lots of predictions? There's tons of creationists, and they're making all kinds of predictions. Are some of them right? Yeah, absolutely. Does that have anything to do with creationism? No, because we can't verify the methodology. It's just like shaking a magic 8 ball and you get some right. Congratulations. You got to go through the peer review process. You have to show the methodology being used can work consistently. And every time it gets put in the peer review process, it fails 100% of the time. That's why no serious biologist anywhere in the world is a creationist.
So you can make assertions all you want. You can say the same things over and over again all you want. They've been through peer-reviewed process. One paper by Dr. Nathaniel Jensen is currently going through peer-reviewed process on a testable prediction in regards to DNA. That's what's inherited. Evolutionists have failed prediction after failed prediction after failed prediction. Our predictions is like me pointing at somebody on the street and saying, you're going to hit a baseball this far. Evolutionist predictions is like looking at somebody and seeing them hit a ball 35 times and then guessing what they're going to hit next. It's not precise. It's not specific.
Process.
Nothing but guessing. And that's why they have so many failed predictions.
Give me the paper. You said this has been through the peer review process. Is it in a biological journal? Is it in a science journal? Is it a nature journal? Is it in one of any of the academically peer-reviewed journals that aren't creationist nonsense journals that have no validity at all? Where is the peer-reviewed journal?
These predictions in regards to, say, the helium found in Earth's rocks, the presence of radio halos in metamorphosed sandstones, cold material that I talked about from Earth's crust near the Earth's core, those are in peer-reviewed journals that aren't creationist journals, but the creationists are the ones making the predictions.
Give me the... Well, yeah, you can be a creationist and make predictions, but you can't use creationism to make predictions. So give me the journal.
Sure, I'll give you the journal. I'll give you all the citations afterwards. And you know what? When that prediction comes true with when it goes through the peer review with Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, you'll be the first one I give it to. Here's another prediction. Here's another prediction that we can make that anybody can test. We predict based on the creation model that creatures, animals, they will self-adjust to changing environments by the same engineering principles as human design adaptability. Because if we're made in God's image, we can get an idea for the way God created us by the way we create, whether it's modes of transportation, just human designed adaptability mechanisms. And we've actually seen this. Are you familiar with epigenetic markers and the changes that we're seeing based on these epigenetic tags?
Yep, and those have absolutely no corollary to human design at all. Those are purely random natural processes. There's absolutely nothing design related to them.
No, actually it's not, because you can even look at something as simple as diet, which alters our teeth, swimming alters our spleen size, high altitude alters our chromosomes. These changes we're seeing based on our epigenome, they're not random. That's the point. They're non-random adaptive changes that are perfectly consistent with the prediction that I just gave you in regards to animal kinds adjusting to environments based on the same engineering principles as human design adaptability. Look at
right there. That part you said based on human design similar to engineering, that doesn't happen. Human design engineering is based off of an intellectual design of where you think of something and then you put it into action. That doesn't exist in biology anywhere. There is no corollary to biology anywhere to that. There's no similarity to engineering and human design to anything in biology. There's no.
Of course, we can see specific fish that enter cold climates, and all of a sudden they adapt right away, way quicker than evolution.
That's not how human design engineering works. That's not
markers. This is exactly
that has nothing to do with human engineering. You keep saying that. Okay, so we go into an environment and there's a genetic change that is very specified. Okay, that has nothing to do with engineering. Engineering is we think about stuff, we design a change. Biology is changes happen in the genes. There's no thinking.
Right, but we're predicting that we predicted that these changes are based on adaptive mechanisms. Human engineering, for example, look at cars these days. They're engineered with built-in adaptive safety mechanisms that turn on based on the environments around you. And this is exactly what we see in the adaptations observed in animals today. For example, Aaron Ra, he will cite 5 or 6 examples of beneficial mutations. We now know that those so-called beneficial mutations are not even mutations at all. They're based on epigenetics. And these epigenetic markers, they act to control and regulate the activity of our genes, right? So they're influencing our physical appearance in the same way our genes do. But there's no change, Tom, to the underlying genetic code. Perfectly consistent with our prediction.
Okay, so you're affirming the consequent. You're saying that there are adaptive mechanisms in genes, therefore it's like human adaptive mechanisms. No, humans design things based off biology, not the other way around. So the fact that we have adaptive mechanisms in engineering does not mean it is a feature of human engineering. It means it's a feature of biology that we copy. So you're affirming the consequent. That is not saying they're the same or that they're both from some kind of designer. That's not evidence at all. And we do predict that in evolution. It's purely predicted by evolution all the time. So
that's why evolutionists are always shocked when they discover that a lot of these so-called mutations are actually just based on epigenetic tags.
They're not.
Oh no, they are shocked. You can see how shocked they are. Look at these. Are you saying that they weren't shocked? Wait, I don't want to ask you a question. Are you saying that they weren't shocked when they realized and discovered that these endogenous retroviruses have very, very significant functions?
No, they weren't shocked. That's just something creationist nonsense say. They're saying that it's biology is cool. Yes. Are these predicted by evolution? Yes.
No. They've actually stated.
Oh my God, this can't be explained by evolution. That's not a thing. That is not a thing in biology.
Well, of course they're going to have. No. These endogenous retroviruses, they've always stated, should be non-functional evolutionary leftovers. They're based on retroviral infections in history. Now we know that they have crucial functions that help. Let me finish my sentence, please, because then I lose my train of thought when you're interrupting the whole time. They help regulate genes and even determine cell types. Now, evolutionists, yes, they've had post hoc, ad hoc rescue devices. For example, they'll say, oh no, these endogenous retroviruses have been co-opted, but that's just uninformative gloss. It's post hoc, ad hoc.
No, that's wrong. Again, that was already predicted. That was already
just
predicted.
Just to be sure that Standing for Truth had a chance to finish that thought. You good?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that these endogenous retroviruses, they act to distribute regulatory information. They confer genes with new patterns of expression and function. They're important in the placenta, the embryo. Evolution has never predicted this. That's why they've had a rescue device of co-option. That's not true.
Again, so none of the technical data helps you. None of the technical data helps you. The more stuff you say about technical data, just all stuff that proves you wrong. So just like people said, oh no, the gene had, like, what was it, the ENCODE project, which said that there's no function. Oh, evolution predicted there would be no function, but there's function. It's the exact same kind of nonsense. No,
it's not nonsense because, okay, I want to ask you Tom, I want to ask you a specific question so we can have a head-to-head prediction and a head-to-head testing of our models. How much of our genome, the entire genome, non-coding and protein coding, whether it's function and expression, whether it's function in the embryo, how much on a percentage-wise do you think or predict is functional?
Why are you asking me? Asking a biologist.
I have asked a biologist. I have asked many biologists and scientists, and they all say it has to be under 20%, non-coding and coding. We've predicted, based on the created heterozygosity hypothesis, that the majority, over 85% of our genome, non-coding and coding, has some type of function and purpose. I understand evolutionists have said there's some function in the non-coding regions, some, but no more than 20%. That is literally, we can do a head-to-head comparison of these models. Over 80%, less than 20%. Those are total opposite predictions, Tom.
Yes. Yep, they are. And the evolutionists were correct. The creationism was wrong.
No, the evolutionists have been wrong. They're wrong more and more every single day. Endogenous retrovirus.
This is why you don't understand, because you're conflating different definitions of function. Nope. So, again, you're proven wrong. Proven wrong again because you're conflating different definitions of function. This is why.
No, I'm not conflating. There's non-coding DNA, and then there's protein coding. Yes, the evolutionists have said that there might be some function in the non-coding DNA.
This debate has been answered. This debate is over.
The vast majority.
Standing. All of the technical data proves you wrong. All of the technical stuff has been answered by biologists over and over and over again. The ones that make predictions are the evolutionists. If you want to make a prediction about all the technical stuff, go bother P.Z. Myers and go publish papers. I don't need to do that because it's already been done. So my point is that none of the creationist models can be peer-reviewed. You can't find a consistent system in any kind of creationist model that can be used to make new predictions. It's just like shaking a magic eight ball.
I don't want you to slap around. This is why you never answer my question. Our last debate was 6 months ago, and you still don't have an answer to how much of our genome, non-coding and protein coding combined, is functional. You always say, oh, the evolutionists never said that all the non-coding.
Biologist.
I've never said that.
I don't even care.
Biologists say less than 20% is functional. And they are wrong because we have biochemical evidence that over 80% of it is functional. But that's biochemical.
No, the ENCODE project was proven false. Okay, so Indigo project was proven false. All of those were proven false. There's a reason evolutionists reject that. No.
How many gene knockout experiments have been performed on humans and mammals?
Again, any technical data.
There you go. It's premature to say that the majority of our genome is non-functional.
None of the technical data helps you at all. None of
course. Are you kidding me? Of course it is. All of this data that's coming out is in technical journals. And even evolutionists are admitting, oh, wow, our genome is a lot more functional than we've ever thought.
Creationism. So again, you want to take up those things, go write a creationist model that can be used to make peer-reviewed predictions, put it through the peer-review process, demonstrate it can, that's evidence. Until you can do that, you got nothing.
No. We've already made the prediction that God is not going to produce Adam and Eve adults without any pre-existing DNA differences. Therefore, we've made a prediction that the vast majority of our genome is functional, and this is exactly what we are seeing more and more every day.
You've got nothing. Again, none of that has ever gotten through the
all you have, Tom, is assertions. You won't even answer my question on how much of the genome is functional, because you know if you give the wrong answer.
Not a biologist. Again, I'm not a biologist, so stop asking me about technical biology questions. Go ask a biologist.
What we will do
is... You want to know a specific prediction, though, and I'm trying to give you a specific prediction.
I don't want a prediction. I want peer-reviewed prediction. I want an atheist to read the creationist model and to make a prediction.
No, you know what? At this point, I've given you retrodictions, postdictions,
not evidence,
testable predictions, future testable predictions that have been confirmed. You have an impossible criteria because you are holding to your basic worldview.
No, this is not in any way. No,
uniformitarianism. Yes, this is a
fact.
We
do this all the time in science. Every single peer-reviewed paper can be done. Can this happen in science? You read the model, you look at the consequences.
Oh, you there, Tom?
Got a little bit of
I know what I think.
I think we maybe lost Tom. Let me check. We got him back. All right. Go ahead, Tom.
So again, none of the creationist models have ever been able to do just what everything else in science can do. You say it's an impossible standard. It's not an impossible standard. It's the most easy standard to meet ever, because
everything your standard's already been met, but then you keep just asserting that what I'm saying is wrong, which you just admitted that you don't understand it because you're not a biologist. We've made specific predictions, mutation rates, species rate, DNA function.
Stop. You just said it met the standard. If it's met the standard, show me an atheist who can read the creationist paper and make a prediction. Show me the peer-reviewed paper where atheists have said, yes, this model can be used to make predictions.
Okay, so an atheist with a biased worldview, you got P.Z. Myers, Herman Mays, who won't even discuss these predictions with Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. He's invited any of them to do so, but yet you want them to look it over, but they won't. They refuse to because of their basic assumptions.
1 sec. We're going to, Tom, if you want to finish that thought, I'll let you finish that thought, Tom, and then we're going to go to the closing statements. As long as if you can do it, do me a favor and let it be a quick one, please.
So it doesn't have to be an atheist. If you can do it, a Hindu can do it. If a Hindu can do it, if a Buddhist can do it, if a Jainist can do it, if anybody who isn't a creationist can look at the creationist model, say, yes, this can be used to make predictions, that counts. The reason I'm using an atheist is just as an example. It doesn't need to be an atheist. And yes, P.Z. Myers and all those guys have looked at the models and they've shown they're false. So again, just show me people who aren't creationists who can look at creationist models and make predictions. It's never happened. That's the problem.
Gotcha. We will now move into the closing statements. So this will be 5 minutes from each speaker. My assumption is Tom started, so we'll have Tom go through the first closing statement. It'll be 5 minutes, followed by Standing for Truth statement, which will be 5 minutes, followed by the Q&A. So setting the timer. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, so my entire statement is just, can creationism, like anything in science, you can just give it to anybody in the world, they can all test it, they all get the same results. Doesn't matter. Pick a paper. You do it. Doesn't matter if you're a Jain. Doesn't matter if you're a Hindu. Doesn't matter if you're a Muslim. You pick the paper. You do the method. You get the same result. Creationism can't do this. The only people who can get results from creationist models are creationists. When you give it to anybody else in the world and they try to make sense of it, it's just gibberish, like shaking an 8-ball and saying, I get made up results. That's it. That's my problem with creationism. The reason it doesn't have evidence is because no one else can use it except the creationists. It's kind of like Jonathan Smith. Only the Mormons can read the golden plates. They're not very good. They're not evidence. You got to have something that other people, peer review, can use that aren't of your same ideology. That's the part that creationism fails 100% of the time, everywhere.
Was that your 5 minute statement?
Yep.
Okay. You got it. So standing for truth, resetting the clock, and the floor is yours.
Okay, so as I've said, numerous predictions that are both novel, predictions that have been confirmed, retrodictions. I can go on and on about retrodictions in regard to mitochondrial Eve, Y chromosome Adam, the low genetic diversity that we actually observe, which points us right back to Adam and Eve, which the evolutionists can't explain. Low genetic diversity, that doesn't make any sense according to their model, which is why that they've resorted to post hoc, ad hoc explanations, rescue devices of a population bottleneck. But then this population bottleneck would have been genetically compromised. So evolution, that type of ape to man evolution, only happens in the imagination of those that want to believe in it. I've given numerous predictions that have been confirmed. The rapid reversal of Earth's magnetic field, I didn't even get into based on the flood model. The cold material from Earth's crust near the Earth's core, that's been confirmed. The presence of radio halos, helium in Earth's rocks, the strength of several planets, magnetic systems. That was confirmed based on the Voyager 2 measurements. For example, the numbers that I was trying to talk about, Dr. Russell Humphrey's prediction that he made, the numbers that resulted not only matched the strength of the known magnetic fields at the time, but also successfully anticipated Voyager 2's measurements of the magnetic field of Uranus. I think this was in 1986, and Neptune. So these results, everything that I've talked about in the fields of genetics, in the fields of biology, astronomy, they confirm the biblical-based model. And that specific one also helped confirm that the solar system is really young, as the Bible claims. Now, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, who's made these specific predictions, the debate title is, do creationists make testable predictions? Well, maybe TJump should have made the title a little bit more of a mouthful because of all his criteria, but I have met the standard of the debate. I have made numerous testable predictions that you can go look at yourself. And I've got so many more as well. When this peer-reviewed paper comes out regarding the history of civilization found in our DNA, then TJump is gonna have to admit, yes, this was confirmed and totally meets his standard. For example, DNA function, which he won't give us an actual number for, because he knows that based on biochemical evidence, based on accumulating papers that suggest that the vast majority of our genome is functional, once again, he's going to shoot himself in the foot, because that's a total opposite prediction that evolutionists and uniformitarians would make. But evolutionists can't make any real testable predictions. They made a few predictions based on bones found in the dirt, for example. Tom will point to some transitional fossils that may have been found. But at the end of the day, these types of predictions, they are literally like me looking at somebody hit a baseball 50 times and then predicting the average or the next hit that they're going to make. These are not precise and specific like our predictions. For example, these transitional fossils, I mean, I can easily arrange a bicycle and then a tricycle and a four-wheeler. We've got 2 wheels, 3 wheels, and 4 wheels. Well, at the end of the day, I can then put a 2-wheeled bicycle and a 4-wheeler and predict there must be a 3-wheeler somewhere out there. Lo and behold, there's a bicycle that meets that prediction. These are not specific. These are not predictable, okay? The predictions we're making based on genetics, genes, that's what's inherited. These are precise and these are specific. And at the end of the day, the title of the debate, do creationists make testable predictions? Well, the answer is yes. I've given many. I've given ones that have been confirmed, ones that will be confirmed that are through the peer review process. I win the debate. I understand Tom has to deny the evidence. He has to ignore the evidence. He can't answer straightforward questions about DNA function.
1 minute left.
Because then he's going to admit at the end of the day that he lost the debate. So we can do a head-to-head comparison of our models based on DNA function, but these evolutionists, they, like P.Z. Myers, for example, he's been invited by Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. Richard Dawkins has been invited. Dr. Stephan Fellow has taken it up in written form. Go read it. Herman Mesa has taken it up. There's been a written rebuttal to that as well. Go read it. Nobody has debunked what he said. Predictions are coming true. They continue to come true. So it was actually a fun back and forth, fun debate. Let's go on to the Q&A. Thanks for doing it, Tom. Thanks for setting it up, James.
You bet. Thank you very much. And we will now read off the super chats. So thanks so much for your questions, everybody. And it was a wild one. So it was a spirited one, which we appreciate. And with that, Roy Lindsay, thanks for your super chat. They said, standing for truth's interpretation of the evidence is simply false. How do you like them apples standing for truth?
I'll be crying myself to sleep over that super chat.
Next,
You'll have to prove that they're false. Oh, go ahead, James.
Vibrant Brantley, thanks for your super chat. He says, it could have been my audio. He says, is he using a dolphin call as a microphone possibly? Haha, very funny. But it does remind me, I want to say thanks so much for everybody. When you remember when we had those audio problems? I just look back and I'm like, I'm thankful for you guys. Thanks for sticking with us. Roy Lindsay, thanks for your super chat. They said, standing for truth, why does the PhD biochemist Cy Gart in the chat say genetics is testable or has testable predictions which prove evolution? Are you able to comprehend facts?
Well, I've already gone over their so-called predictions based on fossils in my closing. So their predictions are weak. They're actually not predictable. They're just guesses that once in a while come true. Everything in regards to junk DNA has been overturned. Their chromosome 2 fusion, endogenous retroviruses, pseudogenes, genetic markers, whether you look at the gulo pseudogene. These are all their so-called best evidence, DNA level nested hierarchies. They've all been overturned. All failed predictions. We are the ones making predictions in genetics. Dr. Cy Gart, who I believe works for BioLogos, has admitted that Dr. Vanima, who debated Dr. Jensen for 4 hours, lost. And Dr. Cy Gart, maybe he should take up Dr. Nathaniel Jensen's offer and talk about these predictions. Because I will say, in regards to testable predictions, creationists are winning big time.
Next up, thanks. Let's see. Thanks for your super chat, Jay Shy. They said, can Standing for Truth make a phylogenetic tree based off DNA sequences that shows or predicts we will find separate created kinds unrelated to all the others?
Very, very good question. So nested hierarchies, DNA level hierarchies, whether it's in nuclear DNA, whether it's in mitochondrial DNA, creation predicts the exact same thing. Therefore, we need to go to a testable prediction that can differentiate between the two models. And Dr. Nathaniel Jensen has made predictions. He's given a testable model on how we can use genome sequencing, phylogenetic systematic methodologies to find out what is related and what's not related. I've actually got his specific predictions here. For sake of time, I'm not going to read them, but I will post them in the one of his technical papers in regards to it. Has to do with the function of DNA differences. It's like 52 pages, extremely technical. I'll post it after the debate if people are actually interested in discovering how we can see what's related and what's not.
Gotcha. One quick thing, just because Cy has been on before, and he just wanted people to know. He said, I actually don't work for BioLogos, so just wanted to get that out. And Steven Steen, thanks for your super chat. Oh, wait, we're jumping the gun. Sorry about that. Brian Stevens says, right now, Standing for Truth has 0 goose egg peer-reviewed citations. Thanks for your super chat, Brian Stevens. Standing for Truth. Thoughts?
Actually, I do have a ton of peer-reviewed citations here. I can easily post them afterwards. For sake of dead air, I don't just, take 20, 30 seconds to post every single 52-page technical paper for people to read. This one from Dr. Nathaniel Jensen that deals with mitochondrial DNA function, nuclear DNA function, that can help us distinguish between what's related and what's not. I'll post that. Brian Stevens can go read it. I'm sure he's not going to understand much of it, but if he does, set up a debate with Dr. Jensen and talk about these predictions, because nobody else is. PZ Myers isn't.
Gotcha. Next up, thanks for your patience as we get to the next one. Crackerjack 12 says, Standing for Truth already won this debate. Call it off, James. Oh, they're coming at you, Tom. Tom, you want to make a response?
I gave my criterion for what counts as predictions in the beginning. If it doesn't meet all of those, then it's not a prediction. Simple as that. Like, the point of predictions, as I stated, was to differentiate between what's imaginary and what's real. And if you can't meet all of those criteria, it doesn't do that. Like the point of me going through the whole explanation of saying I can predict the sun will come up tomorrow is that anyone can predict it, which means it doesn't show your explanation isn't imaginary, which is why you need some criteria that other people who don't agree with your delusions can actually use to verify. So everything in science, you can just give it to anyone in the world, even creationists, and they can confirm it. They can use the same methodology to come to the same conclusions every time, no matter what. Creationism, no one but creationism can use creationist models to make predictions. It's like a magic language that only creationists can read, apparently. just like shaking a magic 8-ball. Somehow they get consistent results, but no one else does. Wonder why.
Gotcha. Let's see. Speed of Sound, thanks for your super chat. They said, question for Beta, standing for truth. I made up the beta part. He didn't really say that. Sorry. Okay. So just stir in the pot. Okay. He said,
You make it fun, James. You make it fun.
he said, if there are no beneficial mutations, then how did endogenous retroviruses end up mutating to have a function?
That question's for me?
Yes.
That's what I would like to know. So a lot of these, whether it's the ALUs, these transposons, the endogenous retroviruses, now that we know that, let's say the transposable elements, for example, they're a very important source of tightly regulated, biochemically active, non-coding elements. And these are extremely important for numerous reasons. I can go on and on and on, but the evolutionists have to say that they were mutated and then co-opted to have these functions, just like these pseudogenes, which we now know are not actually genetic mistakes that are inherited from our so-called common ape ancestor. They're actually DNA elements that are important to sustain healthy life processes. They have to say those were co-opted as well. It's all post hoc, ad hoc reasoning. So these DNA elements, like endogenous retroviruses, they're evidence for design. God obviously put them there for various reasons, and because of the fall in genetic entropy, there has been disease, say, associated with some of these, but yeah, no evidence for evolution.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, Movie Theory. Coming at you, Tom. They're talking some smack. They said James put Tom out of his misery. Has getting crushed. I think so. I think they meant he's getting crushed. Tom, thoughts?
Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say?
So James put Tom out of his.
Did he make an argument at any point? Or was just saying?
No argument. I think they're trying to troll you, Tom.
Yeah, so essentially Standing provided absolutely nothing that can be confirmed by other people. It's like if you say you have a made-up language that is somehow coherent, but no one can actually read it except you, it's probably not coherent. That's creationism.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Steven Steen, thanks for your super chat. He said, James is my rescue device. I don't know what that means, but thanks, Steven. It's off-putting every time. Sigifredo Sarabia, thanks for your super chat. He said, TomJump, you use, quote, induction, claiming evidence today to prove human evolution. If we can't observe this evidence, does it mean we are evolving right now? If not, how do we make the connection? If so, what will we become?
Yes, I'm using induction. Yes, we can observe it right now. Yes, we are evolving right now. We can confirm that with testable predictions that can be confirmed by anyone, because anyone can use the model to make predictions that will get positive results anywhere in the world consistently, unlike creationism. Does that answer your question? I hope.
So Sigifredo always likes to keep us on our toes. I think that might have.
James, can I give just literally a 15-second response? I promise.
Short and snippy.
Short and snippy. I want to just say, because he mentioned human evolution and Tom says that we're still evolving. We've always predicted that humans and apes are not related, and they've recently discovered fossil footprints that are identical to human footprints. They've been found, and guess what? They're dated to be 5.7 million years old, and that means that they were found in older layers than Lucy, our so-called ancestor long ago and far away. So at the end of the day, evolutionists are scrambling to find an explanation for this one. Looks like human evolution's false.
I think I remember those human footprints with those dinosaurs. Yep.
No,
sure.
not those. No. That's
I know it's a joke. It's the same.
I get you, Tom.
Gotcha.
Tricky.
Yeah. Cy Truth or Cy Gart. Sorry about that. That's a weird Freudian slip. Maybe
Cy Truth.
Cy Truth. I think I was a combination of standing for truth and Cy. It's for standing for truth. He says, do you follow the ICR model of environmental change? And in parentheses, he puts, as you mentioned, with epigenetics. And he said, or the AIG model that doesn't agree with this.
Right. So I would say that the model that I was putting forth regarding to adaptive change, we can see that a lot of change is non-random. For example, the epigenetic related changes that we see. But I do agree that natural selection and mutations can also lead to change. Some of it may be random. I think he might be talking about, I think there is a specific scientist that says all changes are non-random, but predictions have been made on that. We'll see if they come true, but we are finding out that a lot of these changes are really non-random. It's like they were pre-programmed to adapt based on the surrounding environment. So I would say my position is a combination of both. Not strictly non-random changes. I think there are some random changes as well.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. And Jay Shy, thanks for your super chat. They said, standing for truth, if majority of the genomes are functional, then how do you explain the huge genome in amoebas compared to ours? We are clearly more complex.
Right. So genome size doesn't necessarily correlate to the information, like especially with amoebas. I mean, gene duplications do occur, which can actually like duplicate almost entire genomes. And but at the end of the day, the predictions that we're making, especially in regards to the human functionality or on mammals and animals and such, you know, we're talking about predictions in the embryo, in human development. But amoebas, onions, these types of I guess plants, animal species, they don't have brains. They don't have a lot of the organ systems that humans and other mammals will have. So their genome systems, I would imagine, would be based on totally different DNA function related predictions. But good question. There are some anomalies there for sure.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, Henrik Simonson. Thanks for your super chat. They said, when will creationism benefit biology or science in any useful way? Standing for truth, what have you got to say?
Creation science based on the design model. I mean, we talked about epigenetics earlier and how these epigenetic markers are now known to act and control. What they do is they regulate the activity of our genes, right? It's our epigenome. And what our epigenome is doing, it's influencing our physical appearance in much the same way as our genes do. But what's nice is that there's no change to the underlying genetic code. So the more we study our genetic information system with a design model related mindset, we can see just how functional our genetic information systems are. And that directly comes from the thought process of intelligent design and biblical creations, because evolutionists do believe that the majority of the genome is junk. Over 20%, 80% of it is junk according to them. So they're not expecting that type of genome-wide functionality, but we are, and that advances science, James.
Gotcha. Next up, thanks for your super chat from Sigifredo Sarabia again. He strikes again, this time it's standing for truth. He's taking a swing at you. He says, why do we have stacked earth layers and regions like sand dunes or lakes in comparison to everywhere else from a single flood? Why is it now a mush?
Can you repeat that question? What's the anomaly he's having?
I don't know what a mush is, but I do think the first part is they're asking, like, if there's this flood that happened, like it's the same flood in the sense that if it's global, it's like the flood happened everywhere at the same time, right? Like, in at least broadly speaking. So they say, why do we have, if that's the case, why do we have stacked earth layers in regions like sand dunes or lakes in comparison to everywhere else? So I think they're saying, like, why is it that some parts of the earth have stacked earth layers in regions like sand dunes or lakes, but others don't?
Right. So, I mean, we do see worldwide sedimentary strata deposition. We do see these pancake layered rock strata. Then the things he's talking about, I mean, if it is worldwide, depending on what the earth was that way, the pre-flood earth, I mean, there's going to be different parts of the earth that are covered in different levels of water and different types of disasters going on. I mean, I'd have to look exactly at the situation he's talking about, but I can direct him to like Dr. Andrew Snelling, for example, or Dr. Steve Austin, where they actually work oftentimes in the field and look at specific, I guess, situations like that. But yeah, if it's a worldwide flood, I mean, there's going to be different observations worldwide. Everything's not just going to be the same, but definitely the rule is, right, the majority does oftentimes prove the rule, is that we do see this worldwide strata deposition, and the rock stratas themselves do point to a global flood. But some of those specifics, yeah, I think I'd have to just point him to some of the creation geologists and their technical work. But good question. Thanks, James.
Gotcha. Dora and Nuku, forgive me if I mispronounce it. Let me know. Thanks for your super chat. They said, next debate should be young Earth creationism versus old Earth creationism with totally different creationists. That would be a fun topic. I don't think we've done that topic in a long time. By the way, something like it might happen. There's like a small possibility. I mean, we got to see if they'd be willing for it. But there might be a big debate, something like that coming soon. And I'm kind of
That'd be fun.
Stay tuned.
That'd be fun.
And Steven Steen, thanks for your super chat. I don't know exactly what this word means. I don't know what the cool slang is. He says, standing for truth proved creationism can make incorrect testable predictions and met his, what's a BOP? Is that some sort of
burden of proof, I believe.
Oh, I looked it up on Urban Dictionary, and that's not what I read. So, therefore, I thought it was way worse.
Something naughty attached to it too.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure.
Everything on Urban Dictionary, any definition you put into Urban Dictionary, you'll find that there's some way in which that word is used as some sort of like sexual maneuver. Okay, Steve, so he says, therefore, won the debate. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, standing for truth. What do you both think about that? Looks like Steven he's throwing his poop at both of you. You guys got responses? He said,
can you read the whole thing again?
Standing for truth, prove creationism can make incorrect testable predictions and thus met his burden of proof. Therefore, he won the debate. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, standing for truth.
So Steven is being pedantic like Steve McRae, and he doesn't actually use logic in the way he forms words. So when we're saying, does it make predictions? If it can make false predictions, well, then that's kind of pointless. Anybody can obviously make false predictions. So in normal conversation, we usually infer there's some kind of meaning there, indicative of truth. So unlike Steve, who has his head up his ass, you have to actually infer reason and logic and common sense into the meaning of those words.
Okay, you bet.
I would say, yeah, it seems like most people, at least viewing, probably atheists as well, can see that the burden of proof has been met. The title of the debate is, do creationists make testable predictions? I think Tom realized that, oh no, yes, we do, and a variety of things, future testable predictions. So everything Tom says is 100% false. I have met the burden of proof here. Creation scientists do meet the gold standard of science. We're actually the ones making the specific predictions. But for debate's sake, obviously Tom needs to, put forth the arguments and be aggressive at times to make it fun. But definitely met the burden of proof for sure.
Gotcha.
So no, Standing never met the burden of proof there. Again, you have to make them, the other people have to be able to verify them. As I proved, if you're the only one who can read the magic scrolls to make the predictions and no one else can, that isn't evidence. So it doesn't.
Everybody else can.
This is the golden standard. And every scientist everywhere in the world has already said, nope, creationism can't do this. So you got to find an atheist, find a Hindu, find somebody somewhere in the world, some scientist who isn't a creationist, and show me that they can do this. Show me. Tell me. Find me an example.
You can say those same sentences over and over and over again, but it doesn't take away the fact that I have met the burden of proof and I've given you many testable predictions.
You got to give me an example.
That's the fact.
1 second.
You have to give me an example.
So sorry, you guys. Someone summoned Steve McRae. I enjoyed it though. You had to say his name. So I bet Steve McRae is gonna pop into the live chat and start talking smack. Oh man. We hope you're doing well, Steve. Tom loves you. It's like a love-hate relationship. It's very complex. I mean, but they really do love each other. It's like a father-son thing, you know. It's a twisted one, but. We definitely are. We're gonna move to the next super chat. What was it that I saw that just made me laugh? There's a super chat that I have to. We're gonna come back to Jay Shai. I promise we got that one from you, but I have to say it because while I can remember it, Garfield Lasagna. Thanks for your super chat. By the way, huge Garfield fan. Said, "Hey, standing for truth. I reported you to the ADL because your avatar is blackface." I think they're joking. Don't worry. Because your avatar is technically black, I guess blackface. But the point is,
what does that mean exactly?
Well, because blackface is usually when a white person paints their face black, and your superhero person clearly has a like literal black face. So it made me think of something though, that namely, I don't think I doubt they really reported you, but it made me think of we just got reported. I won't say the name because I'm not trying to like put the person down, but I mean like if there's a reason to report us. But if you're like, man, James just kids, it's just like he's like standing for truth. I see him get angry. Is that if you are pissed at the channel, pardon my French, that's if you're angry at modern day debate, if you're like, oh James, because we had that debate a week or two ago with Jill and Vosh, which was a fiery one, and it was on whether or not Trump is racist. And someone reported us. They said, hey, you just platformed a neo-Nazi. I don't know if Jill's a neo-Nazi. Frankly, I doubt it. I don't agree with what Jill says. But nonetheless, I'm like, I don't know if Jill's really a Nazi. But the point is, if you're like, oh, man, James, you make me so mad. If you want to debate on modern day debate, whether or not I'm, platforming the wrong people or something, I'm open to that. So I would rather you just... If you want to come on and debate and say, James, like, I want to make the case that you're doing harm to society because you platform these people, I'm totally open to that. I'm willing to debate that myself. Tom, did we just lose you? Where'd you go? Tom, you're standing really still. Oh, okay, I think you're back. So the point is this. I'm open to defending via debate, modern day debate, when we do controversial stuff. It'd probably have to be winter break because it's like really busy now, but just want to let you know that. Speaking of the idea of reporting people, with that, thanks so much for your super chat, Jay Shy, coming at you. They said, how does Standing for Truth explain de novo gene birth? Hopefully I pronounced that right. Is it de novo?
De novo gene synthesis. See, once again, that for the most part is ad hoc, post hoc, because from my understanding, I guess I would possibly need him to be in here to clarify himself, but there's something called orphan genes, and these orphan genes, once again, are a fulfilled prediction based on the creation model that talks about created kinds, because these orphan genes, they're fully functional gene sequences that code for both a functional messenger RNA and a protein, but they lack similar counterparts in other organisms. So there's orphan genes specific to humans, orphan genes specific to, say, some of the apes. So that's actually evidence against common ancestry with humans and apes. So they have to look to de novo gene synthesis to explain some of these orphan genes. But it's circular because they see orphan genes exist. Therefore, they have to have an explanation. De novo gene synthesis. And de novo gene synthesis exists because there's orphan genes. So it's just circular. There's no real empirical, testable, and verifiable evidence for it. It's just all post hoc, ad hoc, as TJump likes to talk about.
Thank you very much. We next up, Patreon priority question. Basically, if you hadn't heard, we do have a Patreon, and if you basically there's like different tiers. One of them, you get to ask, if you ask a question, it goes to the very top of the list. And Patreon, or I should say, like of standard questions. Brian Stevens, thanks for your question. He said, for Standing for Truth, your views on genome sequencing and bioinformatics work of your views on the work of Professor Eric Lander of the Broad Institute and MIT regarding genome sequencing and bioinformatics, which demonstrates common ancestry. Forgive me, let me read that one more time. Sorry, I think I screwed that up.
Is that a statement or a question?
Question. They said it's a statement. It's kind of half, so half and half. They say Standing for Truth's views on genome sequencing and bioinformatics work of Professor Eric Lander of the Broad Institute and MIT, which demonstrates common ancestry. Okay, so I think he's saying like your views are like borrowing from a person whose model demonstrates common ancestry. I think they're saying that.
Well, I mean, yeah, they can use genome sequencing. That's how they build these phylogenetic charts that they'll look to nested hierarchies on a genomic level, whether they're looking at the endogenous retroviruses or specific genetic markers. They can look at SNP, and they're comparing all the different organisms and building their trees. But as I've stated, the genome sequencing, when utilized, actually demonstrates common design. I mean, you can look at the Hox genes. You can look at so much in the genome that suggests limited ancestry versus universal common ancestry, but for the most part, DNA level nested hierarchies, say whether in mitochondrial DNA or nuclear DNA, it's agnostic to the debate, because both evolution and creations for the most part can explain it. That's why we need to look at predictions and data that differentiate between the models. And that's where, you know, specific predictions on DNA function come into play. Most debates that I have, the debaters don't want to discuss in detail DNA function, but DNA function really is what can distinguish between the models in regards to genome sequencing. So, I mean, his statement or question, whatever it was good, because that is key. It's 100% how we decide. So thanks, James.
Gotcha. Next, thanks for your question. I wanted to push this to the top because I was wondering, do people have interest in this? Josiah Johnson asked, is there an MDD Modern Day Debate Discord or any community outside of live chats? So we are on Facebook, on Twitter. Not a ton of conversation goes on there, to be honest. Most of it goes on in the live chat and the comments. However, if people would be like, oh man, if you actually had a Discord, I would totally enjoy it. Then I'm like, sure, like I've thought about having one, but I don't know enough about it, and I just feel like a rookie. So I was like, should I do it? Like, I don't know if people would do it, but if people would like a Discord for Modern Day Debate, I'm totally open to it. Just wanted to, it's good for me to get your feedback on like what would be a good use of time. So thanks so much. Next up, I'm going to try to get through just a couple quick questions. Sorry guys, if you guys are okay with it. We've got several more, but God of Spaghetti, thanks for your question. They said, for Standing for Truth, could you list a few of your sources?
Sure, I can. Let me see here. I got all my sources here. What does he want me to do? Does he want me to post the links? So, I mean, I've got sources from peer-reviewed technical journals, obviously creation related, as well as you know, articles, especially on endogenous retroviruses that I talked about. What else did I talk about? DNA function, epigenetics. These are all papers that are not, you know, from creation peer-reviewed journals, whether it's from Nature. So, I mean, I can post the links if that's what you want. Maybe I'll just post the links after the debate in the comment section. There's a ton of them.
Gotcha. Next up, I'm going to try to just read through maybe like one or two more. Sorry, guys, that we're not getting through all the questions. I'm trying to just going through the top ones here. Emotionally Sensitive Emoticon, thanks for your question. They said, let's see. I'm going to try to actually look for some that might be for Tom, too. They just, yeah, I want to push this up. Crackerjack12 says, Tom, do you realize the topic of the debate is not, quote, can atheists use creationist models to predict? It's, can anyone use creationism to make predictions?
No, it's can anyone who isn't a creationist use creationism to make predictions? And the answer is no. Just nonsense.
The answer is yes, not nonsense.
Next
Give me an example. You still provided no evidence of that. So
TJump's arguments, the entire debate, are just assertions. When I ask him to provide specifics, like, hey, what arguments does P.Z. Myers use? He says, I don't know. Like, imagine I came to
relevant to debate. You keep talking about things that aren't relevant to debate.
Dr. Tompkins said you're wrong about the chromosome 2 fusion, and someone asked me, well, what does
not relevant to debate? Not relevant to debate.
I don't know. Go look at it. It's not a good way of debating, Tom. Even the atheists.
That's not part of the debate. Not part of the debate.
You not understanding the predictions is not my problem. It's actually yours, unfortunately.
That's not part of the debate. Again, give me an example of someone who isn't a creationist who can use creationist models to make predictions. You can't.
I've given you many. You not understanding the model is not my problem. It's yours. I'm sorry.
You're the non-creationists who use creationist models.
You're in scientific denial, Tom. I can help you with that.
I'm going to let Tom have the last word on this because the question was for Tom.
Okay, Tom, you can have the last word.
So again, the evidence is if you want to show creationism isn't just made up bullcrap, you have to show that other people who aren't creationists can use the same model to make predictions. Every time I've asked for an example of this, he's given me nothing. He said, here's a creationist who made a creationist prediction. That's great. That's not evidence. Give me a non-creationist who can use creationist models to make predictions. That's all I want. That's the peer review. That's what it means to be peer reviewed. You can't do that. It's just gibberish nonsense.
Gotcha. We will take one last question. And based on the live chat, a couple of people said, like, hey, I would enjoy a Discord. So I'm going to try to get a Discord up in the next week. And then If you guys would enjoy it, please come hang out. So with that, I think we read that one. Emotionally Centered Emoticon, I think I was about to read yours. They said, stand for truth, so you love genetics. Can you predict if Haldane's dilemma would not be problematic if applied to variation within quote-unquote kinds using a 6,000-year time scale?
Well, Haldane's dilemma has to do with the limits of evolutionary change in regards to beneficial mutations and the speed of beneficial mutations. So when used on humans, in regards to human ape ancestry, it actually demonstrates that the speed at which these beneficial mutations would happen makes it impossible. But his specific predictions that he's asking about in regards to other animal species, I don't think that those predictions have been made or that information and data has been looked at. But I'll look into it. But what's important is that it has been looked at in humans and in apes in regards to their ancestry, and it demonstrates that it's impossible. And the evolutionists can still choose to believe in it, but it's not empirical science. It's imagination. It requires imagination to believe what is contradictory to empirical science.
Gotcha. We want to say thanks so much, everybody, for being here. It's been a blast. I love reading through the live chats, trying to keep up with it. It's been a lively one today, and want to say especially thanks to our speakers, who I really appreciate you guys being here. It's always a pleasure to have you guys on. You guys are fervent, passionate fellows. And yeah, so thanks so much for being here. Their links are in the description. So if you are like, I like that, I want to hear more, or maybe you're like, standing for truth, I just want to go to his page and just rip him. Well, his link is in the description.
Well, there's many that do.
So want to say thanks for being here, and keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. And as mentioned, if you want a reminder, hit that little notification bell for the Destiny versus Praise debate on whether or not Trump is racist on Monday, November 11th. It's going to be, I think, a very wild one. So thanks for being here, everybody. Take care.
And for those who enjoy this channel and would love to support us financially, please feel free to hit that donate link. We'd greatly appreciate it. God bless.
Hey everybody, today we are debating whether or not man did and could live alongside dinosaurs, and we're starting right now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. I am thrilled that you are here. It is going to be a blast. So the reason that I say that is because we have a brand new guest here. So Bill Morgan has joined us, and we're thrilled. There's an interesting story. If you don't recognize Bill, you might in a second when I tell you where he's from. But just want to mention really quick, we got a few house cleaning things. We also have Standing for Truth helping us moderate. That's how desperate we are. Just kidding. Standing for Truth, you're my boy.
Hey, Jake, that hurts my feelings.
Standing for Truth, honestly, I have to say I really appreciate Standing for Truth for several reasons. One, he was kind enough to introduce us to Bill Morgan, who's debating tonight. And not only that, but Standing for Truth has always made it. He's been willing to step in and guest moderate when I was traveling, stuff like that. Like, I really appreciate it. So thanks so much for your help, Standing for Truth. And he's
no problem, my pleasure.
Even if you disagree, even if you're like, oh, that's Standing for Truth, it just drives me crazy. He's still, he's pretty well spoken, right? He's at least like a clear speaker, and he's got high energy. So he's not too shabby, right? So with that, I want to say, if this is your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we are trying to build an eclectic community of different people from different walks of life, and we are excited to have you here. So thanks for being here. Also want to mention, today was a little bit busy, so I'm putting the links of the debaters in the description right now. And for Bill Morgan, I forgot to ask for your link, so you can shoot that to me whenever. We can do that after the debate, no problem. But just want to mention, before I hand it over to Standing for Truth to explain the format, we have a couple of other really quick things. First, this Friday, RN Raw is going to debate Dr. Trent Doherty, which is going to be a blast. It's going to be intense, crazy. They are going to debate whether or not Christianity is dangerous. Look at Tom. He's so excited. You can see the excitement on his face. He's like, he can just barely take it. So that's going to be an epic debate. Who knows what's going to happen? And we will have Q&A. So I just want to quick mention, if you have a question, feel free to put @ModernDayDebate in the live chat before you start your question. And then I will read that at the end. And thanks so much, Pig Swill Bucket, for the congrats on the 5,000 subscribers. We are so excited because we honestly believe that we have a vision here and we are marching forward. We are hoping to have fair debates for everybody. And I want to mention really quick, we also are going to continue to do our charity drives at least one time per month. And our next one is this Friday for RN Raw's debate with Dr. Trent Doherty. Last thing, so a lot of last things that I'm bringing up, is that we're also excited because if you have a super chat, that allows you to make a comment toward one of the debaters. You don't have to do a super chat. You can just do @ModernDayDebate and ask your question, and we're still going to read them. So it doesn't have to be a super chat, but one thing is, like I said, it allows you to make a comment toward one of the debaters. And the other thing is, if you do a super chat, it automatically goes to the top of the list for the Q&A. So thanks so much. And with that, thanks for being here, everybody. It's been a whole week. Honestly, it's been painful to be gone so long, but I want to say thanks for the debaters, especially for being here. They could have gone to a lot of different channels. There are a lot of channels that love to host debates, and so we just really appreciate that they decided to come here at Modern Day Debate. And so I'm going to hand it off to Standing for Truth, who will give the format. And as mentioned, given that Bill is taking the affirmative, he will start first. The final last thing is I want to mention we are going to start sprinkling in political debates more often because some people are like, yeah, change it up a little bit more. We want a little more variety. And I'm like, hey, let's do it. So we're going to still do a lot of does God exist and creationism type debates, but just want to let people know we are also going to start sprinkling in some political type debates, and not just ethical things like abortion, but we're also going to do things like debates on who they think is going to win the election and why, all that stuff. So Standing for Truth, thanks so much for being here. We really appreciate your help. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, thank you, James. I'm really, really excited for this debate. So let's get it started. Thanks so much, Tom and Bill. The format for tonight will be 15-minute openings, followed by 5-minute rebuttals, and then 20 minutes of open discussion. That's my favorite part of any debate. And then followed by 3-minute closings and 20-minute Q&A. So looks like we got Bill starting. I'm going to get the timer here. 15 minutes is starting on Bill's first word. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thanks for having me. This is my first debate on this channel. And my hope is it's two guys that disagree having a good time talking about important stuff. Okay, I'm going to go to my PowerPoint now. I have no idea if it's 15 minutes because I haven't rehearsed it yet. Okay. All right, can you guys see that?
Yes.
All right, dinosaurs, away we go. Now, dinosaurs, I think, are a very important topic because I've met people whose worldview was changed by dinosaur teaching. I've met people that believed in God, were fellowshipping, that thought it was a challenge to their faith. So it's an important topic, and I'm honored to be here today. Now, my position on this debate is that humans can live with dinosaurs and that they did live at the same time. I see no physical reason to do it, but my buddy Goofy here has a question. I've wondered why people think they couldn't live together, and a lot of them, because they said because dinosaurs are so ferocious. But right now, we share the planet with ferocious bears, sharks, lions, and there's really no problem. You just live in a different area. I believe humans have superior intelligence with dinosaurs, and if they were in a bad neighborhood, they would just call Century 21 and move away from them and survive easily. So there's no big problem. Biblically, I am a Christian. The Bible teaches in Genesis 9 that the fear of humans would be put into animals. And I do believe that if you don't mess with animals, you don't mess with their young, 99.999% of the time, they're going to leave you alone and not kill you. Okay. Animals were created originally as vegetarians, not meat eaters. So after the original creation, I believe all land animals were created on the same day. They were created as vegetarians. So they wouldn't look at you as a meal, but maybe as a source of watermelon. Okay. So let's dive into dinosaurs. I have a question that I hope will get discussed. What do you think is the result of intelligent design? A, the skull of the T-Rex. B, the metal stand. C, the skull and the stand. Or D, none of them. During the discussion, I would like to talk to Tom about that, and I'm a friendly guy, and we'll have a good chat about that, hopefully. I believe the skull and the stand are the result of intelligent design. Now, I'm not bragging or boasting. I've been an engineer for over 35 years, and there's nothing I'm more certain of than design in animals and plants and things like that. I've done hundreds and hundreds of designs, and the simplest things in the world take much, much effort to get it right. Every detail, every material, the thickness has to be designed for certain things to work. So I do believe that beautiful skull to the left is the result of design. Now, some people would argue that dinosaurs are the result of time, nature, and chance. And I respect everybody. People can believe what they want, but I question. Time has an IQ of 0. Nature has an IQ of 0. And chance has an IQ of 0. Some complicated math, 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals 0. Can an IQ of 0 make a dinosaur? I argue no. I believe dinosaurs are the result of a designer with an IQ of infinity. I've never met Tom. I don't know his profession. But even if you want to hang a door, that takes intelligent design, research, and knowledge. It doesn't happen by time, nature, and chance. Okay? I believe designs require a designer, and the beautiful dinosaur fossils we find give glory to God. Now, some people might argue that dinosaurs provide evidence that the theory of evolution is true. I argue they don't. There are no transitional forms for dinosaurs. Okay? From what? This is an important question. From what did dinosaurs evolve? I've done a little research. I'm very happy to be here. I've had 2 days' notice, and I've learned a lot by doing research. I've talked to many, many people about where dinosaurs came from. This is from the Smithsonian Institute of the dinosaur evolution chart. Now, please take note of something. These parallel lines are what's been found. These parallel lines are the creation model. The dinosaurs producing after their kind. The evolution part are the mysterious branches at the bottom, and that is not supported by the fossil evidence. Now, you can just say, well, he's a closed-minded creation guy, but if it's not observed, it's not scientific. Science relies on observation. Many evolutionists have had quotes. This is an evolutionist's own word. You don't have to listen to Bill Morgan. From my reading of the fossil record of dinosaurs, there's no direct ancestors have been discovered for any dinosaur species. Alas, my list of dinosaurian ancestors is an empty one. And he attends Johns Hopkins. If I had more time, I could provide many, many more quotes. Dinosaur fossils do exist, and they show stasis. That means they're not changing, and they show sudden appearance. All of a sudden, the screen door opens, boom, there is a fully designed full dinosaur. Now, evolutionists are certain, absolutely certain they evolved from something. We're just looking for the evidence. Well, that's science in reverse. Conclusions should be based on evidence. Conclusions shouldn't be formed and then start looking for your evidence. So, my belief is apes make apes. People make people. Ladybugs make ladybugs, and dinosaurs can only make dinosaurs. Now, a lot of people would say, oh, Bill, that's a religious belief. No, it's not. It's supported by genetics, biochemistry, taxonomy, zoology, paleontology. Your eyeballs support this. Your eyes are a source of science. What you observe, this is what we observe. We do not observe one kind of animal producing another. Let's suppose dinosaurs did evolve over time by chance, okay? See that beautiful image in the lower left? Let's suppose that is a living being and it evolved. I have a very simple question. What evolved first? I've designed a lot of air conditioning systems. You need ductwork, compressors, fans, pumps, piping, power. And as you design and build it, you build it one step at a time. Well, with dinosaurs, if they evolved, what evolved first? Their skeletal system, nervous system, digestive, circulatory, respiratory, immune, muscular. Which one evolved first? Which one evolved last? It's very quaint to philosophically say it evolved by chance over time, but I'm a semi-autistic and I am a mechanical engineer. Tell me the sequence, tell me the mechanism of how this beautiful animal came to be. What evolved first, the hearts or the lungs? That's a fair question to ask and one that people should consider. Now, God does not make things. God makes systems. Systems are made of many, many components that all have to work together for the system to work. Living things are not a car transmission where you can slowly build it together and then you get a transmission. For a living dinosaur to exist, it needs every one of these systems to work. Now, let's have more fun. Is the circulatory system a system? Yes. Is the heart a system? Yes. Is the heart tissue a system? Yes. Are the cells in the tissue a system? Yes. Are the molecules a system? Yes. Are the atoms a system? Yes. What evolved first, electrons, protons, or neutrons? We live in an ecosystem in a solar system. People, systems can't evolve. They have to be, for living things, instantly created. That beautiful dinosaur needed all of those systems working at once, or it's not going to live. Just take a step back and look at that. I couldn't even draw that. God spoke that into existence. That is a fantastic design, and chance could not make it. Chance couldn't make the drawing, much less make the dinosaur. So, evolutionists teach over billions of years bacteria evolved into dinosaurs. John Sanford of Cornell University, he invented the gene gun and knows more about genetics than perhaps anybody. I asked him, I said, John, do you think it's possible that mutations on bacteria could produce a dinosaur? John's response was no. It would be more likely that dinosaurs would evolve into bacteria because of mutations losing information. Evolution is a downhill path, not an uphill path, okay? So, if dinosaurs did not have bacterium ancestors, which evolutionists think, and they suddenly appear, when did they appear? I believe thousands of years ago and not 230 million years ago, okay? There's many reasons why, but because of time, I cut it down to two. Two reasons I do not believe dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago. Reason number one is a real simple one, erosion. That picture is from one day of flooding in Jordan. This is a planet of erosion and decay. Think about this. According to the evolution model, the most recent dinosaurs got surrounded by sedimentary rock. We'll talk about that in a second. 65 million years ago. And for 65 million years ago, that sedimentary rock, which is the weakest rock around, resisted erosion. Erosion is caused by temperature change, the sun, the wind, cooling, heating, friction. 65 million years. Why aren't we making our streets out of sedimentary rock then if it's so durable? Part of my engineering, sometimes I've designed parking lots. You can't get more than 20 years out of asphalt. How are you going to get 65 million years out of sedimentary rock? And then they think some are 230 million years old. The most important fossil discovery in the past 100 years, most people have never heard of it. And I know all you guys have. Soft tissue and dinosaur fossils, okay? Now in 2005, some Montana State researchers found this in a T-Rex fossil. They claimed it was soft tissue, blood vessels. They reported it. Were other evolutionists happy when these people who were evolutionists, Mary Schweitzer, she came out and said, hey, I found soft tissue in a dinosaur fossil. Were they happy? No, they had a meltdown. I remember this. I followed it quite well. I called evolutionists. I called the Museum of the Rockies, and I called them up. I said, hey, is it soft tissue?
3 minutes.
He said, we're not sure
3
yet.
minutes.
Pardon me?
Sorry, I was just telling you 3 more minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, 3 more minutes. Thank you. So the person I talked to, I still remember his name, a very nice guy. His name was Novak. He says, well, we're not sure if it's soft tissue or not. I said, couldn't a police laboratory tell you within an hour? And he laughed and he said, yes, they could, but we can't be too rash. So it wasn't the data, it was the interpretation of the data, whether it was soft tissue or not. Well, finally, so much evidence came out, they've concluded there is soft tissue in dinosaurs, and the Museum of the Rockies even talks about it on their website. So the question is, how could soft tissue be preserved in a fossil that's 68 million years old? Well, when they were resisting it, the evolutionists said, well, it came from another animal. Other evolutionists said, no, it's contamination from bacteria. Well, eventually they've come around and said, well, somehow, amazingly, soft tissue is preserved in a fossil for 68 million years. Never does it seem that they would say, perhaps the fossil isn't that old, okay? Here's an exact quote. Undetermined geochemical and environmental factors caused a special fossilization to preserve the fossil to the cellular level. I maintain it still exists because it's not that old, okay? Evolutionists should be open-minded to where the evidence leads, but they should perhaps say maybe that fossil wasn't that old. So once again, I believe it would have eroded and there would not be soft tissue in something that old. Mark Armitage is one of the leading soft tissue dinosaur experts. I asked him if I could mention him. Check out his videos. He's found many, many samples on his own, and he's well documented and published on soft dinosaur research, okay? So real quick, what killed the dinosaurs? Everybody knows it had to be cigarettes, right? But notice T-Rex's arms are too short to light his own cigarette. So anyways, thank you very much. There's many, many theories on dino extinction. It's a good way to earn a PhD. There's many theories, but the evidence teaches something else. We don't know what killed every dinosaur because you need evidence of what killed them. But we do know what killed the dinosaurs that we have found fossils of. They're buried in sedimentary rock. If you are buried in sedimentary rock, you most likely died by getting buried. I was talking to someone once and he says, well, I think dinosaurs died from meteors. Well, why are they found in sedimentary rock? And he paused and he said, well, the meteor caused the flood. The cause of death is rapid burial in sedimentary rock, which is rock deposited by water. So, in closing, I think that's pretty close to 15 minutes. Dinosaurs are evidence of extinction, not evolution. Extinction is the opposite of evolution. Oh, just 10 more seconds, please. Extinction is you start with a lot of animals and you're running out. Evolution is you start with bacterium and it blossoms into many others. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Bill. Standing for Truth, I'm going to jump in really quick just because I just remembered something really interesting. I can't help but mention it for those who are like long-term viewers of these creation evolution debates, is that Bill, does anybody recognize Bill? Bill, once you're out of share screen so they can see your face, I'm kind of curious if anybody would happen to recognize you once you're able to click out of the share screen. There you go. Thanks so much. So does anybody recognize Bill? If you love old-fashioned debates, this is from a debate about 20 years ago. I don't think anybody's going to get it. Let me just quick peek on the live chat really quick. Thanks so much for your opening, Bill. And we're thrilled to have you here, and we're thrilled to have Tom here. Tom, we'll give you like an extra 10, 20 seconds, whatever it is, at the end of the intro if you'd like. And just to keep it balanced, doesn't look like anybody's quite picking it up quite yet. in the live chat, so I will just mention it. Does anybody remember the debate between Kent Hovind and Michael Shermer? I think was it at Berkeley, Bill?
UC Irvine.
Oh, okay, Irvine. Thanks so much. Bill Morgan was the moderator for that debate. Isn't that awesome? Just really cool that Bill Morgan has been in the game for a long time. He has moderated, he's debated, you can tell he's well-spoken, and so I just thought that was cool. When I just found that out today, I was like, oh, really? That's funny. Like, I could remember what he looked like just because I remember that debate. That was a big one with Michael Shermer and Kent Hovind. But anyway, so thanks, little trivia for you, but thanks so much again, Bill. We appreciate it. We're glad you're here. Tom, we're glad you're here. Standing for Truth, I'll hand it off to you. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that's one of my favorite debates too, Shermer versus Hovind. So anyways, thanks for the opening, Bill. We are now going to you, Tom. Your 15 minutes starts on your first word. Go ahead, man.
All right, so the question is did humans live with dinosaurs? And with the exception of birds, the answer is no. I mean, birds are technically dinosaurs. One of the things that Bill brought up was that dinosaurs only come from dinosaurs, and in evolution, well, that's true. Anything, if you are a child of, or of the lineage of something, you are going to be of that parent clade. And so all dinosaurs' children are going to be dinosaurs, which is why birds are dinosaurs, because that's how evolution works. You don't ever get something from not its kind. It's just an addition to the kind. So humans have only been around for about 200,000 years at maximum. It's estimated from about 100 to 200,000 years. Dinosaurs lived 65 million years ago. So the answer, did humans live with dinosaurs? The answer is no. A resounding, obvious no. And we can tell this through geological data, volcanology data, space analysis of time and space, of astronomy, cosmology. Every field of science that has any relation to measure time says, nope, absolutely not. It's completely impossible. If we accept the creation model, it completely refutes pretty much all of science. We just have to get rid of science. We might as well go back and become flat earthers, because that's essentially everything we have to give up to accept the creationism is true. And the reason is we can tell this is because when we're talking about evolution versus creationism, the first thing you need to realize is that debate is not how scientists resolve issues in science. Scientists don't care about debate, because all it is words, and science, not scientific evidence. Science cares about empirical scientific evidence. And nothing my opponent has to say is evidence. It's just an interpretation. He's presenting an interpretation of past and present data, which you can do. There's infinitely many interpretations of past and present data that you can come up with. We could say the whole world was created 5 minutes ago by magical leprechauns, and so nope, humans and dinosaurs didn't live together because everything was created 5 minutes ago by the magical leprechaun. I mean, that's an equally valid interpretation as creationism, saying the world was created 6,000 years ago, or we could say 6,001, or 4,000, or 3,000, or 10,000. We just make up numbers and just say, here is where the world was created, and we can explain everything from this point ad hocly. And every one of those infinitely many possible interpretations can all explain all of the past and present data. So this is why science depends on empirical evidence, because we need some way to filter out the imaginary explanations that we can just make up and say the world was created 6,000 years ago, the world was created 5 minutes ago. And we need to be able to filter out those imaginary explanations to leave whichever one is true. So think about it like this. Imagine we see a cup fall over. What could have caused this to happen? Maybe the wind knocked it over. Maybe someone bumped the table. Maybe it was a mouse or a squirrel or a bird. Maybe someone used psychic powers or magic, or a god or a ghost or leprechauns, unicorns, invisible aliens, anything. There are millions of things that could cause this cup to fall over. So we need some way to filter out all of the imaginary ones and leave only the one that's reasonable to believe caused the event to happen. There are infinitely many of these possible alternatives we can just come up with. So we need some way to filter out these imaginary explanations, and the best way to do that is future testable predictions. Because again, every single one of them can explain the past and present data. So for example, if we saw mouse droppings around the cup, I could explain that by saying, clearly a mouse knocked over the cup and left the droppings. But if you wanted to say it wasn't a mouse, you could say anything other than a mouse. You could say, oh, no. The mouse left the droppings, but just walked away and didn't knock over the cup. So you can always explain the data in multiple ways if you're looking at past and present data. But if you have a good explanation, you can project into the future and say, if my explanation is correct, here's something we're going to discover which we don't know yet,
and we're going to look in this area and find this to be the case. Now, if your explanation can do that, you have a good explanation. We have reason to believe your explanation is a plausible explanation of the event. Science can do that. Creationism can't. And science can do it reliably, consistently, millions and millions of times, every day, all over the world, for everyone, which is just every scientific paper, that's what they are, is future testable predictions. So science is like, yep, science works, creationism doesn't. There are lots and lots and lots of future testable predictions that have been made by science. Just to list a few, we have Robert Broom predicted that Enemites with double-hinged jaw joints, a transitional between reptile and mammal, would be discovered, and it was discovered with the example of Probagnathus, which is a transitional form. Richard Alexander, after studying the evolution of eusocial insects such as termites, he predicted that we would find some kind of burrowing rodents in the tropics, which might have evolved the same eusocial system, which was later confirmed in the naked mole rat, so more transitional forms. William Bede predicted birds' asymmetrical flight feathers on their front and back legs, as indicated by embryology, which is found in Microraptor, a transitional form. A feather morphotype was predicted due to embryological data, was found in dinosaurs such as Euthosaurus, transitional form. It was predicted that if ants evolved into wasps on the evolutionary timescale, an ant with early wasp features must have existed during the Cretaceous, and they found it exactly and only in predicted layers with some really complicated name I can't pronounce. It's Sphycomera or something like that, transitional form. Neil Shubin predicted that the fish-like tetrapod in the Venostrata of Canada, which was discovered in Tiktaalik, exactly where it was predicted to be, in only that layer and no other layers. And it was predicted that marsupial fossils will be found in the Eocene strata of Antarctica because they moved from South America to Australia when they were connected by Antarctica, and there was a big ice sheet there, and those were found. These are all testable future predictions that was made by evolution before we knew them, saying that if we assume evolution is true, and if we assume all the evolutionary stuff, the timescale is correct, here's a prediction we can make, extremely precise predictions we can make, and we will discover them in these extremely precise locations, and they're right after right after right after right after right. So this is massive evidence for evolution. Evolution is the most supported of all of the sciences. It's essentially impossible to refute at this point. It's massively supported. And there are literally thousands of predictions confirmed every year all across the world in every academic paper you can cite. You just go to academic papers for evolutionary journals, and you can just pick one. There's another prediction that was confirmed through testing. Creationism has none of these, not a one. They have nothing. So the only way to overthrow science and evolution is to create a better model. You're going to have to make more successful predictions than science does, which is going to be tough since creationism, as far as I know, has essentially none, and evolution has millions. So it's like if creationism is like arguing that it's impossible to build a rocket, except the rocket's already been built and flying. It's over there. It's called science and evolution. It's working pretty well. So it's kind of a strange argument to come across when creationists say, oh, that's impossible, when it's already happening. It's already been done. So all of the facts that creationists are explaining are essentially looking at past and present data and saying, we can explain this in a different way. Well, I mean, yeah, I grant it. You definitely can. Anyone can. You can explain it in many different ways. But in order to justify that your explanation actually is plausible, you need future testable predictions. You need to predict something we don't yet know that we will see in the future, and we need to discover that. And creationism hasn't done that at all, much less at the level of science. So as I said in the beginning, science doesn't care about debate. The reason is because no combination of words and ideas are evidence. You need future testable predictions in order to be compelling in science. And science and evolution provide that, and creationism don't.
Okay. Is that it for your opening there, Tom?
Yep, that's it.
Awesome. Okay, so you gave up roughly 6.5 minutes. We can either throw that into the discussion or the Q&A.
Discussion sounds good.
Okay, so thanks for your opening, Tom. We can jump right into Bill's 5-minute rebuttal. Let me just start the clock.
Can I, one sec, I just have to really quick plug something. And don't worry, this won't like cut into your time at all, Bill. I just want to do this because Steve has been super helpful, and I just want to make sure I give him a quick shout out. So if you don't know who Steve McRae is, where have you been? Because Steve McRae is the leader of the Great Debate community. I just want to give a quick shout out because we, like maybe a month or two ago, Steve was like, hey bro, I'd love to, you know, promote you guys, like let people know about your channel, Modern Day Debate. And we were like, hey, that's rad, like we can cross promote. So want to let you know, if you love debates, have to let you know about Steve's channel, the Great Debate community. Also, TJump's channel, lots of debates. Standing for Truth also has some debates. And have to mention, if you guys didn't know, I just want to really put it out there, I am trying to let the audience kind of decide, like if you guys love debates, we want to let you know wherever they are, and then just have you guys decide, like, oh hey, like do I want to watch debates there, yes or no? And the Bible and Beer Consortium, I don't have a picture for them, sorry about that, how embarrassing. But the Bible and Beer Consortium, that's how it's pronounced, I swear, they actually have a great, you could say, library of debates in which they host people from all different walks of life. They've got people like Matt Dillahunty. They just had Aaron Ra, which, by the way, so Aaron Ra will be here this coming Friday, and I have to say, I met Aaron, and I thought, this is one of the most personable people. And I know Standing for Truth, you have this vendetta with Aaron, but I just have to say it. You got to give credit where it's due. Standing for Truth, you're gonna fall in love with Aaron because he's actually a really pleasant, down-to-earth guy. And so, anyway, just want to let everybody know about that. So now I'm gonna switch over to Bill. Thanks so much for your patience, as I just forgot to do that at the beginning. And now, Bill, I'm switching over to your PowerPoint and Standing for Truth, handing it back over to you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you there, James. Yeah, Bill, I will start the timer. So you got 5 minutes of rebuttal. I'll start the timer on your first word.
A quick question. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, here comes my first word. Okay, I heard Tom say that he hasn't heard any predictions or empirical evidence. Well, I'm not sure if that's true, but let me be the first creationist to share some predictions for you, Tom. I predict every bird that gives birth tomorrow is going to give birth to a bird. Every reptile to a reptile. Every flea to a flea. Tom, I don't know if you are avoiding the evidence or you just don't like it, but that's what creationists predict. Birds make birds, reptiles make reptiles. Now, I've done a little research on feathered dinosaurs, and Tom made it sound like it's a fact that dinosaurs evolved into birds. Let's take a look. Now, feathered dinosaurs. Hey guys, check this out. Well, that's a kind of freaky dinosaur right there. Very important question though. Tom, I hope you consider this. We might discuss it. Why is the evolution evidence always cartoon drawings and not photographs? I challenge you, if it's so true and so empirical, where are the photographs? Why beautiful drawings, okay? So this is one of many resources on feathered dinosaurs. National Geographic, they don't even question, unearth. It's a bird-like dinosaur. Such detail. A fancy name. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. The man who found it said, we believe this dinosaur had feathers from its ancestors. The researchers theorize it may have used its feathers for display or eggs. Well, this man admits to having one small problem. What's the small problem? They found no feather fossils with this. It's all theory. He's theorizing it. He didn't find any feathers. But he did get money, and he got published out of it. His own words say that it had long arms, bird-like legs, a toothless jaw, probably a beak. But his own words, no clear signs it was feathered. Tom, if you're open-minded, really look for fossilized feathers. You won't find them. There were no fossils found, but he did get published. I know people are motivated to promote their career, but let's be honest here, okay? Now, Alan Fiducia, you've probably heard of him. He's perhaps the leading bird expert, hardcore evolutionist. His words, he found no evidence for the existence of protofeathers and consequently no evidence in support of the follicular theory of the morphogenesis of the feather. Tom, this is an evolutionist saying it. You can heed his words instead of saying it's a slam dunk for reptile to bird evolution. Doris Olson, perhaps America's leading curator or bird expert. He's retired now. He wrote a long letter. There's the reference if you want to look at it. Much more information what I have. This is a quote from his letter. Sloan's statements, the guy who said they found fossilized bird feathers. We can now say that birds are theropods just as confidently as we can say humans are mammals, is not even suggested, much less demonstrated or proven, as reflecting the views of a particular scientist or group of scientists, so that it figures as little more than editorial propagandizing. Tom, the evolution bird experts don't believe it. Check your resources, okay? This melodramatic assertion has already been disproven by recent studies of embryology, comparative morphology, etc. Let's think. Let's put on our thinking caps, okay? Let's think like engineers, not philosophy or history majors, and I'm not putting them down. We're talking about science. If a reptile became a bird, the legs became a wing. The front legs became wings. Significant differences. How are mutations going to turn a leg into a wing? Has anybody ever seen a living animal with half a leg, half a wing? The answer is no. That's lack of empirical evidence. The scales became feathers. Unfortunately, I skipped one. The solid bones became hollow bones. Reptiles have solid bones, birds have hollow bones. Okay, my slides are out of order. That's a zoomed in image of the reptile scales and bird feathers. Here's an electron microscope image. Not even close. You really can't get two different animals than a reptile and a bird, yet evolutionists say, oh, they're related. But not the evolutionists that are in the hard sciences. It's the philosophy evolutionists. Cold-blooded reptiles became warm-blooded birds. Please explain to me the step-by-step mechanism for that. Reptiles have the slowest metabolism among animals. Birds have the highest. These are huge leaps that no one tries to explain how they happen. They say it just so happened. Respiration is my favorite. The respiration reptile, pardon me?
20 seconds.
Oh, two pass became single pass. Reptiles breathe like we do, in and out. The bird respiratory system is amazingly complex. How in the world did they lose their diaphragms, gain air sacs, have a different path of respiration without dying in the process? This is fantasy. The hind feet evolved into perching feet. And how did that happen? Complete, and solid bones became hollow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Standing for truth, sorry, it's a habit. I will let you moderate.
No problem. You're doing great, James. Okay, well, thank you for your rebuttal there, Bill. We are now on to Tom's 5-minute rebuttal. Tom, I'll start the clock on your first word. Go ahead.
One sec, Bill. Forgive me.
No problem.
If
Bill's still sharing his screen.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. We are switched back over to the dialogue boxes, ready to go.
Tom, on your first word, 5 minutes, man.
All right, so just to address the second half of what Bill said, all of those things, those are explained by evolution. It's just that simple. Evolution can explain lots of different changes. It's pretty simple. In the beginning, you asked, is the skull design, the stand design, or both? The stand is designed, the skull is not designed. You said there are no transitional forms. Everything that reproduced is a transitional form. So pretty much every fossil we find, the majority of them are transitional forms. You said dinos only create more dinos. Well, yeah, that's true. Because if you're a part of a lineage, you're in the same clade. So yes, that's why birds are dinosaurs. You said not observable, not scientific. Just Google search dinos with feathers. They're all fossilized. There's thousands of examples of fossilized of many different species across the spectrum. They're observable. You can literally just see them. You can see the feathers in the fossils. John Sanford, genetic entropy is not a thing. It's made up. It's rejected by pretty much all serious geneticists. Or at least I think it was genetic entropy. Most of the things John Sanford said are just made up. They're not a part of biology. Erosion can't happen in a curve. So nope, most of the things that we see, like the Grand Canyon, were not created by erosion from a flood. It's not even physically possible because the flood would have to weave in and out of itself. It's literally not physically possible. Soft tissue in Texas, there's actually been a number of soft tissue that has been found in dinosaur fossils, and there's many different ways to preserve soft tissue for millions of years. There's no problem with that. Nothing in evolution says it's literally impossible for soft tissue to preserve for millions of years. So there's no contradiction with evolution there. It's just unlikely. And so the fact that it's happened a few times out of the millions of fossils we found is really not that surprising. You said birds. You said you made a prediction that every bird will make a bird. That's not a novel prediction. Like, I can predict the sun will come up tomorrow. If you're predicting something we already know, it's not a prediction. So you got to come up with some prediction that we don't already know. Predict something we don't know yet that we will know in the future. So if you're predicting birds will make birds, we already know that. Just like we know the sun will come up tomorrow. Not a prediction. I can't say, well, the spaghetti monster is real, and I know this because the sun's going to come up tomorrow. Not evidence. You got to come up with a novel, testable prediction, something we don't know yet. Why drawings, not photographs? There are photographs. We literally have the rocks of the fossils with the feathers. There's no problem there. The fact that we have drawings is because it's more interesting. People like drawings better than photographs of dead things. Reptile wing, significant differences. Again, explained by evolution, no problem there. So that's essentially my rebuttal. I just cede the rest of my time to the discussion.
Okay, so is that that's time, Tom?
Yep.
Okay, so that is another 2 minutes going towards the discussion period. So the discussion period is 20 minutes. We've got 6 plus 2, so we can go for 28 minutes. Unless you got something to say, James, I can start the clock at 28 minutes and let them have their discussion.
All set.
Okay. Guys, on your first word, whoever wants to start, the discussion begins.
I got a question. Tom, sorry, I'm a very simple person. I really am. You said, quote, it's explained by evolution. Once you said simple, no explanation needed. And once you said it's explained by evolution, no problem. Please help me. I'm an engineer. I need the mechanism. I just don't need to just say it happened by evolution, no problem. Please tell me how the respiration system of a reptile that uses a bellows 2-pass system evolves into a single pass with air sacs and no diaphragm. Just a step-by-step idea.
Yeah, that would take a long time because it's many millions of steps. What?
Just don't say it happened by evolution, no problem. I do have a problem. I'm an engineer. I need evidence, science. The mechanism.
Right, so the mechanism is evolution. It's random mutation to change the allele frequencies, which can change the physical structure over time. So it's millions and millions of those changes. There's no problem there. It's like saying,
there's no mechanism there.
There's no evolution is the mechanism.
You're saying it's you're waving your arms and saying it's evolution. Please just give me the mechanism. How does the respiration change? How does a leg become a wing? You just can't say evolution.
Random changes in allele frequency in the DNA, which changes the physiological structure of the animal.
You give me the mechanism. Tell me how a solid bone. No, you didn't.
I just did.
You no specific. Well, we could go back. Yes, I did. You did, but you didn't provide any living evidence, fossil evidence. You said it just happened by evolution. Basically,
right. I just gave you a system that can explain all of the complexity of what you just asked. So here's a system that can do exactly what you just asked. Like, giving you the exact order in which it happened isn't necessary. This system can do it.
Okay, you're saying, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, and it's a friendly discussion, okay? I want to be your buddy, okay? I like friendly discussions. You're saying reptiles evolved into birds. It happened by evolution, no problem. Well, like from the movie Big with Tom Hanks, I don't get it. Why do you believe it? What's the mechanism? What's the in-between? Are there animals with half a leg, half a feather? The circulatory system changes. The respiratory system changes. I need evidence, my friend.
Yeah, all of those things do change. We have tons and tons of evidence, which is pretty much the entire body of all scientific data and all research in every field of serious science right now. Yeah.
Okay, give me your number one specific. You said millions. Number one strongest reason that you believe a reptile could evolve into a bird. Just one.
Observed evolution through change in allele frequency, which causes physiological changes to the structure of the animal.
That's not a reason. Just give me a reason, please.
How is that not a reason? I'm not. So if I said, how did that ocean form? And I said 1 drop at a time. That's a reason. If you get 1 drop at a time for a sufficient amount of time, that will sufficiently explain an ocean. So if you have an order of DNA and there are small changes over time, that order of DNA change can explain the new feature. That's literally what it does. That is sufficiently explains the change.
Well, I'm not going to go on the rabbit trail. I want mechanics and evidence, living animals, etc. You're just giving this philosophy like a big umbrella. What's your number one reason you're saying allele change?
Right.
Where's the data? How do you know it didn't evolve from a spaghetti monster? You have no in-betweens. It's complete philosophy, Tom, unless you can provide empirical evidence. And you were the one saying you want empirical evidence. Where's the empirical evidence of a reptile evolving into a bird?
Right, that's how induction works. So we see the empirical evidence today in modern animals, in modern species, and single-celled organisms. We can see the genetic change in everything living today, and we can watch evolution happen. And then we can infer it with induction, like we do in all of science, into the past. And say, hey, this thing that's working now probably also worked in the past. Just like we see the sun come up today, it probably came up yesterday too, for the same reason.
Are you willing to say, and my goal isn't an inquisition, to say there is no empirical evidence that a reptile evolved into a bird?
No, the empirical evidence is the fossils where we can see the transitional forms from reptiles to birds.
Which fossil?
Archaeopteryx, the Sinoceraptorix, I can just have a list of them here with the pictures. Yeah, you said there was no, why are there no pictures of fossils with birds or fossils with feathers? Right. So I just Googled it and found some, and here's a list of them, and I'm just reading them. They're that simple to find.
My goal isn't to put you on the spot. My goal is truth, and yours is too, right? But
yeah, absolutely.
How in the world does most evolutionists don't believe Archaeopteryx was anything except an extinct bird? Fiducia, Grismek,
that's false. That's false. That's false. Well, that's objectively false. The vast majority of biologists accept that yes, it was a bird, like a significant majority.
They do. But just explain to me how a leg becomes a wing. I'm all ears.
The same way all changes happen. So every single species on the planet, every difference from a bacteria to a whale, everything is a different order of the same ATCG DNA structure. Everything, every difference. So if we take the biggest possible difference we can think of, from amoeba to blue whale, they're all just a different combination of the same ATCG. So if you have some mechanism that can randomly change the ATCG and cause things to survive and then change it again and cause them to survive and change it again, you can explain the entire diversity of life from a bacteria to a whale. So explaining the difference between a small leg to a bigger leg is trivial compared to the bigger difference.
Well, right. I want you to go from a solid-boned leg in a cold-blooded animal to a solid feather or a hollow-boned feather. I know you're talking about mutation. I know what DNA is. You got a beautiful reptile with a beautiful leg. You're saying it slowly got mutations and changed that leg into a wing?
Right.
I need to have that explained to me. I don't get it, to quote Tom Hanks.
I'm not sure what you don't get. It's pretty simple. Like small changes.
Okay, you got a beautiful reptile with front legs and back legs. Eventually, that's the ancestor to a bird with wings, right?
Right.
Explain to me, and I know what a mutation is. How it mutates and it changes a leg into a wing. It's a really simple question. I'm not that smart.
So it gets longer, the density of the bones get thinner, the wings grow, the feathers grow larger, and eventually it becomes useful for new things, which then causes it to accelerate the rate of the mutation, and so it becomes a wing. Like, I don't see the problem here. Small changes cause it to change incrementally, and then eventually it has a new function and it grows even faster, and then it becomes sufficient for flight.
The problem is your lack of empirical evidence. You're saying a scale became a feather. Do you have any empirical evidence for that? I showed you the electron microscope images. Do you have any empirical evidence?
We can't directly observe evolution from 65 million years ago. We use induction to support that.
Then you're admitting if you're not observing it, you don't have empirical evidence.
We have empirical evidence today, because empirical evidence is what we can see with the senses, so we can observe the evolution today and say with induction that it worked in the past. Like, we don't have any empirical evidence that the Earth has been going around the sun for 4 billion years or for 4 weeks or for just any amount of arbitrary time. We don't have empirical evidence of the sun going around the Earth in the past, but we assume it has. Like, for example, Pluto. We just discovered Pluto within the past 100 years. We don't have any empirical evidence it's been there for thousands of years, but it has, but we assume it has because of induction. That's how science works. We have this induction thing that we can infer that the way it's worked now also applies to the past, and we can use that to explain how reality works.
Okay, I know you want to take me on a rabbit trail to Pluto, but I don't want to go to Pluto. I want to go to the bird. where is your empirical evidence? And if you don't have it, you admit you don't have any, right? I mean, it's pretty simple.
No, this is pretty
So
simple.
what is
I mean,
it?
I just
Explain
explained
it.
it to you. It's called induction. Induction is a pretty simple thing in science. It's pretty universal. So induction for Pluto is pretty simple. We discovered Pluto less than 100 years ago. We have no empirical evidence of it existing prior to 100 years ago, but we believe it did exist prior to 100 years ago. And we believe it followed the same pattern it does today before that period. So we use the induction of looking at the empirical evidence today, and then we apply that same process to the past, even if we don't have direct observation of the past. So we see the evolution today and how it works, and we use that same process and apply it to the past.
Okay, once again, I don't want to go to Pluto. I'm trying to get to a bird wing.
That's not.
You don't want to answer that. How does a leg become a wing? If there's empirical evidence, just say you have no evidence for it. We can move on. What?
No, I've already answered this. It's inductive evidence, the exact same kind we used to say that Pluto existed prior to 100 years ago.
That's philosophy. I want empirical evidence. How does a leg become a wing?
No, that's science. Essentially what you're asking is, how do you know we weren't created 5 minutes ago? It's the same level of ridiculousness. That's exactly what you're asking. You're asking that verbatim, because you're rejecting all of induction. Induction is the thing where we take the processes we can observe and verify today, and we apply them to the past and the future, and we say they work the same way. So we observe directly the evolution in the cell today, and we can watch it happen in different species where they make these changes, and we can say, yes, this same process happened in the past for the things we can't directly observe. That's how induction works. That's science.
Give me 1 sec. Bill, forgive me. I don't mean to cut in on you. Just so that, given that there's so many different topics that we can cover from what's been discussed in the debate so far, I know that this is one that you guys disagree on and that you do have a response for, Tom. But and so I hate cutting in. But if there's maybe another thing that came up during the debate, just so we can try to run the gamut as much as we can in terms of covering as many topics as possible.
Okay, and a quick summary. I might be way wrong, but I would like to see the mechanics of how a leg becomes a wing instead of induction and assumption, because he was the one saying we don't have empirical evidence. That's what I'm begging for. Our empirical evidence is a reptile makes a reptile, a bird makes a bird, and if the change doesn't tickle your fancy, it's still a prediction, so you got your prediction. Okay.
Well, I think this is an important point here. So you do realize that indirect observation is empirical, right? The induction is empirical.
Indirect observation? That
Correct.
means somebody else is looking at it?
No, it means we used induction to apply the same kinds of observations today in order to the past, and we can use it. We don't see it directly. Like particles, we don't see them directly. We still have indirect observation of them through computers and things. So
I'm a very simple mechanical engineer. Real quick, and I'm not being condescending. I'm not being condescending. When I design an air conditioning system for an office, it works or it doesn't work. I can't say, hey, by an induction and by theory, it should be cool in here while the lady is sweating. It works or it doesn't work. That's my semi-autistic state. I'm just looking for evidence. I can't even imagine how a leg can become a wing, and I know it hasn't been seen in nature. And we have billions of birds, billions of reptiles. That's all they're producing. We know too much about genetics. Their genetics are different. Their scales are different. Their circulatory, their respiratory system. It's just quaint to say one evolved into another by induction. I'm just begging for evidence, and I didn't get any. But we can move on.
Well, yeah, you're right. Their genetics are different, which is exactly what I explained. Their genetics change through random mutation. That's why their genetics are different. But you look at your example.
That's possible,
well, no, they
right?
clearly couldn't. No.
Why not?
Nope. Because evidence. That's just like saying, could the world have been created 5 minutes ago? Well, I mean, sure. It's just not supported by anything. But
why
to use your example.
Well, real quick, Tom, why couldn't the bird have been created with different genetics than the reptile, and that's all they're going to make? Just like those parallel lines in the chart I show. Why can't that be possible?
See genetic mutation. Because we see genetic mutation happen, so it's just not possible.
And what do mutations do?
They change the DNA of the species.
And what's the result?
New species.
No. Overwhelmingly a loss of the ability to make proteins.
Nope.
John,
that's false.
Well,
is wrong.
You're either. Oh, I hate. I don't want to say you're lying, but you are.
Well, no. John Sanford is
either neutral or lose information.
No, that's false. John Sanford's genetic entropy is completely false and made up. Actually, Standing had a truth with a biologist a few weeks ago who actually explained this to him in detail. Yeah, John Sanford's genetic entropy is completely made up. It's not a serious thing in biology. So, but you made a great example. You said the air conditioner. You said an air conditioner either works or it doesn't work, right?
Right.
No, that's wrong, because there are different kinds of air conditioners. Some work better than others, some work worse than others, some kind of work some of the time, and they can have improvements. They can get better. So there's some that don't work, there's some that work kind of well, there's some that work really well, and there's incremental stages between these things. And the same thing applies to transitioning between a leg and a wing. They can work some of the time, they can work a little bit better than the other one, they can work for some things but not other things. So the transition between a piece of junk that kind of blows air to a complete system air conditioner or an arm to a wing can happen over stages, as long as the one stage is slightly better at something than the other stage.
Okay, I'm glad you said the word system. What system in the dinosaur do you think evolved first? Circulatory or respiratory?
Either could have evolved, because they can both evolve in different stages on different evolutionary paths. So it's either one is
Do
possible.
they need each other?
No.
Does the respiratory system need the circulatory system?
Nope.
What?
There are some
you take
animals, for
biology-
example.
They're symbiotic, my
for like-
friend.
For example,
It's a system.
there are certain kinds of worms that don't have respiratory systems. They do have hearts. There are certain kinds of other animals that can have certain kinds of respiratory systems but don't have hearts. And there are certain kinds of animals that have hearts without respiratory systems. So no, they can evolve separately.
Well, I'm asking about the dinosaur. For the dinosaur, did they get the respiratory or the circulatory system first?
Well, it depends which animal they evolved from. So if they evolved from one that had a heart but didn't have a respiratory system, the heart would have been first. And if they evolved one with a respiratory system without a heart, then the respiratory system evolved first. So either one,
And
either way could have gotten dinosaurs.
But it would never make it to reptile because it would die without one, right?
No, you can start with
It wouldn't.
C. elegans or something. You don't need both of those things at the same time for them to work. They can evolve separately.
We're talking reptiles, though.
Right,
Okay,
so reptiles are like the
skeletal
end
or-
process of a long series of evolution. So when you start with the evolution, you can have certain kinds of organisms that have one or the other and not both.
Right. Digestive or skeletal, which evolved first?
Same answer. It could have done either one. Started either process, could have come first.
Okay. Immune or nervous system? And you get my point. I get your point, too. And again, I hope we have a friendship and debates like this, but I think you have pure philosophy and no empirical evidence, or else I would have heard some by now. But
Well, philosophy is abstract, like analytic. By definition, the fact that we do observe this stuff in a lab, evolution, and the fact that we do imply it inductively makes it, by definition, empirical and not philosophical. It's literally the definition of the word empirical, observed through the senses. So for it to be purely philosophical, it has to be abstract, like numbers and shapes.
Forgive me for
Sure.
because I definitely enjoy this. I think it's definitely central to the debate, and I also want to mention I'm curious just to get your guys, both of your opinions on the idea of humans, whether or not they could survive with dinosaurs. And it's true that they could migrate. However, assuming that there are dangerous dinosaurs, so let's say, I don't know exactly where T-Rex was, if it's let's say North America, and then let's say though you maybe venture down toward Central America to try to avoid T-Rex, but maybe there's velociraptors down there, something like that. Are you both, Tom, are you actually are you guys in agreement that I guess that humans could survive even if there are dangerous dinosaurs, you could say, in the neighborhood? Or is that a point of contention?
Well, yeah, sure, they could have. It's, as far as I know, it's physically possible for humans to have survived 65 million years ago. The only possible challenge would be would the consistency of the oxygen and nitrogen in the air be something that could sustain the human body? And I don't know if that's the case or not, but I'm willing to grant it. Yeah, so sure, it's possible humans could physically exist on a planet at the same time as dinosaurs.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I see no reason.
Okay, so
I see no reason.
Gotcha.
The temperature. One interesting thing, and again, not bragging, as an engineer, why land animals can't get too big is heat transfer. Elephants are the biggest land animal, but they cool by their huge ears. They turn them into a cooling mechanism. whales can get huge because they live in a stable temperature. We have a very delicate temperature to keep life alive, but animals much bigger than an elephant couldn't exist with today's temperature ranges. But creationists typically believe before the flood there was a stable temperature on the entire planet, which Tom mentioned. And again, my goal is not to put anyone on the spot, but Tom, you did mention that there were dinosaurs found in Antarctica, correct?
I don't think I mentioned that. I think I mentioned the fact that there were fossils found because they crossed the Antarctic ice sheet between Australia and some other place that I had written down. Okay. So they crossed where Antarctica used to be, because Antarctica used to be a lot bigger.
Moderator, I'm sorry, I never met the guy. Moderator James, is it? Could I show some slides real quick?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
About Antarctica? Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
I don't want any dead time, but yep. My pit bull has entered the room. Okay, so, and again, this is a pursuit of truth. I like Tom. And honestly, I learn more from people I disagree with than I agree with. Don't you all agree?
That's true,
I'd
absolutely.
love to be and I do mean that, Tom. True or false, dinosaur fossils have been found buried in sedimentary rock in mountains of Antarctica.
One sec, Bill.
The answer is...
Forgive me, Bill. If you wanted to show your PowerPoint, you just need to quick switch into screen share mode. It still shows you.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
I'm a computer
I've got the
Neanderthal.
timer paused for this, so no worries, guys. We're not losing time.
Thank you, guys.
No problemo. Okay, we can. You bet. Now, once you pull up your PowerPoint, we'll be ready to go. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, this is from a different lesson, guys, but that's me last night. Oops, I'm sorry. Okay, true or false, dinosaur fossils have been found buried in sedimentary rock in Antarctica mountains. The answer is true. As an engineer, I like to ask, well, how did that happen? What's the mechanism? Glacialsaurus is the name of that beautiful beast. There it is. Now, what would cause us to find dinosaurs in Antarctica mountains? I'd love to listen to other opinions. This gentleman who researched it said, well, for whatever reason, they were still hanging out in Antarctica. That's not too scientific. But I agree with this. Antarctica would have had to have been warm and wet. I believe before the flood, there was a stable temperature throughout the earth. Mount Kirkpatrick was the soft riverbed. That's the name of the mountain. I believe the Bible has the best explanation for dinosaurs in sedimentary rock on top of a mountain. First, I won't get into all the verses. Genesis chapter 1, verse 6. I believe there was a greenhouse effect by a lot of water in the environment that produced a nice stable temperature. This stable temperature could allow for huge land animals because they didn't either freeze or overheat. That's very important to consider. No matter what you believe, creation, evolution, everyone should agree the environment was a lot different in the past, and I think evolutionists would agree with that. But I think the Bible explains the difference by the water in the original creation. My favorite psalm, first there was a flood. That's going to bury Glacialsaurus in sedimentary rock. Amazing geology in this verse. After the flood, valleys sank, mountains rose. So you can get a dinosaur in Antarctica by the canopy. You get a flood to bury it, and then the mountain rises up afterwards. And I don't believe it happened millions and millions of years ago because of erosion. But I don't want to take up all of Tom's time.
Well, it wouldn't have been erosion. It would have been tectonic plates that would have shoved it up to create a mountain. But Pangea, all of the land masses on the Earth were connected at one time, 65 million years ago. Antarctica was connected with Australia and South America. So the fact that there were dinosaurs in Antarctica is not really a big surprise there. And the fact that they're on the mountains, again, that would just be tectonic plates creating the mountains. So that there would be not really a big surprise there. Yeah, the flood model is physically impossible. If there was that much water, there isn't enough water on the Earth to flood everything on the Earth. And even if there was, it would cause such a sufficient change to the environment that everything would die. It's not even possible to sustain life on the surface of the water, like a family on an ark, if all of the water is out of the air and in like the oceans. Plus, it's not physically possible to do that, considering the evaporation from the sun, which would cause the water to go back into the air as water vapor. So it's not actually physically possible unless magic for that to happen. It's and since it doesn't make any sense. Sure, go ahead.
Tom, I love your comments. When I became a young, little, eager creationist many years ago, I asked someone, how in the world is the water going to cover Mount Everest? But Psalm 104 teaches at the time of the flood, the mountains weren't that high. You are right. The mountains are too high now to be covered by water. But Psalm 104, my dog's snoring over there, Psalm 104 teaches there was the flood, and then the mountains rose. And I got some great evidence for that if you want to see another PowerPoint. But you see what I'm saying? Sure. The mountains weren't high before the flood. On top of Mount Everest is sedimentary rock, limestone. Limestone is mostly composed of coral and other water organisms. Seashells, fossils of sea animals are on top of Mount Everest. Everybody agrees Everest was underwater at one time. Atheist, creationist, etc. We believe, though, it wasn't two continents slowly raising it because the erosion would have eaten it up. But we both agree. Wouldn't you agree that Mount Everest was underwater at one time, Tom? The evidence indicates?
It was made of material that was underwater. I don't know if the mountain itself was ever underwater.
Well, just possible. The top of it. Right.
Right.
And that's fine. My goal isn't to embarrass or anything. But limestone, coral on top of Mount Everest. So everyone agrees that it was underwater, but I believe it was a rapid uplift because of erosion. Limestone isn't very durable. It's not going to last 30 million years. And just asking, and it's not a pop quiz. Are you familiar with Genesis chapter 1, where the Bible says, let the dry land appear and the water gather in one place?
I have read the Bible cover to cover, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with that verse? Let the water gather in one place.
Sure.
You are? What does that imply?
Yeah, I read the... What implies whatever you want it to. The Bible's ambiguous. You can interpret it in many different ways.
Well, if the water is gathered in one place, that's teaching Pangea, first page of the Bible. I think it's Genesis 1, verse 8. If the water's gathered in one place, the land is gathered in one place. Do you want me to explain it again? I'll be happy to.
Yeah, go ahead. So does that mean there's no lakes?
It says, let the water gather into one place. Pangea.
So if there's a lake on Pangea, that means the water isn't in one place.
I don't know, but to me, it indicates one big landmass. Obviously, people needed water to survive, but it wasn't as high as after the flood, so it's easily to cover it. You can roll your eyes. It's okay. You won't hurt my feelings. But read Genesis 1 again. Let the water gather into one place. There's Pangea right there on page 1.
Pangea is the land gathering in one place, not the water gathering in one place. What?
Right. But take a look in your good old Bible. Genesis 1.
Well, no, I know, I'm not questioning that's what it says, but if the land gathers in one place, that's not the same as saying the water gathers in one place. I don't see your connection between those two.
Okay, there's one land mass, there's one water mass.
No, because there are lakes.
Sure.
It's not like the land just plucked out all the lakes and there's no water anywhere on land and there's just the water in the ocean. Like, no. And there's water vapor, there's water in the air, there's water all over the place, there's water in every part of the planet. The water is never in one place.
And they talk about rivers. You know your Bible, right? You're a Bible scholar. They talked about rivers. It wasn't dry. God didn't say, oops, forgot to give them any potable water.
Right. So when you say the water's gathered in one place, that really doesn't mean anything. Like the water's never gathered in one place. The waters were always everywhere. Like,
right.
They never stopped being everywhere.
Hey guys, sorry to jump in here. We just got only a few minutes left. And I know, as James was saying earlier, there was a lot of great things brought up about, whether or not dinosaurs and man did coexist. I know Tom said that they could have, but, did they? I know certain things like I think dinosaur soft tissue was brought up, among other things. Did you guys want to spend the last few minutes maybe going as deep as can into that?
Sure. So we only find dinosaur fossils on lower layers. We'll never find them with human fossils. And every single species is only on its particular layer, and there's never any transition between them. So, and it seems to correlate perfectly with the evolutionary model and the the 65 million years ago were the dinosaurs. There's no overlap between these. Why would you think that somehow humans, which only appear within the last 200,000 years, somehow existed on the same layer as this species when there's no fossils of them there? Like, how did that happen?
That's a great question. And one nice thing about me, I admit I don't know everything. It would be wonderful to have a human with a collar around a dinosaur. I could say, see, but that's a great question. So anything I would answer would have to be an assumption. But I do believe that the overwhelming majority of fossils were marine organisms. You probably agree with that, which would make sense when, pardon me? Oh.
Yeah, sure, because the earliest ones, most of life started in under, yeah.
They're the most helpless to avoid a burial, because you agree to become a fossil, they're in sedimentary rock, so they have to get buried, combination of rock with water. I believe the dinosaurs were more unable to escape than the humans, but I do see that as an argument for your case that they didn't exist at the same time. Perhaps other explanations are the humans were able to resist it, or they lived at different places. For example, a question, could they live at the same time? Yeah, and they could also live at the same time at different places.
Where did dinosaurs not live? Like, is there any place on the earth where we haven't found fossils? Like, because as far as I know, they're everywhere. So the idea that somehow every human being everywhere avoided every fossilization event that all the dinosaurs did seems really ridiculous, especially since we have examples of humans doing exactly what the dinosaurs did, like falling into tar traps. Like, we have those kinds of fossils all over the place in the world. So seeing how they wouldn't have done this 65 million years ago or however long ago when the dinosaurs existed, it doesn't make a lot of sense since they do it today. Like, how did they avoid all that path? Are they just that smarter than we are today?
Are you saying there's dinosaurs at the La Brea tar pits?
Well, no, I'm saying that humans do stupid things. So the fact that all humans avoided the stupid things that would have gotten them crushed and fossilized is a pretty spectacular claim, since we know they do stupid things today.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I got a great answer to that. I'm willing to do that. And it would be good to say birds, legs to wings. I don't have a fantastic, but I don't. That's a very good comment and question. The beasts, they got buried and washed away. But there are no dinosaur fossils in the La Brea tar pits. I know that for a fact. My friend wrote a book on it. But I believe they lived in different places. The humans might have been more clever to avoid the catastrophe. But I think I wrote it down here. You said Mount Everest wasn't caused by a flood. It was caused by erosion?
No. Tectonic plates.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Grand Canyon, the Grand Canyon.
Right, yes.
Because water wouldn't do this. It wouldn't go crooked.
Right, if it's just a straight flood, there's no way for it to be diverted into directions like that.
Well, water seeks the lowest energy state, just like people and electrons. If that's the lowest energy state, that's where the waters are going to go.
Right, so there'd have to be something to force that to be the lowest energy state, and there isn't.
Exactly. I agree with you. That's how rivers are formed. And if the Grand Canyon was formed by a little water over a long period of time, why don't we have 10,000 Grand Canyons on the planet? We got a lot of rivers. How come they're not the Grand Canyon, but that one is?
For lots of reasons. One, the rivers weren't as populated because of the changes in the environment, because of the frequency of the water, because of the consistency of the material in the Grand Canyon. Lots of reasons.
Well, we agree with that, the amount of water.
Want to mention a quick one or two things. First is we will do quick closing statements, but also want to say just thanks for being here. I'm excited about one of these super chats, as it's Steven is always a joker. But okay, so if you have any questions, we're gonna have to close the Q&A pretty quick here. So like maybe in a couple of minutes, just to let you know. By close the Q&A, I mean the question intake. So you've got a couple of minutes to submit a question that we'll hopefully get to during the Q&A. And Standing for Truth, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay, thanks guys for that lively discussion. Very enjoyable, very engaging. So thanks for keeping it fun. We're going to jump right into the closing. Since Bill Morgan, since you started, we will let you start off with your closing there. You got 3 minutes, and I will start on your first word. Go ahead there, Bill.
Well, if my first word isn't my first word, I would sincerely like to thank Tom for the talk. I knew I would learn more from this, and I appreciate it. And I like talking to people who think differently than me. So hopefully those aren't my first words. Let's see. Oh, hang on 1 second. Slide 217. There we go. Okay, ready?
Yes.
How many minutes?
You got 3 minutes, and I can start it right now if you'd like.
Okay, great. My conclusion is this. My conclusion is dinosaurs have always have existed, and now they're extinct. My point being, extinction is the opposite of evolution. Extinction is you run out of animals, organisms. Evolution is new ones appear. This is a planet of extinction, suffering, and death. I believe dinosaurs are the result of amazing design by an amazing designer. I wish we had more time. Tom said he thought the metal stand was the result of design, but not that skull with all the teeth and eye sockets. I think they're both designs, and the dinosaur skull is a much better design. I got ahead of myself. Dinosaurs are evidence of extinction, not evolution. This is a planet of death and suffering, which often leads to people being atheists, and I respect that. I've talked to many atheists about the suffering that goes on. Evolutionists admit they don't know what dinosaurs evolved from. I spent the last 2 days calling people up, trying to get them to. I've called many museums, etc., and I gave the best quote I could find in the presentation. Dinosaurs you find today, it's obvious that they got buried in sedimentary rock from a violent flood. These weren't wimpy animals. It wasn't just a little bit of rain. They could have survived that. These poor suckers got buried by mountains of mud, a violent flood. The reasons I don't think they've been buried for all those years is erosion and soft tissue. Just rub your sneaker on a parking lot and it's going to start crumbling. I went to Bryce Canyon in Utah. The docent said the rocks were 50 million years old. I was rubbing the rock as gently as I would pet a kitten's head, and it was crumbling. I said, hey kids, is this rock 50 million years old? They said, no, Dad. And Bryce Canyon won't be here in 1,000 years, yet they're saying it's been there for 50 million years. Reptiles do not evolve into birds. The wings, the respiratory system, the skeletal system, the vision, the feet, many, many hurdles that we just can't wave our arms and say evolution did it. It's as simple as that. We need a mechanism. We need evidence. And I didn't even get to this. That's fine. I believe the Bible describes what could be a dinosaur. I try to be fair. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But in Job chapter 40 and 41, there are two animals that are described. A behemoth having a tail like a cedar tree. Many Bible comments say this was a hippopotamus. No, they got a wimpy little tail. This animal had a tail like a cedar tree. Man could not tame it. And the Bible said God told Job to look at it. So I believe the Bible does describe a dinosaur, but if someone disagrees with me, I'm not going to have a stroke and pass out over that. Is that 3 minutes? Just in closing, Tom, ask yourself why you think the metal stand was the result of design and not that complex skull. And the complex skull started as one fertilized egg with the information to make that skull. That's amazing design, my friend.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you so much there, Bill. We now move on to you, Tom, for your 3-minute closing. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, so just to answer his question, the reason that we think the stand was designed and the skull wasn't was because we have a process by which the stand is made and we can observe the process, and we have a process by which life forms are made and we can observe the process. The process which life forms are made is natural, it's evolution. So we have a natural process that explains it, so it's pretty reasonable to conclude it's not designed. So the reason we can trust science and the reason we can trust that dinosaurs lived 65 million years ago and that humans have only been around for 200,000 years is because science makes testable predictions. Science can differentiate itself from all of the different infinitely many interpretations we can make up of how to explain everything. We can always make up explanations to explain all past and present data, but science can go further than that. It's the only one that can. It can make novel, future testable predictions. It can say, if our theory is right, then we will be able to discover these things in the future which we don't know yet, and lo and behold, we discover them again and again and again and again, over and over, all over the world, in every species, in every culture, regardless of past. It works. Creationism doesn't. So when we look at what we have reason to believe in science, we don't have reason to believe in creationism. And so I believe that humans did not live with dinosaurs for the same reason I believe the sun is going to come up tomorrow, for the same reason I believe water is healthy, and cigarettes are dangerous, and planes fly, and computers work, because science. End.
Thank you very much, Tom. And I've got, before we jump right into the Q&A intake is closed. We have a lot of great questions, so thanks everybody for your questions. I've got one here that, standing for truth, I captured it and I didn't get it to put it on the list that I just shared with you, so I just want to make sure that I read it because I don't want it to be missed. And then, standing for truth, if you want to take over with the next super chat, which is from J School Account, I just want to make sure that I read this one from Steven Steen. Thanks for your super chat, buddy. And by the way, debaters, thanks so much. We appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate your closing statements. And I totally agree with Bill. Hopefully you can disagree and still be friends. That's the whole point of this channel. And so I really appreciate you saying that, Bill, that it's like, hey, we'll disagree fiercely, but we'll still be friends. So Steven Steen, thanks for your super chat. He said, James got me blocked by Joel Osteen on Twitter. That's true, and it was actually, this is like a story that I love. If you're on Twitter, anybody out there in the live chat, you can find us on Twitter. We're on there at Modern Day Debate is our handle. But it was hilarious because basically trolling, basically making fun of Steven because neither of us are fans of Joel Osteen. I tweeted to Joel Osteen, I said, Joel Osteen, Steven wants to be your new disciple. and Steven put a GIF, like basically expressing his disappointment, and Joel Osteen blocked him. But he didn't block me, which is why I'm like, I think it's especially funny that, I don't know why, but he didn't block me, but Steven is right. I saw the screenshot. Joel Osteen, out of all the people, he got blocked by Joel Osteen. Jeez, not even, so... Standing for truth, thanks so much. You get the next one.
Okay, so the next one would be, I just got the list, the super chat by J School Account.
Yes.
Okay, so J School Account, his super chat is, he says, don't let this debate distract you from the fact that inspiring philosophy absolutely destroyed TJump in a debate. That's his super chat.
That's brutal. Tom, if you want to give a response, you can. If you want to ignore it, you can too. You got somebody who's headhunting you out there.
Yeah, he destroyed me by listing his one cherry-picked authority while I listed the entire consensus of academia. Like, I'm defeated. What can I do? My interpretation, my new interpretation that has no support is somehow evidence.
Tom, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's fine.
Tom's giving you some pushback, J School Account. Thanks for your super chat. The next one is Steven Steen. Thank you so much. He actually said in this one, patiently waiting for TJump's clamshell to close one time. Everybody loves that chair that you have, Tom. That's like every single debate, somebody in the live chat's talking about it. And also, Jason, I think it was in the live chat, said, Bill, you have a beautiful home. That honestly, your ceiling there especially looks beautiful. It's you guys both have got some sweet cribs.
Wow. Wow. Very blessed.
You need to order me one of those chairs, Tom.
They are nice.
Send me one for Christmas.
Yeah, as soon as you pay me $1,000.
$1,000? Oh, I don't make that kind of money. Are we going on to the next super chat, James?
Yes.
Okay, so I got Mr. Cook Jr. super chat. He says, I'm an air traffic controller but Bill's rationale is like if he was explaining an AC system to Tom, and Tom was denying everything he was saying. So I guess if the debaters want to respond to that.
I'm not sure I understand the question. One thing I was trying to make is that systems, and I have the greatest job. I love giving air conditioning to people and they get happy, okay? But you got to get everything right. You can't get it 95% right. Hey, I did everything, but I put in the wrong thermostat. People aren't going to be comfortable. And it is so minute compared to a dinosaur, but every part of an air conditioning system has to work or it's going to be uncomfortable. You're not going to achieve your aim. And systems can evolve. A living system can evolve. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys or not. You can't evolve everything except kidneys and be alive. The only way that God could have created, he couldn't have created through evolution, step by step by step. Instant male, instant female. 60,000 miles of blood vessels, the right heart at the right pressure, at the right flow rate. God is the greatest engineer, designer, and artist of all time, and the only way he could have made a living being is instantly, not a step-by-step mechanism. And if God couldn't create through evolution, nature with an IQ of 0 sure couldn't.
Gotcha.
You just Google animals that don't have kidneys. You don't actually need them. There are animals without them.
We're talking about people. You need them. You need 2.
Next.
Actually, you don't. You need 1.
Next. Let's see. Forgive me, just so we don't get bogged down. I totally understand that you guys are passionate, but question from Praise I Am That I Am. Thanks for your question, Praise. He says, do you believe T-Rexes, this is for Tom, do you believe T-Rexes evolved into a chicken? If so, how can you call creationism mythical?
No, I don't believe T-Rexes evolved into a chicken. The animals, the dinosaurs, the versions of dinosaurs that evolved into birds were smaller and not like T-Rexes or Triceratopses or the bigger ones. So no, I don't believe T-Rexes evolved into chickens, but some dinosaurs did evolve into birds, and those birds were then cultivated into chickens by humans.
Gotcha. Standing for truth.
If many evolutionists disagreed with you, Tom, would you change your mind, or is your mind made up?
Yeah, if they had evidence. Not if they just disagreed, but if they had evidence, yes.
If you want my email, I'll be happy to give it to you. And again, my goal is just to share information because you're teaching me stuff. I mean that. I learn more from you than I'll learn from a fellow believer. Maybe afterwards or now I could give you my email and I'll show you that most evolutionists don't believe in the dinosaur to bird. The Chinese made a lot of money off it, but American American bird
I
experts.
absolutely love that. I really appreciate you coming on too. I did enjoy our conversation, and I would like your email. If you have a study or citation that shows that most evolutionists don't believe that, that would be very interesting to me.
Good. All right.
Okay,
What city do you live in? I'm not going to stalk you though.
Minneapolis.
What part of where?
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Okay. My best friend lives in there. I'll hook you guys up. Just kidding.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you guys are bonding nicely. We're going to get on to the next question here. This is what I like to see, guys. So this one, I guess, is another question from Praise I Am That I Am. He asks, giraffes, so this must be for Tom. He asks, giraffes can die when they bend over to drink, but they were designed to not die. How can you say long-necked dinosaurs evolved then? They have a 10 times longer neck. And I read that word for word. Go ahead, Tom.
Yes, giraffes can die if they put their head down for too long because the blood goes to the brain and they can't get it out because of the fourth recurrent laryngeal nerve, which goes all the way up and down their head, which is a bad design, which causes the blood to get caught in their head and to kill them, which the dinosaurs didn't have that problem necessarily. And so they didn't have the same kind of issues that giraffes have. They evolved differently, and so they had different kinds of issues.
Can I reply?
I think just
Yes, of course. Go ahead, Bill.
We'll give you a really quick response, just because we've had a good amount of questions yet, and we're a little bit close to being over time if we have too many cross responses. But go ahead, Bill, if it's a quick one.
I'll be real fast. Blood needs to get to the brain. Dinosaurs were tall. They needed a huge heart. When they bent over, the pressure, the head pressure, not to get engineering on you, would be enormously high, would give them a stroke. I might mispronounce it, so bear with me. They have what's called a metareably, something like that, which kills the pressure when they bend over so they don't blow their brains out. It's not a nerve problem, it's a circulatory problem. And the dinosaurs would have had to have the same mechanism to reduce the blood pressure to their brain when they drank water. Design.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. And next up, Landon Freeman. We appreciate your question, Landon. He says, for Tom, humans lived with a variety of extinct dangerous animals like the Apiornis maximus bird. Forgive me if I mispronounce it. He says, if humans lived with these animals, why couldn't they have lived with dinosaurs?
Well, yeah, like I said earlier, it's physically possible that they could have lived with dinosaurs. Like that's not an issue I brought up. That wasn't one of my points. That was something that one of the points Bill brought up.
Gotcha.
I didn't pick the title of the debate though.
Yes.
Oh, right,
no
right.
problem.
But I never made the arguments that because dinosaurs are dangerous, that dinosaurs would have just eaten all the humans. That was never an argument I made.
Right.
Gotcha. Thanks so much.
Okay, so next question is from Piggle Pig Swill Bucket. Question is for Bill. The feathered tyrannosaur Dilong, I think I said that right, was discovered after being predicted years before. How would creation explain this find? Go ahead, Bill.
They did not find a feathered dinosaur, I would say. I could be wrong. Again, I don't know everything. I did research. I love debating, and I'm always on evolutionist websites to see what they're saying. And if the pig swine guy wants to give me his email, I can send him all kinds of documentation by evolutionists that are not creationists who say they have not found feathered dinosaurs. So if they predicted it, I would say that they're wrong. The people who are finding the feathered dinosaurs are making money off of it. It's not the independent science researchers that are claiming it.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Larry Letts, thanks for your question. He said, I'd like to ask both of the debaters if they know what dinosaurs weren't reptiles.
Do you want to go first, Tom?
No, you go first.
Okay, could you repeat the question then? I didn't understand your second last words.
No problem. It was Larry asks, he said, I'd like to ask both if they know what dinosaurs were not reptiles.
I'm going to guess what he's asking. When I was a little kid, I was told dinosaurs were not reptiles. And then when I got older, I heard that they were. And just yesterday, I called a natural science museum. I've prepared for this debate for 2 days. I know a little bit about dinosaurs, but I'm not a world expert. And they say, this guy said they're 80% sure, he's 80% sure that they are reptiles because of their scales, etc. They assume most soft tissue doesn't reproduce, that they have the characteristics of reptilian eggs. So the consensus seems to be that dinosaurs were reptiles, and I don't know if I answered Larry's question.
Gotcha.
I'll give it a shot. So dinosaurs, also to answer Bill's question, dinosaurs evolved from archosaurs, which are pre-dinosaur lizards, reptiles. So they would probably be a classification of reptile. But at the same time as dinosaurs, there were mammals and non-dinosaurs that were alive, and those weren't reptiles. So I think the dinosaurs, or the things living at the same time of dinosaurs that were mammals, were not reptiles. So those existed at the same time, but weren't dinosaurs. I think that maybe that would answer his question.
Okay, I've got the next question here is from Landon Freeman. This one is for TJump. So he asks, your explanations of how birds evolved through naturalistic means are imprecise, speculative, and unfalsifiable. This leads to my question. What could falsify evolution? Go ahead, Tom.
Rabbits in the Precambrian. Just go with the Richard Dawkins. Rabbits in the Precambrian.
What is an ATC? Okay, here's my email. Whoever Mr. ATC is, my email is billyjack1@hotmail.com. Give me an email and tell me where I lied. I would love to hear from you, my friend.
Okay.
I want to be accurate. I've made mistakes. Correct me.
Really?
And, I'd be happy to hear where he thinks I'm lying.
You got it.
But you know what?
Give me 1 second. Just the chat didn't hear the question. I'm sorry. I had myself on mute because I've got a little background noise here. Mr. Cook Jr., thanks for your super chat. His super chat was, he said, G-Man is more honest than Bill. I'm just an ATC. So thanks for letting me know in the live chat that I was on mute. I'm getting my own office soon, I promise. So, but Bill, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So my answer didn't go out. I'd be happy to give it again.
No, they got yours. They just weren't able to hear me because I muted myself because I got background noise.
Anyone listening, if I made any mistakes, let me know. I'm happy to hear what they are.
I think ATC is air traffic control.
Oh, that's right. I think you did mention that in an earlier super chat. So thank you for that, Mr. Cook Jr. And Standing for Truth, if you want to continue, we'll go through the rest of the questions that we have so we can get through the whole list. The only thing is, just to kind of move quicker, we'll do the first question from Justin James Howman, and then right after that we'll jump to Iron Charioteer and so on. Cool?
That sounds good to me. So, first question from Justin James Human. He says to ask Bill, what is it about Australia that is so special that God made marsupials exist there of all places? Go ahead, Bill.
Well, everybody knows Australia are God's chosen people. That's a joke. Thank you very much. I'm 100% a believer in natural selection. Natural selection is an elimination process. If you took a flamingo to Alaska, it's going to freeze to death. That's natural selection. It's not going to evolve into a new animal. I believe that kangaroos, koala bears, etc., are all the product of intelligent, brilliant design. I believe a kangaroo can only make a kangaroo, and a koala can only make a koala. Now we're delving into speculation a little bit, okay? How did they get there and not other animals? I believe that after the flood, there were land bridges and still a Pangea in effect, and that animals migrated. And after the oceans filled, there was an ice age. When the ice glaciers melted, all of a sudden they're like, oh man, we're on an island now. And again, this is speculation, but it makes some sense to me. And after time, those are the animals that survived. And marsupials fossils are found on every continent, but they don't live today on every continent because this is a planet of extinction and elimination, not new animals appearing. So I believe they migrated after the flood and they survived and thrived in Australia, where other animals who migrated there went extinct.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Just to keep moving as quick as I can, I'm going to try to read through this fast. Iron Charioteer, thanks for your question as well. He asked, what caused the iridium and micro-diamond layer found around the globe that correlates with the extinction of the dinosaurs? So my guess is that's for you, Bill.
Okay. Many people believe dinosaurs went extinct because of meteor activity, because they're below the Cretaceous, the KAR level, as I recall. This, I took geology a long time ago. But they're below a certain level. They said it came from iridium. But many dinosaur fossils, as my understanding, are not below that. But every dinosaur fossil is in sedimentary rock. So some people think that iridium all came from meteors. I'd be completely guessing if I said I knew for sure. And I'd rather not guess. Something I could look into more. But it's pretty well spread out, pretty well thin, as I understand it. So just from the little I do know, it would be a stretch to think it all came from meteor activity. But it's a good question that I can look into.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we got a question here from Scuba Steve, thanks for the question. So he says, this question's for Bill. He says, how do you square using the proof that science has found using science, but ignore the second half of what science has found and inserting your own religion? Go ahead, Bill.
Inserting my own religion. Well, I'll start with a big answer, I guess. No matter what you believe, if people agree with Tom or me, we both believe something amazing has happened in the past. Okay? My amazing thing is that there is an intelligence and power with an IQ of infinity that could design every single hair on my pit bull. Every hair on a dog needs DNA programming to tell it's the location, the color, the length, the thickness, the direction. Massive programming goes into every hair of every dog on this planet and all the other mammals as well. So I believe in a spectacular God, and that's a pretty awesome belief. The atheist believes every hair on my dog and the DNA to program it there got by random chance mutation. Okay? So we both in the past have to admit we believe in something spectacular that is outside the realm of observable science. Okay? I'd like to see, again, I didn't get a satisfactory explanation for the evolution of the birds. I got, oh, it's science, it's easily explained. I didn't hear any evidence for that. So I like to start with the science. There's a design. My dog can only make a dog. My dog can only come from a dog. That's called genetics and biochemistry. Mitochondrial DNA. Everybody listening to the show, I hope you Google mitochondrial DNA. Science has confirmed that all humans have the same female ancestor, and they call her mitochondrial Eve. That's science, okay? We all have the same female ancestor. Now I bring in my faith. I don't like the word religion. My faith, my belief that a supernatural God made the female with a male. But you can easily distinguish between the faith and the religion. But I love genetics. I love biochemistry. And the logical conclusion to me invokes a supernatural deity, not a blind faith belief.
Gotcha. Thanks so much, Bill. And then last question, thanks so much. By the way, just want to let everybody know, we mentioned it earlier in the debate. A couple of things, actually. One is I have been delayed today. I usually have a little cheap old laptop that I use that is in the shop. And so it's been a little bit hard for me to keep up with the live chat, but I think we did get all the questions. And thanks for your patience with the technical difficulties tonight. Also, I'm stoked we'll have the laptop fixed for this Friday's debate featuring RN Raw. That will be epic with Dr. Trent Doherty. Also, want to mention really quick, the debaters' links will be in the description. That was also a little bit harder because I didn't have that old spare laptop today. And last but not least, oh, that was it. Their links will be in the description. That's Bill's, Tom's, and even Standing for Truth, as we appreciate. He was the one that actually set this up and introduced us to Bill. We're very pleased to meet you, Bill. And last question. So, Pig Swill Bucket, thanks for your question. He said, why are there no crabs in the Precambrian layers? To Bill.
Precambrian layers, not Cambrian. Okay, again, I'm not saying I'm an expert, but my understanding is there's nothing but single cell or very, very tiny organisms in the Precambrian. And I could be wrong. You can't say, oh, creation is wrong because that old guy with the gray beard got this one wrong, okay? Now in the Cambrian layer, and I'm not dodging the question, so I don't think they would expect it. The Cambrian layer has 100 phylum. Phylum is a body structure, a means of classifying organisms. Okay, so according to the evolutionists, the most ancient layer, I'm sorry, it's 50 phylum in the earliest fossils. Today, there's only 20 phylum. That's my understanding. So does that show evolution or extinction that we have fewer phylum today than in the supposed ancient fossils? I think an open-minded atheist would look at that and say, That is a planet of extinction, not evolution, that we have fewer phylum today. And if I'm wrong with the 50 and 20, please forgive me, but that's what my understanding is. But we have fewer today, much fewer than in the pre-Cambrian or the Cambrian layer.
Okay. I think their question was, why are there no, and maybe they had a typo or an autocorrect, but they said, why are there no crabs in the pre-Cambrian layers?
Well, my best answer was my understanding in the Precambrian, there are extremely few fossils. I read an article on it maybe 7 years ago that there were single-cell organisms in the Precambrian. But in the Cambrian, they call it the Cambrian explosion. You've all heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
I think the number is 50 different phylum show up instantly, which is a nightmare for the evolutionist. How do you go from 0 to 50 like that? It should be a slow gradual. And we go from 50 to 20 today, which teaches of an instant creation, a flood, and a planet of extinction and death.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Oh, we have to wrap it up just because we're about 30 minutes over. And it has been a lot of great questions, though, that we got to ask. So I appreciate everybody sending in your questions. It's been a blast. We are thrilled about the future, as someone was so kind to congratulate on the 5,000 subscribers. We are so excited, and we have a vision. We are going to, as best as we can, host fair debates. We hope that people can passionately disagree, and at the end of it, say, hey, you know what? We can be friends. Don't worry about it. And last of all, we are excited, as we will do at least once a month. We will continue doing our fundraisers in which 100% of Super Chats will go to a charity, something such as the last one I think was breast cancer or prostate cancer, and then we will continue doing those. So thanks for being here. Thanks for your support. This really is, I can't say thanks enough. The debaters really make the channel, and also you, the audience. All the best ideas have come from you, the audience, in terms of like debate topics, stuff like that. And so I just want to say thanks so much. Like, this is the channel is an abstract entity that is owned by you, all of you, and the debaters. So thanks so much. We really appreciate that. And we are so pumped that we are going to start doing some more political debates. So just so you know what's going on, we are not switching into purely political debates. We'll still have like God's existence, creation, evolution. It's just that we are going to start kind of mixing in some politics in there to keep everything fresh and keep some new stuff like that. So want to thank the debaters one last time. We really appreciate you being here. It's been a total blast. Ooh, Rayrard, you're right. I did miss your question. So sorry about that. Let me see if I can find that really quick. Forgive me, guys. I'm sorry. I know I actually took it down. I wrote the question down, but I just want to make sure that I actually ask it because, like I said, it was a little bit hard to get to ask all the questions. Rayrard, if you can ask your question one more time really quick, I will ask it to the debaters. We'll make an exception for this because I missed it, and I'm really sorry about that. But want to mention as well, anything from the debaters, we just appreciate you being here. Thanks for spending your time with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And thanks for Bill for coming on. It was an interesting discussion, and I'd like to see his reference where he says that most evolutionists don't believe in dinosaurs or birds were dinosaurs. That's an interesting claim. I'd definitely like to hear.
Good. I'll email you if you give me your email. You can do it offline.
Sure. Right.
Here, my dog was sister. Come here, princess. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to. Just Google Alan Fiducia, Feduccia, North Carolina State. He's perhaps the top bird evolution guy.
You bet. And then
he hates creation.
You bet. And then Standing for Truth, any last words? Thanks for setting this, helping us set this up by introducing us to Bill. Also, I will be on vacation. I'm really excited. I'm going to, it's kind of vacation, kind of speaking, in Malaysia, which is going to be a blast. My hope is that either Standing for Truth or maybe even Tom, I don't know, Tom, you could put your link in the description and I could say thanks and we could try to promote your channel. Your debate channel, because Tom, really, if you haven't seen Tom's channel, it's pretty much nothing but debates. And so we might have some guest moderators that will jump in for me while I'm gone for that. I think it's like 10 days. So just want to let people know so that way people know what's going on. I kind of want to keep consistent with everybody's what's the word, expectations. So with that, Rayrard, so sorry I missed your question. I shot you a question. I just asked, can you ask it again really quick, because I'm looking for it. So
well, I googled what Bill asked, and what I found was the present scientific consensus is that birds are a group of theropod dinosaurs that originated during the Mesozoic era. So the consensus right now is that birds are dinosaurs.
Wikipedia?
Yep. And when it's referenced, it's got academic reference.
Okay. Well, be careful. I'll be happy to send you.
They got the little numbers with the published papers to them next to them to verify this, which is pretty good. So Wikipedia is pretty reliable on that.
Oh, I love it. I go 100 times a day. But I'll be happy to mail you with the curator of the museum, Ellen Fiducia, etc.
Yeah, I'll actually send him an email. I'm going to ask him the question. I'll say, what is the consensus among most scientists? And I'm sure he will answer it very, very willingly.
Copy me. Be happy to. Hey,
thanks so
much.
We're
all learning process.
I appreciate your guys' diplomacy. And with that, we will say goodbye. Standing for Truth, any last words before we cut out?
No, thanks so much for having me on to co-moderate. Tom, Bill, great debate. I really enjoyed it. So, yeah, got nothing else to say. Just thanks so much. It was fun.
Awesome. So thanks so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's encouragement. It was a blast. I'm so glad to be here. It was a week without it was honestly, it was like I felt like a part of me was missing. So glad to be back. It's been a blast, and we'll be back Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're thinking about going to a schedule of Friday, Saturday nights, and then maybe Sunday afternoons. And I think we're going to go with that like pretty consistently. So with that, thanks for coming by. Keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable, everybody. Take care. So basically, hey everybody, today we are debating whether or not giants of the Old Testament existed, and we're starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here for this very exciting debate, as we have two titans in the debate world online when it comes to religion and atheism. We are thrilled to have them here. They have been, I gotta say, like, you guys are two of our most frequent, and I think people just love to hear you guys debate. You guys are both very experienced. It's an honor to have you. So thanks for being with us. And want to let everybody know, both of their links are in the description. So that way, if you're like, oh, snap, I'm loving what I'm hearing, well, good news. Their link is conveniently located below so that you can click on it and hear more of what they have to say. In addition, want to say if this is your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we have regular debates on things like tomorrow, atheists versus Christians on aliens and the Bible, as well as many other topics coming up. So if you want reminders, hit that subscribe button and that little notification bell. And with that, we are going to jump right into this. We are going to give each side 12 minutes to make their opening statement, just kind of a general case for why giants from the Old Testament did exist. And then we will go into open discussion mode for the remainder until the Q&A. For the Q&A, if you have any questions that you would like to ask the speakers, please shoot them into the live chat. I will pull them into a list, and we will ask those questions at the end. Be a lot of fun. Also, super chats, almost forgot. If you have a super chat, you can also make a comment toward one of the speakers, to which they, of course, would get a chance to respond to. And we would ask, please help us out. We had somebody on Monday, we had a super chat sneak in that was, I would say, a personal attack. And so we are trying to ask, please don't send any sort of personal attacks. These guys are here debating just because they love to do it. Like, they didn't ask anything in return. So I feel like I'm personally indebted to them. So we really want to honor them. And with that, we are going to jump over to Kent Hovind. We appreciate you being here. It's great to have you back. I'm going to set the timer for your opening. And thanks, gentlemen, both for being here. And Kent, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir. It's an honor to be here. And thank you, Tom, for doing this. You said you're a full-time debater on the philosophy about reasons not to believe in God. That's interesting. Okay. Did the giants mentioned in the Old Testament really exist? Well, my name's Kent Hovind. I taught high school science and math 15 years. We have a Christian campground in Lenox, Alabama, Dinosaur Adventureland, straight north of Pensacola. And the Bible says in Genesis chapter 6, at the beginning of the Bible, there were giants in the earth in those days. I don't think it could be more clear. The Bible says there were giants, and we could stop the debate right there. But I'm going to give you my reasons why I believe it to be true. Number one, the Bible clearly teaches that people lived to be over 900 years of age before the flood came. Whether you believe it or not, it's a different story. But the Bible does say Adam was 130 when his son was born, and he lived to be 930 altogether. And Seth was 105. And you can look at the dates in Genesis 5 and make a chart like this. The Bible clearly says the people were living to be over 900 before the flood came. After the flood, things changed. And I cover all that in my seminar part 2. What was different before the flood? Why did they live to be 900? So I'll stand by my ground that the Bible is real clear. They lived to be over 900 years of age. And probably because they had a perfect gene code. Actually, man was designed to live forever. So the fact that he only lived to be 900 is kind of sad. Today, nobody makes it to 90 or 100 hardly. They had a perfect diet, perfect soil, increased air pressure, filtered sunlight, lots of reasons I cover in my seminar number 2. Secondly, there is historical evidence for what is called a golden age. Many ancient cultures talk about a time when man used to live to be 1,000 or nearly 1,000. The golden age. They would say man lived to be 1,000, did not have to work to grow food, and died peacefully in his sleep. The term golden age comes from the Greek mythology, particularly the works of days of Hesiod, and they talk about a time in humanity when they lived to be nearly 1,000. The first age was ruled by Kronos. The finish of the first age was silver and then bronze. After this, the heroic age, which is, by the way, where we get our Olympic medals. The metal used in the Olympic medals. That's another story. Okay, golden age, a period of primordial peace, harmony, stability, and prosperity. People did not have to work to feed themselves, and the earth provided food in abundance. They lived to a very old age with a youthful appearance, eventually dying peacefully with spirits living on as guardians. Plato recounts the golden age of humans who came first. Hesiod did not literally mean made of gold, but good and noble. It's like Wikipedia teaches there was a golden age. Hesiod says there was a time when the earth produced food in such abundance there was no need for agriculture. And when they died, it was like they were overcome with sleep and they had everything was good. The 5th century, they still talked about a golden age when man lived to be really old. So I think there's plenty of evidence historically that at least people believed that man lived longer. That doesn't mean he was bigger necessarily, I understand. But certainly the Bible says they lived to be 900 plus, and ancient historical documents say man used to live to be 900 plus. The Bible says there was a firmament in the midst of the waters. Firmaments where the birds fly in Genesis. I cover this on video 2. The Bible teaches, I think, pretty clearly that there was water above the atmosphere, probably a layer of ice. I won't take time to cover all that right now, but if you watch my video 2 on drdino.com, we cover that in great detail. It says there was water under the firmament and water above the firmament. Psalm 148 says, praise him, you waters that be above the heavens. There probably is still a layer of water or ice above the stars. We don't know. Nobody knows where the last star is. And if you can find it, the next question is, what's next? Okay. But the Bible says the earth was standing out of the water and in the water. It says the scoffers in the last days would be willingly ignorant of what that creation was like. I take the position that the earth was protected by a crystalline canopy, probably a couple inches of ice, maybe 10 miles up, that increased the air pressure, that filtered out the sunlight, stopped most of the UV light, and allowed the people to live to be 900 or more. Number 3, animals living during this time would also live longer and grow much bigger. Some animals are what we call indeterminate growers. They never stop growing. People stop growing at 16 or 18 today. Probably be different before the flood because they didn't get married and have kids till they're 100. So I think there was a crystalline canopy above that made them live longer. The Bible says, the book of Josephus, written about the time of Christ, also says he set the heaven above the universe, surrounding it with ice. They believe there used to be a crystalline canopy above the atmosphere. I agree. That's what was taught 2,000 years ago. I think that's what the Bible teaches. The Jews have always taught this crystalline canopy was 3 fingers thick, or some said 2 fingers thick. I'm sure they argued about that. But anyway, a couple inch thick layer of ice above the atmosphere, which was a flattened solid surface of ice, increasing air pressure. And you can watch my video 2 for what the Jews have always taught about that topic. They want to get to one other thing here. Number 5, the Earth's atmosphere had even greater oxygen concentration in the past than it does today. When they find air bubbles in amber, like Jurassic Park, get the mosquito blood out, The air bubbles in amber have 32% oxygen. The air we're breathing today is 21% oxygen. Evidence shows they used to have greater oxygen concentration, which would be one factor in making them live longer, and I think getting them to grow much bigger. The only trend in recent literature is suggestion of far more oxygen in the early atmosphere. Now, the evolutionists teach it was a reducing atmosphere with no oxygen because they know the problem oxygen causes for trying to get life to evolve from nothing. What a dumb theory that is. Anyway, under hyperbaric pressure, high pressure, and increased oxygen, your plasma would be oxygen saturated in addition to the hemoglobin, and you'd be able to run for hundreds of miles and live much longer. Very different world back then. Number 6, some animals never stop growing, like reptiles never stop. I think there's obvious evidence in the fossils of giant reptiles. We call them dinosaurs. I don't know if anybody argues about that. They did live, and they were huge. So if the reptiles are living long enough to grow to be 60 feet long, I think the assumption would be something was different about the whole world. And probably people also were living to be much older and growing much bigger. There's clear evidence of giants living in the recorded history today. Robert Wadlow was almost 9 feet tall from Alton, Illinois. There's Robert with a size 37 shoe standing between his brother and his father. So certainly some giant people have been around. Goliath was 6 cubits in a span, according to the Bible. That would be about 9 feet tall, maybe 10 feet tall. Here's me by a statue of Robert Wadlow in St. Louis, Illinois, in Alton, Illinois. Almost 9 feet tall. Number 8, there are scores of legends about giants in the past. In an Italian coal mine, they said they discovered a giant skeleton of a man 11 feet 6 inches tall from the coal mine. Put him on your basketball team. Let's see. Here. Here's a guy in Russia who died here last year. He was 8'4" and still growing. Leonid Stadnik, a friend of mine, went over to see him. He was 8'7" when he finally died. He never stopped growing. Here he is trying to use a cell phone. That's going to be a challenge, I think, Leonid. Roman Emperor Maximus, according to the legends, was 8 feet 6 inches tall. I think anybody would consider that a giant. That was during historic times, during the Roman Empire. A skeleton 9 feet 8 inches tall was found in Indiana in 1879. At least it was reported. Now, what happened to it? Where is it? Can't prove it. I'm just putting out the fact that there is historical evidence, anecdotal evidence of giants living on the earth. In Virginia City, Nevada, there was a small private museum where he saw 2 skeletons about 9 feet tall. I interviewed Charles Hankley about this. The owner had found them in a cave. About 10 years later, he stopped to see the skeletons, but the owner told him someone from the government had taken them and would not return them. I think I know why. See, some people want you to believe that we started off small like a chimpanzee and man's getting bigger, better, stronger, smarter. And if the evidence were to show man used to be bigger, that would completely counter the crazy evolution theory, which is essential for a lot of other things. We'll get into that some other day. So huge bones were found in Louisiana in 1902, indicating the guy was 9 feet tall. This is from the Daily Town Talk in 1902 in Louisiana. A skeleton was found in nearly 10 feet tall in Humboldt Lake, Nevada, according to Lovelock Review, the Miners Journal, back in 1931. In Guam, there are legends of giants that used to live there that built the latte stones. Who on earth is carving these things? So my one bit of my evidence would be there is historical evidence, reports of giants. Walkertown, Indiana, a group of amateur archaeologists opened up a mound in 1925 and found 8 giants ranging from 8 to 9 feet long wearing heavy copper armor. Through the bungling of the diggers and the disinterest of the museum establishment, the discoveries were scattered and lost. Now hold it. Why would a museum not be interested in 9-foot skeletons? Because it goes against the evolution theory. Tom, you're the philosopher. Think about it. Why would they defend that theory at all cost? In 1616, Dutch explorers reported stumbling upon a pair of skeletons more than 9 feet tall. That's why the whole region down there is named Patagonia, which means big feet. Southern South America is called Patagonia. Skeleton 12 feet tall was found by soldiers in Lompoc Rancho, California, 1883, according to the book The Unexplained by Carl Schuker. And the Indians got upset because they had disturbed a grave, and so they reburied the skeleton. Skeleton 12 feet tall, reported by many newspapers in Tucson, Arizona in 1891. The man had 6 toes, long hair, and a bird-shaped headdress. There's a book called A Scientific American back in I forget, I don't have the date on this, I apologize. 1877. Gold miners reported finding a skeleton. The owner would have been 12 feet tall, just based on the length of the femur from heel to knee. 2 other, a male and female skeleton, were 9'4" and 8 foot tall. Others 10 feet tall were reported. I talked to Joe Taylor today, and he said there is an enormous amount of evidence of giant people, 8, 10, 12 feet tall, maybe. A woman reputedly 7 feet tall was found with an infant. Joe Taylor, mountblanco.com is his website in northern Texas. MTBLANCO. A skull almost twice the size of a normal human was reported here in Joe's magazine, mountblanco.com. This is from Discovery and Conquest of Mexico and New Spain by Bernal Diaz de Castillo. He said, our friends told us when they came to this country and they had settled themselves there, how it came that notwithstanding their vicinity to the Mexicans, they resembled each other so little and lived in perpetual warfare with each other. The tradition was also handed down from their forefathers that in ancient times there lived a race of men and women who were of immense stature with heavy bones and were very bad and evil disposed people, whom they had for the greater part exterminated by continual war, and the few that were left gradually died away. Discovery and Conquest of Mexico, they said, they dragged forth a bone, or rather a thigh bone, of one of the giants. It was very strong and measured the length of a man of good stature. This bone was still entire from the knee to the hip joint. So on my video number 2 of my series, Creation Seminar, I cover all the evidence that I've been able to find of historical, anecdotal evidence of giant people. See, I don't have a reason to doubt this kind of stuff. It seems reasonable if a lot of people are reporting this. I mean, eyewitness testimony counts for something in a trial. If you have 10 people that said, I saw George walking down the street with a red shirt, I bet George was walking down the street with a red shirt. That's plenty of 10 people eyewitness accounts. We have hundreds of supposedly eyewitness accounts, the people who claim they saw giants or giant skeletons. Here's the mummified head of an Inca king who would have been about 9.5 feet tall, the Inca civilization in South America. You have that book right there in your hand. Didn't you a minute ago, Tom? The giant book? Is that this book, Giants? I don't know. There it is. Yeah. There's lots of evidence about this. New York giants, 1871. Archaeological dig reported a skeleton, 200 giant skeletons, 9 feet tall. Giant footprints were found in South Africa. All you got to do is Google were there giants on the earth, and you'll find people arguing both sides, like I'm sure Tom's going to take the other side. But there's a lot of historical evidence that there were giants. And I'm going to run out of time, so I'll go through this quickly here. Plenty of stuff on giants. Let me get up to my other reasons. In Mandan, near Bismarck, North Dakota, they reported the Menegui were thought to have come before they joined the Lenni in the region of Mississippi. Let's see, let me skip all that. This is from Scientific American in 1883, before they became dedicated to defending the evolution religion. There was a cemetery of fully 100 acres filled with bones of a giant race. This vast city of the dead lies just east of Fort Lincoln Road. The ground has the appearance of being filled with trenches piled full of dead bodies. There's evidently been a grand battlefield where thousands of men have fallen. You can read Scientific American 1883. So I'll skip up here, but the historical evidence, I think, is pretty overwhelming that there were giants. Here's a copper axe head that weighs 39 pounds. Swing that for 5 minutes. There's a stone axe head, 27 pounds. Guy brought it to my museum when I was in Pensacola, Florida. So the Smithsonian used to report gigantic dinosaurs, gigantic humans, but they stopped. They're now dedicated to defending the evolution religion. Lovelock Cave, Nevada was the story of a giant skull found. There's a normal human thumb bone next to a regular giant human thumb bone. Let's see, there's a replica we have in our museum, reportedly 47 inches long, of a femur thigh bone. The guy would have been about 13 feet tall minimum. Again, all I have is a replica of the bone. So these are giant jaw bones in Turkey, eastern Turkey. Average human today could put their head inside and rattle it back and forth inside that jawbone. There were giants in the earth, according to the mound in northeast Wisconsin. I went up there to talk to the people that had the property. They had built a dam and made a lake and flooded it. You could barely see the top. It was a little island in the middle of a lake. They said that's where it was found, right out there, the giant bones. Okay, so the Bible says there were giants in the earth in those days. Genesis clearly says there were giants. Tom, if you want to call the Bible a lie, you're welcome to do that, but I want you to be clear. You are saying God is lying, or at least Genesis is lying. Jesus quoted Genesis 25 times. He believed in Genesis. I'll stick with Genesis. I'll stick with the Bible. And I think neither Genesis nor Jesus have ever been proven wrong. You're asserting the Bible is wrong. I think the burden of proof is on you. Evolution theory says man used to be smaller, he's getting bigger. This is absolute baloney. But if you need to protect this for some other reason, like that's maybe your paycheck, you go ahead. But I think that theory is devoid of any scientific explanation or evidence. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much from Kent Hovind. And we will now switch it over to TJump. So it was actually, I lost track of the time. So I wanted just to be safe to make sure that I didn't cut either side short. Well, instead of giving you 12, we'll give you 13 minutes. So to match that from the first one, Tom, you have 13 minutes and the floor is all yours. Thanks for being here.
All right. Thanks for having me. I always appreciate it. Thanks for Kent for coming on. I really appreciate him taking the time to have a third debate. Check out our other debates, by the way. They're good debates. We had a pleasant conversation both times. So the debate tonight is about, did giants of the Old Testament exist? And the way we assess this claim is the same way we assess any other claims. Like, did unicorns exist? Did leprechauns exist? Did dinosaurs exist? Did the elves and dwarves in Lord of the Rings exist? If you claim something exists now or in the past, the first thing you need to do is to show the thing that you've asserted to exist is more than just something in your imagination. You have to show it exists and isn't imaginary. We humans have a tendency to make up lots of things that are imaginary, non-existing things. So anything that is asserted to exist is imaginary until demonstrated otherwise. You have to provide evidence that whatever you're asserting isn't an imaginary thing. So the first thing Kent needs to do is tell us what a giant is and how it differs from a tall human. The tallest human we have on record, as presented by Kent, was Robert Waldlow, who's 8 feet 11 inches. Is he of this race of giants mentioned in the Bible? Is he a biblical giant, or is he just a tall human? What's the difference? If you don't have a way to tell the difference between a tall human and an actual giant from mentioned in the Bible, then there isn't really any evidence of giants, because the evidence of tall skeletons could just be tall humans in the past that aren't giants at all, have nothing to do with the Bible. So is this tall skeleton a giant from the Bible, or is it just a tall human? And if all it means to be a giant is that it's a tall human and that's it, and that's just what qualifies to be a giant, then apparently Robert qualifies as being a biblical giant. Okay, I'm happy if that's it, but that's not evidence of the biblical giants, because there's this condition called Stahl's ear syndrome, whereas a syndrome where you have pointy ears. And the fact that there are lots of examples throughout history of people with pointy ears isn't evidence that there's a race of elves that was mentioned in Lord of the Rings that actually existed. The fact that people are tall or people have pointy ears isn't evidence of a specific race as mentioned in a specific book. You have to have a little bit more than that. Dwarfism is a condition where people are very short. And we have lots and lots of evidence throughout history and skeletons of very short people. Is that evidence of the dwarves that were mentioned in Lord of the Rings? No, it's just evidence that there were short people. In order to show that there is a specific race as mentioned in a specific book that exists, you need some way to differentiate that from just the other known things that we already have lots of examples from. So if you want to claim that there are biblical giants exist, you need to provide a way to differentiate tall humans from biblical giants. Or is that all they are? It's just tall humans. After we establish whether this difference exists or what this difference is, we need to show that this difference is a real existing thing and not an imaginary thing. That's what evidence is. Evidence is just anything that can be used to differentiate to show something is real and not imaginary. So what does this evidence need to look like? Well, there are infinitely many ways to explain anything. Any phenomenon, any event, occurrence, observation, etc., has infinitely many ways it can equally reasonably be explained. This is known as the problem of underdetermination in science. For example, suppose we see a cup fall over. What could have caused this to happen? Maybe it was the wind knocked it over, or somebody bumped the table it was sitting on. Maybe it was caused by a mouse or a squirrel or a bird. It could have been caused by a meteorite falling from the sky or invisible aliens. Someone may have used psychic powers to knock it over, or magic, or mayhap it was a ghost or a fairy or a leprechaun or a god. Maybe the entire world was just created 5 minutes ago and the cup was already lying on its side. Maybe the world was created 6 minutes ago or 7. We can come up with infinitely many ways to explain the cups falling over. Just ad infinitum, just keep going forever and ever to come up with different ways to explain it. But how do we show which of these infinitely many explanations is the best explanation? Well, we know that all of them except for the one truth is imaginary. It's just made up. So there needs to be some criteria we can use to differentiate between imaginary explanations and the real one. One approach is to take all of the past and present observations, everything we know about the event, and see which explanations can explain all of the past and present data. However, we know this approach doesn't work because all of them can all explain all of the past and present data using ad hoc reasoning. For example, let's suppose that we saw mouse droppings around the cup when we looked at it. If my explanation was that a mouse knocked over the cup, I could, of course, argue clearly the evidence indicates my explanation. However, if I have a different explanation that it wasn't a mouse, well, then I can say, well, the fact that we see mouse droppings around the cup isn't indicative of a mouse because the mouse just put the droppings there and left without knocking over the cup. And it was actually something else that knocked over the cup. So even if your explanation is something other than a mouse, you can still explain the mouse droppings around the cup. Any possible observation can be explained by a different phenomenon, as long as your explanation is not a mouse. Or if it's a mouse, you can just say the mouse explains the mouse droppings. Any explanation can always explain all of the past and present data. So in order to show something that is actually evidence, what we need to do is make future predictions. The one thing that makes an explanation better than all the others is if you can say, if my explanation is correct, I can project into the future something we don't know yet. And if that's true, then we have reason to believe that that explanation isn't imaginary, that it's describing something in the world. Therefore, evidence of an explanation is real only if you can say, given my explanation, I can predict something that we will discover in the future that we don't know yet, that the other explanations don't anticipate and will only be able to explain ad hoc or post hoc. And we can use this metric to differentiate between explanations of things that are imaginary and what is real. So if the explanation can predict things in the world that we don't know yet, it's reasonable to believe that explanation is true and not just one of the imaginary ones. Now, it can't just be any predictions. I can't just predict anything. Like I can predict the sun will come up tomorrow, but that can be used by any of the explanations. So that isn't good enough. We need to make certain kinds of predictions. For example, I could make a prediction that was verified by me and my friends in my backyard. Unfortunately, you weren't there, so you can't repeat the experiment to verify it for yourself. I mean, obviously this doesn't work because anyone could make that kind of a claim and say they had a private experiment that was verified by themselves. So whatever this prediction is that you make, it has to be repeatable to count as evidence. Also, I can make the prediction that there is a man named Bob somewhere in that direction. And if you look in the specified direction, you don't see Bob. I can just simply say, well, he's out of sight. You got to go further. You can keep looking and you still don't see him. Like, well, no, you got to keep going farther, keep going farther. And I can repeat this line ad infinitum, no matter how far you go without finding Bob, and still say, well, it's a prediction, and so my thing is still true. So that kind of prediction also doesn't work, which means the predictions need to be falsifiable. Also, I can make a prediction that if my explanation is correct, the sun will rise tomorrow. Again, this line of reasoning isn't very reasonable because anyone can predict it because it's something we already know. So in order for it to be a valid evidence, you have to predict something new, something we don't know yet, something novel. Also, I can make the prediction that exactly 1 billion light years from here is a teapot floating in space. Again, this is not a valid piece of evidence because anyone can make predictions that we can't verify. So your predictions have to be verifiable. We have to be able to show that they're actually right. Also, I can make numerous predictions at random. I can just predict the next lottery number will be blah, 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 and just predict every single number. I mean, eventually I'm going to get the number right. That also isn't evidence because it has to be a specific. Anyone can just make a bunch of random guesses and eventually one will be right. So you have to be able to make precise predictions that are consistently correct, which is why prophecies and parables and narratives and symbolism are not evidence, because they're just like making millions and millions of predictions because they can be interpreted in millions and millions of ways. So we need very precise predictions. And finally, even if I'm able to make precise predictions that are novel, testable, verifiable, falsifiable, I may be using an explanation different from the one I've accredited. Therefore, in order for it to be evidence, other people have to be able to use the same methodology I've described to be able to make other predictions. This is called being confirmed by peer review. Peer review doesn't simply mean it's confirming the same test by other people. It means other people can use the same methodology to make other predictions. So, in conclusion, the predictions an explanation must make in order for it to qualify as evidence is it has to be repeatable, falsifiable, novel, verifiable, precise predictions that are confirmed by peer review. And this does not just apply to fallen cups, but to anything and everything: the origin of the universe, the origin of life, the diversity of species, the apparent fine-tuning of the universe, any and all unexplained events, the giants in the past, everything have to be able to make novel, testable predictions before we can actually say there's any evidence that they are not imaginary things. So, what do we need in order to show giants in the Bible existed? 1, we need a definition of a giant. 2, we need how the difference is between giants from the Bible and just tall humans. And 3, we need predictions that this explanation can make that are repeatable, falsifiable, novel, verifiable, precise predictions that are confirmed by peer review. Do we have any of this? Did Kent present any of this? No. All he did was present a bunch of myths and stories and legends and a couple of bones. none of that's evidence that the giants from the Bible existed. It might be evidence that tall humans existed. I definitely grant that Robert, the 8 foot, 11 foot guy, existed. A lot of the examples he presented, I don't think are false or obviously false. And so it's true that all of the evidence presented by creationism is rejected by science and the Smithsonian and all accredited scientific institutions, but it's not because they're suppressing the creationist data or trying to hide it. It's because it just doesn't qualify as evidence. From the definition I gave above, the creationist explanations don't provide any way to differentiate themselves from just another imaginary things that we can make up. And so it's not that the science is suppressing creationism, it's just creationism just isn't as good as the other explanations we have. Science is a competition of ideas. Every scientist has their own ideas which they want to be right. So every scientist is trying to dismantle the ideas of every other scientist and anybody else who comes up with ideas to explain reality. And so it's not that creationism is like being rejected by science because scientists are biased against it. It's that creationism is just a bad explanation. It just doesn't work to explain the data as well as the other things that we have. Kent mentioned that apparently somehow evolution says man is getting bigger. Well, that's not the case. Evolution doesn't say that at all. Evolution, in many cases in evolution, things get smaller in order to get faster or more efficient. Like evolution has nothing to do with man not getting bigger. So if there were bigger humans in the past, there's no reason for evolutionists to hide that at all, because it's not in any way contradictory with evolution. So I don't understand why he thinks that would in any way be contradictory to evolution, or that scientists would have any reason to hide big humans. I mean, we already know big humans. I don't know why he thinks they would hide that. The axes he mentioned, he had these pictures of axes. Well, those weren't axes that you put on the end of a piece of wood and swing. Those are axes you pick up and drop. So yeah, they're going to be heavier, and that's not really a problem because you don't swing them, you drop them. So I don't understand why he thinks that that's evidence of giants at all. He mentioned eyewitness accounts. Eyewitness accounts aren't evidence of anything that doesn't have an empirical basis. In a court of law, eyewitness accounts do not ever count as evidence of miracles or magic, or mythical creatures, the paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. Doesn't count as evidence. Like if you said someone that saw someone wave a magic wand and a green light came out and killed the other guy, and someone had an eyewitness testimony of this, and you went into a courtroom and said, I saw this guy kill this guy with magic, it would immediately be thrown out of court. It doesn't matter if you have an eyewitness testimony, because eyewitness testimonies don't count for things that don't have an empirical basis. So eyewitness testimonies do not count as evidence for things like mythical creatures like giants. I think that covers it. I think I'm good.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. We will now go into the open discussion forum. So we are very excited for this. Gentlemen, I guess we'll let Kent get the ball rolling, and then, just kind of let it go from there. So thanks for being here again, guys.
Yes, sir. Tom, you said several interesting things. I'm sorry, you read several interesting things. Let me get to some thoughts here. You said you have to claim it. If you claim it, then you have to prove it. I wish you'd keep that same standard when it comes to evolution. They claim that all the different animals came from a common ancestor of an amoeba. Do you hold them to that same standard?
Yep, absolutely. Every single one of those predictions can be held up to these criteria that I presented in my introduction. Those are all verified can make novel, testable, verifiable, falsifiable, precise predictions that can be.
These are all verified. Okay. Would you please tell me where anybody has found a 95% fish or a 98% fish or a 20% fish? All we find are fish produce fish. There are no examples, no examples of any animal ever producing anything other than its kind. This is not scientifically verifiable.
Well, there's no examples in evolution where they ever say that it's not going to happen. So evolution would say, yeah, that's correct. You would never find a 20%. That's not a thing.
This textbook shows mammals and lobsters and spiders and worms coming from a protozoa. Mm-hmm. Was the protozoa a worm or a spider or a human? Did it turn into something other than its kind?
No, all the things above it are still kinds of protozoa. So it's not that protozoa are transformed into something else. It's that.
Say that again. Humans are still a type of protozoa?
We're made of the same kind of stuff. So it was actually, we'd be eukaryotes would be the correct terminology.
And you're a philosopher. Okay. Do you believe this textbook, which shows animals and fungi and plants have a common ancestor. Do you believe that?
Yes.
I know, I'm sure you do. How about this? All the different birds and animals in the world have a common ancestor. Inside that circle is religion. Now you're claiming
What? What?
that
What do
if
you
someone
mean
makes a
inside?
claim, they have to prove it. I'd like you to
Right.
show me where any animal in the laboratory under a human observation has anybody ever observed any plant or animal produce anything that would be recognized as a different kind. Has any farmer ever seen a cow produce a non-cow or a dog produce a non-dog? Is there any evidence for this?
No, evolution doesn't say it would, so I don't know why you even say that. Evolution doesn't say that happens.
Evolution says a cow and an amoeba have a common ancestor. I mean, I just showed you the charts. The books are full of this kind of stuff.
Yes.
Was this
But they
common
never ever-
ancestor a cow? Was this a cow or an amoeba?
It was an amoeba.
Did it turn into a cow?
No, it had children, and the children changed slowly over time.
So over millions of years, it turned into a cow.
Well, it died, and it had kids that were differences, and the
Right,
differences.
right, okay. So it's the descendants slowly turned from an amoeba to a cow.
Yes.
And,
There's
and
still
you
there's
think
still
that is
amoeba-
you think
there's
that is
still native
science?
amoeba. Yes, because that makes
Here-
testable.
okay, I'm sure you
novel
do.
prediction.
Okay, here we have a book
We can prove
claiming
that.
clearly.
Yes. Remember
Bible-
in my introduction, I'm sorry to interrupt. So in my introduction, I said that in order to claim that one explanation is a good explanation, you have to use it to make novel, testable, verifiable predictions. Well, we can do that with evolution. So we can actually show that it's not imaginary.
One sec. We just
You
want to, gentlemen, so sorry to jump in, just to see if we can try to either explain the context and how it draws or ties back to the giants issue, or if we can move back in that direction.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Tom took the tact that the Bible clearly teaches there were giants in the earth in those days, but he says that's not true because if you're going to make a claim, you have to verify it. I'm simply asking, where does he take this same approach when it comes to religions like evolution that says humans and birds have a common ancestor with crocodiles? That is what the books teach. Hope biology sitting right here, or Heath biology sitting on the shelf. So I think he's got a double standard here. There's no evidence of any animal ever producing anything other than its kind. And there's plenty of anecdotal evidence of giant humans living. You're right, we should really define what giant means. I mean, most people, Andre the Giant, how big was he? 8'4"? Anything over 7 foot is considered gigantic today in today's standard. But my point is, the evolution theory teaches man was small like a chimpanzee, and he's getting bigger. I think certainly the historical and anecdotal evidence is just exactly the opposite. We are a degenerate race. We live only 70, 80 years now, as opposed to 900. So I think things have gone backwards. But I'm just concerned that he's got a double standard. Are turtles and bobcats related?
Well, yeah, I already answered that. Yes, I hold evolution to the exact same
yeah, they
standard.
are.
So in my introduction, as I said, everything that evolution claims is verifiable in that prediction. So it does make predictions.
So evolution predicts that if we give it enough time, let's see, a reptile will turn to a bird or a human.
No, that's not a prediction. A prediction is something we don't know that has been verified.
So do you think the fossil evidence shows that humans and birds have a common ancestor, which was a reptile?
Yes.
The kids are being taught that.
Yes, that we can show. We have testable, verifiable predictions to
So you can
confirm that.
show that a reptile turned into a bird or a crocodile or a human.
Yes, that's what the predictions do. That's why they're there.
Okay,
That's
and
why
would you show that by using fossils? How else could you show such a thing?
we would show it using novel, testable, verifiable predictions.
And I'm sure you're aware that my argument's very simple. No fossil counts as evidence in the evolution theory.
I didn't say anything about fossils. I said predictions. I mean, we make predictions. We don't show that fossils do it. We show prediction. Like,
Okay.
if my theory is true, here's a consequence I can predict, and if that consequence is correctly verified,
So if
One
they're
sec,
going to
one sec. If I so sorry guys, just to unless it's like more related to giants, it would be in an ideal world. Just because I don't want to get accused of clickbait. So if people
I see. Okay. Yeah. Well, I know full well that Tom really wants to defend the evolution theory, and he's looking for anything to call the Bible wrong. The Bible clearly says there were giants in the earth. He doesn't want to believe that. And the only alternative I'm aware of is evolution, which I'm sure he believes in. So it's not clickbait from my perspective. I know what the real target of all this debate is to try to say the Bible's wrong, therefore evolution's true. He has not proven
not exactly.
that there were not giants. How would you prove such a thing? Would you
Well,
prove
again,
to me there were never giants in the earth? How could you prove that?
Well, again, I don't actually, even if there are giants, that doesn't contradict anything in my worldview. So I don't have any problem if there are giants. I just don't see any reason to believe that there were. Like, so I don't have any problem with giants. Like,
all right, and I don't see any reason to believe that any animal in the past was able to produce something other than its kind. I think amoeba are still producing amoeba today.
I agree. So but that has nothing to do with my argument. So again, my argument is just that you're claiming that giants existed. I don't see any reason to believe giants existed. Like, I don't have any problem with giants. If giants existed, that's totally fine. But I don't see any reason to believe they did exist. They're just tall.
Would you agree that the Bible does say there were giants in the earth?
Yes, or Nephilim. I don't know if they actually used. I don't think it uses the word giants. But
sure. Genesis chapter 6. Genesis chapter 6, area slide number 163. Alt DV 163. You can look it up in your Bible. There were giants in the earth in those days. Would you agree that the Bible says there were giants in the earth in those days?
No, I mean like the original Hebrew and Greek and what the way words interpret to. I don't know if that actually means giants in the way that we interpret it, but that's not really relevant. Like, I can grant it says giant. I'm okay to have. I'm happy to grant.
I don't need the Hebrew or Greek. I can read English pretty well, and it says giants. Now, Jesus quoted Genesis 25 times. I didn't call the references up, but I could find them. Would you just simply agree, for sake of argument, that Jesus did quote Genesis 25 times?
Sure.
Okay. Do you believe Jesus was lying or stupid or wrong, or are you calling him a liar?
I believe Genesis was wrong. I think Jesus accurately quoted Genesis. I just think Genesis is wrong.
Do you think the author of Genesis was lying that there were not giants in the earth? Would you agree? I showed historical references, anecdotal references to people living to be really old, the golden age. What do you think the golden age was? Why do so many cultures talk about man used to live to be 1,000? Are they all lying? And TJump's the only one who's right?
No, I'd say science is the one that's right because we can show science with novel, testable, verifiable predictions. People always make up stuff. Like all stories, there are many people who talk about all different kinds of gods. Do you think that all the gods exist? Or are they just lying?
Oh, people can make up all kinds of stories. They can make up stories that we all came from an amoeba. Evolution is nothing but a story. It's a religious view. There's no evidence of that.
No, actually, there is. That's the prediction.
There is evidence. Can you show me? Would you agree that an amoeba is a single-celled organism?
Yes.
Could you show me the scientific evidence for a two-celled organism, or three-celled, or four-celled? Since humans have 100 trillion cells, somewhere along the line, the amoeba would have to gain some cells. Would you show me the scientific evidence for these two-celled creatures? Where are they?
Yes, I can. There's lots of evidence of that. But
there's lots of evidence for two-celled creatures. Tom, you are completely mistaken, or somebody lied to you and you're repeating their lie, or you're lying yourself. There's no evidence of any two-celled animal on the planet.
When a sperm and an egg cell join, it is then a two-celled single animal. It's two cells.
No, it is a one-celled creature. The egg absorbs the DNA from the sperm and it's a single cell. Now it splits into 2, 3, 4, 10, 20.
There you go. So it splits into two. So now it has two cells. And it's a two-celled animal.
Is that a two-celled organism that can live on its own and is reproducing and fully developed? Or is that a stage of its development? That's a stage of development of a bigger, multi-celled animal. But it's not a two-celled animal, Tom.
Right. So that's all you need to have is to have the single cell needs to start to multiply into multiple cells and they can continue to grow. It doesn't need to actually stay two-celled for any reason.
Well, there are single-celled organisms that stay single-celled all their life. That's their adult stage. They're single-celled. Where's the adult stage of a two-celled creature?
You don't need that for evolution. You just need it to multiply. You can just say if there's a single cell that has a genetic mutation that causes it to grow and start to get more cells, that's all you need. You don't actually need a two-celled organism.
So you do believe that man with 100 trillion cells came from a single-celled amoeba-like creature, a protozoa, and so somewhere along the line, the protozoa would have to produce something that is non-protozoa, because a protozoa is not two-celled. So where's the evidence for an animal producing something other than its kind? You said there's evidence. You're saying a human embryo in its growth stage is evidence that the protozoa became two-celled. Is that your evidence from a totally different life form?
No, that's just evidence of things going from one cell to many cells. Like we have lots of evidence of things going from one cell to many cells. So there's no problem there. But the evidence for
No,
evolution is all of the
it's
testable predictions again. But this again has nothing to do with giants. There's no evidence
well,
of
yeah.
giants.
Yeah, okay, you're right. We're slightly off track. The Bible clearly says there were giants in the earth in those days. And Jesus quoted Genesis 25 times. And like I said, I'll stick with those two. Nothing has been proven wrong. Here's the difference, Tom. You're not getting a major point here. I believe by faith the Bible is true. Jesus is telling the truth. There were giants in the earth. But I'm not requiring everybody to teach that in the school system. I'm not forcing everybody to pay for my religion to be taught. You guys want to believe that amoeba turned to elephants and humans and pine trees, and you want to force everybody to learn that at taxpayer expense. You want to put these charts in the textbooks and say, see, kids, this is science. A protozoa turned to a human. This is not science. This is your religion. I wish you take it out of the schools. It's got nothing to do with science. Go teach it in a private school to whoever wants to pay and come learn it. You can learn lots of biology without getting into evolution at all. Evolution has nothing to do with science. Nothing.
I don't run any schools, so I can't do anything about that. You're talking to the wrong guy here. So, but again, that has nothing to do with giants. So you said your evidence for giants is that Jesus said so and that Genesis said so. Well, I mean, Lord of the Rings says
that's two. Tom, that's two. I said there's a lot of historical evidence. Certainly, we have the testimony of Jesus believing Genesis. We have the testimony of Genesis claiming there were. We have the anecdotal evidence of people claiming they've seen these giant skeletons in the last 200 years. Was Scientific American lying in 1883 when they said all these giant skeletons were found? This is Scientific American. That's a science peer-reviewed journal. Why did they publish articles about giants living in 1883? I'm sure they wouldn't today, just like you wouldn't find a peer-reviewed journal in North Korea claiming communism doesn't work.
So the first case is where you said Jesus and Genesis say so. Well, Lord of the Rings says dwarves and elves exist, but I don't believe Lord of the Rings. So the fact that it says so in a book isn't evidence. You need something that's more than that.
I'm not asking Lord of the Rings. I'm not defending Lord of the Rings. I'm defending the Bible.
Those
I don't care what Lord of the Rings says.
Lord of the Rings is actually better than the Bible, but it's a different topic. So then the next thing you said was anecdotal evidence. Well, anecdotal evidence isn't evidence of anything that doesn't have an empirical basis. Like if someone said aliens came down and abducted them in a courtroom, that's not going to be evidence. If someone says they were killed or a unicorn killed their grandma in a courtroom, that's not evidence. Doesn't matter if it's eyewitness testimony or not. Eyewitness testimony isn't evidence unless it has an empirical basis. Unless you can scientifically verify it indirectly, eyewitness testimony doesn't count. And then you said that, what was it? The historical examples of from the past. Like, I don't know about the American example, the example you gave, what was it? Scientific America or American Institute of something. But as far as I know, there are.
Yeah, I showed all those references on screen. But Tom, do you believe Abe Lincoln was president of the United States?
Yes.
Could you prove that without using some book?
We have empirical evidence of people and presidents.
No, there's nobody alive today who knew Abe Lincoln. There's no eyewitness testimony today. Nobody saw Abe Lincoln that's alive today that I'm aware of. You believe Abe Lincoln exists, and what's your evidence for Abe Lincoln?
We have empirical evidence of people and presidents and countries. Like all of those things have an empirical basis. So we don't actually need eyewitness.
All we have is written records and books, though. You don't want to count that.
No. We have the written record and books. And we also have evidence today. Like we can verify people exist today. We have people that are existing. We have countries that exist. We have presidents that exist today. Like all of that is empirically verifiable. So we can say that there was all of the stuff that we know exists today in the past. So that's totally fine. But if you want to say there was a unicorn today that exists in the past and we can't verify any unicorns today, well, then that's not reasonable. So it's
you're going off track. You're trying to divert to a new topic here. I'm asking you the question: how would you prove Abe Lincoln existed and was president of the United States without using a book or a written record?
Right. We use the empirical evidence of people existing today and we infer that into the past and say people existed in the past. So it's a combination of the two.
Okay. I have lots of reported eyewitness accounts written in books by people who claim they found giant skeletons 8 or 9 or 10 feet tall. I showed you all the references. Smithsonian used to report them. Miners Review. The miners have no reason to lie in a magazine. Let's see, like History Channel reported it. Let's see.
I showed all the references on screen, or you can get all my slides from our ministry here. But if they have a lot of people, like they're digging in mines and they claim they found 10 or 12 feet skeletons, and they write this report in a book, you want to reject that. But you would believe that somebody wrote a report that Abe Lincoln was president, because there are presidents of countries today. What kind of logic is that? For heaven's sake, Tom, you're a philosopher. Think about that for 5 minutes.
Yeah, like if we had a bunch of 12 feet people today, if there was like just every other person was 12 feet tall, and someone said they saw a 12-foot person in the past, I'd be like, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable to accept. The reason we don't accept that is because we have no bones, no skeletons today that we can see that are of anyone except for like Robert Waldlow, of anyone being that height. So the fact that we don't have any of those skeletons means they're probably just made up by people, made up stories, like unicorns,
Okay.
leprechauns.
Well, here is, I don't know, a peer-reviewed journal, Scientific American, in July 1877, 4 prospectors looking for gold claimed they found giant skeletons. This is a photograph of the page from Scientific American, 1877. So
Right, but that's not evidence of giants. That's evidence that some coal miners claimed they found giants. That's not evidence of giants.
okay. So where's the evidence of animals producing another kind of animal other than the same type of evidence here? Somebody claiming it happened.
We can make
Nobody's
future
ever seen a dog produce a non-dog.
We can make future testable predictions. We can say if evolution is true, then we can make predictions in the future that we don't know yet, and find out if those predictions are true.
All right.
And they are.
I'll make a prediction for the future right now. I'll go on record today. Kent Hovind predicting: take 2 dogs, let them produce offspring. Do that for 50 generations. 50 generations. I predict there will still be dog.
Okay, but that's not a prediction because remember in my Remember in my introduction, I gave a specific list of the things predictions have to be to qualify as evidence. Like I can predict the sun's going to come up tomorrow, and I can predict the sun's going to come up tomorrow every day for 50 years.
I would also predict
prediction.
retroactively, if we went back 50 generations, it was a dog. And if we went back 500 generations, it was a dog. Whether you want to go forward or back, it was dog. But you believe an amoeba turned to a dog. Tom?
Again, that's not a prediction. It's like the same thing with the sun. I can say we can retroactively go back 50 years and say every day the sun rose 50 years ago, therefore the spaghetti monster exists. That's not evidence of the spaghetti monster.
That's not at all what I said. If I said I believe the sun rose 50 years ago and the sun rose 500 years ago, I think I could go back. That'd be reasonable. But to say the sun rose 5 years ago, therefore spaghetti monster, who on earth, what kind of logic is that?
Well, exactly. That's your argument. You're making up
my argument. I said dogs produce dogs in the future. Dogs came from dogs in the past. There is no evidence of an amoeba becoming a dog. But you wish to believe it because human cells, when they first start to develop in the mother, have 2 cells for a few minutes.
I don't think you understood my point there.
I really understand. Go ahead.
If you make a prediction of something we already know, anybody can make the same. I can predict the sun's going to come up tomorrow. You can predict the sun's going to come up tomorrow. Someone who believes the spaghetti monster exists can believe the sun is going to come up tomorrow. Everyone can make that prediction. So it's not evidence of anything because everyone can make the same prediction. So everyone can predict dogs are going to come from dogs, just like everyone can predict the sun's going to come up tomorrow.
Okay.
That's not evidence.
I'll make another prediction.
Sorry,
Tom, I want to make another prediction right here, right now.
Just one second.
If we find some culture out in the jungle, someplace that's never been civilized or contacted, if we could find a race of people in the jungle or any place, if we could find cultures that have never been contacted by the outside world, all of a sudden we discover in the middle of some jungle, wow, here's a tribe of people. If you go in and learn their language, I bet they will have, I would predict, they will have legends of people living to great age and legends of people getting bigger. Why would a culture that is uncontacted, unpolluted by modern thinking, that's what's happened historically in the last 400 years. Many cultures have been contacted for the first time, and they have these legends of great age or great size or both. Why would they do that? Are they all lying?
The same reason every culture throughout all of human history has made up lots of stories of all kinds, and like gods, for example, they all make up stories of gods. They all make up stories of ancestors.
Tom, hold it. They all made up the same story of great age or great size. None of them made up the story of people flying or a spaghetti monster.
Yes,
they had the same story.
No,
I
they made
think
up stories of people flying. They made up stories of people with elephants' heads. They made up stories with people's of wings. They made up stories with massive turtles the size of planets. They made up all kinds of stories. That's the whole point, is that you have to make a prediction of something we don't already know yet. But that's the exact same kind of prediction as saying the sun will rise tomorrow. We already know every human society makes up stories. So the fact that they're going to make up stories is pretty well known, just like the sun's going to come up is pretty well known. In order for it to be evidence, you have to predict something we don't know yet. Evolution can do that. We can predict exactly what fossils are going to be before we discover them and exactly what they're going to look like.
I'll make a prediction of something you don't know yet. I predict you are going to stand before God and give an account for every word you've ever spoken, every thought you ever thought. I predict there will be a judgment day for TJump.
That's a great prediction, but how do we test it?
You'll test it yourself. It'll happen to you.
Right, but for it to be evidence for everyone in the audience, they're not going to know this. How do they test it?
Forgive me.
Well, it's like me saying the sun's going to come up in 1,000 years. How's anybody going to test that?
Exactly. That's why it's not evidence.
Right.
It has to be verifiable.
I'm just making a prediction. We'll see. So back to the topic. My argument was the Bible says clearly there were giants. There's a lot of historical anecdotal evidence. I mean, lots of it. Not just one or two sources. Hundreds of sources claim there were giants. I mean, let's assume giant is anything 10 feet tall or more. There's a lot of historical people claiming they found them. And at the time, they were interviewed. They wrote them in peer-reviewed journals. But now the peer-reviewed journals do not like that story, so they wouldn't publish it. I bet the journals in North Korea 300 years ago taught things differently than the North Korean peer-reviewed journals teach today. I think things have changed in that country because of communism taking over. Doesn't prove anything one way or the other. But your whole emphasis is on some peer-reviewed journal. I think there's some kind of people that are dedicated to teaching this evolution theory, and they know giants would go against that. Scientific American used to teach August 14th, 1880, page 106. There were giants 9 feet 4 inches tall. That's what they said in Ohio. Why would they report this in Scientific American in 1880 on page 106? Do you believe, Tom, do you believe there was a giant 9 feet 4 inches tall found in Ohio? Do you believe that story?
So sorry, Tom, I'll give you a chance to respond, but I just want to mention to everybody that we'll go just in a few minutes to the Q&A. So we'll give Tom a chance to respond, but just want to make sure that everybody knows.
Thank you. Tom, simple question. Do you believe they found a 9 foot 4 inch skeleton in Ohio back in 1880?
No, they thought they did, but it was disproven.
They thought they did, but it was misprinted? Is that what you said?
Disproven. They made a mistake. Like Newton thought that F equals ma was an accurate description of reality, but then Einstein said, nope, that was actually wrong. So we've discovered new things that shows, nope, that wasn't the case. Science changed.
Hold it. I want to get this understood. Somebody now, today in 2019, discovered that the 1880 skeleton was not 9 foot 4 inches tall. How did they discover that, and why didn't the people who found it report? Don't they have tape measures back then too?
No, it's like people discover fossils and they think they're for one animal, then they discover, oh, nope, it's for a different animal. Like people discovered bones and thought they were for big humans, but really they were for a brontosaurus or a T-Rex or a velociraptor or something bigger than humans. So what they did was...
Tom, the Scientific American article clearly says they were found in a clay coffin, including the skeleton of a woman measuring 8 feet. Within the coffin was found the skeleton of a child about 3.5 feet length. The image that crumbled, it crumbled when it exposed to the atmosphere. Another grave, they found the skeleton of a man and a woman. They're not finding just one bone, Tom. They're finding the whole skeleton. I can understand finding one bone and misinterpreting it.
So what they did was
they found a coffin with a skeleton in it.
No, they were just wrong. So you can find lots of bones. Yes, remember there are lots of cases of people putting together collections of bones and saying this collections of bones is one animal. And then you find out it's not. It's a collection of bones of a whole bunch of different animals they put together into one amalgamation, which they call an animal, which actually isn't. Science makes mistakes all the time, and then we correct them. That's how science works.
Let me ask you a question, Tom. If you and I together went to Ohio to this mound, which is in Brush Creek Township, Ohio, suppose you and I together opened a brand new mound that has never been touched before, and we found a 9.5 foot skeleton, all intact, in a burial mound. If you and I could find one today, together, with 50 witnesses and cameras watching, would you believe it?
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
would.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I have no problem with giants. There's no problem with giants.
Yay.
If giants existed, that would be cool. I have no problem with that.
Yay.
So, I mean,
So
it's just,
the scientists who verified this and published it in a peer-reviewed journal in 1880, it does not count as evidence for you. The topic of the debate is, where's the evidence of giants? I think that's good evidence for giants. When scientific,
yes,
if Scientific American in 1860 said Abe Lincoln is running for president, I'd believe that. And I believe this one too.
That's not a claim of something that doesn't have an empirical basis. So in that claim, there's lots of claims in science where people have been proven wrong in the future, and then we go back and say, okay, so this claim was wrong. That's what happened in that case. We've shown things that scientists made in the past, they were wrong.
Would you please tell me where you're saying this was proven wrong? Where's your evidence for that, Tom? Where's the evidence this claim was proven wrong?
If you give me the link, I can find it in about 5 seconds.
Okay. Scientific American, August 14th, 1880, page 106. How on earth did somebody prove that wrong 130 years later, 140 years later?
It was probably proven wrong like about 5 years later or less.
Okay.
And no one else referenced it.
So you don't like the idea of there being giants. I'm
totally okay with that.
If I could convince you there were giants in the earth like the Bible says, would that affect your belief in evolution?
No. There's no problem with that. Remember, there are bigger monkeys than humans. So like there are orangutans that were bigger than humans were millions of years ago. So there's no problem with giant big animals.
Well, do you agree that giant fossils of giant animals like the giant sloth, 18 feet tall, have those been found? Were they really a giant sloth, 18 feet tall?
I think so, yeah. I don't know exactly in that case. But
How about giant grasshoppers 2 feet long that have been found fossilized? Would you agree that grasshoppers got 2 feet long? Well, because they find fossils of them.
Sure.
How about centipedes 8 feet long? Do you believe giant centipedes lived on the planet 8 feet long?
Sure.
Do you believe giant dragonflies, 50-inch wingspan?
Sure.
But you don't believe giant humans.
I don't see any fossils.
What was making these insects giant, and why couldn't it affect other things?
Well, the reason I believe in all of those things is because we actually have the fossils that are actually that big, and we can take a tape measure and go, yep, that's one of those animals. We don't have any fossils of humans that big.
Forgive me. I think we should, if we just have a last, if you guys have a final question, you can. Otherwise, now might be a good time just to swing over into the Q&A, if that's okay with you guys.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm ready to go to Q&A.
Thanks so much, guys. And we are going to, ladies and gentlemen, we totally appreciate your questions. We are thrilled to ask them. Want to let you know I'm sorry in advance. We probably won't get through all of them. We want to fly through as many as we can, but we just want to respect the debaters' time because I should be doing a better job of keeping my promises, as sometimes we've gone over their time and they've been extremely gracious about it. So Maynard says, thanks for your super chat. They said, if Genesis 6:4 is literal, giants lived in the earth before and after. Men multiplied on the face of the earth. Two biblical distinctions. I think they're trying to say that I think they're trying to point out and argue for an inconsistency. I think this is for you, Kent.
I don't think so. I think they were saying that's because I asked at the beginning, what's the difference between a biblical giant and a tall human? And I think that those are giving examples of what the difference between a biblical giant and a tall human would be. And so, yeah, if we could say that if giants existed independently from humans at some particular time frame, and we could discover the fossils at one depth where the humans didn't exist, and there's a whole bunch of them, and they're all the same size, then yeah, that would be evidence of giants, and I'd be happy to accept that.
Sorry about that. Okay. Gotcha. Misunderstood it. Thanks for letting me know that. Mr. Archaeopteryx, former opponent of Kent Hovind, thanks for your super chat. He says, I think he's maybe saying, can you name any non-biblical miracles recorded in, quote, history that don't support his beliefs that he still accepts? So I think he's saying, can Kent name any non-biblical miracles recorded in, quote, history that don't support his belief, that namely Christianity?
That makes as much sense as most of his comments on my YouTube channel. None. Phrase it differently. I'm not getting what he's asking there.
I think he's asking that you're using a bunch of eyewitness testimonies to support the existence of giants, and there are lots of eyewitness testimonies of miracles from other religions like Hindus and Brahma and all those kinds of things. Do you believe in those as having existed because they have the same kind of evidence? Because as Christian,
I believe there's a lot of eyewitness accounts of Abe Lincoln being president, though I've never met him. I think all we have is eyewitness accounts of people who knew him and were in Congress with him. So there's overwhelming eyewitness accounts that Abe Lincoln was president, and they were just talking 160 years ago. We're not talking thousands of years ago. And the further you go back, the fuzzier things get in history. Everybody knows that. But can I give eyewitness account? No, I don't care what the Hindus believe or the Buddhists believe or anybody else believes. I'm not asking everybody to pay for mine to be taught. You guys want to believe a rock and a hamster and a mosquito and a whale are related. I resent paying for that to be taught.
Next up. Thank you so much from each of you. And then we have Jesse Selbert. Thanks for your super chat. They asked, Kent, how does the square cube law fit into your model of giant humans in the past? According to the square cube law, it's not possible for a human to survive for long once they are taller than about 8 feet.
Well, I don't think this person understands what they're talking about here. Square cube law. Obviously, there are animals today that are taller than 8 feet. Giraffes are way taller than 8 feet. So how could a human survive at 8 feet? I think there would be a limit. There's certainly surface area to volume ratio. I taught math for years, and we could argue about that if you'd like. But as an animal grows, you do get more volume compared to the surface area. The surface area to volume ratio changes. Simple example, a cube that's 1 inch by 1 inch by 1 inch has 1 cubic inch of volume and 6 square inches of surface area. If you double it 2 by 2 by 2, it now has 8 cubic inches of volume and 24 square inches of surface area. We just went from 6 to 1 by doubling the size, or by 8 times the volume. It went down to 3 to 1. So there is a surface area to volume ratio problem, which is why insects have a hard time getting bigger, because they depend on their surface area, their skin, to breathe. Humans don't. So to find a giant 6 foot or 8 foot centipede, which breathes through its skin, is a real problem if you don't have greater air pressure or greater oxygen concentration or both. But we do find the skeletons, the fossils of these 8.5 foot centipedes. So from the Christian perspective, this is evidence that, wow, the Bible is right. The earth was different before the flood came, and these fossils probably formed because of the flood. How many animals died today? Millions. How many turned to fossils? None. Fossils are not forming in any significant numbers, and maybe even not at all today, and yet fossils are found in the ground by the trillions. So I think there certainly were fossils. As far as humans being limited in size, I don't know what that limit would be. In today's atmosphere, it might be a problem. If you would allow that there might have been, because of the giant insects, there might have been a different atmosphere, greater oxygen or greater air pressure, then that becomes less of a problem. People get 12 or 14 feet tall. There wouldn't be a limit. There certainly are animals today that are ginormous compared to humans. Elephants, whales, they seem to do fine. Giraffes, hippopotamus. So I don't understand how this person thinks there's some kind of problem there. I think the Bible would be correct. It certainly hasn't been proven wrong on that topic.
Gotcha.
Yeah, actually, Kent gave some examples of Robert Waldrow, who's actually over 8 feet tall, and he lived for a long time. So the fact people can be over 8 feet and live quite a long time, so that's not really a problem.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish. I went to St. Louis and preached at a church there. I met in Alton, Illinois, where Robert Wadlow grew up. I met 2 ladies that went to school with Robert Wadlow. They were his fellow students. He was 7'4" when he was in the Boy Scouts, world's tallest Boy Scout. They said Robert Wadlow was a very nice guy, wonderful guy. The kids teased him about being so tall all the time, but they were in school with him. Perfectly normal kid. This great size did not affect his intelligence or his IQ or his demeanor. He was a nice, polite guy. He was a Christian, claimed he knew the Lord and was saved. He got to 8'11.25", and his knees began to cause problems because of rapid growth. I guess the cartilage pads didn't catch up with him in time or something. People who grow extra fast, extra large, do have certain problems, joint problems, but he was fine. He finally died, I think, about age 22 at 8'11.25". But what are they claiming? What are you claiming, Tom, was Robert's problem? Could he have gotten to 12 or 13 feet tall? In today's atmosphere, maybe not. Maybe not. But in the pre-flood atmosphere, yeah.
I was agreeing with you. There are people who can live for a long time over 8 feet tall. I was agreeing with you. I wasn't challenging you on that one.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. And next up, Brian. Let's see. We got that one. Robert Luscombe. Thanks for your question. He says, someone please tell Mr. Hovind that it's not that animals change to other animals. What changes is the labels we give them once they've changed.
Whoa. Read that one again, James.
He said, someone please tell Mr. Hovind that it's not that animals change to other animals. What changes is the labels we give them once they've changed.
What changes is the labels we give them once they change. Send that person back to school, please, okay? Get the next question.
Next up, Brian G. Asks, with just the right amount of cyanide in apricot seeds, you two can be confused on a plethora of topics. I think this is... Sorry, that's a troll one that snuck in. Jim Majors... Thanks for your super chat, Jim Majors. He says, Kent, any evidence for giants that isn't anecdotal?
Well, if you say anecdotal, I guess would that include the testimony of Genesis, which clearly says there were? We have the evidence of them living in the last 100 years where people saw them and lived with them 8, 9 feet tall. Robert Wadlow, almost 9. So what is the problem? The Russian guy just died a couple of years ago at 8'7", or would that be considered a giant? I'm 6'1", and I'm pretty big compared to most people. And so 8 foot's really big.
Gotcha.
So I guess I don't understand the problem. Now, what evidence do we have for Abe Lincoln besides anecdotal evidence?
His bones.
Next
How
up.
about Nero? Do you believe Nero lived? Do we have his bones anywhere?
Emperor Nero? Yeah, I don't think we have his bones, but we do have archaeological evidence of the things he built.
Gotcha.
So if we have archaeological evidence of things giants built, would you accept that as evidence of giants? There's certainly some awful big stuff out there.
Sure, but as far as I know, I don't think those were built by giants. I don't think we need giants for that.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Do you think Nero himself built some of the Roman stuff, or did he have somebody else do it for him and take credit? Do you think he ever laid one brick in his life?
No, he commanded it. He made it happen. He paid for it.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. CrackerJack12, thanks to your super chat. They say, Kent Hovind is no con man. The atheist Kyle Curtis is a con man. Okay. That's Jim Majors, thanks. There's like a feud going on right now. It was basically they didn't say you were, they said Kent Hovind is no con man. The atheist Kyle Curtis is a con man. But that's a feud going on online. Jim Majors, thanks for your super chat. He says, Kent, who are the sons of God, quote unquote, in Genesis 6:4?
Great question. I don't know. The Bible says in Genesis the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and chose them and intermarried with them and had children. And then it says and also after that there were giants in the earth in those days. So the phrase "and also after that" might be separating that into two completely independent clauses. I don't know. I've been a Christian 50 years, been reading the Bible a long time. I've read that 1,000 times. My brain hurts when I think about it. I don't have an answer. But it says there were giants, and I believe that.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, Maynard Saves. Thanks for your question. According to the KJV, giants lived in the earth. Where in the earth did they live?
I live in Alabama. Is he trying to imply under the crust of the earth by that question? If I say I live in Alabama, does that mean I live underground or within the borders of Alabama? I think when it says there were giants in the earth in those days, I think it's common sense 101 that there were giants, within the confines of what we call the earth. Hand me that globe there. So, like if someone says I live in Alabama, well, yeah, I live in Alabama. I actually live in Lenox. Population 37. So the Bible says there were giants in the earth in those days. Are they that desperate? They're going to try to say that means they lived inside the earth? Come on, try again.
Gotcha. Let's see. Maynard Saves, thanks for your super chat. He says, did you see wolves give birth to poodles? How can you prove dogs come from wolves, Kent?
I think we could redo this today. I think dog breeders would tell you. Matter of fact, I had a family. I forget where I was now, but this lady came up and said, Brother Hovind, my family's been in the dog breeding business for 100 years, 4 generations. She said, I can promise you, we've seen some changes in just 20 or 30 years. It was with selective breeding for dogs. She said, if you gave us 50 generic mutts, we could recreate everything from Chihuahua to Great Dane in 100 years. That was her testimony, and the family doing it for 100 years. So I think if we look at wolves and Chihuahuas, or poodles, the illustration was, we would find the DNA gene code is extremely similar. Lots of some probably traceable back to say, hey, these have a common ancestor. Now, if this person asking the question would like to make the claim then that therefore poodles and giraffes and mosquitoes are related, I think that's insane, certifiably insane. I think we could demonstrate that wolves could be selectively bred if we kept choosing out the smaller ones. Every generation, pick the babies that are smallest, let them grow up and interbreed, pick the smallest every time, or pick those that have slightly curlier hair every time. We're never going to change the hair to a feather, but we might select all curly-haired, smaller, poodle-shaped dogs. Sure. I believe that's intuitive that it could happen. I think we could demonstrate it within one human lifespan, since dogs can grow up, mature, and reproduce in less than a year. So I think we have a generation time is short enough that one human in their lifetime could observe 50 or 60 generations of dogs and probably see some really bizarre results. You probably could get a Great Dane and a poodle out of a common pair of mutts if you could give it 60 generations and try to selectively breed it for that. That's what the Russians have done with their breeding of foxes for the last 75 years, I believe it is. They've been getting foxes, letting them interbreed, and selecting the tamest. They only selected for one feature, tameness. Is it tame as opposed to wild? They now have foxes over there that act like dogs. They jump up on your lap. They want you to pet them. Just Google the Russian experiment on foxes. They have selected for tameness only in 75 years, and it succeeded. I think you could select wolves, babies, offspring, cubs, and get poodles in 100 years. I would say that's a reasonable. I couldn't prove it. I'm sure not going to try it. I think poodles are completely useless, but I don't want a poodle around here. So I think, though, that I think any dog breeder would say, oh, yeah, that could be done.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. This, I don't know if we should read that. This one's like it mentions Kent Hovind, but I'm not sure if it's actually about him. I think this is aiming at somebody else. Kent Hovind did his time. Atheists still call him a fraud. The atheist Kyle Curtis scams the atheist community, and the atheist community is silent. Wow. So, I don't know. It's kind of trollish towards someone else. So,
well, let
I don't
me
want to
respond,
cover
James,
up
real
stuff.
quick. Let me respond and give Tom all the time he wants on this. It's obvious the atheists are getting very desperate when they start saying Kent Hovind went to prison and did time, which, of course, has nothing to do with the argument at all, okay? How many of the famous atheists and evolutionists over history did time in prison, okay? But I was completely unjustly arrested and sentenced and imprisoned. There's a website called KentHovindIsInnocent.com. I would challenge you, if you really want the truth, to go just at least watch DVD number 3 or video number 3. I did not commit any crime. I did not do anything wrong, and we're still going to get it overturned. I'm going to die trying. The government broke 100 laws to put me in prison. I didn't break a single law about taxes or anything else. Had I withheld taxes from people working in the ministry, I would have broken the law. I was not authorized to withhold taxes. So anyway, we can get off that if you'd like. And Tom, you're welcome to comment. But I'm not a convicted fraud. I'm not a fraud at all. I was convicted. I was sentenced. I spent time in prison. It's over. From the government side, they stole almost everything from me. But it's not over. Jesus didn't do anything wrong. They crucified him. Lots of people, the Jews did nothing wrong. Hitler killed 6 million of them. Going to prison or being executed doesn't prove you're wrong on anything. And it certainly has nothing to do with the evolution argument. But go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that anyone was in jail or did crime is irrelevant. All I care about is your arguments and whether or not your arguments are evidence. Whether or not you did crime is irrelevant. It doesn't make a difference.
Gotcha. Thanks for that.
Even if I did a crime, even if I was criminal, it's irrelevant to the evolution argument.
Right.
Gotcha. And as a reminder, Kent Hovind has offered a debate on that topic. Nobody has taken him up. If somebody wants to, shoot us an email at moderndayDebate@gmail.com, and we are willing to host it as he's made the offer. So you'll be first in line. Brian G. Good evening, James. Let's see. Oh, that's got that one. Caustic Soda. I'm only going to read like a couple more super chats because I'm sorry if you gave a super chat and we don't read it. Frankly, we've got a lot of them. I'm trying to read the ones that like $10, $20 ones just to let our debaters to try to respect their time. Caustic Soda, thanks for your super chat. They said if instructions are only, quote, observed to arise from intelligence, would it be right to infer the cause of DNA to be intelligence? If not, why, when common ancestry is inferred and without observation?
What was the first part?
He said if instructions are only observed, emphasizing it with all caps, to arise from intelligence, would it be...
Constructions is the word he used?
They said if instructions are only observed to arise from intelligence, would it be right to infer the cause of DNA to be intelligence? If not, why, when common ancestry is inferred and without observation?
No, it's not instructions, it's information. Information is a property of matter. The description of information is given by Claude Shannon in Information Theory, published in the paper in like 1958, I think. Claude Shannon was an atheist. Information has nothing to do with the mind. It's all based off the stochastic systems and whether or not the stochastic systems can produce a differentiable pattern. So it has nothing to do with the mind in any field, not in biology, not in physics, not in mathematics. Information and all of those things is a property of matter, not a property of mind.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. And next up, Mr. Archaeopteryx, thanks for your super chat. He said, I asked for extra biblical miracle that you accept, but you brought up Abe Lincoln. You admitted that you don't accept Hindu or Muslim miracles. Is this special pleading?
Well, let me answer that. I asked a Muslim who'd been studying Islam all of his life and was a very dedicated Muslim. I said, did Muhammad perform any miracles? Because Muhammad claimed to be a prophet. He said, yes. I said, what miracles did Muhammad perform? He said, he split the moon in half. The Muslims believe, at least this one who was pretty high up in the Muslim religion, one of Muhammad's miracles was he split the moon in half. A, where is the evidence for that? B, what on earth good does that do to split the moon in half? I said, what else did Muhammad do? He said he made blood come out between his fingers one time. Those are the two miracles the Muslims believe that Muhammad did, split the moon in half and made blood come out of his fingers, between his fingers. I don't see how that makes any sense at all compared to Jesus feeding the 5,000 men plus women and children and raising the dead and raising himself from the dead. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of miracles at least reported in the Bible, which I believe to be exactly true. Now, I can't verify any of them. We will one day. But certainly a lot of people who were there at the time claimed they saw it, just like a lot of people claim they saw Abe Lincoln. I've never seen him.
Gotcha.
But I believe him.
You bet. Thanks very much. And with that, we had, just as a Patreon priority question, we now have a Patreon where basically if you are a Patreon member, one of your questions will get shoved to the top of the list. Brian Stevens, thanks for your question. He says, would Kent, let's see... This is it's hard to tell if this is sincere or not. He said, would Kent debate if his PhDs are real?
Oh, absolutely.
Gotcha. Well,
who gets to make that decision? Do the people in Ireland decide whether they grant a degree from their university and call it a PhD, or do the people in America decide if the Irish have the right to do that?
Gotcha.
I think people in Ireland can make their own decision, can't they? And they can decide this guy has a PhD from an Irish university. Can a Christian university decide if they're going to grant a PhD? Or does Harvard have to decide if the Christians can do that? I'd be glad to debate that. And whether I got a PhD or not doesn't matter. I do have 3 earned and 1 honorary doctorate degree. Only one's a PhD, technically. The others are just doctorates. But yes, that's not the point. The point is, who gets to decide, first of all? I tell you what, I will decide who has a legitimate degree. I don't think Stephen Gould had a legitimate degree. I don't think Niles Eldridge had a legitimate degree, because they believe we came from a rock. I don't think anybody who believes in evolution has a legitimate degree, because they believe something so we came from a rock, which came from nothing. You get all the degrees.
Oh, Jim Majors had a question. Did the Nephilim survive the flood?
Oh, you're asking me? No, only
Yeah.
Noah's, everybody alive today came from Noah and his family. And according to the scriptures, whatever those giants were before the flood, Genesis 6:4, they all died in the flood. So there would be nothing. Now, if indeed the Nephilim were from fallen angels intermarrying the daughters of men, which is one common theory, which I don't know if it's true or not, then could they do it again after the flood? Probably. Maybe that's how we got Bill Clinton.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. We appreciate both of our speakers. We were glad to have them here. It's been a true pleasure. And want to let you know, just as a quick reminder, they have their links in the description. So if you enjoyed what you heard, feel free, just go down to that little description box below and you can click on their link and access their website or YouTube channel. And then last, we had a friendly trolling super chat toward Tom that Steven Steen was just dying for me to read. So we appreciate that, Steen. And he said, Tom called me dumb. So, oh, sorry, Steven. So there's your buddy.
I responded to that. Like two messages later, I wrote, "You're dumb." Steven Steen, you're dumb.
Well, we appreciate that. Thanks for being here, everybody. We want to encourage you to keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable.
And for those who enjoy this channel and would love to support us financially, please feel free to hit that donate link. We'd greatly appreciate it. God bless.
Hey everybody, today we are debating whether or not the Tower of Babel existed, and we're starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here. Today is going to be a fun one, as we have two, you could say, seasoned guests who have debated many different topics. They are friends of the channel. We're always happy to have them, and want to let you know their links are in the description, so that if you're liking, if you're like, I want more, you can click on their link in the description and hear more. And you can also see youtube.com/TJump is there on the border. You can find Tom Jump on YouTube as well as on Facebook. So we are excited to have these gentlemen here for this topic we've never debated, and dare say, I don't know if this topic's ever been debated. I mean, I could be wrong. Let me know if you've ever seen it out there, folks. It's definitely going to be an interesting one, because I'm like, I have no idea how these guys are going to argue in terms of the evidence for or against, but we're excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. And want to let you know, if this is your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we have a lot more debates coming up, including this Wednesday, does TJump's moral system suck, between Tom Jump and Adam Friended. That's going to be a lot of fun, putting Tom in the hot seat. And we've got others as well coming up. So if you want a reminder of these debates, hit that little notification bell as well when you do subscribe. We are glad to have you here, whether you be Christian, atheist, vegan, all sorts of things, Republican, Democrat. We're glad to have you. Thanks for hanging out with us on this fine Sunday afternoon. We are going to start with an opening statement from Praise, which will be 8 minutes, and then jump right into the open dialogue. So with that, Praise, I have the clock set for 8 minutes, and thanks for being here, gentlemen. The floor is yours.
Nice. So I think this debate's an easy win for me, because Smithsonian.com and several other reputable sources published articles supporting the Smithsonian's June 23rd, 2017 article called "Some Very Compelling Evidence. The Tower of Babel Was Real," based on the season 4, episode 1 show. And in this show, Jeff Allen, an archaeologist who is the program director of the World's Monument Fund and ultimately responsible for the Babylon project, said, quote, "I'm really at the place where the Tower of Babel stood. It actually existed." Jeff goes on to present a conglomeration of physical evidence ranging from bricks to other artifacts. This is confirmed by ancient tablet expert Dr. Andrew George, professor of Babylonian history at the University of London, who interpreted a unique tablet and heralded as the Tower of Babel inscription was found dating to be 6th century BC with several inscriptions on it, including an inscription with the Tower of Babel on it. Even more riveting is Dr. George authenticated this tablet to perfectly match up with the biblical account because of several reasons. The inscription from King Nebuchadnezzar himself was explicitly chiseled on the tablet, therefore confirming his existence historically. And moreover, a clear step Babylonian tower with 7 tiers is depicted on this tablet, explaining how the tower was to be constructed by Nebuchadnezzar, thereby aligning perfectly with the biblical text. No other ancient text specifically mentions the details of the Tower of Babel like the Bible. However, other ancient texts corroborate Genesis 11's account of the Tower of Babel because the cuneiform says, "The building of this tower temple highly offended the gods. In the night they throw down what man built and impeded their progress. They were scattered abroad, and their speech was strange." The robust case for the existence of the Tower of Babel officially started when Robert Koldewey made a groundbreaking discovery when his team excavated the actual Babylon in the late 19th century. And it's shown by the show Secrets Tower of Babylon, premiered by the Smithsonian Channel. The events surrounding the Tower of Babel are impressive and supernatural in nature as well. The consensus among philologists agreed there were strong examples of continuity, then discontinuity in language among the earliest ancient Near East people as well, that is attempted to be explained by an extraordinary event that is kin to a great invasion, but they don't know. Linguistic experts E.A. Spicer and B. Landsberger echoed this because the names of rivers, indigenous plants, animals, and some cities are non-Sumerian words, unrelated to any known language. Citation, Charles Ayling, PhD, 2009. Genesis 11 actually chronicles ancient Sumeria because it states plains of the Shinar. Shinar is actually identified phylogically as Sumer. The plains of Shinar, Sumer are between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Sumer also has narratives of confusion of tongues and destruction of a great tower. Modern research has clearly demonstrated that the earliest civilizations and ancient languages actually developed in the general area of Mesopotamia, the plain of Shinar. All this evidence confirms the biblical account because history documents the Tower of Babel actually existed. Then there was a dramatic discontinuity and birth of languages. This can only be explained supernaturally because Ted Grant cites in his book, Dialectical Philosophy, quote, "Human language appears to be a unique phenomenon without significant analog in the animal world. If this is so, it is quite senseless to raise the problem of explaining the evolution of human language for more primitive systems of communication that appear to be lower levels of intellectual capacity. Modern research also eliminates the possibility of stochastic origins of language, arising on its own because neuroscientists have discovered language cannot be acquired after the age of 13. Citation, NBCI, The Development of Language, a critical period of humans neuroscience. Basically, language has to be taught. In this study, it gives an example how language deprivation results in a permanent language barrier. An example is given where a girl was raised by deranged parents until the age of 13 under conditions almost total language deprivation. Despite intense subsequent training, She never learned more than a rudimentary level communication. This and other examples of so-called feral children starkly define the importance of early training with language. If Tom can demonstrate language arises physically after the age of 13, then a Nobel Prize awaits him. Therefore, all worldviews collapse and are dwarfed in comparison to biblical Christianity, epitomized by the Tower of Babel account in Genesis 11. And with that, I end my time.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Tom.
Did you actually read that paper that you cited from the Smithsonian?
Yes.
What was the date that the tablet was found? What's the king of who built it?
It was Nebuchadnezzar.
And do you know how many languages were actually spoken at the time when he was king? We know we can prove definitively with archaeological and historical evidence.
When he was king, see, that's to me is a non sequitur because.
Okay, never mind. Let's just put it this way: there's dozens of languages that already existed at the time, so we can immediately just rule out the Bible story right there because we can already prove if this was the actual Tower of Babel when it was built during the king of Nebuchadnezzar, then there were already multiple languages being spoken at the time that we know about and can prove definitively. So if this tablet is correct, then that proves the Bible wrong, which I just love. So I'm happy to like. No, it's factually proven.
Well, I know the tablet's 6th century, but see, here's the problem. Thomas Nelson, a publishing firm of Hebrew, Greek, and English scholars, on page 16 of their book, The Chronological Study, explains the Tower of Babel started with Akkadian king Sargon, 2350 BC, who burned it down, then restored it by Kali Shari in 2200 BC.
Okay, all of that nonsense means absolutely nothing.
No, it means that it was remade. It was renovated.
Stop. The tablet, the actual tablet, which is the only evidence we have, says it was built by Nebuchadnezzar, not rebuilt by this other guy. That's all that is.
It just says.
Stop. None of that is said by the tablet.
It just says for
Nebuchadnezzar. Forgive me. So sorry, Praise. I promise, Praise, we'll come right back to you. We just because we gave you that opening statement, we'll see what Tom has to say, and I promise we'll come back.
So the tablet only says it was created by King Nebuchadnezzar. You could just go to Patterns of Evidence, which is a Christian site, and it just details all of this. It doesn't in any way indicate that the Tower of Babel existed. In fact, the guy who found it, the professor, what's his name, Dr. George, he specifically says this is a very strong piece of evidence that the Tower of Babel story was inspired by this real building. So this real building actually came during the king of Nebuchadnezzar when there's lots and lots of things. And in the Bible, the Tower of Babel was before the flood, I think, or after the flood, I don't remember. But the timing just doesn't work out. If this is really the Tower of Babel, that disproves everything in the Bible. Completely disproves it. Because this came way after Abraham and a lot of historical things with that the chronology of what happens in the Bible is wrong if this is the Tower of Babel. The Bible portrays the Tower of Babel incident as happening after the Great Flood, but before the time of Abraham. There are different views regarding what the time should be. Actually, that's literally factually the case.
I can debunk if I get a time to speak.
Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? No, that's factually wrong. I'm reading off of the page, the site that you gave. This is literally the source, the patternsofevidence.com, the spectacular news, Tower of Babel discovery. The Bible portrays the Tower of Babel incident as happening after the Great Flood, before the time of Abraham. There are different views regarding what that date should be assigned as, the middle of the timeline, but the latest proposed for the birth of Abraham was around 2000 BC. I'm just quoting from the site, your reference.
That's still.
So I'm just.
I know.
So this is just your reference. You're still interrupting. Why are you still interrupting? Stop it. Traditions and many biblical.
Is this open talk though, or?
I think.
Why? No. This is my opening. I'm just going to read those.
You never told me you had an opening.
Yeah, I didn't. Tom, there was a little misunderstanding. I didn't know you wanted an opening. I thought you wanted an open discussion.
I want to let him speak. I'm going to stop talking and let him speak. So this isn't an open discussion. This is me stating my position. So,
go ahead.
Traditions and many biblical scholars point to the time of Nimrod as the setting for the Tower of Babel. Nimrod was Noah's great-grandson, while Abraham was 10 generations after Noah. So the Bible puts the Tower of Babel back into the 3rd millennium BC, more than 1,500 years before Nebuchadnezzar. So this is 1,500 years. The biblical Tower of Babel was 1,500 years before King Nebuchadnezzar. So if King Nebuchadnezzar built the the Tower of Babylon, well, then the Bible is just factually wrong because it's got the order wrong. Therefore, if the historical history of the Bible is factual, Nebuchadnezzar could have nothing to do with the construction of the biblical Tower of Babel. In short, far from being proof of the reliability of the Bible, if the tower on the inscription built by Nebuchadnezzar really was the Bible's Tower of Babel, then the only thing it would establish is that the biblical account in this case is in fact a work of fiction and not real history. The Bible maintains that there was only one language at the time of the Tower of Babel. In the time of Nebuchadnezzar, there were many languages. Nebuchadnezzar brought various groups of people together to finish the tower. The Bible account has one group of people who became splintered and then never finished the tower. The only similarity is that they're both towers and many people worked on them, which would have been the case for any large tower. What about the views of Professor George? A closer look at the comments is revealing. He said that the builders described in the inscription could represent the biblical multitudes of languages. The myth about the multitude of languages comes from the context described in the stele. From that, it may be the Bible got the idea of the confusion of tongues from this. Dr. George adds that this is a very strong piece of evidence that the Tower of Babel story in the Bible was inspired by this real building. So Dr. George himself admits the Tower of Babel was a story, a fiction, a myth based on a real thing, just like the flood myth was based on a real partial flood. The whole world was never flooded. This is a very common way of thinking among today's academics. The predominant theory holds that the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, was not written until after the Babylonian captivity took place, more than 1,000 years after Moses. Variations of this view propose that the events written of the Bible are either complete fiction or else loosely based on old legends, myths, and events from other nations that inspired the biblical writers, who then adapted these accounts and wove them into the biblical narrative to make them their own. Looking at this tablet through the lens, it is easy to see why Dr. George believes that it is evidence for the inspiration of the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. However, this view is completely different than thinking that it shows the biblical account is real history. So, I mean, that just completely destroys everything you have. I just destroyed all of your evidence right there. And it wasn't even me, it's just your own reference. So no, none of that indicates the Tower of Babel is real. It just indicates the story of the Tower of Babel was made up based off of a real building, which is completely reasonable. Okay, done. Go.
Okay, so we know that your refutation has no basis because the Tower of Babylon was destroyed in 2350 BC. So we know it can't be the original Tower of Babylon, so that just directly refutes your refutation.
Well, that's not my refutation. That's the refutation of your source. Your source refutes.
No, my source had nothing to do with that. And I'll give you some quotes from my source if you want to. I mean, the director of the whole thing says he's standing on the very site of the Tower of Babel.
Right, but weren't you listening? That's the story of the Tower of Babel was inspired by this.
He has bricks. He showed in the show. He actually had bricks from the original structure. Please watch the show before just cherry picking a thing off a site.
That story is saying the same thing. Those are the building that the Tower of Babel story was founded on. So yes,
no,
it was called Babel
Tower, and I just destroyed your claim there because
no. You're not understanding. I'm agreeing with you.
Was destroyed.
Yes. Hold on one second. If we
Tower of Babel.
Let's just hear Praise out for a second, just to be sure. Praise, do you feel like you finished that argument so Tom can respond?
1 second. Yeah, Tom has no basis to say that Nebuchadnezzar originally erected it in 630 BC or whatever it is, 600 BC, around that range, because the original Tower of Babel was destroyed by King Sargon. So it's a remake or a refurnishing of the original, the Tower of Babel. So I would like for Tom to address that first.
Easy, because the tablet doesn't say that. That's not what the tablet says. So you're making up something else that has no basis and then adding that to the tablet. So the tablet itself just says it was built by Nebuchadnezzar. So the tablet does not support the claim that it's the Tower of Babel. It's just a tower. So if you want to add something else, that if you have some evidence of this other thing, of a tablet that says that there was another tower built before this, which was the Tower of Babel, that would be good. But this tablet does not say that anywhere in the tablet. Nowhere does it say that. So you've added this other thing to the actual evidence that isn't there.
Well, I can use that the same argument with you. It doesn't say, nowhere does it say it was created first by Nebuchadnezzar. It just says, if you read the inscription on the tablet itself, it just gives instructions how to construct it. It doesn't say it was first made. So you're actually adding into the text itself. I say you're the one that needs to justify your claim that it's saying that it's being first erected by Nebuchadnezzar.
No, that's a burden of proof fallacy. So we have evidence of the tablet. And the tablet says there is a tower of these things built at this time. That's all it says. So the only evidence that the tablet provides is that there is a tower built by Nebuchadnezzar with these dimensions, and that's it. That's the only evidence it provides. Now, you made a different claim that before this tower there was another tower.
No, it's the same
and that
tower.
claim isn't supported. No, you said it was destroyed, remember? So
the original Tower of Babel was destroyed. The same thing. But
no, you're not following.
It was
you're not following.
renewed.
So again,
It was
the renew, you're not following. So again, the tablet itself only supports the tower built by Nebuchadnezzar. It does not support anything before that. All of your claims before that have no evidence. The tablet only supports the one built by Nebuchadnezzar. So it can't be referencing the Tower of Babel. You have to have other evidence to show that there was something there before that, which you don't have.
We do.
Where?
I told you the guy. I'll give you the guy's name. It is
Nope,
Jeff
that applies.
Allen.
That's the same. That's the same one by Nebuchadnezzar. That's not a different tower. That's
No,
not
Jeff
earlier.
Allen says this is the same structure from 2200 BC, not 600 BC. No, it's the same structure. And please watch the show before just making
Just contradicted yourself.
claim.
I've already seen it. It doesn't support your claim. I've already seen it. It doesn't support your claim. So it can't be the
You
same
even know the
structure
guy's name. How could you see? You didn't even know the guy's name.
because I don't remember every name of every show I've seen ever. Like obviously. So again, it can't be the same structure because if it was rebuilt, then it's a new structure. So no. And again, the whole thing is that no one supports this. Like the guys you quoted, Dr. George does not support this. The academics do not support this. Pretty much everyone universally and all academics say, no, the story of Babel was a myth, a legend. Dr. George says it's a myth and it's a legend, and that this story of Babel was created based off of this tower. So
No, that's not what he said. I mean, I have his quote.
literally, it's literally what he says. I have the quote right here.
He says it confirms the biblical account. I mean, if I could show it on here.
No, this is a very strong piece of evidence that the Tower of Babel story was inspired by this real building. So he's saying, yep, this is a myth.
The real building. That's right. The 2200 BC, the real Tower of Babel.
No. The Tower of Babel story, the myth, the legend, the made-up thing, was inspired by this real building, referring to the tablet itself.
No, it is the real building.
No, again, because we went over this. So this story.
It was just
made
fair.
up.
That's all it was.
No. I'm just again. This is your article. This is your reference. This is the tablet we are talking about.
I know, but I'm addressing your complaints.
No, there's no complaint here. This is Dr. George, the guy you're referencing, specifically says this tower built by Nebuchadnezzar is the one the story of Babel was made up after.
Yes, it's the real Babel, Tower of Babel. I mean, what do you not get about that? It's what he actually says. It confirms the biblical account.
There's no earlier tower here. It's just this one.
It is, but you see it is. I even gave you historical evidence.
That's your made up thing.
Sargon.
All of the academics agree on this. This tower is the one the story.
Sorry, look it up. He even remade it after that.
I already did.
You did. Look it up.
I already did. I just gave you the evidence. All the academics agree there is no before this. You just made that up.
You're conflating this new tower with another one. No, it's the same tower.
No. You have made up an earlier tower that isn't in any of the academics.
No, it's the original tower.
No, that's made up. So you don't have any evidence.
No, it's a ziggurat. You know what a ziggurat is?
Yes, it's a tower that's like a stair step thing. So again, all of the academics agree, Tower of Babel, made up fiction.
No,
this
that's
tower existed.
I quoted you from the whole main guy who headed the project. Okay. Sure.
So again, as I just read from the article, all of the academics agree this tower existed. There was no before tower. That's not mentioned in any of the sources, no evidence of any of that. That's something just you made up. And they agree this tower is likely one of the ones that the story of Babel could have been made up after. That's it. There's no other claim there. It's exactly as it says in the article, as the quotes say by Dr. George. Like, there is no evidence you presented that supports anything else other than that.
Okay, like I'm just gonna like, you know, try to not repeat myself over and over. This is stages of the same tower.
That's an assertion. Give me evidence of this.
I gave you assertion over. I mean, I gave you evidence over and over. You're not listening.
Where is the evidence?
Our evidence is that King Sargon destroyed it, and then it was remade by Karmu Shala.
That's a claim. Where's the evidence?
It's historical facts. Look it up. I mean, what do I have to? It's historical fact by archaeologists.
Where is the archaeological evidence of any of that happening?
By the easy, just look it up on Google yourself. It was destroyed and remade by Karmar Shali. I mean, it's that simple.
That's a claim. There is
stages.
zero archaeological evidence of that. That's a claim.
These
There's
are stages of the same building. You're not getting that. You're trying to.
No, I understand your made-up story, but your made-up story has no archaeological evidence.
Look at it. You're just saying so doesn't make it so. I mean, you're just making circular claims, arbitrary claims.
Right. Now apply that to all the stuff that you've just said. Give me archaeological evidence that supports anything beyond that tablet.
Right. I just gave you King Sargon. He destroyed
There's no archaeological evidence of that. That's a made-up story.
There is, though.
Where is it? Where?
Google it.
Google it isn't an argument.
Here,
So
I'll do it right now. I mean, it's that simple, man. I'm just going to do it right now. I'm going to go Google it right now.
Go for it.
King Sargon. I mean, this is simple. King Sargon destroy temple. Tower of Babel. Oh my gosh, it's there. So the Tower of Babel. Shinar. Okay, this is what I was saying, that it was remade by Shamar Shali. I see so many links confirming what I just said.
Okay, so there's a tower that Sargon destroyed. You've shown nothing about the Tower of Babel.
The original tower was destroyed by King Sargon.
You haven't shown anything. You've shown nothing. There are lots of towers, and lots of people destroyed lots of towers. How does this have anything to do with the Tower of Babel? Like, give me some archaeological evidence.
Because it's a stage that Nebuchadnezzar was renovating it, or just making repairs on it. Is basically
none of that is evidence. What are you even saying?
It's the same ziggurat. It's the same temple.
That's only your
not
assumption.
the same.
There's no archaeological evidence to show those are the same.
There is, though. I mean,
Where?
even the people, Jeff Allen, who's the main person, said this is the exact.
One second, Tom. Let's go ahead and Jess Allen, or whatever the name was, praise if you want to go with that. And I promise we'll come right back to you, Tom.
Okay. So, like, I mean, he's making things up about the people that I cited. That's not true. The guy's name is Jeff Allen, and he says, I'm really at the place where the original Tower of Babel stood. It actually existed. That is the citation. That is straight from the June 23rd, 2017 article called Some Very Compelling Evidence the Tower of Babel was real. You can't, there's no way you can circumvent that. It's history. It's fact, period.
Again, you don't understand the basic logic. The tower was based off of a real tower that existed that had that name. It's not the biblical tower. It's the one that the biblical tower was made up after. So yes, the tower existed. That's it.
But we're just saying the Tower of Babel existed. That's the debate. It existed. It's proven to exist.
Right. There's a tower called Babel.
So what's your objection?
It's not the biblical tower. The biblical tower.
The biblical tower is chronicling the original tower. What do you not get about that?
You totally don't understand this at all. It's simple. It's like the flood. The flood myth. There was a flood that happened. An actual flood occurred. There was the flood. Was that the biblical flood? No, because the whole world was not flooded. Was there a tower called Babel which existed? Yes. Was it the biblical tower? No, because there were lots of languages there. There were already lots of people. There was no falling out where there lots of broke out into lots of different places and languages. All of that is made up. So there wasn't
can
the
easily
biblical
debunk
Tower
that
of Babel.
claim, though.
It doesn't like there wasn't the biblical flood. It's all made up.
No,
Often-
all we are. I mean, the whole debate is basically, did the Tower of Babel exist? It did, and the Bible chronicled it. The same building that's mentioned in Genesis 11. I mean, basically, debate over right there. But also, I'd like to address.
I don't understand basic logic here. This is pretty simple. There was a tower. It was named Babel, and it was made long after the Bible. All of the chronology of the Bible is wrong. It's a made-up story after a real thing. You're like claiming that, well, the King's Cross Station in Harry Potter is real, therefore Harry Potter is real. Like, no.
But we're not saying the building's magical, but we're saying the events surrounding the Tower of Babel are supernatural. And I mean, I can prove it.
That's the part that's proven wrong very simply. This tower, there were already many, many languages and many people before this tower. There was not one language. There were already many. The story is false.
Actually, no, because in my opening, I showed the discontinuity, the sudden discontinuity in languages. And I gave the citations for that. But also, I can prove that the Hebrew language is the oldest. I can give you 3 citations that would completely destroy your arguments.
Good luck with that, because Hebrew definitely was not the oldest.
You want me to give you the citations?
Go ahead and win a Nobel Prize and go publish it, because that's a complete waste of my time. We know language.
There's no Nobel Prize for just citing something. That is so stupid.
No, you'd have to discover that, because we know languages predate Hebrew. Hebrew is an evolved language from lots of other combinations of things. So language started with grunts.
Okay, can I give my citations? I mean, just the audience's sake.
Not evidence. Good luck with trying to publish that Hebrew is the oldest language.
It is, though. I mean, I can give you citation.
No, you can't, because you don't understand.
Your citation. Douglas Petrovic, the world's oldest alphabet, Hebrew as the language of Proto-Consonantal script. ScienceNews.org, November 16, 2019. Live Science, January 15, 2010. There's your citation. Look it up.
You're so dull. An alphabet is a comprised system of language. It is not the first language. It is a system of language. So it's like saying we have lots and lots of examples of like C++ was the language.
The oldest language.
No, it's not. Hebrew is the oldest comprised alphabet language. There are lots of other older languages.
Citation, please. I don't even know if you know what you're talking about.
We know this for a fact. This is so
obvious.
We
know there's Aramaic. We know that there's there's different types of Proto-Hebrew.
Google how languages develop. Obviously, there is more.
Citation.
Google how languages evolve. Just Google how
languages don't evolve. I debunked that after the age of 13 that no one can acquire language. Languages do not evolve. I even gave you a scientific journal, NBCI, showing that.
No, languages do evolve. That's how they're developed.
I'll give you the citation. You want the citation?
You don't understand anything you're saying, Praise. Like you're citing things that don't.
NBCI, the development of language, a critical period in humans neuroscience.
That supports my position. Every one of them supports.
We just got that citation. Thank you, Praise. We'll give Tom a chance to respond.
Sure.
And we promise we'll come right back to you, Praise.
All languages evolve. It's an objective fact. That's how languages develop. That's every single one of them. Praise just has no idea what he's talking about. Okay, next.
Praise, do you agree that you have no idea what you're talking about? Go ahead, Praise. Yeah, he's just making claims with nothing to back it up. I backed up my claim. MBCI, the development of language, a critical period in humans neuroscience. There's actual evidence, even cases where children that were deprived from learning language could not acquire language under 13. That means that humans cannot acquire language under 13, then therefore debunked. Your whole argument is useless, and therefore the Bible's true, period.
No, everything he just said is complete bullshit. No. So I don't understand why he thinks that language not being acquired after the age of 13 has anything to do with how language evolved. It's just irrelevant. And so this has nothing to do with how language evolved.
You would need something
language
external. You need something external to have people learn language. And the Bible provides that. And it says that Adam was taught language.
Does this have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Everything. It shows that your model of language is obsolete. It's the
No. We can teach language to orangutan.
No, That's just Babel. No, even in my article, it mentions that. If you would actually look at it, you know.
Again, that's how language started. Babel. You started with simple things, and then you build on them. That's how language evolves. Like I said, you start with simple things, and you get more complicated things. What you're talking about is just gibberish. Like, no,
it's actual science.
Except none of the scientists agree with you. Just zero of them.
Except the one I showed.
They don't agree with you. You just don't understand what they're saying.
So you're just saying something's true because you're saying something's true. I mean, that's all you're doing. I mean, I gave you a citation. I don't know what else, man, to like help
all
you
of the
out
citations
here.
Show you're wrong. Every single one of them. You just
Except
don't understand.
the one I have.
That one shows you're wrong too. Like, they all show you're wrong.
Oh, really?
Every one of the people you cited disagrees with you on this in everything.
I mean, once you look up on Google right now and look it up, I mean, there's more sources that confirm that.
1 second, gentlemen. So sorry to cut in. Just to be sure that we are on the same page, that it would be the Tower of Babel from the Old Testament that we are talking about. Someone in the audience just wanted to be sure that it was that specific tower rather than an exorbitantly high tower within Babylon, other than the specific one mentioned in Genesis. I think it's 11. Are we all on the same page?
Yes, it's the same one that King Sargon destroyed in 2300 BC. Then it was remade by Karmu-Shali. And then during that period of time, it must have got run down because, remember, these are mud bricks. And over time, they degrade. So you had Nebuchadnezzar come in and, refurnish it and make it and improvements and put improvements on it. I mean, basically, that's it.
Gotcha.
So the only evidence we have of the Tower of Babel is this tablet. That's why it was such a big deal. There isn't anything else. And this tablet only mentions the tower built by Nebuchadnezzar. Crazy, just making crap.
Obviously not, because I gave you the name Jeff Allen, and he even showed bricks from the original temple, 2300 BC, the same one.
And as I explained to you,
he's the leader of the whole operation.
As I already said to you, he himself says you're wrong.
Really? So when he says I'm actually standing on the original Tower of Babel, he really never said that.
No, he really did say that. You just don't understand what the Tower of Babel means. The Tower of Babel is the ziggurat built by Nebuchadnezzar. It's not the earlier thing. It's not the Bible thing. That doesn't exist.
How could it be built by Nebuchadnezzar when it was destroyed? That makes no sense.
Because that's your made-up story. The Tower of Babel was built by Nebuchadnezzar.
What you're not getting is the stages. It's the stages of the same.
That's your made-up story. That's your made-up story. That's your made-up thing.
It's just cognitive dissonance. That's all you're showing right now is cognitive dissonance. I can't believe this, so I'm not going to believe it.
Only evidence.
I gave you evidence after evidence. You're just denying it.
Made up stuff
seems like
evidence.
We may have come to a stalemate. We
let's
go to Q&A. So if people do have questions and you want to fire them into the live chat, I will be pulling those out and into a list that we will ask the debaters. You can ask a question to either debater or both. Super chats go to the top of the list, and if you want to make a comment, Super Chat allows you to do that during the Q&A. So if you want to compliment Tom on his appearance, you're welcome to do that. We've all been there, and we will be pulling those questions or Super Chats out of the live chat as we go. We do have a few, but any concluding statements before we do move on to the Q&A, gentlemen?
I can let him go. If he wants to do his concluding, that's fine.
No, I mean, I don't even need to. It's already over. Like, I don't know.
Do my conclusion, or are you going to do a conclusion or not? I mean,
sure.
Basically.
If you'd like, you're welcome to. Is that okay with you, Tom?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. So I think, this afternoon I showed evidence after evidence that the Tower of Babel it's true. It's a reality. And I showed how the stages of that same tower was confirmed by Nebuchadnezzar in 645 BC with his own inscription. Then I showed how language cannot evolve, that after the age of 13, I gave citation for that. Nothing natural is associated with language. It's an immaterial construct. And I gave citation for that too. I mean, I gave citation after citation. I gave the leader of the whole freaking project, Jeff Allen, and he says, quote, I'm really at the place where the Tower of Babel stood. It actually existed. That means it's not fable, it's not legend, it's reality. So I think, basically, I just see cognitive dissonance, denialism, because it conflicts with Tom's worldview. Too bad. It's truth. It's just the way it is. So I think I went way out of my way. But also, I showed Hebrew is the oldest language. I gave 3 citations for that, and I'm going to end with those 3 citations. So here is the first citation, and it's from Douglas Petrovic, the world's oldest alphabet, Hebrew as the language of Proto-Consonantal script. Then ScienceNews.org, November 16th, also published the same thing. And then also Live Science, January 15, 2010, also published that Hebrew is the oldest. Sorry, Tom, this debate was a joke. And so I'll end my time with that.
With that, thanks for being here, folks. Excited to jump right into this. So the first one is a super chat. Thanks for your super chat. Roy Lindsay got a friend in Roy. Tom, he says, Tom Jump, I recently moved to Minneapolis. Is there an atheist community here?
Yeah, there is. There's the Minnesota Atheists, the Humanists of Minnesota, and a bunch of meetup groups for atheists.
That's right. Minnesota Atheists. I'm familiar with them. So, Steven Steen, thanks for your super chat as well. He says, the Tower of Babel. Oh, gosh, Steven. He says the Tower of Babel is just a story about the time James stood up and everyone was so awestruck by his physique, that they could not speak anymore. That's very sweet. Oh,
that's
Steven.
True though. That could be true.
That's pretty sick. Thanks for that, Sloth Sin. Thanks for your super chat. Oh, coming at ya, praise my boy. He says, for anyone, is praise usually this delusional? Whoa, what do you think of the Apple's praise? What do you got to say about that?
Yeah, I might have to go see a doctor then or something.
Appreciate that. Well, appreciate your super chats and your questions, folks. We've got a good number of them, so we'll keep moving through. Emotionally Stunted Emoticon, good to see you. They ask, for praise, can praise explain the origin and arrival of Amerindians in South America under his model that is consistent with South American history? And give a citation for his answers.
Sure, I actually do. Let me get it real quick. So my citation is from Linguistic Analysis, or m.phys.org. It says it really only arose 4,500 years ago, which is after the flood. And so that is, that makes his objection completely useless. So it's useless.
Gotcha. And we just had a super chat fly in. Thanks, Uvas. Make sure I'm pronouncing that right. Forgive me if I'm wrong. They say Sumerian is thousands of years older than Hebrew. It has its own alphabet. Thoughts, praise?
Yeah, I gave citations in this debate. I recommend if you want to rewind and look those up. In fact, the word Sumerian is, I gave in my opening statement of it's written in Genesis. It's written in a Genesis account, so it can't precede it because it's written in Genesis. It comes from Suma or Sumar. So I think that's pretty redundant. That's a redundant claim.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the Heathen asks for praise. If languages don't evolve, why is there Old English or Low, Middle, and High German?
See, I don't see. It's just, they're just nuances of the same language. That doesn't mean they can't change within the same language. Like our language, it constantly evolves, but it doesn't mean that the language itself evolved. I think languages have the ability to change. Or people change it themselves, but the original language is set in stone. Look at the biblical languages, Hebrew, Greek, they're all set languages.
Gotcha.
Yeah, people can evolve the already existing language. That's what happens in English. Things change.
Well, I wonder if C++ was just already written in stone too. Did it evolve?
I don't know what C++ is. I suspect it's some sort of app that the young people are using.
Language. It's a coding language for programming.
Really?
Languages in programming or coding, like C++, JavaScript, HTTP, all those are all languages. In fact, they're defined as formal languages because that's what they are.
I would say they're immutable. Math is an immutable language.
Well, thank you very much. It's apparently not an app for the young people. Thank you for letting me know that. So, Ray Rez, thanks for your question. They said, we already asked that one. Thanks for that question. It's just clarifying which Tower of Babel we're talking about, in case there's more than one. Also, Brian Stevens, Patreon priority question. Thanks for your question. Sorry, I'm a little bit late to get to this. He says, from Praise's primary source, quote, the neurobiological mechanisms underlying the evolution of language, and then citation Cool, 2007. He says, and then in parentheses, Brian adds a point saying, one of the authors in the development of language, Praise cites, said this, namely, I'll say it again, the quote, the neurobiological mechanisms underlying the evolution of language, ...
I mean, I'll have to look into that. He showed, we have actual examples in reality that language does not evolve after age. Language does not happen after age 13. So, that's in the guy's own journal. So,
gotcha. Next up, we are going to Frustrated Atheist. Good to see you, our friend from Texas, if I remember right. He says, question for Praise. If language doesn't evolve, why are we not speaking English from the medieval time period?
Like I said, just because languages, humans, just because humans might be able to update a certain word, like, therefore if or something, like that used to be an English word. Maybe it's just therefore now. They're just, making it, just updating it. There's nothing changing, really. There's nothing, it's not evolving into a whole new language or anything. It's the same language, it's just more updated.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Just peeking around for other ones. Got some trolls. Good to see you, Stephen Steen. Some more super chats. Evolution is zombie science. I'm getting to your question. Thanks for your question. They asked, TJump, do you think using profanity while arguing for, quote, evolved languages makes you credible? I don't think so. Evidence makes you credible, which you didn't provide today. Oh, snap! Oh. Tom, what do you think of them apples?
I did present evidence. You've lost. No.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up, Travis Lee. Good to see you. Travis Lee, a former rival or opponent of TJump, if you guys remember that debate. Travis is coming back soon. That was a fun debate. He says, for Praise, I am that I am. The Tower of Babel existed 30,000 years ago during the last ice age, according to Hugh Ross.
I guess we just abandon everything what he says and just take it, and accept it. I don't agree with that. He's open to his opinion, though. So, of course, I disagree with that.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks for that. And next up, Jesus is Lord. Jill, good to see you. Thanks for your question.
Yo, Jill.
That's right. Tom's twin brother. We were glad to have you here. Was that Tom? You and Jill you tag teamed with Skylar and Praise one time, or Skylar and Josh.
That's right.
Okay. I remember that one. That's one of my favorite debates. So he said, why did the historian Josephus attribute the tower to Nimrod, in parentheses, Sargon, if it was first built by Nebuchadnezzar?
Oh, that's my point of the debate. That's why I brought this up.
Tom, what do you think?
What? No. So I never said that was the case. I said that the evidence we have of the tablet only shows this tower in Nebuchadnezzar. Now, any other made-up stories that have been added later are totally fine. Like, you can make up other stories and attribute to other people. There's no contradiction there. But the myth was based off of this story.
Gotcha.
And then that myth was then added on to all the other stuff to try and get it to fit with the fact it was older.
Gotcha.
Your problem.
You got it. We are, let's see, we've got one more question, and we are closing the Q&A, so sorry about that, folks. Just want to, we've got The Heathen asked, praise, did, make sure I don't mispronounce this, did it's spelled A-F-R-I-K, so like Africa, but with a K, Africa, and then A-A-N-S. This must be, is this a language?
It's a language.
It's new to me. Evolved from Dutch.
Oh, I have no idea. See, that's. I guess I have to look up. I have to look into that. I don't know the answer to that.
Afrikaans is a language from the Dutch who moved to Africa and then developed their own language when they moved there, which is Afrikaans. Yes, the answer is yes, it did.
Gotcha. We have a
still has a base language though.
We have a super chat from Steven Steen. I don't understand what he's saying. I think it's his failed attempt to be cool. Thanks, Steven Steen, for trying. Maybe a misunderstanding. I'll be, I'm not perfect. So here we go. Neff, his question for Tom is, if the Tower of Babel affair is not true, why are all of the earliest nations and tribes of man named after men in the Table of Nations in Genesis?
Ooh.
Because Genesis was written after all of that stuff and based off of real things that happened. So, I mean, there's pretty easy. Like, why does Harry Potter mention King Cross Station? Because it was written after King Cross Station was built. Pretty simple.
So one last thank you to our speakers. We hope you have a great day, everybody. Thanks so much, Praise and Tom.
Thank you, James.
Thanks.
Take care, everybody.
For all those who appreciate the work that we're doing here on Standing for Truth, please hit that subscribe button because we are just getting started.